Chapter 1: The Strongest Godly Rich System. My head is splitting with pain. It felt as if someone was pulling back and forth in his brain with a rusty saw, and every nerve was screaming in protest. Suyi struggled to open her eyes, her vision blurred, and the world spun around her. An unfamiliar ceiling. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, reflecting the morning light that filtered through the gaps in the curtains, so bright it hurt the eyes. This is not his rented room. It was certainly not his 12-square-meter bedroom in his hometown. A lazy, hoarse moan came from beside me. Suyi froze, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his breath instantly stopping. That voice, is it a woman's? He mechanically and slowly turned his stiff neck to look to his side. Boom! My mind went blank for a moment, as if all the blood had flowed back to my heart, making my chest ache. A face. A face that was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly unfamiliar. The woman lay on her side next to him, a few strands of messy black hair clinging to her fair, jade-like cheeks, her long eyelashes like resting black butterflies. Even in her sleep, her brows still exuded an unapproachable aloofness. That kind of arrogance can only be cultivated by holding a high position for a long time. Judging by her age, she's probably around 27 or 28, the prime of a woman's life, like a ripe peach encased in a thick layer of ice. The blanket only covered her waist. Large swathes of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, exuding a breathtaking allure in this luxurious presidential suite. Suyi's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. The gaze followed the undulating curves downwards, finally settling on a glaring crimson stain on the pristine white sheets. Like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Shocking. What exactly is going on? Suyi's pupils contracted sharply, and she gripped the bedsheet tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting his fragile sanity. Yesterday. Yes, yesterday was his first time in Shanghai. Born into an ordinary family in a small county in Sichuan, his parents were both laid-off workers. To support his education, they had to stretch every penny. He did not disappoint. After studying hard for 3 years, he was finally admitted to this top university in Shanghai. Tomorrow was the day for new students to register. To save money, after arriving in Shanghai yesterday, he originally planned to find a cheap hostel to stay in for the night. As a result, when I passed by the Bund, I was dazzled by its prosperity. As if by some strange twist of fate, he walked into a bar that looked quite stylish, thinking he would drink the cheapest drink to celebrate this new chapter in his life. Then what? Suyi closed his eyes in pain and clutched his head with both hands. Then he met this woman. She was sitting in the corner of the bar, dressed in a black business suit, swirling a glass of amber-colored liquor in her hand, her eyes glazed over yet cold. There were many men around who wanted to strike up a conversation, but they were all scared off by a single look from her. Suyi swore that he really only glanced at it twice. It was simply because she was too beautiful. Her aloof and mature aura was like a game-changer for a naive high school boy like him. Who knows? What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a woman drink before? That was the first thing she said to him. He was heavily intoxicated, and there was also a hint of inexplicable catharsis. Then, my memory started to go blank. All I remember is her hand, painted with scarlet nail polish, grabbing the collar of his cheap t-shirt with astonishing strength. You're the one. Come with your sister. That domineering tone left him no chance to refuse. Suyi vaguely remembered trying to struggle and explain that she was just a poor student. But in the face of this drunken, powerful woman, his resistance was as powerless as a lamb facing a lioness. The astonished looks from the taxi driver and the hotel receptionist, the heated breathing in the elevator. And that night of madness. It was less a case of mutual affection and more a one-sided plunder. He, Suyi, is an innocent 18-year-old boy. On my first night in this magical city, I was completely and utterly taken advantage of by a drunken stranger. It's over. Suyi's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. What's this? Honey trap? Or is it some kind of morbid game played by the wealthy? Looking at the extremely luxurious decor around him, the bedside lamp alone was probably enough to pay for a year's tuition. How could a woman of her caliber possibly be interested in me? Suyi looked down at himself. Besides his fairly handsome face and slightly muscular physique, what else does he have? He had neither money nor power. He only had 8,000 yuan in his pocket, which his parents had scraped together for tuition and living expenses. If this woman wakes up and calls the police, accusing him of rape, Thinking of this, Sui felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and his whole body trembled. His life has only just begun. Is it really going to be completely ruined because of something so absurd? Just then, the woman beside him moved. Her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she were dazzled by the sunlight outside the window. She raised her hand somewhat displeasantly to shield her forehead. Sui stopped breathing instantly, his muscles tensed, and he stared intently at her. Like a prisoner awaiting a death sentence. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Those were extremely beautiful phoenix eyes, but now they were bloodshot, and the look in them revealed the confusion of a hangover. She first glanced at the ceiling, then turned her gaze somewhat blankly to the side. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Sui could hear her heart pounding wildly, as if it were about to burst out of her chest. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The confusion in the woman's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a rapidly gathering frost. There was no scream as Sui had imagined. There was no hysterical crying or tantrums. She simply watched Sui quietly, her gaze moving from his face to his bare chest, and finally sweeping over the messy bed. That splash of crimson naturally caught her eye as well. The woman's pupils contracted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, even appearing indifferent. She sat up, completely unconcerned that the blanket had slipped off, revealing a large expanse of dazzling spring scenery. Sui subconsciously wanted to look away, but dared not move. Last night. The woman spoke, her voice hoarse, still slightly tinged with the effects of alcohol, but her tone was as cold as a stone in an ice cellar. It's you? Sui opened his mouth, but his throat was too dry to make a sound, so he could only nod with difficulty. I didn't mean to. Shut up. The woman coldly interrupted him. She raised her hand and rubbed her temples, as if her head was splitting with pain, and her expression showed a hint of irritation. Pour me a glass of water. The tone was commanding. It was as natural as if he were instructing a company subordinate. Sui was stunned for a moment, but her body reacted faster than her brain. Almost instinctively, she grabbed the bathrobe next to her, wrapped it around herself, and hurriedly poured a glass of warm water and handed it over. The woman took the water glass, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp. A few drops of water slid down her slender neck, flowed over her delicate collarbone, and disappeared into the deep, unfathomable cleavage. Sui only glanced at it before feeling her mouth go dry, and quickly lowered her head. How old are you? The woman put down her water glass, leaned against the headboard, casually reached for a pack of women's cigarettes on the bedside table, took one out, and lit it. The swirling pale blue smoke made her face appear even more alluring and mysterious. 10, 18. Sui lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. 18? The woman's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes, which then turned into a complex mockery. Still in school? Shanghai University, freshman. Just arrived today. Sui felt like a primary school student who had done something wrong, being interrogated by his homeroom teacher. Oh. The woman chuckled softly. The laughter was devoid of warmth, carrying instead a hint of self-mockery. I never imagined that I, Jiang would actually lay a hand on a mere kid who has just come of age. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and slowly exhaled, the smoke blurring her expression. How much do you remember about last night? Sui swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, I remember, it was you who pulled me. All right. Jiang waved her hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to hear the details. She threw back the covers and stepped barefoot onto the carpet, completely unconcerned that she was also naked in front of Sui. That perfect body proportion, those long, slender legs, that waist that could be encircled with one hand. Every corner is like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by God. Sui quickly turned around, her heart pounding wildly. I heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on behind me. Every soft sound seemed to strike a chord in Sui's heart, making him both nervous and tormented. A few minutes later. Turn around. Her voice regained its aloofness and distance. Sui turned around. Jiang was already dressed. Although her clothes were a bit wrinkled last night, they still exuded an undeniable queenly aura on her. She stood by the bed, tidying her slightly messy long hair. Seeing Sui turn around, she took out her checkbook from her handbag and quickly wrote down a string of numbers. Tier. She held a light piece of paper between two fingers and handed it to Sui. Take it. Sui was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the check. 200,000. This was a huge sum of money for a child from an ordinary family. It's enough for him to pay his tuition for 4 years and still enjoy a very comfortable college life. But a strange sense of humiliation suddenly welled up from the bottom of his heart, burning his cheeks. What does this mean? Sui didn't answer, but instead raised his head and looked directly at the woman with a powerful aura. I don't lack money. This statement was made without any confidence, and even sounded somewhat ridiculous. But he still said it. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised by the young boy's reaction. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Not short of money? Your whole outfit, all from street vendors, probably doesn't even add up to 200 yuan, right? Take this money and pretend nothing happened. This is good for you and for me. Her tone was flat, as if she were discussing a trivial business deal. I was drunk, but I'm not so confused that I have to take responsibility for a young boy. We're all adults. Oh wait, you've only just become an adult. Jiang Wan sneered and casually tossed the check onto the bed. Whether you or I suffered a loss last night, you know the answer in your heart. This money is hush money for you, and also money for your nutrition. After saying that, she didn't look at Sui again, turned around, picked up her handbag, and walked towards the door in her high heels. De. The crisp sound of high heels seemed particularly jarring in the quiet room. As she reached the door, she paused slightly, but did not turn around. Forgot about last night. We are not from the same world. Bang! The door slammed shut. The room fell silent again. Sui stood there blankly, staring at the closed door and then at the light, flimsy check for 200,000 yuan on the bed. A tremendous sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Is this Shanghai? Is this reality? It turns out that in this bizarre metropolis, so-called dignity is so cheap in the face of money. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, the stinging pain keeping him conscious. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. As a man, I was forcibly raped and afterwards I was given money like a beggar. Unfortunately, he couldn't refute it. Because the difference between him and that woman was truly like heaven and earth. We're not from the same world. Sui gave a bitter laugh, then his body fell backward limply, crashing heavily onto the soft bed. The scent of that woman's perfume still lingered. It's cold and aloof, yet captivating. He was an ordinary person, so ordinary that he would be lost in a crowd. With no background and no support. Even though he suffered such injustice, he could only swallow his anger and keep quiet. Even if he rushed out now and threw the check in that woman's face, what difference would it make? It's pointless except for attracting more ridicule. Sui, you're such a waste. He looked at the dazzling crystal chandelier above him, muttering to himself, and felt a stinging sensation in his eyes. In this dog-eat-dog world, without strength, you don't even have the right to be angry. Just then. Just as he was sinking into deep self-doubt and despair. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. There were no warning signs whatsoever. It was so clear it felt like it was exploding right next to my ear. Bite. A dramatic fluctuation in the host's emotions has been detected. Detection indicates the host has completed a significant turning point in their life, losing their virginity. Host target detected, overall score 98, top-tier mature woman. Meets system activation requirements. Sui suddenly sat up and looked around in horror. Who's speaking? The room was empty, with only his own heavy breathing. The ultimate richest system is being bound. 10%, 30%, 70%? Binding successful. Before my eyes, in the void. A pale blue, semi-transparent panel appeared out of thin air, like a holographic projection from a science fiction movie. Suya's eyes widened, and her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. This is system? As a seasoned reader of online novels, how could he not know what this was? This is the cheat code that allows countless protagonists to defy fate. This is the ultimate tool for rags to riches stories. Before he could recover from the shock, the emotionless mechanical voice rang out again, each word like a heavy hammer blow to his heart. Given that this is the host's first time being bound, and that they have experienced an extraordinary night, the system is giving away a special gift pack to new players. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 1 million renminbi. The funds are absolutely legal and have been transferred to the host bank card via an offshore account. Please check your account. Buzz. The old, domestically made mobile phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. That's a text message notification tone. Suya's hands trembled as she picked up her phone. The screen lights up. A text message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China lay there quietly. ICBC, your account ending in 5230 completed a transfer transaction of 1 million renminbi on August 31st at 8:25. The current balance is 1,856 renminbi and 40 cents. Chapter 2 Reward, 1 million. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Suya's fingers hovered above the cracked phone screen, her fingertips trembling slightly uncontrollably. He didn't miscount. A full 7 figures. That long string of zeros looked like rows of neat soldiers, standing in salute to him. 1 million. Suyi murmured, her voice dry as if it had been sanded. For those rich kids born with a silver spoon in their mouths, a million might just be a rim on a Cullinan, a set of dragon suits in a nightclub, or even 5 times the amount of a check casually written by a woman like Zhang Wan. But for Suyi, this was a mountain. A mountain that had weighed him down for 18 years. His father's dark, wrinkled face involuntarily appeared in his mind. That was in an old machinery factory in northern Jiangsu. In summer, the temperature in the workshop can reach 40 degrees Celsius. My father wore thick work clothes, and his back was soaked with sweat, forming layers of white salt frost. In order to earn an extra 200 yuan for perfect attendance, the father refused to take leave even with a high fever, until he collapsed next to the lathe. He thought of his mother again. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in the dead of winter. The mother pushed the heavy breakfast cart with difficulty in the biting cold wind. Her hands, which were cracked from years of contact with cold water and dish soap, were covered with shocking cuts and cheap tape. To raise the 8,000 yuan tuition fee for his university in Shanghai, his mother begged all her relatives and endured countless scornful looks. Even if the parents didn't eat or drink and worked in that small county for 10 years, they probably wouldn't be able to save up 1 million. And now. It was all because of that absurd accident last night. It's all because of that so-called strongest tycoon system. This huge sum of money simply floated away in his bank account. Oh. Suyi suddenly chuckled. His laughter carried a mixture of self-deprecation and bitterness. Reality is like the most absurd black comedy. 18 years of hard work, not as good as one night of romance? Is this fate? No. Suyi took a deep breath, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Since fate has played this joke on him, and since the system has chosen him, he absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Suyi was determined to never be a poor boy who would be showered with money for the rest of his life. I want to climb up. I want to climb to the top and see what the world looks like through Jiangwan's eyes. Bite. A shift in the host's mindset has been detected, aligning with the nascent mindset of a wealthy tycoon. New player funds have arrived in your account. Please start your life as a tycoon as soon as possible. The cold system notification sounded in his mind again, pulling Suyi back to reality. It's true. None of this is a dream. Suyi got out of bed, her legs still feeling a little weak. He looked down, his gaze falling on the check that Zhang Wan had thrown onto the bedsheet. 200,000. Those were the hush money and nutrition fee she gave me. If it were the old Suyi, she might have torn the check to shreds for the sake of her ridiculous pride, and then left in a huff to prove that poverty does not diminish one's ambition. But now. Suyi reached out and picked up the light piece of paper with 2 fingers. The paper still carried the faint scent of that woman's perfume. This is an insult. It is also capital. Zhang Wan, I'll accept this money. Suyi looked at the flowing signature on the check, a cold, hard smile curving his lips. Consider it your reward for my hard work this night. In the future, I will pay you back this debt with interest. He carefully folded the check and put it in his inner pocket, as if it were the last embers of his dignity and ambition. Turn around. I went into the bathroom. The huge floor-length mirror reflected the boy's slightly thin but well-defined body. Cold water poured over his head, washing away the madness and exhaustion of the previous night, and also washing away the timid Suyi of the past. 10 minutes later. Suyi put on the cheap t-shirt that had faded a bit from washing yesterday, paired with jeans she bought from a street stall and a pair of warrior canvas shoes that cost a few dozen yuan. Although his clothes were shabby, he stood up straight. His eyes were clear and bright, like a sharp sword just drawn from its sheath. He looked around the luxurious presidential suite. Crystal chandelier, imported wool carpet, genuine leather sofa, and that messy big bed. All of this was deeply etched in his mind. This is the first stop in his life in Shanghai. It was also the place where he bid farewell to the past. Let's go. Sui said something in a low voice, opened the door, and strode out. The lobby of the Westin the Bund Hotel. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the lobby was bustling with people. Well-dressed business people, ladies dragging Louis Vuitton suitcases, and foreign tourists hurrying by. Confidence and superiority were written all over everyone's face. Suya's cheap clothes made her look out of place here, like an ugly duckling that had mistakenly wandered into a flock of swans. But he didn't care at all. The million in his pocket gave him the confidence to stand tall. He walked straight to the front desk. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" The receptionist was a sweet-looking young woman. Although a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, her professionalism kept her smiling politely. But there was a hint of scrutiny in that smile. After all, it's extremely rare to find guests dressed so casually in a five-star hotel of this caliber. "Check out." Sui took out the gold-embossed room key from her pocket and gently placed it on the marble countertop. Room 8808. Upon hearing the room number, the receptionist's smile froze for a moment. 8808. That's the presidential suite. The price for one night is 88,800. She picked up the room card in disbelief, swiped it, and after confirming it was correct, the look in her eyes as she looked at Sui instantly changed. Surprise, doubt, and a hint of barely concealed curiosity. A student dressed in clothes worth less than 200 yuan actually walked out of the presidential suite? "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The receptionist's fingers flew across the keyboard, then she looked up, her tone becoming more respectful, even a little cautious. "Sir, are you here to settle your bill?" Sui nodded and took out the somewhat worn bank card from his pocket. Although he had $1 million, he didn't want to owe that woman anything. If she paid for the room, then paying her back now, even if it's just a portion, would make him feel better. At least, it proves that last night wasn't a naked deal. "How much?" "By card." Suya's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable power. The receptionist paused for a moment, then glanced at the computer screen and gave an awkward but polite smile. Sir. What's wrong? Not enough?" Sui frowned slightly. "Are there any hidden costs associated with the presidential suite?" "No, that's not it." The receptionist quickly waved her hand, handing the room key back to Sui with both hands, and explained. The cost of room 8808 was settled in full upon check-in. This includes the room rate for this night, the 20,000 yuan deposit, and all drinks consumed in the room. It has already been paid for by Miss Jiang. Suya's outstretched hand, holding the bank card, froze in mid-air. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The air conditioning in the lobby was on full blast, but it couldn't dispel the fleeting heat on Suya's face. The debt is settled. Everything has been settled. They didn't even forget to pay for the drinks. Sui felt as if her cheek had been slapped hard, and it burned with pain. It turned out that in that woman's eyes, he really was just a complete passerby. She had everything arranged. It's like dealing with a piece of insignificant trash, clean, efficient, and leaving no loose ends. She never even considered asking him to pay a single penny. Because she felt he was unworthy and couldn't afford it. "Oh." Sui took back the bank card, clutching it tightly in her hand until her knuckles turned white from the force. "Jiangwan, you've really gone too far." He silently recited the name in his heart, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. That condescending feeling of handing over something is more unpleasant than being directly scolded. "Sir? Sir?" Seeing that Suya's expression was not right, the receptionist called out to him twice with some concern. Suya snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. "Fine. Since the matter is settled, let's leave it at that." He turned around, not glancing at the front desk again, and strode out of the hotel. The midday sun was dazzling and scorching. In the summer of Shanghai, the air is filled with the smell of money and desire. Sui stood by the fountain at the hotel entrance, watching the luxury cars flowing through the streets and the skyscrapers soaring into the clouds in the distance. That's Lujiazui. It is the most prosperous, yet also the most indifferent place in Shanghai. Call. Sui let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing that sense of humiliation deep in his heart. The most pressing issue right now is not being sentimental, but surviving. He touched the checks in his pocket. That was his first pot of gold. Since she gave it to me, I'll use it. Only a fool would turn down money. Half an hour later. China Construction Bank, VIP reception room. When Suyi slammed the 200,000 yuan check on the counter, the teller looked at him as if he were a spoiled brat who had stolen money from home. But after repeated verification and confirmation that the check was genuine and valid, the teller's attitude immediately changed completely. Sir, would you like to transfer money or withdraw cash? Transfer everything into this card. Suyi handed over her ICBC card. Okay, please wait a moment. A few minutes later. Suyi looked at the balance displayed on her mobile banking app, 1,200,856.40 yuan. 1,200,000. This string of numbers finally put his mind at ease. He's rich now. They've really made money. In this metropolis where every inch of land is incredibly valuable, he finally found a foothold. Stepping out of the bank, Suyi felt her steps become much lighter. Next, we need to solve the housing problem. Although the school provides dormitories, he is bound to a system, and there will definitely be many secrets in the future, so living in a 4-person dormitory is ultimately inconvenient. Moreover, since you have money, why should you force yourself to squeeze into that tiny, broken bed where even the air conditioning might not work properly? Enjoying life is the right way to experience the godly rich system. Suyi took out her phone, opened the map, and searched for real estate agencies near Shanghai University. Lianjia Real Estate is 500 meters away from you. This is it. Suyi hailed a taxi and headed straight for her destination. Welcome to Lianjia Real Estate. As soon as Suyi pushed open the glass door, a series of unified shouts startled him. This is a rather impressively decorated real estate agency, with 7 or 8 real estate agents sitting inside wearing white shirts and ties. Upon seeing Suyi enter, the managers who were previously playing on their phones were chatting all looked up. But after seeing Suyi's cheap t-shirt and jeans, most of the people's eyes flashed with disappointment, and they lowered their heads again. He looks like a poor student. These kinds of customers are at most renting a shared room for 1 or 2,000 yuan. It takes a lot of effort and you don't earn much commission, so nobody wants to take them on. Only a young, overweight man sitting in the corner immediately stood up and greeted them with a broad smile. Young man, looking to come and see a house? The fat man's eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled, and his name tag read, Wang Kai. Suyi nodded and glanced at the somewhat enthusiastic fat man. I want to rent a house. Renting is great. It's popular for college students to live out these days, it's so liberating. Wang Kai warmly led Suyi to sit down on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. What kind of room are you looking to rent, young man? A single room? Or a shared room? What's your budget? I happen to have a few reasonably priced shared apartments available, very close to universities in Shanghai, for only 1,500 yuan a month, utilities split equally. Wang Kai skillfully promoted the low-priced housing specifically targeted at students. In his opinion, Suyi's age and attire must be for the purpose of saving money. No need to share an apartment. Suyi interrupted him, took a sip of water, and spoke in a flat tone. I want to rent the whole place. I need a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, fully furnished with appliances, preferably the kind where you can move in immediately. And it needs to be quiet, with good security, and no random people can disturb us. Wang Kai paused for a moment, his smile stiffening slightly. That's quite a high bar. In this university district where land is incredibly valuable, a house that meets these criteria would cost a hefty rent. Young man, this request is no problem. Wang Kai rubbed his hands together and tentatively said. However, the rent for a house of this quality might be a little. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Can you afford it? Several of Suyi's managers, who had previously ignored him, now perked up their ears, and one of them even let out a soft sneer. Students these days are all talk and no action. They have a ton of requirements when looking at houses, but they run away as soon as they hear the price. Suyi didn't care about the stares from those around him. He put down his water glass, leaned back slightly against the sofa, and looked into Wang Kai's eyes. Money is not a problem. This sentence was said lightly. But given his calm and composed demeanor at that moment, it actually made Wang Kai's heart skip a beat. This tone doesn't sound like he's showing off. Could this kid be a low-key rich kid? Wang Kai is a seasoned veteran, he's always been very good at judging people. He immediately put away his contempt and his smile became even more genuine. All right. Since you're so straightforward, young man, I won't hold back anymore. He quickly made a few moves on the computer and brought up several beautiful photos. This is an apartment in Binjiang Garden, right across the street from Shanghai University. High-rise building with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the Huangpu River. The apartment is brand new and fully renovated. The landlord originally renovated it as a wedding room for his son, but his son went abroad, so he put it up for rent. Whether it's privacy or comfort, it's absolutely the pinnacle of this area. Suyi glanced at the photo on the screen. The spacious living room features a modern and minimalist design, and huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer views of the winding Huangpu River and the bustling city skyline. It's really good. It's so much better than the 12-square-meter bedroom in his hometown. How much? Suyi asked. Wang Kai observed Suya's expression, then held up two fingers and cautiously stated the price. 12,000 a month. This is only because the landlord is in a hurry to rent it out, otherwise, this location and this renovation would cost at least 15,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, several agents who were eavesdropping nearby couldn't help but shake their heads. 12,000? The average college student's monthly living expenses are only 1 or 2,000 yuan. The rent and deposit for this year will amount to 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. This kid will definitely be scared away. However, the next second, Suyi didn't even frown, he simply stood up. Take me to see it. If the actual item matches the photo, I will sign it. Quiet. A moment of deathly silence fell over the entire real estate agency. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Suyi as if he were a monster. A rent of 12,000, and they won't even haggle over the price? Where the hell did this god come from? Wang Kai was so excited that his face turned red, and he almost jumped up. All right. Let's go. Let's go. As if afraid Suyi would change her mind, he grabbed the keys and the contract with such agility that he didn't look like a 200-pound fat man at all. Half an hour later. Binjiang Garden, Building 16, Room 2201. Suyi stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking down at the city below. The view is expansive, and a gentle breeze blows from the river. This feeling of having the entire city at your feet is truly captivating. No wonder rich people like to live in high-rise buildings. It's not just about living, it's about a sense of control. Mr. Su, what do you think of this house? Wang Kai stood to the side, rubbing his hands together, looking at Suyi with anticipation. They had already exchanged names on the way. Suyi turned around and looked at the spacious and bright apartment. The leather sofas have a delicate feel, and a 100-inch Sony TV hangs on the huge TV wall. Even the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen is imported from Germany. This is life. Let's sign the contract. Suyi didn't waste any words and made the decision directly. Ha? You signed it already? Although he was mentally prepared, Wang Kai was still stunned by Suyi's swift and decisive action. The entire house viewing took less than 5 minutes. Even buying cabbage wouldn't be this fast, right? Okay, 1-year contract. Suyi took out her phone. I'm too lazy to calculate the deposit and 3 months' rent in advance with you. It's too much trouble. I'm paying the year's rent plus the deposit in one lump sum. Could you round it down to 0 for me? Wang Kai swallowed hard, his mind racing. 12,000 a month, that's 14,000 a year, plus a 1-month deposit, that's 15,000 16,000. Pay in full at once. That's incredibly extravagant. Yes. It absolutely can. Wang Kai's voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Su is so generous, I'll make the decision for you, the agency fee will be waived. And the deposit will be waived too. 140,000 a year, what do you think? That saves 16,000 yuan. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Make a deal. Swish, swish, swish. Sign the contract and transfer the money. As the payment successful notification sounded, Wang Kai looked at Suyi as if he were looking at a living god of wealth. Mr. Su, here are the key and access card. If you need anything in the future, just call me anytime, I'll be there for you. Wang Kai respectfully handed a set of brand new keys to Suyi, then tactfully withdrew and closed the door behind him. Click. With the sound of the door lock closing, Suyi was left alone in the large room. Quiet. An unprecedented silence. Suyi walked to the sofa and sank heavily into it. The soft leather wrapped around his body finally allowed his tense nerves, which had been taut all morning, to completely relax. Just 2 hours earlier, he was feeling humiliated because a woman had dumped him for 200,000 yuan. Now, he sits in a luxury mansion in a prime location in Shanghai, becoming its master. All of this happened so fast, it felt like a dream. But he knew this was not a dream. This is the starting point of a new chapter in his life. Suyi took the bank card out of his pocket and gently played with it in his hand. There is 1.06 million left in the card. This is still an astronomical sum for the average student. But for him, who possessed the system, this was just the beginning. Jiangwan. Suyi looked out the window at the financial center building in the distance that seemed to pierce the sky like a sharp sword, his eyes flashing with a wild light. You wait. One day, I will stand in a higher place than you. At that time, I will settle the accounts with you one by one, including the 200,000 yuan and the debt from last night. Just then, the phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Suyi picked up her phone. It was a message from the class group chat. Counselor, attention all students, the freshman orientation ceremony will be held in the auditorium at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please be sure to attend on time and do not be absent. Immediately following this were rows of received. Suyi looked at the screen, a slight smile playing on her lips. University life is finally about to begin. However, his college life was destined to be different from others. He tapped his finger lightly and replied with 2 words in the group. Receive. Is Jiangwan the counselor in Chapter 3? The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every speck of dust in the air. Suyi opened her eyes. What came into view was neither the moldy ceiling nor the cramped and oppressive 4-person dormitory. Instead, it features a simple yet elegant ceiling and the shimmering Huangpu River outside the window. Call. He sat up from the comfortable bed and instinctively reached for the pillow, only to find nothing. He paused for a second before he realized what was happening. This is Binjiang Garden. It's a luxury house with a monthly rent of 12,000. It's not that old world filled with the smell of sweat and foot odor. Suyi walked barefoot on the warm floor to the window. On the glass curtain wall that overlooked the entire bund, her young but somewhat bewildered face was reflected. Downstairs, across the street. That vast complex of buildings, covered in lush greenery, is the dream destination for countless students Shanghai University. They are separated by only one road. Let's begin. Suyi murmured softly, her gaze gradually focusing, the confusion replaced by a newfound sharpness. Wash up. Change clothes. He was still wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, but unlike yesterday, his back was ramrod straight today. That confidence came from the more than 1 million yuan in his pocket. Push open the door and go downstairs. In September, the air in Shanghai is filled with restless elements called youth and desire. The entrance to Shanghai University was already bustling with noise. Colorful parasols stretched out in a continuous line, and welcome banners from various student clubs and colleges fluttered in the heat. There are so many luxury cars. Suyi stood at the school gate, his gaze sweeping over the rows of vehicles parked along the roadside. Porsche Cayenne, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, BMW 7 Series. Here, BBA BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi seems to be just an entry-level means of transportation. Every now and then, smartly dressed senior students would help freshmen get out of luxury cars carry their luggage, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles. The students who arrived by bus and dragged their snakeskin bags seemed a little uneasy, silently weaving through the crowd. This is Shanghai University. A mini Vanity Fair. It's so realistic it gets your blood pumping, and so cruel it chills you to the bone. Suyi tugged at her backpack strap and calmly stepped into the school gate. If it were 2 days ago, he might have felt inferior and walked by with his head down. But now, looking at all this, he felt completely unmoved, even with the composure of an observer. Money certainly gives a man courage. Excuse me. Which department are you in? As soon as I entered, a warm-hearted senior student greeted me. Acting department. Suyi replied calmly. The senior student paused for a moment, looked Suyi up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before revealing a somewhat complicated smile. The Performing Arts Department, what a great place, what a great place. He pointed to a tree-lined path on the left, go straight along this path, and you'll see that red brick art building. Thanks. Suyi nodded and walked away. I could faintly hear the senior student and his companion whispering behind me. Judging by his attire, he's from the Performing Arts Department again. TSK, these days even poor kids dare to study acting? Don't they know it's a bottomless money pit? Maybe he's handsome and wants to get into the entertainment industry to make money? Can being handsome put food on the table? In Shanghai, without money or connections, being handsome is just a plaything. Suyi paused, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Plaything? Last night, he was indeed treated like a plaything. But this score isn't settled yet. The closer you get to the art building, the stronger the perfume scent in the air becomes. If the school gate is a luxury car show, then this place is a supermodel fashion show. Looking around, all you see are long, white legs. The girls here wear exquisite makeup and well-tailored, fashionable clothes, maintaining impeccable poise even in the sweltering heat of September. Their looks are also shockingly good. If you randomly picked one of them and put her in an ordinary high school, she would probably be a school beauty. In the Performing Arts Department of Shanghai University, beauties of this caliber are everywhere. Holy crap, bro, excuse me, can I pass by? As Suyi was walking, he suddenly heard a series of rapid breathing sounds behind him. Immediately afterwards, a chubby figure squeezed past him like a human bomb, dragging 2 huge suitcases in its hands. Phew! I'm exhausted. The fat man stopped in front of Suyi, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned back to show Suyi a set of white teeth. Dude, are you also in the Performing Arts Department? Suyi looked at the chubby boy covered in sweat and nodded. What a coincidence! Me too. The fat man approached familiarly, extending a chubby hand. Let's get acquainted. I'm Wang Teng. My family runs a small business. Suyi. Suyi reached out and shook hands with him. Suyi? What a great name. It sounds like a protagonist's name. Wang Teng chuckled, his small eyes, squeezed into slits by his fat, now gleamed with an astonishing light, scanning the surroundings like radar. Brother, we've come to the right place this time. Wang Teng lowered his voice and leaned close to Suyi's ear with a lewd expression. I've done my homework. Our graduating class of the Performing Arts Department is the highest quality class in recent years. Do you know the male-to-female ratio in our department? Suyi raised an eyebrow. How much? 1 to 2. Wang Teng held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Suyi, his voice trembling with excitement. What does this mean? It means that each of us can get an average of 2 girls. Look over there, the one in the black dress, that's the top scorer in the art exam from Suzhou and Hangzhou. I heard her family owns a silk factory. And that one wearing sunglasses, that's the little princess of Beijing's elite circle. She signed with a talent agency before even enrolling in school. That's a girl from Sichuan. Wang Teng knew them all like the back of his hand, as if every beautiful woman here had a record in his database. Suyi followed his gaze. Really? Orioles and swallows, a riot of colors dazzles the eye. There were significantly more girls than boys in the plaza in front of the art building. And as Wang Teng said, the quality is extremely high. Some are pure and lovely, some are aloof and elegant, and some are hot and sexy. In contrast, the boys' performance was quite uneven. Although most of them are good-looking and have dressed up deliberately, their aura is completely suppressed in the face of such an absolute dominance of women over men. However, Wang Teng suddenly sighed and gave Suyi a somewhat resentful look. Someone with your looks, bro, probably doesn't have to worry. I'm doomed, I can only rely on talent and money. Suyi smiled but didn't reply. He didn't dislike people like Wang Teng. Although it's a bit gossipy and vulgar, it's genuine and doesn't involve any pretentious probing. Let's go report for duty first. Suyi patted Wang Teng on the shoulder. The two entered the art building and completed the tedious registration procedures. I received my student ID and confirmed my class. Class 1, Acting Department. This is the legendary star class. 10 a.m. Classroom 201, First Teaching Building. This is the location of the first class meeting for the freshmen of the Performing Arts Department. The classroom is large, with tiered seating. Suyi and Wang Teng didn't arrive early, and most of the good seats in the back were already taken, so the two of them could only sit in the middle on the side. The classroom was noisy. Dozens of freshmen gathered together, all handsome men and beautiful women, their hormones colliding violently in the air. Everyone is busy getting to know each other, adding each other on WeChat, and creating groups. Hey, have you guys heard? Our class advisor seems to be someone important. In the front row, a boy with slicked back hair turned around and started talking to several girls around him. Who's their background? Are they one of those celebrities who stayed on to teach at the university? Not a celebrity, but supposedly even more difficult to deal with than a celebrity. The man with the slicked back hair lowered his voice mysteriously. I heard he's a high-achieving student who came back from abroad and used to work as a production assistant in Hollywood. His background is unfathomable. The most crucial thing is, it's a woman. And a stunningly beautiful one at that. Upon hearing this, the ears of the surrounding boys immediately perked up. Wang Tong also joined in, asking with a gossipy look. Dude, is it for real? How beautiful is she? I don't know about that. Anyway, my cousin who's in the student union told me that the new counselor is a typical ice queen, and she's ruthless. Our lives are probably not going to be easy from now on. The man with the slicked back hair shrugged, his face showing a mixture of anticipation and fear. Sha, what's so scary about an iceberg? A boy with dyed gray hair next to him snorted disdainfully, put his feet on the crossbar of the desk, and looked nonchalant. There's no woman I can't handle. In our performing arts department, teacher-student relationships are nothing out of the ordinary, they're considered sacrifices for art. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Suyi sat in the corner, listening to these remarks filled with adolescent restlessness, her eyes calmly looking out the window. A counselor? He wasn't interested in that kind of thing. All he can think about now is how to use the more than 1 million yuan given to him by the system to snowball the wealth in this expensive metropolis. The 200,000 yuan he received last night, while relieving his immediate crisis, also felt like a thorn stuck in his heart. The woman's eyes. That condescending attitude. Quiet down. Quiet down. Just then, a clear shout came from the classroom door. A girl who looked like the class monitor stood up and looked nervously at the door. The counselor is here. The classroom, which had been as noisy as a market, suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the tightly closed door. Everyone is curious about what that legendary ice queen with a powerful background and ruthless methods actually looks like. Suyi casually withdrew his gaze and glanced towards the door. Day. In the corridor, the crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the floor could be heard. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like it was stepping on everyone's heartbeat. Every step he took exuded competence and composure. For some reason, Suya's brow twitched twice upon hearing the footsteps. A strange sense of familiarity welled up in my heart. That rhythm. That kind of force. It sounded exactly like the woman's voice when she left the presidential suite yesterday morning. Resolute. Indifferent. Without a trace of lingering affection. No way. Suya's heart clenched suddenly, and an absurd thought surfaced in her mind. Impossible. What a coincidence. Shanghai is so big, how could you possibly bump into someone like that? He tried to comfort himself, but his hand under the table unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes. Click. The door handle turns. The classroom door was pushed open. A gust of cold wind seemed to rush in as the door opened, causing the students in the front row to involuntarily shrink their necks. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of black pointed toe stilettos. Next, there were her long, straight legs encased in black suit trousers. Going further up, it was an exquisitely tailored white silk shirt with a thin black ribbon tied at the collar, and a black business blazer draped over it. Black and white are clearly distinguished. It was abstinent yet filled with a sense of oppression. When the woman's full appearance appeared on the podium, gasps of surprise filled the classroom. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It was a face that looked like it had been sculpted with great care, with skin so white it was almost transparent, and features that were both cold and exquisite. Her long, black hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling beside her ears, adding a touch of languid charm. But those eyes. Those narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes were now coldly scanning everyone in the audience through a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. There was no warmth in his eyes. There is only one kind of condescending scrutiny. Like a queen, inspecting her territory. The grandma gray guy who was just bragging about winning over the counselor is now gaping wide enough to fit an egg, but he doesn't dare to utter a sound. This kind of aura was simply too much for these greenhorns who had just come out of the ivory tower of high school to handle. The entire room fell silent. Only Su Yi. The moment Su Yi saw that face clearly, his brain went blank, as if a thunderclap had exploded in his ears. It really is her. Jiang Wan. The woman who had a wild night with him last night, but this morning threw a check for 200,000 yuan at him and told him to get lost. Suya's pupils contracted sharply, and her breath stopped for a moment. How could it be her? Is she a teacher at a university in Shanghai? Or is it my counselor? Fate played a cruel joke on him. On the podium, Jiang Wan seemed quite satisfied with the effect of the complete silence in the room. She gently placed the folder in her hand on the lectern, making a crisp snap sound. Then, she looked up and pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze, like a searchlight, slowly swept across every row of seats in the lecture hall. From the front row, to the middle, and then to the back row. The feeling of being swept by her gaze was like being penetrated by X-rays, leaving one nowhere to hide. Final. Her gaze lingered on the left side of the center. It stopped on Suye's face. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Suye clearly saw a hint of surprise flash across her eyes. Even if it was just for a moment, even if she concealed it very well, Suye still caught it. She recognized me too. Nonsense, it just happened yesterday, how could I not recognize it? Suye felt that the check in his pocket, which had already been cashed but still seemed to retain body heat, had become scalding hot. The woman who once swayed and fawned beneath him, and who this morning left as proudly as a peacock, is now standing on the podium, becoming his teacher who holds the reins of his fate for the next 4 years of university. What kind of melodramatic plot is this? Suye took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. He didn't dodge or flinch, meeting Jiang Wan's gaze head-on, and even, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Since we can't avoid it, we should face it. Teacher Jiang. It seems we'll have to settle this score. On the podium, Jiang Wan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. That little rascal. How dare you look at me like that? She originally thought that after giving that money, the two of them would be even and would never cross paths again in this lifetime. I never imagined the world was so small. He's actually my student? Jiang Wan tapped her fingers lightly on the edge of the lectern twice, then quickly resumed her aloof and indifferent expression. She withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Suye, as if the pause just now was an illusion. She picked up a piece of chalk, turned around, and wrote 2 powerful characters on the blackboard. Jiang Wan. I am your counselor, Jiang Wan. Her voice was clear and cool, and it carried through the microphone to every corner of the classroom. My rules are very simple. First, I don't like being late. Secondly, I don't like nonsense. Third. She turned around, her gaze sharpening like a knife once more, sweeping across the entire room. Don't try to get close to me, and don't even think about doing anything under my nose. In my world, there are no privileges, only strength. As she spoke, her gaze drifted subtly towards Suye again, her tone carrying a hint of something ambiguous. No matter what your identity is or what you have done outside. Once you step through this door, you are my student. If anyone dares to challenge my bottom line. Jiang Wan casually broke the chalk in her hand and threw it into the chalk box with a dull thud. You will bear the consequences. The classroom was completely silent. Everyone was awestruck by this powerful aura. Only Suye, leaning back in his chair, looked at the radiant woman on the stage, his smile growing ever wider. Challenging the bottom line? Teacher Jiang. I think I not only challenged your bottom line last night, but I also crossed it quite a few times, right? A tip of 200,000. This tuition fee was definitely worth it. Chapter 4. Come to the office. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze with that crisp cracking sound. The chalk broke in two and lay quietly in the box. Jiang Wan patted the dust off her hands, her movements as elegant as if she were playing the piano, but her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, revealed a chilling aura that made people afraid to look directly at her. The whole class fell silent. The girl with gray hair who had her feet propped up on the table has now quietly pulled her legs back and is sitting upright, like a primary school student waiting for candy. No one dared to act recklessly in front of this woman with an overwhelming aura. Jiang Wan did not rush to leave. She picked up the roster on the lectern, her slender fingers gently turning the pages, making a soft rustling sound. Each page turn feels like a touch on everyone's heart. Until her fingers stopped on a certain line. That concludes today's class meeting. Jiang Wan closed the roster, her voice still cold and unchanging, revealing no emotion whatsoever. The class committee election is scheduled for next Monday. I will observe your performance over the next 2 days. After saying that, she picked up the elegant black handbag and turned to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling of being scrutinized by the queen is finally about to dissipate. However, just as she was about to step out of the classroom, she suddenly stopped. A high heel spun gently on the floor. She turned around. Those narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes peered over the layers of heads and landed with unparalleled precision on the back row of the classroom. It landed on Su Yi. There was no build-up whatsoever. There was no attempt to conceal it. Jiang Wan raised her fair wrist, adorned with a $1 million Patek Philippe watch, and pointed with her index finger. The boy in the white t-shirt. Su Ye's eyelid twitched. Although he had anticipated a confrontation, he hadn't expected the woman to come so directly. All 50-odd pairs of eyes in the class instantly focused on Su Yi, following the direction Jiang Wan was pointing. Envy, jealousy, sympathy, schadenfreude. Various gazes intertwined. Su Yi remained calm, and even adjusted his posture with composure amidst the attention of everyone present. "You called me?" He raised an eyebrow slightly and mouthed a silent reply. Jiang Wan seemed to understand his lip movements, and a barely perceptible cold smile appeared on her lips. "Su Yi, right?" When she uttered the name, her tone was slightly drawn out, carrying a strange magnetism, yet concealing a hint of barely perceptible gritted teeth. "Come to my office later. Now." After saying those two words, Jiang Wan turned and walked out of the classroom without lingering. De. The sound of high heels faded into the distance until it disappeared at the end of the corridor. The classroom was silent for a full 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, it was like a pot of boiling water that suddenly exploded. "Holy crap! Bro, you've won the lottery." Wang Tong, standing nearby, suddenly slapped his thigh, his round face filled with shock and disbelief. "You're too awesome. We were all playing dumb just now, but you dared to look her in the eye. Now look what happened, you've been targeted by Extinction Master. This isn't just winning the lottery, this is life-threatening." The know-it-all with slicked back hair in the front row turned around and looked at Su Yi with a sympathetic expression. "Didn't you guys see that look in his eyes just now? It was murderous. I think this guy's in trouble, he might be made an example of." "Exactly, I always said that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down." That Grandma Gray guy regained his arrogance and sneered. "What's the use of being handsome? If you offend a counselor with such a powerful background, you'll have a hard time for the next 4 years of college. I think you'd better start thinking about how to write a self-criticism." The surrounding area was filled with murmurs and discussions. Most of them were just there to watch the drama unfold. In the glamorous world of Shanghai universities, seeing a handsome rival who might steal all the girls' attention suffer misfortune is a scene most male students find entertaining. Su Yi ignored these idle gossips. He slowly and methodically tidied up the books on the table, his movements unhurried and deliberate. "Su Yi." Wang Teng tugged at his sleeve with some concern. "How about I go with you? We've only just met, after all. Even though I'm afraid of her, I can still give you some courage." Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the fat man's expression of resignation to death. "No." He patted Wang Teng's chubby shoulder, stood up, and casually tossed his shoulder bag behind him. "Some things are better discussed privately." After saying that, he took long strides and walked against the flow of people towards the classroom exit. His back was straight and composed. The girls behind him were stunned, whispering among themselves, "So cool." Stepping out of the noisy first teaching building, Su Yi walked along the tree-lined path toward the red brick art building. The September sun was still scorching, but he felt a slight chill in his hands and feet. He was thinking, what exactly does that woman want to do? Looking for trouble? It doesn't seem like it. If it's revenge for what happened last night, with the Jiang family's power, there are 100 ways to make him disappear from Shanghai without a trace, or even prevent him from going to school. Why go through all that trouble and publicly call him to the office during the class meeting? Is this a way of putting things out in the open? Or is it? She wanted to confirm once again whether she had said anything wrong. Su Ye's hands were in his jeans pockets, his fingertips touching the black bank card. That was $1 million as a system reward. With the hush money given to him by Jiang Wan, he now has 1.2 million yuan in cash. Money gave him the confidence to confront that woman. But he also knew that in Shanghai, especially when facing a behemoth like the Jiang family, money alone was not enough. You also need power. You also need to have the capital to make people wary. It seems we need to speed up the system's development. Su Yi secretly made plans in his mind. Before he knew it, he had reached the 3rd floor of the art building. This is the teacher's office area. Unlike the bustling classrooms downstairs, this floor was exceptionally quiet, with thick carpets covering the floor, making no sound when you walked on them. On the walls on both sides of the corridor are photos of outstanding graduates from previous years and their award certificates. A faint scent of incense filled the air. The further you go in, the stronger the oppressive sense of luxury becomes. Until Suyi stopped in front of a solid wood door at the end of the corridor. Unlike the large offices where several teachers squeezed into one room, a delicate brass plaque hangs on this door. There are only 2 words on it. Jiang. There isn't even a prefix like counselor or lecturer. That's privilege. This is the prestige of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Even in this prestigious university in Shanghai, where hidden talents abound, she still possesses a territory independent of the rules. Suyi stood at the door and took a deep breath. He straightened his collar and glanced down at his rather ordinary canvas shoes. Then, he raised his head, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Last night on that big bed, this woman didn't seem to be wearing much more clothes than she is now. Even the most aloof goddess, once stripped of her status, is nothing more than a woman with emotions and desires. She's even a woman who blushes and pants because of that kind of thing. Thinking of this, the slight tension in Suya's heart vanished. Instead, there is a kind of anticipation tinged with amusement. He raised his hand. Thump, thump, thump. The knuckles tapped against the thick mahogany door, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. The corridor was deathly silent. There was no response. Suyi wasn't in a hurry, he simply stood there quietly. He knew she was inside. She knew he was outside. This is a silent game. Whoever loses their composure first loses. About 10 seconds passed. Just as Suyi was about to knock a second time. From inside the door, a lazy, aloof voice, yet carrying the commanding tone unique to those in a superior position, finally rang out. The sound came through the heavy wooden door, sounding somewhat distorted, but the familiar chill remained undiminished. Come in. Suyi's lips curled up slightly. Click. He grasped the cold copper handle and gently pressed down. The door opened. Chapter 5 When I'm Your Boyfriend. This is an office that is excessively large. As the heavy solid wood door closed behind us, the faint noise in the corridor was instantly and completely shut out. The world seemed to have suddenly been muted. The first thing that enters the nasal cavity is a cool and sophisticated fragrance. Unlike the cloyingly sweet floral and fruity scent, it's a blend of cedar and some unknown orchid, just like the owner of this office, exuding a sense of aloofness that keeps people at arm's length. The air conditioning in the office was turned up very high. Even though Suyi was wearing long jeans, she still felt a layer of fine goosebumps on her skin. The floor-to-ceiling window directly opposite is enormous, almost taking up the entire wall. Bright sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the blinds, cutting out streaks of light and shadow on the floor. From here, you can overlook the central lake of the entire Shanghai University campus, offering an excellent view. Behind the large black walnut wood desk, Jiang was looking down. She was holding a Mont Blanc pen and quickly reviewing something on a document. The gold-rimmed glasses perched on her high-nose bridge, obscuring her sharp eyes, but unable to conceal the imposing aura of authority emanating from her. He did not pay attention to Suyi immediately. He didn't even lift his head. Only the scratching sound of the pen nib gliding across the paper was exceptionally clear in this quiet space. Once, twice. It has a great sense of rhythm. If it were an ordinary 18-year-old freshman, it would probably be at a loss right now, and might even be sweating profusely because of this suffocating silence. This is psychological warfare. This is also a common tactic used by those in power to train the hawk. First, I'll leave you hanging, using silence to wear down your spirit, making you doubt yourself while waiting in the unknown, ultimately causing you to lose 3 points before you even open your mouth. Unfortunately, standing in front of her was Suyi. The bank card in his pocket, with a balance of 1.2 million yuan, was like a blazing furnace, constantly providing him with confidence. Suyi didn't speak, nor did she show any unease. He surveyed the office, which was full of his personal style, with a calm and open gaze. The main color scheme is black, white, and gray, simple, cold, and without any superfluous decoration. Just like that woman's heart. Several exquisite purple clay teapots were placed on the antique shelf in the corner. They were obviously very valuable, but there were no tea stains on them, so they seemed to be just decorations. Suyi's gaze eventually returned to Jiang. I have to admit, this woman is really beautiful. Even though she was dressed as a strict teacher, with the top button of her shirt fastened, exuding an air of asceticism. But Suye's mind was uncontrollably filled with the image of that crazy night 2 days ago. That body, coiled like a white snake on the silk sheets, those broken and suppressed moans. The stark contrast between their images creates a fatal attraction. Have you seen enough? A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. The silence was broken. Jiang Wan stopped writing with her pen. She slowly raised her head, her phoenix eyes hidden behind her glasses piercing Suyi with a cold light that seemed to see right through people. Suyi remained expressionless and naturally withdrew his gaze. Professor Zhang's office is very tastefully decorated. I couldn't help but take a second look. He replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes. She put down her pen. With a soft click, the fountain pen landed on the marble pen rest, the sound crisp and somewhat jarring. Lock the door from the inside. 4 simple words. With an unquestionable order. Suyi raised an eyebrow slightly. A man and a woman alone in a room, and they locked the door from the inside? But he didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to turn the door lock knob. Click. The sound of the latch popping out seemed particularly heavy in the quiet room. It's as if this lock has turned this space into an isolated island completely separate from the outside world. After doing all this, Suyi turned around, looked at Jiang Wan who was still sitting in the boss's chair, and asked knowingly. Teacher Jiang, I wonder if there's something you wanted to discuss with me? If it's about class discipline, I promise to sit up straight in class from now on. His tone was very sincere. Just like every well-behaved student who makes a mistake and apologizes to the teacher. Jiang Wan looked at him. A faint, ambiguous smile curved at the corners of his lips. That smile lacked warmth instead, it carried a dangerous, playful edge. Su Yi. She murmured the name softly, her body slowly leaning back against the leather chair. Your mental fortitude is better than I expected. You weren't as calm as you are now when you left the day before yesterday morning. Mentioning the morning before yesterday makes the temperature in the air seem to drop several degrees instantly. That's a taboo topic. It was an unspoken secret between the two of them. Suyi smiled and spread his hands. People always grow, Teacher Jiang. Besides, you've given such a large sum of nutrition fees. If I were to act all timid and submissive, wouldn't it make it seem like your money wasn't well spent? Upon hearing the words nutrition fee, Jiang Wan's eyebrows twitched noticeably. That was a chip she casually tossed out to get rid of this accident. I originally thought that this poor student would be terrified and stay far away after taking the money. Unexpectedly, he not only swaggered into her class with the money, but even dared to bring it up in such a teasing tone in front of her. Oh. Jiang Wan gave a cold laugh. She suddenly stood up. Her tall figure appeared exceptionally slender, accentuated by the well-tailored suit trousers. The pointed high heels clicked crisply on the marble floor. One step at a time. She walked around the large desk and toward Su Yi. Every step felt like it was on the beat of Su Yi's heart. That powerful aura surged forth like a tidal wave as the distance closed. Su Yi stood still. But he could feel that the air around him seemed to have become viscous. Jiang Wan stopped less than half a meter away from him. Too close. Su Yi was so close that he could clearly see the fine downy hairs on her face and his own reflection in her pupils. And that cool, lingering fragrance instantly became richer, domineeringly invading his breath. You think you're funny? Jiang Wan raised her head slightly. Although she was about 1.75 meters tall in high heels, she still had to look up slightly in front of Su Yi, who was nearly 1.85 meters tall. But this did not affect her condescending attitude in the slightest. If you take my money, you should shut up like a dead man and disappear from my sight. Instead of acting like a clown and trying to attract attention in my class meeting. Her voice was soft, yet every word was like a knife. Su Yi looked down at her, his gaze calm. Teacher Jiang, this is a class assigned by the school. I can't just come here whenever I want. Besides, I was just answering the teacher's call on me. I wasn't trying to show off. Still being stubborn? A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Wan's eyes. She suddenly stepped forward. This step was enormous, carrying a resolute aggressiveness. Su Yi instinctively stepped back. But behind him was that thick solid wood door. Bang! A muffled thud. Su Yi's back slammed heavily against the door. There was no way to retreat. Before he could react, a long, slender, fair hand reached over his shoulder and slammed heavily onto the door. Thump! A perfect wall slam. It's just that the roles have been reversed. The one who was pinned against the wall was Su Yi, who was 1.85 meters tall, while the one in control of the situation was the seemingly aloof and ascetic female counselor. Their bodies were almost touching. Sui could even feel the rise and fall of her chest beneath her suit, and the heat of her slightly rapid breathing spraying onto his neck. This posture is extremely ambiguous. But it was also extremely dangerous. Jiangwan's exquisitely beautiful face was now less than 5 centimeters away from Sui. She didn't rush to speak. Instead, he extended his other hand. The hand adorned with a $1 million watch had its index finger slightly bent, and its cool fingertip gently rested on Suya's chin. Then, with a slight pull, hook it. This forced Sui to raise his head and look directly into her eyes. This is an extremely insulting and provocative gesture. It was like a queen scrutinizing her male favorite. Still pretending? Jiang Wan's voice became somewhat hoarse, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. It was anger, and also the surging of some suppressed emotion. Her gaze lingered on Suya's young, handsome face, full of collagen. Finally, the gaze settled on his lips. Sui, do you think that just because you've got what happened that night, you're qualified to be my equal? Her fingertips slid slowly along Suya's jawline, her nails gently scraping against his skin, causing a slight stinging sensation. What did you mean by that look in your eyes in the classroom? Provocative? Or is it just reminiscing? When she said the last two words, Jiang Wan's eyes became hazy and dangerous. She leaned forward, her red lips almost touching Suya's earlobe, her breath sweet as orchids. Weren't you having a good time the night before last? These words resounded like a thunderclap in the confined space. Who would have thought? That seemingly unapproachable Abbas Miju on the podium, who set strict rules, would actually utter such blunt and explicit words in private. Suya's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. This is not just a physiological stimulus. It's also a psychological shock. The Jiang Wan before me seemed to have torn off her mask, revealing the flame hidden beneath the iceberg. She's testing the waters. That's also putting pressure on them. If Sui shows any shyness, panic, or retreat at this moment, then in this game, he will completely become the prey, manipulated by this woman. But Sui didn't. The system's support gave him confidence, while his male instincts fueled his urge to retaliate. He did not avoid Jiang Wan's extremely aggressive gaze. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, his eyes becoming deep and intense. He looked at Jiang Wan, who was so close to him, and at her ears, which were slightly red with excitement. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile had a mischievous, roguish quality. He doesn't seem like a freshman at all. Teacher Jiang. Suya's voice was deep and magnetic, echoing in the narrow gap between the two. Your question is rather unprofessional. He turned his head slightly, his lips brushing against Jiang Wan's hair near her ear. In that instant, he clearly felt Jiang Wan's body stiffen slightly. That kind of thing is always mutual. Sui raised his hand and gently grasped Jiang Wan's wrist, which was hooked under his chin. Her wrists were slender, with skin as smooth as porcelain, but they felt somewhat cold at the moment. Sui didn't push her away forcefully, but gently stroked the skin on the inside of her wrist, feeling the pulse beating below. I really enjoyed it. But if I remember correctly... Sui paused, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and looked directly into Jiang Wan's somewhat flustered eyes. That night, the teacher seemed to shout even louder than I did. Looks like the teacher is having a good time, isn't she? Boom! Jiang Wan felt as if something had exploded in her mind. The fragmented images of that night, along with Suya's words, flooded my mind wildly. That feeling of losing control, sinking into depravity, and being completely unlike myself instantly swept over my entire body. Her cheeks flushed red at a visible speed. That was shame and indignation. It was even more so that he was furious and embarrassed after his pretense was exposed. You. Jiang Wan tried to pull her hand away, but found that Suya's grip was incredibly strong, like an iron clamp, firmly locking her wrist. Let go. She reprimanded him sternly, trying to use her authority as a counselor to suppress this arrogant student. But given the ambiguous posture, the rebuke sounded somewhat blustering. Sui knew when to stop. He released his grip, then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Teacher, please don't be angry. I'm just stating the facts. After all, it's better to be rigorous when discussing physiological and hygiene issues. Jiang Wan took a deep breath. His chest heaved violently a few times. She abruptly took 2 steps back, widening the distance between herself and Sui. She turned around, her back to Sui. She needed time to calm her wildly beating heart and regain the composure that belonged to the eldest daughter of the Jung family. Suyi watched her retreating figure. Her slender waist and upright back exuded an air of stubbornness. He didn't say anything more, just waited quietly. A full half-minute passed. Jianwan turned around. The blush on her face had faded, replaced by her usual cool and aloof demeanor. It's even colder than before. But in those eyes, there was no longer simple contempt and disgust, but a complex scrutiny. It's like re-evaluating the value of a product. Very good. Jianwan straightened her slightly disheveled cuffs, her voice returning to calm. You're brave, and not stupid. Most importantly, you're shameless enough. It's unclear whether this is a compliment or an insult. Suyi shrugged, I'll take it as a compliment. Jianwan walked back to her desk, but instead of sitting down, she placed her hands on the table and stared sharply at Suyi. Suyi, since we've come this far, let's speak frankly and openly. I don't care whether you were really drunk or faking it that day, or how you got into that room. But now, we need to build a new relationship. A new relationship? Suye's heart stirred. Is it a case of being kept by a sugar daddy sugar baby? After all, the rich women in these kinds of super rich novels usually follow this formula. But he's not short of money now. I'm not short of money, Suyi said first. That 200,000 yuan is enough for me to live on for a while, and I just won the lottery. He made up a reason on the spot to explain why he suddenly became rich. Jiang Wan sneered, who said I was going to give you money? She opened the drawer, took out a pre-printed document, and casually tossed it onto the table. The file glided across the smooth desktop and stopped precisely in front of Suyi. Suyi glanced down. There was no title on the cover. What's this? Confidentiality agreement and cooperation agreement. Jiangwan crossed her arms and leaned against the edge of the desk, her long legs crossed, her posture elegant and languid. Since you've seen me at my most out of control, we've already been open and honest with each other. She emphasized the phrase to be frank and honest with each other. Instead of worrying that you're a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, I'd rather keep you under my nose. Jiangwan raised her chin and gestured towards the document. Suyi, I want you to be my boyfriend. Suyi was stunned. Even with a system and having read countless online novels, he felt at this moment that he might be hallucinating. The eldest daughter of one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. A cold and aloof university counselor. She actually wants to find a freshman who just enrolled in college to be her boyfriend? Teacher Jiang, are you joking? Suyi frowned, I'm only a freshman, and between us. What are you thinking about? Jiangwan seemed to see through his thoughts, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. It's fake. A shield, understand? She rubbed her temples in frustration, seemingly troubled by some unspeakable household chores. The old folks in my family are pressuring me a lot. They've been trying to arrange blind dates and marriages for me. I don't want to waste my time on those boring rich kids. You need a shield, and Suyi pointed to himself, that unlucky guy? You are the most suitable candidate. Jiangwan calmly analyzed. First, you have a clean background and no connections, so you're easy to control. Secondly, you're not bad looking, so I won't be embarrassed if I take you out. Third. She paused, her gaze becoming meaningful once again. We have that kind of relationship, so when we act together, at least the physical contact won't be too stiff. This reason is absolutely flawless. Suyi picked up the document and flipped through it casually. The terms and conditions are very detailed. It even specifies when it's appropriate to hold hands and when it's appropriate to hug. Of course, many of the terms are about confidentiality. Suyi, this is just a deal. Jiangwan looked at him, her tone carrying an air of complete confidence. If you agree, I will provide you with everything you need during your 4 years of university. Scholarships, guaranteed admission to graduate school, or even resources to help you enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, I will give you 50,000 yuan a month as a sugar daddy fee. It has to be said that these conditions are like a windfall for ordinary students. But Suye's focus was not on this. He closed the file, looked up at Jiangwan. What if I refuse? You won't refuse. Jiangwan said firmly, if you offend the counselor, your days at Shanghai University will be very difficult. Don't forget, I am the eldest daughter of the Zheng family. I have 100 reasonable reasons to make you drop out of school. This is a blatant threat. A big stick and a carrot. Suyi smiled. He suddenly found the game interesting. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. With the system in hand, it's not certain who will be whose prey. Good. Suyi tossed the document back onto the table. I agree. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiangwan's eyes. Sure enough, men are pragmatic. However, I also have a condition, Suyi added. Explain. I don't need the money, so forget about the 50,000 yuan. Suyi stepped forward, placed her hands on the edge of the desk, and closed the distance between them again. This time, he took the initiative. If it's acting, then you have to go all the way. What if one day I get too caught up in the role and do something inappropriate to the teacher? You can't count it as me breaching the contract. Jiangwan looked at him coldly. You can try. As long as you're not afraid of having your hand chopped off. Although she said that, she did not add any prohibition clauses to the contract. Perhaps in her eyes, this boy was just trying to get the better of her verbally. All right, sign it. Jiangwan handed him a pen. Suyi signed his name with a flourish. From that moment on, their relationship completely changed. Jiangwan put away the contract and glanced at the Patek Philippe on her wrist. It's almost time, you can get out now. They were just talking about cooperation, and now they've immediately turned their backs on us. This woman is really pragmatic. Suyi wasn't annoyed and turned to walk towards the door. Just as his hand gripped the doorknob, Jiangwan's cold voice came from behind him again. Remember the last one. Suyi paused in her steps. At school, in the classroom, in any public place. Jiangwan's voice carried an undeniable authority, as if the woman who had just been pinned against the wall and blushed had never existed. I am still your counselor, Jiangwan. And you are just my student. Between us, there is only a teacher-student relationship. Suyi did not turn around. With his back to Jiangwan, a meaningful smile curved his lips. Understood, Teacher Jiang. It's a secret relationship. I get it, it's exciting. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out before Jiangwan could get angry. Bang. The door closed. Inside the office, Jiangwan looked at the closed door and angrily grabbed a folder from the table and smashed it against the door. Asshole. The documents were scattered all over the floor. But in this empty room, the lingering scent of that bastard lingered for a long time. Jiangwan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the shimmering lake outside. Her slightly tired but still beautiful face was reflected in the glass. I don't know why. Thinking of that boy's aggressive eyes and the crazy memories of that night. Her heart started racing uncontrollably. Just a shield. She murmured to herself, as if trying to convince herself. I throw it away after I'm done using it. However, once this show begins, who can guarantee that they can really get away unscathed? Chapter 6 Jiangwan's Sister. With another soft click, the heavy solid wood door closed tightly. The air in the corridor seemed to start flowing again instantly. The mixture of the smell of disinfectant, the scent of books, and the faint sounds of voices coming from afar instantly pulled Suyi back to the real world. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he leaned against the cold wall and exhaled a long breath. If you look closely, you'll notice that the fingertips of his right hand, which is in his pocket, are trembling slightly. That's not fear. Rather, it is a natural physiological response of the body after an adrenaline surge. Just now in the office, those psychological battles that felt like walking a tightrope seemed to give him the upper hand, but in reality, every step he took was on the edge of a precipice. Even with the support of the system, a woman like Jiangwan, who has been in a high position for a long time, could be devoured without leaving a trace if she is not careful. A shield, huh? Suya's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile as his fingers gently stroked the bank card, which was as thin as a sheet of paper yet felt incredibly heavy, in his pocket. 1,200,000. In addition, he also has the identity of a wealthy boyfriend. This plot is indeed more fantastical than those melodramatic TV dramas. He looked down and straightened his collar. The movement during the wall slam had been too vigorous, and his collar was slightly disheveled. Just as he looked up, preparing to leave the oppressive office building, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. At the end of the corridor was a floor-to-ceiling window. Backlit, so you couldn't see the person's face at first glance, only a slightly petite silhouette wearing the most popular oversized sweatshirt and a pleated skirt, with two straight and long legs. Hello. Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of mischievousness beyond her years, and an undisguised curiosity. What did that she-devil say to you when she kept you here? Suyi frowned slightly. His patience was running low. He had just dealt with a major one and simply didn't have the energy to deal with this random stranger. He turned to the side, his gaze not even focusing on the girl's face, and without stopping, he walked past her towards the stairwell. He didn't say anything. For words that are extremely perfunctory. Even the punctuation marks exude a cold indifference that says don't touch me. The girl clearly hadn't expected to be ignored like that. At Shanghai University, especially among the arrogant freshmen in the performing arts department, she had never experienced such cold treatment before. Hey! Why are you like this? A series of hurried footsteps sounded. The girl followed like a little tail, spreading her arms wide to block Suye's path as he descended the next step. This time, with the help of the light at the corner of the corridor, Suye finally saw her face clearly. The girl is very beautiful. It wasn't the aggressive, aloof beauty of Jiang Wan, but rather a lively charm with a touch of cunning. Her skin was as white as a peeled egg, and her big eyes blinked brightly, with the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, giving her a clever look. At this moment, however, those beautiful eyes were wide open, staring at Suye with obvious dissatisfaction. I'm asking you a question. We're all classmates, don't you understand the importance of helping each other? Suye stopped and looked down at her. Even with 2 steps between them, his aura still firmly overwhelmed the other person. Classmate? Suye raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. First, I don't know you. Second, it's a matter of personal privacy for the counselor to have a talk with you. Third, a good dog doesn't block the way. After saying that, he lifted his leg to leave again. You! The girl was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, like a little hamster with its fur standing on end. But then her eyes darted around, as if she had thought of something. Instead of making a scene, she took out a wad of red banknotes from a small, exquisitely made bag that she carried with her, the brand of which was indiscernible. Judging by the thickness, it must be at least 2,000 or 3,000. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I don't like owing favors. She slapped the stack of banknotes in her hand, making a loud slap sound, looking all rich and powerful. As long as you tell me whether she mentioned anything about blind dates, men, or recent schedules in the video, the money is yours. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? This is a month's living expenses for a poor student like you. Suye looked at the stack of banknotes, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. That tone. This posture. It's like they practically have "I'm a rich kid" tattooed on their forehead. What's wrong with universities in Shanghai today? Are there many women in this industry who like to throw money at people? However, the one inside was paying a check for 200,000 yuan and a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan. The guy outside is offering several $1,000s in cash to buy information. That's the difference in skill level. Suye shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. While his current net worth may not qualify him as a top-tier tycoon, it's definitely not something that can be settled with just a few $1,000s. Not interested. Suye uttered 3 words calmly, gently pushed aside the arm blocking her way, and walked straight down. Her nonchalant attitude made it seem as if what she held in her hand wasn't money, but a stack of waste paper. The girl was stunned. She stared blankly at Suye's tall and straight back, the banknotes in her hand seeming like a hot potato. This trick always works in the past, so why did it fail on this guy who looks like a typical ordinary school heartthrob today? Hey! Stop right there! The shouts of resentment echoed in the stairwell. The girl, wearing those limited edition sneakers, rushed down the street, taking 3 steps at a time, and stubbornly blocked Suye's path once again. Why are you so stubborn? She took a breath and glared at Suye with some annoyance. I already told you I was just trying to gather information, not to harm you. Suye stopped walking impatiently, her eyes gradually turning cold. If you keep bothering me, I'm going to call security. You dare! The girl instinctively retorted, then, seemingly to increase her intimidation, puffed out her chest and said loudly. Do you know who I am? Suye remained expressionless. I don't know, and I don't want to know. My name is Zhang Nuo. The girl raised her chin and proudly announced her name, the #1 freshman in the performing arts department this year. And... At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and her voice lowered slightly, carrying a hint of mystery. And that female demon inside is my sister. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Suye's steps, which were originally intended to go around, suddenly stopped in mid-air. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling seriously on the girl's face for the first time. I didn't notice it just now. Now, upon closer inspection. Those eyebrows, those face shape, even the slightly upturned corners of her eyes when she's angry. She really does look 7 or 8 parts like Jiang Wan. However, Jiang Wan is the kind of aloof and mature woman who has matured over the years, like an iceberg or snow lotus. Jiang Nua, in front of me, is like a wild rose that hasn't fully bloomed yet and still has thorns. Jiang Nua. Suyi gently chewed on the name on the tip of her tongue. Jiang Wan. Jiang Nua. The Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Oh. Suyi sneered inwardly. This world is ridiculously small. She had just signed a contract of servitude with her older sister when her younger sister cornered her in the stairwell and interrogated her. Is this what they call fate? Or did God think the previous scene wasn't exciting enough, so he added some extra excitement for him? Seeing that Suyi finally reacted, Jiang Nua assumed that he was intimidated by her identity, and a smug look immediately appeared on her face. How about it? Scared now? She snorted, crossed her arms, and circled Suyi halfway around, as if examining a trophy. Now that you know who I am, tell me the truth. What did my sister do with you inside for so long? Don't try to fool me, I checked the time, it was a full 20 minutes. A normal lecture would only last 5 minutes to make someone cry, but you managed to stay in there for so long, and when you came out. Jiang Nua moved closer, her large eyes scanning Suyi up and down before finally settling on his neck, her nose twitching slightly. And why do you smell exactly like my sister's perfume? It's a faint but very unique cedarwood scent, hard to detect unless. Her eyes became suspicious, like a little detective who had discovered a shocking secret. Unless you get very close. Suyi's heart skipped a beat. Is this girl born in the year of the dog? Is your nose that sensitive? Just now in the office, he and Jiang Wan were indeed very close. A wall slam, a chin hook, whispering sweet nothings. It's hard not to get that fragrance. But his face remained expressionless, and even his eyes showed no change whatsoever. This is all thanks to the devil training I just underwent with Jiang Wan. It's normal for smells to linger in enclosed office spaces with strong air conditioning. Suyi casually made up an excuse, his tone so calm that no one could find a single flaw. As for the time. He lowered his eyes and looked at the Jiang family's 3rd young lady in front of him, who was determined to uncover the truth. A wicked sense of amusement suddenly arose in his heart. Since you're here to be a detective. Since your sister made me a shield. If I don't add some twists to your drama, wouldn't I be doing a disservice to this complicated love triangle? Teacher Jiang was talking to me about life planning. Suyi paused deliberately and spoke in an ambiguous tone. Life planning? Jiang Nual looked incredulous. That workaholic would talk to a freshman about life planning? She'd only talk about how to get you expelled from school. She clearly understands her older sister's personality very well. Don't try to fool me. Jiang Nua grabbed Suya's sleeve, afraid that this only clue would slip away. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered her voice, leaned close to Suya's ear, and said in an almost conspiratorial tone. Hey, you don't seem like the kind of dull, good student. Let me tell you the truth. I specifically chose the performing arts department when I got into Shanghai University, just so I could keep an eye on her. Surveillance? Suyi raised an eyebrow slightly. The plot is getting more and more interesting. Is the younger sister spying on her older sister? Are they still in the same school and the same department? Why? Suyi asked cooperatively. This question seemed to open up a floodgate of conversation for Jiang Nua. She pouted, her face full of disappointment and frustration. It's all because of those old fogies in my family pressuring me to get married. The 2nd young master of the Li family was originally quite eligible. Although he was a bit of a womanizer, in our circle, it's a business marriage, who cares about that? And what about my sister? She absolutely refuses. At the last family gathering, she even overturned the table, saying that she would rather die alone than marry that guy surnamed Li. Jiang Nua imitated Jiang Wan's tone at the time, and although her imitation was a bit exaggerated, it still allowed people to imagine the tense scene at that time. Her family all think she's crazy. But I know her. A glint flashed in Jiang Nua's eyes. It was a woman's sixth sense, a kind of inexplicable intuition. A woman as rational as her, to the point of being abnormal, would never do something with no way out. Unless. Jiang Nua stared intently into Suya's eyes and said, word by word. Unless she's seeing someone else. And this person's family would definitely not approve of. That's why I secretly changed my college application and sneaked in. I'm going to find that wild man and see who he is that has my proud and arrogant sister completely bewitched. Hearing this reasoning, Suyi felt like applauding the girl in his heart. The logic is rigorous. The inference is reasonable. If we disregard the unexpected incident that night, Zhang Nua's guess was almost halfway to the truth. Only she could never have foreseen this, no matter how much she planned. The wild man she had been searching for was now standing right in front of her. Moreover, just minutes ago, she signed a formal contract with her sister to become a wild man. This absurd sense of dislocation almost made Suyi burst out laughing. But he held back. Not only did he hold back, but he also put on a surprised expression of "I see. So, you think I'm that wild man?" Suyi pointed to his nose. Zhang Nuo looked him up and down, then shook her head in disgust. "You? He's pretty good looking, probably the most attractive among this year's freshmen. But..." She held up one finger and waved it in front of Suyi. "Too young. Although I don't know your family's financial situation, judging from your outfit, the total cost of your clothes probably doesn't exceed 500 yuan, right? My sister may not value money, but she values ability, presence, and opponents who can engage in intellectual battles with her. A kid like you, fresh out of high school, probably wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of her. How could you possibly handle her?" Hearing this comment, Suyi was not angry at all. Instead, she found it somewhat amusing. "Little brat? Not even daring to breathe? If you saw how I pinned your sister against the door and flirted with her by hooking my arm around her wrist, I would understand. I wonder if your jaw will drop. If you don't think I'm like that, why are you stopping me?" Suyi shrugged. "Oh, isn't this just a process of elimination?" Zhang Nuo said confidently, "It's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free. Moreover, I have a gut feeling." She moved closer, her doe-like eyes sparkling with a light that seemed to gossip. "You've been inside for so long, you must have seen something or sensed something was wrong. For example, did she suddenly lose focus? Have you been smiling to yourself while looking at your phone? Or is there anything belonging to a man on the table?" Zhang Nuo became more and more excited as she spoke, completely unaware of the increasingly deep smile in Suyi's eyes. Suyi looked at the chattering girl in front of him. "Suddenly, I realized that this might be an opportunity. Since Jiangwan wants to use him as a shield, why can't he use this little spy who came to his doorstep to stir up the waters even more? After all, the contract only stated that they had to cooperate in the acting. But it didn't say you can't add your own drama." Thinking of this, Suyi's cold expression softened slightly. He looked around, then lowered his voice like Zhang Nuo, and said mysteriously, "Now that you mention it, I think I've actually noticed something's not right." "Real?" Zhang Nuo's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. She grabbed Suyi's arm, her nails digging into his flesh with excitement. "Tell me quickly. What did you find? As long as the information is useful, what are those few $1,000s? I'll give you a pair of limited edition sneakers." Suyi withdrew his arm without making a sound. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Zhang Nuo's expectant face, and slowly spoke. "Just now in the office, Teacher Jiang received a phone call." "A phone call?" Zhang Nuo immediately perked up her ears. "Who called? Man or woman? What did they say?" "I didn't hear who hit me." Suyi shook his head, and just as Zhang Nuo showed a disappointed expression, he dropped another bombshell. "But..." After hanging up the phone, Ms. Jiang seemed to be in a very peculiar mood. "Special?" Zhang Nuo was taken aback. "Yes, especially." Suyi recalled the image of Jiangwan blushing from his teasing earlier, and his smile deepened. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her face slightly flushed, and was talking to herself. "What did you say? Tell me quickly. I'm so anxious." Zhang Nuo stomped her feet in frustration. Suyi looked at her and slowly uttered a few words. "It's like saying, 'See you at the usual place tonight.'" Boom! These words struck Zhang Nuo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely stunned. "See you at the usual place?" This is solid evidence. This is definitely a date. And judging from his tone, this is clearly not the first time. "I knew it. I knew it." Zhang Nuo excitedly spun around several times, muttering to herself, "I knew she was up to something. She's been keeping it a secret for so long. Tonight, the usual place." She stopped abruptly, looked up at Suyi, her eyes filled with gratitude, all her previous arrogance vanished. "Hey, I didn't expect you to be such a nice guy. This intelligence is crucial." Although I don't know where the usual spot is, I'll find out as long as I go back and check her car's location records. Jiang Nua excitedly patted Su Yi on the shoulder, with an expression that said, I believe in you. Thanks. From now on, I'll protect you in the performing arts department. After saying that, she didn't give Su Yi a chance to react at all. She turned around and ran downstairs, taking out her phone as she ran, seemingly contacting someone to prepare for her mission of catching her husband cheating. That swift and energetic figure exuded fighting spirit. Su Yi stood at the corner of the stairs, watching the direction she disappeared in, his expression gradually becoming playful. You're welcome. He spoke softly, in a voice only he could hear. After all, I'm also looking forward to tonight's show. There are no telephones there. There's no such old place. It was just a lie he made up on the spot. But a lie can become the truth if someone believes it. This is especially true for someone who has preconceived notions and is eager to find the truth. Since Jiang Nua is so eager to catch the adulterer, then let her do it. If they find no such person or discover some other random thing, Jiang Wan's control freak expression will definitely be quite something. This can be considered a small act of revenge for the unequal treaty we just heard about. Bite. Just then, Su Yi's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It's a WeChat friend request. The profile picture is of a proud black swan. The verification message consists of only two cold, impersonal words. Jiang Wan. Su Yi looked at the name and tapped the screen twice with her fingers. Verification passed. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Jiang Wan, pick me up from my apartment at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I've sent you my location. Don't be late. Immediately afterwards, a location sharing message came in. Thompson Riviera, a top-tier luxury residential area in Shanghai. Su Yi looked at the message, which was full of commands, and then thought about Jiang Nua, who had just run downstairs to prepare for going all out. He suddenly realized. This university life seems to be much more exciting than I imagined. He did not reply with received or okay. Instead, she replied with a meaningful emoji. A puppy grinding its teeth. JPG? After sending the message, he put away his phone, put his hands in his pockets, and walked down the stairs with relaxed steps. Chapter 7 Picking Up My Girlfriend. As I stepped out of the office building, it was already getting dark. The sunsets in Shanghai always have a dazzling, decadent splendor, with layers of crimson clouds pressing down on the tops of skyscrapers, like a richly colored oil painting. Su Yi stood at the bottom of the steps and took a deep breath of the cool evening air. The phone felt heavy in his pocket, not only because of its damn weight, but also because it contained two women who could change his destiny, as well as a huge sum of over 1,000,000 yuan. Call. He put his hand in his pocket and felt the edge of the bank card. Hard and cold. But it brings peace of mind. Since I've signed that damned contract of servitude, and since I'm already on this pirate ship, I have to play my part well. After all, he is now a potential super rich with a net worth of millions, plus the official boyfriend of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Su Yi looked down at his outfit. The jeans were faded from washing, the cotton t-shirt had a slightly deformed collar, and the sneakers on his feet were worn for over a year and had some wear on the edges. This is the typical setup for a poor student. Although he is handsome and has a good physique, this outfit gives him a clean and refreshing youthful look. But this youthful charm might be enough to handle the girls at school. What if I wore this outfit to pick up Jiang Wan at Thompson Riviera? I doubt they could even get into the security booth in the residential area, let alone stand next to that imposing female tyrant as a shield. I need to change my outfit. Su Yi made up her mind. Instead of going back to her dormitory or the luxury apartment she had just rented, she hailed a car directly at the school gate. Driver, to Hanglun Plaza. The taxi driver was a typical old Shanghai gentleman. He glanced at Su Yi through the rearview mirror with a scrutinizing look in his eyes, but didn't say anything. He stepped on the gas and merged into the evening rush hour traffic. The neon lights outside the car window rushed past. Looking at the dazzling city, Su Yi felt an unprecedented ambition welling up inside him. He used to be an observer of this city. Now, he is qualified to join the game. Half an hour later, at Hanglun Plaza. As one of the top shopping malls in Shanghai, the air here is filled with the smell of money. As Su Yi stepped through the gate, a blast of cold air hit her face, raising goosebumps. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, he walked into a men's clothing store that looked understated yet luxurious. Although I've never eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. A woman like Jiang Wan would never like that nouveau riche style of piling on big logos. What she wanted was quality. It is understated elegance. Hello, sir, please feel free to browse. The sales assistant didn't show any disdain for Suya's attire. After all, in a place like Shanghai, it's not uncommon for big shots to buy luxury cars while wearing slippers. But it was merely professional politeness, without any real enthusiasm. Suyi didn't mind, her fingertips tracing across the rows of clothes hangers. The fabric has a delicate and smooth feel, a texture that cheap synthetic fibers can never match. This set, and those shoes. Suyi pointed to several well-tailored casual suits and shirts, and said calmly, "Take my size." The sales assistant was taken aback, clearly not expecting this young, student-looking customer to be so decisive. "Yes, sir, would you like to try it?" "No need, just wrap it up." Suyi shook his head. With the system's support, he had a thorough understanding of his physical data. Also, cut off the tags inside. I want to wear it directly. Swipe your card. Signature. The movements were fluid and graceful. When the crisp payment successful notification sounded, Suyi clearly felt that the saleswoman's eyes had changed. That's the gleam that comes from seeing prey, no, from seeing a high-quality customer. Emerging from the fitting room, Suyi stood in front of the full-length mirror. The person in the mirror still had that handsome face. But his temperament has undergone a complete transformation. Dark gray casual trousers accentuated her long, slender legs. Her white shirt was unbuttoned with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her delicate collarbone. She wore a high-quality black trench coat over it. That youthful, student-like air was suppressed, replaced by a unique charm that lies between a boy and a man. It is aloof, noble, and carries a touch of nonchalant laziness. "Sir, this outfit suits you perfectly." The sales assistant's praise this time was clearly much more sincere. "It's like it was tailor-made for you." Suyi smiled faintly and remained silent. That's the magic of money. It can instantly reshape a person's appearance. After leaving the clothing store, Suyi went to the high-end supermarket on the basement floor. Although the rented apartment is fully furnished, I still need to buy my own daily necessities. Electric toothbrush, towel, bath towel, slippers. He even bought a set of men's skincare products that looked very expensive. After all, he was going to meet Jiang Wan tomorrow. That woman's pickiness about details was outrageous, and he didn't want to be verbally abused by her because of peeling skin or blackheads. Leaving the mall with bags full of purchases, so you didn't feel the emptiness that comes with a shopping spree. On the contrary, I felt very at ease. This is life. A life I never dared to dream of before. It was already 10 p.m. when I got back to the apartment I had just rented. This is a luxury apartment located in Jing'an district, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the bustling Nanjing West Road at night. The rent was 12,000 yuan per month, and Suyi paid a year's rent in one go, which was part of the first huge sum of money he withdrew from the system. As soon as you push open the door, the motion sensor light turns on automatically. Warm light spilled into the empty living room. Suyi casually tossed the things she had bought onto the expensive leather sofa and lay down on it in a spread eagle position. Soft leather wrapped around the tired body. So much happened that day. From being forced to sign a contract by Jiang Wan, to being cornered in the stairwell by Jiang Nua, to her current extravagant spending. It feels like a dream. Bite. The phone screen lit up briefly. It's a WeChat push notification. Suyi picked it up and saw that it was sent by Jiang Nua. Ever since we added each other on WeChat, this girl has been in a state of constant excitement. Jiang Nua, hey. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Jiang Nua, I've already gone to that usual spot to stake out. But I haven't seen her car. Jiang Nua, you're not lying to me, are you? Jiang Nua, image.jpg. The photo is a blurry street scene at night, which looks like the entrance to a hidden upscale club. Suyi looked at the screen, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. That silly girl, she actually went. He slowly typed a reply. Suyi, maybe they've moved to a different location? Like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Jiang Nua. That makes sense. Then I'll go look around somewhere else. To catch this wild man, I'll risk everything tonight. Looking at the spirited emoji, Suyi shook his head and tossed his phone aside. For some, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. But he needs to sleep. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thompson Riviera. That was another tough battle. The next morning. Pale blue morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and fell onto the bed. Suyi opened her eyes right on time. Once you develop a biological clock, it's very difficult to change it, even if you were exhausted yesterday. I glanced at the time, it was 6:30. Get up and wash up. The face in the mirror looked a little sleepy, but the eyes were clear. He carefully shaved off the stubble on his chin, washed his face with the new face wash he bought yesterday, and even styled his hair in a flashy way. It wasn't to please Jiang Wan. Rather, it was to avoid losing. That woman has such a strong presence. If he were to be even slightly careless about his appearance, he would easily end up as her handbag carrier instead of her boyfriend. 7:10. Suyi dressed neatly and checked her belongings one last time, her phone, keys, and the bank card that served as her admission ticket. Go out. Shanghai was still awake in the morning, and the traffic on the streets was not yet congested. Suyi didn't take the subway instead, she called a private car directly on her phone. Where to? The driver, a middle-aged man, looked at Suya's attire and then at the location, his eyes showing some surprise. Thompson Riviera. Suyi calmly announced the location. The driver raised an eyebrow and glanced at Suyi a couple more times through the rearview mirror. That place is a legend in Shanghai. It is also a symbol of status and position. Young man, where are you delivering documents? The driver was clearly a friendly fellow, striking up a conversation while turning the steering wheel. In his opinion, such a young man, dressed so smartly, was most likely an intern at a large company or someone delivering important documents. After all, most of the people living there are successful older people, or celebrities who can only be seen on TV. Suyi leaned back in the leather seat, watching the sycamore trees flashing past the window, and casually replied. No, I'm going to pick up my girlfriend. Cough cough. The driver was clearly taken aback by the answer, and his hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Picking up his girlfriend? Going to Thompson Riviera to pick up his girlfriend? He then carefully examined Suyi through the rearview mirror. Although this young man is really handsome and has a good temperament these days, can being handsome put food on the table? Or is this the legendary living off a woman? Young and promising indeed. The driver chuckled twice, his tone carrying an ambiguous meaning, and didn't ask any more questions. Silence fell over the carriage. Only the occasional robotic female voice from the navigation system announced, 500 meters ahead, entering Lujiazui Ring Road. As the car entered the core area of Lujiazui, the surrounding buildings grew taller and taller, and the sense of oppression became stronger. The famous kitchen set towers high, gleaming with a cool metallic luster in the morning light. Right next to the steel forest, several golden high-rise buildings stand quietly on the banks of the Huangpu River. Thompson Riviera. Every inch of land is incredibly valuable. The car slowly came to a stop in front of the imposing guard post at the entrance of the residential area. Sir, outside vehicles are not allowed to enter. A security guard in uniform and white gloves walked over, politely but firmly stopping the car, his eyes scanning the interior like a scanner. That kind of professionally trained scrutiny can easily make people feel uneasy. The driver looked back at Suyi somewhat awkwardly. Suyi remained expressionless and rolled down the car window. Without wasting any words, he took out his phone and opened the location Jianwan had sent him yesterday, as well as the chat history with only 2 words. Then, he recited a string of house numbers that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to achieve. Building A, room 3601, Jiangwan. Upon hearing this name, the security guard's expression visibly changed. His previously cold and businesslike expression melted instantly, becoming extremely respectful. He clearly knew what the name represented. So you're Miss Zhang's guest. The security guard immediately straightened his back, gave a standard salute, and then whispered a few words into the walkie-talkie. The heavy barrier gates slowly rose. Please come in. The driver stared in disbelief as he drove the car inside, and even after stopping at the magnificent lobby entrance, he was still somewhat taken aback. Thank you, master. Suyi paid the fare and got out of the car. Before leaving, he seemed to sense a complex gaze behind him, filled with envy, jealousy, and a sense of this kid is really something. But none of that matters to him anymore. Enter the lobby. The space is over 10 meters high, with crystal chandeliers cascading down like a waterfall, and the floor is paved with marble mosaic patterns that are so shiny they reflect light. An expensive fragrance filled the air. Quiet. Utter silence. There is no hustle and bustle of the city here, only tranquility built upon wealth. Suyi walked towards the elevator. The butler-like service staff had already been notified and had pressed the elevator button for him. Good morning, Mr. Su. The butler bowed slightly, a perfectly measured smile on his face, neither obsequious nor aloof. Morning. Suyi nodded and stepped into the private elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a slight feeling of weightlessness washed over me. The numbers jumped rapidly. 10, 20, 30. Suyi looked at her reflection in the mirrored wall, took a deep breath, and adjusted her breathing. Although I had mentally prepared myself, my body still instinctively tensed up when I was about to face that woman. That was an instinct for dangerous creatures. Bite. We've reached the 36th floor. The elevator doors slid open silently. There is only one household on this floor. The so-called entrance lobby was as spacious as a small living room, with an abstract and expensive-looking painting hanging on the wall. Directly in front is a heavy double solid wood door. The dark brown wood grain carries a sense of age and the door handles are made of distressed brass. Suyi stepped out of the elevator, her leather shoes making no sound on the carpet. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 7:59. Precisely to the second. Jiangwan hates people who are late, and she also hates people who arrive too early and disrupt her rhythm. Being able to scout locations is a basic skill. Suyi stood at the door, straightened his collar, and tugged at the hem of his trench coat. Then, raise your hand. The fingers are curved, with distinct knuckles. Thump, thump, thump. Third tone. Not too light, not too heavy, with a steady rhythm. After knocking, he put his hands down, put them in his pockets, and waited quietly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There were no footsteps coming from inside the door, as if no one was in the house at all. But Suyi knew she was inside. Just as he was about to knock a second time. Click. A slight snapping sound from the spring. The heavy door slowly opened a crack inward. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open completely. A familiar scent wafted towards me instantly. It doesn't have that strong, pungent, powdery smell. Instead, it's a cool, slightly aloof woody scent. Cedar. Mixed with the slight coolness unique to the early morning, and the warm, steamy smell after a shower. Suyi subconsciously looked up. The gaze froze instantly. Standing inside the door, Jiangwan was not wearing her usual impeccable business attire, nor was she wearing her usual sophisticated makeup that exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, she... Chapter 8. Is it delicious? At this moment, she was wearing a wine-red silk robe with a beautiful drape. The belt around her waist was loosely tied. The neckline is slightly open. Her dazzlingly white skin gleamed with a warm, jade-like luster under the warm yellow light of the entryway. Her hair was wet. A few strands of hair, damp with moisture, clung to her slender neck, winding down the lines of her collarbone and disappearing into the alluring depths of her body. Without those black-rimmed glasses obscuring his view. The aloof, unapproachable makeup look she wore in the office was also gone. At this moment, Jiangwan was without makeup. Yet it is breathtakingly beautiful. It's a pure, mature woman's charm that comes from shedding her armor. Suyi's gaze lingered for a moment on the deep V neckline, then he naturally looked away, his eyes clear and devoid of any lewdness, only showing genuine appreciation. It's like admiring a rare treasure. Jiangwan didn't seem to care about his gaze, or rather, she had absolute control over her charm. She held onto the doorframe with one hand, and with the other hand she held a white towel, casually wiping her wet hair. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes were slightly upturned. With a touch of languor after a bath, and a hint of scrutiny. You're here? His voice was a little hoarse. With the unique magnetism of early morning, it's like the bass strings of a cello being gently plucked. Suyi nodded, a signature, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. This is the first time I've seen my counselor like this at this time. His tone was relaxed. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness one would feel when a student meets a strict teacher. They lacked the humility expected of a contractor who was paid to perform a service. Jiangwan paused slightly as she dried her hair. She raised her eyes and gave Suyi a deep look. Yesterday, although he appeared relatively calm in the face of the sugar daddy agreement, his youthful, student-like demeanor was undeniable. But today... Her gaze swept over Suyi's well-tailored dark gray trench coat and the high-quality white shirt underneath. Even her hair was meticulously styled. If you ignore that young face and just look at his outfit and the aura he exudes at this moment. If you said he was a recent returnee elite or the young master of some aristocratic family, people would probably believe you. If you're not comfortable with that, you can call me by my name. Jiangwan turned around, leaving Su Yi with a graceful back view, her bare feet silently stepping on the expensive long pile carpet. Come in, no need to change your shoes. Su Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Step into this legendary top-tier luxury residence, where the price per square meter is said to be 300,000 yuan. As the gate closed, the outside world was completely cut off. What comes into view is the ultimate in luxury and spaciousness. The living room is over 100 square meters, with one wall entirely made of floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Outside the window, the Huangpu River flows ceaselessly. There's also the International Architectural Exhibition Complex on the other side of the river. At this height, in this position, it feels as if the entire city of Shanghai is bowing down beneath your feet. The morning light spilled onto the river, creating shimmering waves, and golden spots of light were projected into the room, casting long shadows on the floor. Every inch of air here is filled with the smell of money. However, the interior design style is extremely cold and austere. The main color scheme is black, white, and gray. The furniture has sharp lines, and several modern paintings that are hard to understand hang on the wall. It was deserted. It was even somewhat oppressive. Just like Jiangwan herself. She appears glamorous on the outside, but is an isolated island on the inside. Su Yi looked around and finally his gaze fell on the set of Italian imported genuine leather sofas in the center of the living room, which looked very expensive. He walked straight over. Instead of sitting stiffly on the edge like most guests, he sank into the sofa and even crossed his legs. The posture is relaxed and comfortable. It was as if this wasn't the home of the female demon whom everyone feared, but rather his own backyard. Jiangwan casually draped the towel she was holding over the back of the single sofa next to her, walked to the island counter, and poured herself a glass of warm water. Haven't had breakfast yet? She held a water glass, leaned against the marble countertop of the island, and looked across the spacious living room, her gaze landing on Su Yi. The tone was flat. It's like asking about today's weather. But this is actually a signal. A signal that Su Yi was being accepted into her private domain. Su Yi leaned back on the sofa, her fingers tapping lightly on the leather armrest, producing a dull sound. I got up at 6:30 to make sure I was on time for the appointment. He didn't answer directly, but said in an almost teasing tone, unlike Teacher Jiang, looks like you just woke up? I was dealing with some official business until very late last night. Jiangwan wasn't angered. Instead, she took a sip of water to moisten her slightly dry throat. Since you haven't eaten, what would you like to eat? If it were an ordinary guy, he would probably be flattered and wave his hand repeatedly, saying no need to trouble yourself or just eat whatever you want. After all, being able to have the eldest daughter of the Jiang family cook for you personally is an honor that one can boast about for a lifetime. But Su Yi is no ordinary person. Or rather, having acquired the system, he had long since transcended that kind of base interest. He looked at Jiangwan. I looked at the woman standing in the morning light, wearing a wine-red silk robe, exuding captivating charm. Suddenly I laughed. He laughed rather unrestrainedly. Since we're in a cooperative relationship, I won't stand on ceremony with Teacher Jiang. Su Yi shifted to a more comfortable position, crossing his arms behind his head like a master waiting to be served. I'm a picky eater, and I don't like the food from outside. Please just make me something, teacher. If it's something the teacher makes, even if it's poison, I have to try it, right? That one word, teacher. The shouts went on and on. It carried a hint of mockery, a hint of provocation, and a hint of obvious overstepping of authority. He was testing the waters. To test Jiangwan's bottom line. She was testing how much say she actually had in this distorted relationship. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Jiangwan's fingers tightened slightly as she gripped the water glass, her knuckles turning somewhat white. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. No one in this house had ever dared to speak to her like that. Even her father, the head of the Jiang family, spoke to her with great politeness. Not to mention her subordinates and students who usually act like mice before a cat when they see her. Just something casual? Jiangwan repeated those 4 words, a cold smile curving her lips. Su Yi, you have a lot of nerve. The bold get rich, the timid starve. Su Yi met her gaze without flinching, his eyes brimming with undisguised ambition. Besides, I'm your boyfriend now. Isn't it reasonable for a boyfriend to ask his girlfriend to make breakfast? That makes perfect sense. Unexpected. Jiangwan did not get angry. She put down her water glass and took a deep look at the boy who was lazily sprawled on the sofa. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. That was the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. It's also the hunter's amused reaction when he sees his prey struggling. Okay. She uttered a single word crisply and decisively. Then he turned and walked toward the open-plan Western-style kitchen. The hem of her silk robe swayed gently as she walked, revealing a section of her fair calves and delicate ankles, exuding an indescribable sexiness. Suyi watched her retreating figure, his gaze shifting slightly. This woman is more interesting than I imagined. Soon. There was a noise coming from the kitchen. Bite. That was the sound of the refrigerator door opening. Then came the crisp sound of porcelain plates colliding, followed by the soft poof of the gas stove igniting. Suyi sat on the sofa, tilted his head, and looked across the spacious room to the busy Jiangwan. She did not put on an apron. She was still wearing that wine-red silk robe. She casually rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of her fair wrist. What should have been a kitchen filled with the warmth of everyday life has, because of her presence, acquired an elegance akin to that of a top-tier fashion show. She wasn't very skilled at cooking. It was even a bit awkward. I was very careful when cutting bread, and even more so when cracking eggs, as if facing a formidable enemy, afraid that the eggshell would fall in. But her expression was extremely focused. It was as if she wasn't holding a spatula, but a pen for signing multi-billion-dollar contracts. Sizzle. The sound of butter melting in the pan could be heard. Immediately afterwards, a rich aroma of milk mixed with the fragrance of fried eggs slowly drifted into the spacious living room. This taste. It tastes like home. It was completely out of place in this cold, impersonal mansion. Suyi took a deep breath of the aroma of home cooking, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Who would have thought? The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who held immense power and influence in Shanghai and was unapproachable. That beautiful counselor who was known for her strictness at school. Right now. She actually obediently made breakfast for a male student she had only known for 2 days? If this gets out, the entire university community in Shanghai will probably be in an uproar. Suyi did not get up to help. He just sat there quietly, watching. Enjoy this rare, absurd, yet incredibly real moment. Time passed by, second by second. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Wan turned off the fire. She picked up 2 white porcelain plates, turned around, and walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. The voice remained cool and aloof, but upon closer listening, one could detect a subtle hint of tension. She placed the plate on the coffee table. Instead of going to a restaurant, they chose to eat at the coffee table, which wasn't really suitable for dining. Suyi sat up straight and looked down at the breakfast on her plate. It's very simple. 2 slices of toast, baked to a golden brown. A sunny side-up egg, fried on one side only. 2 pieces of bacon, fried until slightly browned. It was also garnished with a few crystal-clear cherry tomatoes and sliced avocado. Although it doesn't look as exquisite as a 5-star hotel, it's definitely a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Especially that sunny side-up egg. The edges were crispy, while the yolk was perfectly runny, and it was sprinkled with a little bit of ground black pepper. It's clear that the person who prepared this meal put their heart into it. Coffee or milk? Jiang Wan turned around and went to pour drinks. Milk, please. Suyi casually replied, after all, I'm still growing. Jiang Wan paused noticeably as she poured the milk, glancing back at him with a strange look in her eyes. Really? She said meaningfully, you should take better care of yourself. Suyi. Is this woman driving? They're definitely driving, right? Soon, a cup of hot milk was placed in front of Suyi. Jiang Wan herself had a cup of black coffee. She didn't sit next to Suyi, but instead sat on a single sofa to the side, her legs crossed, in an elegant posture. Her silk robe slipped slightly with her movements, revealing most of her rounded shoulder. She didn't touch the knife and fork. Instead, she held her coffee cup, her narrow phoenix eyes fixed intently on Suyi. There was something in his eyes. Like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to correct their homework? Although she concealed it well, Suyi still caught it. What? Afraid of poisoning? Seeing that Suyi didn't move, Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow and took a sip of bitter coffee. That's not the case. Suyi smiled. He picked up the knife and fork, his movements not as precise as those of aristocrats trained in etiquette, but exuding a casual and unrestrained charm. Cut the fried egg open with the blade. Golden egg yolk flowed out, soaking the toast underneath. Pick up a piece with your fork and put it in your mouth. 2. Jiang Wan tightened her grip on the coffee cup, her gaze fixed on Suyi's face, as if she didn't want to miss a single micro-expression. Smell. Surprisingly good. The toast was toasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The rich aroma of egg yolks blends perfectly with the fatty fragrance of bacon, creating an explosion of flavor in your mouth. While it may not be as good as a Michelin-starred chef's cooking, it's definitely above average as a home-cooked breakfast. Suyi did not speak. I cut another piece of bacon and put it in my mouth. Then I took a sip of hot milk. His expression was calm, making it impossible to tell whether he liked or disliked him. This silence created a somewhat subtle atmosphere. Jiangwan finally couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, and for a moment, the view from her neckline was faintly visible. "How about it?" she asked, her tone carrying a hint of feigned composure and arrogance. "Is it still edible?" Suyi swallowed the food in her mouth. She took a tissue from the side and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. Then he raised his head and met Jiangwan's gaze. "It was cooked a little too long, the bacon was a bit tough," he commented in a very serious tone. Jiangwan's eyes dimmed slightly, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "But..." Suyi changed the subject, a bright smile appearing on her lips. "The eggs are fried perfectly. For someone who is cooking for the first time, this is already an exceptional performance. I am very satisfied, Teacher Jiang." After saying that, he forked a piece of bread covered in egg yolk, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate it with relish. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan was stunned. That instant, a rare and delightful surprise appeared on her face, which was usually covered in frost. It's like the first melting of ice and snow. It's like an ancient iron tree finally blossoming. That heartfelt joy instantly softened all the sharpness in her eyes. "How did you know?" She spoke instinctively, her voice tinged with surprise. "Know what?" While eating, Suyi asked indistinctly, "Do you know this is your first time?" Jiangwan's cheeks flushed slightly. I don't know if it was the ambiguous word that provoked me, or the shame and annoyance of having the truth exposed. She coughed lightly, leaned back on the sofa, and resumed her aloof demeanor. But the hint of a smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. "You know your stuff." As she watched Suyi wolf down his food, her voice softened, even carrying a hint of tenderness. "This is truly my life. This is the first time I've cooked for a boy." Chapter 9: Making Breakfast. The morning light grew even more radiant. Golden particles float in the air, adding a touch of warmth to this cool-toned mansion. Suyacha picked up the last piece of toast covered in runny egg yolk and put it in her mouth. Chew slowly and carefully. On the single sofa opposite him, Jiangwan maintained her elegant sitting posture. But the cup of black coffee in my hand was already empty. But she didn't get up to refill her drink, nor did she seem to want to eat anything. She just watched Suyi quietly. Watching him devour the food on his plate, bit by bit. That look in his eyes was very complex. There was a hint of satisfaction as a keeper, but also a desperately suppressed desire. Actually, she didn't eat breakfast either. "Last night I was dealing with the mess in the family business until 3 a.m., and I only slept for 3 hours before my biological clock woke me up." In order to maintain that flawless goddess image, especially in front of this guy she had only known for 2 days, she chose to drink only 1 cup of black coffee. Reduce swelling. It's refreshing. Also, to suppress the hunger pangs from that empty stomach that night. In this spacious and quiet mansion, apart from the slight sound of Suyi chewing food, there was no other noise. This kind of quiet was what Jiangwan liked best. It represents order and control. But now, this silence, however, became a form of torture. Because the aroma of the food was just too overpowering. That's the deadly temptation created when butter and bacon fat undergo a Maillard reaction at high temperatures. They seemed to have a life of their own, relentlessly burrowing into Jiangwan's nose. It was tempting her already empty stomach. Jiang Wanwei held her breath. She subtly shifted her sitting position, trying to mask her discomfort with the movement. His slender fingers gripped the handle of the coffee cup, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She was enduring it. Even if you're hungry, you should be hungry with elegance and nobility. She is Jiang Wan. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Shanghai. How could I possibly lose my composure in front of a freshman just because of a little bit of food? However, physiological reactions are something that never change according to human will. Just as Suyi swallowed the last mouthful of milk and put down the glass with satisfaction, the air seemed to stand still. Gurgle. A very clear, long sound, full of protest, suddenly rang out in the living room. The sound originated from the lower abdomen of that aloof Miss Jiang. That sound. In a top-tier luxury mansion where you could hear a pin drop, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. There was even an echo. Time stretched out infinitely in that second. Suya's action of putting down the cup froze in mid-air. Jiang Wan's hand, which was holding the coffee cup, suddenly trembled. That instant, a visible crack appeared on that hard shell that was called cool and aloof mature woman. A deathly silence. An even more awkward, even more suffocating silence than before. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suyi slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the coffee table and landing on Jiang Wan's stunningly beautiful face. Right now. That pretty face, which was originally as cold as ice and seemed unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of it, was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, it was the neck. Her skin, as delicate as mutton fat jade, was flushed with a faint pink hue. Immediately afterwards, that touch of pink spread rapidly, like red ink dropped into water. It climbed up to her delicate collarbone. It flowed over the beautiful jawline. Final. It exploded completely on that bare face. It's become incredibly popular. It resembles a ripe peach, or the most magnificent sunset on the horizon. Even her two crystal clear earlobes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Jiang Wan. This female devil is known for her iron-fisted approach in Shanghai's business world and strikes fear into the hearts of countless students and schools. She blushed. And it became incredibly popular. She instinctively wanted to cover her abdomen with her hands, but then felt that this action was also a way of trying to hide her weakness. I was at a loss. This was the first time Suyi had seen this kind of emotion in this woman. The stark contrast is so adorable it's almost heart-melting. Cough. Jiang Wan cleared her throat forcefully, trying to break the suffocating awkwardness. She turned her head to one side, no longer looking at Suyi, her gaze fixed on the ever-flowing Huangpu River outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It was as if some alien spaceship had suddenly appeared there. The soundproofing of this house. Her voice was dry, and she spoke very quickly. It doesn't seem good the sound of boats' horns on the riverbank can be heard. Suyi raised an eyebrow. The sound of a ship's horn? That's an excuse that wouldn't even fool a primary school student. This is the upper management area of Thomson Riviera. It uses only the highest quality bulletproof and soundproof glass. Not to mention the sound of boats' horns, even if someone sets off firecrackers downstairs, you can't hear a thing here. But he didn't expose it. But the playful smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress. Yeah? Suyi leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, propping his chin up, and looked at her with a playful expression. It seems we'll have to complain to the property management about Teacher John's luxury house. That sound is strangely hungry. Jiang Wan's body stiffened for a moment. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Suyi. His eyes held a mixture of embarrassment and anger, and a warning. If looks could kill, Suyi would probably be torn to pieces by now. Suyi. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words. I'm here. Suyi smiled in a harmless manner. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart and burning cheeks. I just have a bit of an upset stomach. She was still trying to explain, clinging to the last shred of her pitiful dignity. Maybe I drank too much last night and have some gas. Gurgle. The words had barely left his mouth. Her stomach seemed to be deliberately working against her. Another string of even more cheerful and loud protests erupted. This time, they couldn't even find excuses like the ship's horn or bloating. This is a pure, primal cry of hunger born from biological instinct. Jiang Wan shut up completely. She closed her eyes in despair. That moment. She even considered jumping out of the floor-to-ceiling window rather than being judged by this freshman here. Embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. In my 27 years of life, I have never experienced such a moment of social death. Just then, a cold, synthesized electronic voice suddenly rang in Suya's mind. That was his favorite sound. Bite. A special event has been detected in the host's current environment. Target person, Jiang Wan favorability, 10-100. Current status, starving extreme. Detected that the target person is putting on a brave face and refusing to admit to being hungry. Temporary quest triggered, feeding. Task objective: personally cook breakfast for Jiang Wan and make sure she eats it. Task reward: 200,000 renminbi in cash. Bonus reward: randomly increases the target character's favorability based on breakfast satisfaction. I heard this notification tone. Suye's teasing gaze instantly changed. That look was no longer one of mockery. Instead, observe the prey. Look for gold mines. Look at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. 200,000? Just make breakfast? This isn't cooking, it's practically picking up money. You should know that even if an ordinary person works themselves to the bone for a year, they might not be able to save 200,000 yuan. And now, all it takes is stepping into the kitchen, lifting a spatula, and this huge sum of money is in your pocket. The godly rich system truly lives up to its reputation. Su Ye's eyes were shining. That's the brilliance that belongs to capitalists. At this moment, Jiang Wan was no longer the unapproachable counselor in his eyes, nor the beautiful and charming mature woman. Instead, it's a walking, breathing, and hungry ATM. We're going to shave her bald. We absolutely have to pluck them bald. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, it's a desecration of the system and a crime against money. Su Ye's smile instantly became much more sincere. That's the standard smile that service industry professionals give when meeting top VIP clients. Since the big spender is hungry, even if it means going through fire and water, I'll still feed her. Teacher Jiang. Su Ye suddenly spoke, his voice gentle yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang Wan opened her eyes and looked at him warily. What are you doing? Nothing. Su Ye stood up. His height of 1.85 meters gave people an invisible sense of oppression the moment he stood up. He straightened his shirt cuffs, his movements slow and deliberate, exuding an air of unhurried elegance. Since the house is not well soundproofed, in order to prevent the ship horn from continuing to disturb the residents. As her boyfriend, I feel obligated to resolve this issue. Jiang Wan was stunned for a moment. Are you leaving? She subconsciously assumed that Su Ye was about to leave. A strange sense of loss welled up inside me. But the next second, Su Ye did not walk towards the entrance. Instead, he turned around and walked straight toward the open kitchen. Who said I was leaving? Without turning her head, Su Ye's voice drifted from ahead. Since I ate Teacher Zhang's breakfast, I should return the favor, shouldn't I? Moreover, I see that Teacher Zhang's refrigerator is quite well stocked with ingredients. Leaving it there is a waste. Jiang Wan stared blankly at his retreating figure. Watching that tall figure in a dark gray trench coat and white shirt walk step by step into her territory. Are you going to cook? She asked, somewhat incredulously. You can cook? In her memory, most boys Su Ye's age are completely unaccustomed to doing housework. Being able to cook instant noodles is already considered quite good. Not to mention making a proper breakfast. I know a tiny bit about everything. Su Ye had already reached the front of the central island platform. He casually took off his expensive trench coat and draped it over the bar stool next to him. The white shirt he wore underneath accentuated his lean and strong waist. He unbuttoned his cuffs. He rolled up his sleeves layer by layer, revealing his strong forearms with smooth lines, exuding the hormones of a young man. However, Teacher Jiang, let me make this clear from the start. Su Ye turned around, placed her hands on the marble countertop, and looked at Jiang Wan from a distance of several meters. His eyes were intense. My cooking is very expensive. Especially cooking for my girlfriend. Jiang Wan felt a burning sensation from his gaze. She turned her head away and gave a soft hum. How expensive can it be? You can't afford my appearance fee? She is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. They don't have much else, but they have a lot of money. In this world, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem for her. That's not necessarily true. Su Ye smiled meaningfully. This isn't about money. This is a system task issue. However, watching this arrogant fat sheep walk step by step into its trap is a really good feeling. Alright, just wait. Su Ye stopped wasting words. He turned around and opened the double door built-in refrigerator. A blast of cold air hit me. It has to be said. The lives of the rich are dull and boring. The refrigerator was crammed with all sorts of imported high-end ingredients. The M9 Great Australian Wagyu ribeye, even though it was frozen, still had a beautiful marbling that looked like a work of art. Black truffles air freighted in. Fresh asparagus, still fragrant with the scent of earth. Iberian ham. There was even a jar of caviar that had been opened but not yet finished. Is this what rich people prepare for breakfast? Su Yi was speechless. This is practically like bringing the kitchen of a Michelin-starred restaurant into your home. Originally, all I had to do was cook a bowl of noodles to complete the task and earn 200,000. But seeing these ingredients, Su Yi changed her mind. If you're going to fleece someone, you have to make them willingly, even to the point of tears, let them be fleeced. If you're going to do something, do it to the extreme. I must use absolute power to completely conquer her stomach. Then, the one who conquers her again. Of course, you can also take advantage of the system's rewards to your heart's content. Su Ye's gaze swept around the refrigerator. The final focus was on the M9 Wagyu beef and several high-quality looking sterile eggs. Smack! The refrigerator door was closed. Su Yi now had several more ingredients in her hands. He stood in front of the expensive kitchen island and skillfully picked up the German-made chef's knife from the knife rack. The blade flashed a cold light under the lamplight. With a slight flick of his wrist, he executed a beautiful flourish with his knife. That level of proficiency. That kind of confidence. He doesn't seem like a freshman at all. He seems more like a top chef who has been immersed in culinary arts for many years. Jiang Wan sat on the sofa, originally just wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Or perhaps they wanted to see him flustered and disorganized. But now, looking at the man standing in the kitchen, exuding an aura of authority. Her gaze was fixed on him, unable to look away. A man who is serious is the most handsome. This statement may be cliché, but it is the truth. At this moment, Su Yi shed his usual carefree attitude, appearing focused and charming. He lowered his head, his long, slender fingers pressing on the beef. The blade flashed. The movements were fluid and graceful, with a unique sense of rhythm. It was a perfect combination of strength and skill. Jiang Wan felt her heart beating even faster than when she was hungry. Meanwhile, Su Yi. He didn't notice the burning gaze behind him. All he cared about were the ingredients. And then there's the 200,000 that's about to arrive. This is not beef. He muttered to himself. These are clearly gold bricks. Remove from heat. Heat oil. A culinary performance driven by money and conquest. Let's begin. Chapter 10 is a reward for you. Sizzle. As the final crackling sound of grease bursting faded into silence, the smoky atmosphere in the open kitchen finally subsided. Su Yi turned off the fire. Those hands with distinct knuckles did not stop working even after the cooking was finished. He took a pure white bone china plate from the temperature-controlled cabinet. Plating. For a top-tier dish, this is the final, soul-stirring moment. Gently lift with the spatula. The smooth, cloud-like omelette is gently placed in the center of the plate, the egg yolk in a perfectly semi-solid state, as if a golden river would flow out at the slightest touch. Immediately afterwards, he is the main character. The M9 Australian Wagyu beef cubes, grilled at high temperatures, have an enticing caramelized brown surface, which is casually yet aesthetically stacked on top of the scrambled eggs. At last, Su Yi picked up the black truffle. The plane cutter traced a beautiful arc in mid-air. Rustling. The thin black flakes, like snowflakes in the depths of winter, carrying an almost extravagant fragrance, slowly drifted down and covered the gold and red hill. Garnish with a few bright red caviar jelly pieces. Sprinkle with a pinch of bright green parsley. Perfect. This is more than just breakfast. This is a work of art. It was also a check worth 200,000. Su Yi admired his masterpiece for a second with satisfaction, a triumphant smile curving his lips. He picked up the plate and took the prepared silver knife and fork with his other hand. Turn around. I walked confidently toward the living room. In the living room at this moment, the irresistible aroma in the air was incredibly strong. Jiang Wan sat on the sofa, her body ramrod straight. She appeared to be looking at the scenery outside the window, but in reality, every nerve in her body was being drawn to the fragrance. The hands resting on her knees had unconsciously clenched the hem of her bathrobe. The silk fabric was crumpled. Just like her heart, which is in complete turmoil right now. It's getting closer. The footsteps grew closer. What follows is a more domineering and aggressive food aroma. It was an olfactory storm of aromas, the scent of oil, eggs, and the unique, almost hormonal, aroma of black truffles. Jiang Wan's throat bobbed involuntarily. She desperately tried to suppress the secretion of saliva. He silently told himself, "Calm down, Jiang Wan. You've seen the world. Don't act like a starving ghost who's never eaten before." Clatter. A soft sound. The bone china plate was gently placed on the marble coffee table in front of her. Immediately afterwards, the cutlery was neatly arranged on both sides of the plate. Suyi did not sit back down opposite him. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, resting one hand on the back of the sofa, and brought his angular face close to Jiang Wan's. The distance between the two instantly closed. Jiang Wan was so close that she could even smell the faint scent of cooking emanating from him, which surprisingly smelled pleasant. "Teacher Jiang." Suye's voice was deep, with a hint of amusement, like coaxing a child or teasing him. "This is the hush money I prepared for you. Oh no, it's a loving breakfast. Black truffle scrambled eggs with M9 Wagyu beef cubes. Please enjoy your meal." Jiang Wan subconsciously shrank back. She looked up and met Suye's deep, teasing eyes. His eyes seemed to say, "I know you're hungry, stop pretending, eat up." The feeling of being seen through made Jiang Wan's already flushed cheeks heat up even more. She bit her lower lip, forcibly maintaining her aloof demeanor. The gaze slowly moved downwards. It landed on the breakfast plate. It has to be admitted. It looks excellent. Golden egg yolk, brown beef, black truffles, and red caviar. The food on the plate glowed in the morning sunlight. It was as if it were extending a silent invitation to her. You could even say it was seduction. "It looks all right." Jiang Wan tried her best to make her voice sound calm, even a little critical. "I just don't know how it tastes. After all, I've seen plenty of things that look good but are useless." She was making a last-ditch effort. They tried to salvage even the slightest bit of dignity through verbal suppression. Suyi wasn't angry. He simply shrugged and made a pleased gesture. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The mouth can lie. But the stomach. Suye's gaze swept over Jiang Wan's flat stomach, and he smiled knowingly. "The stomach is very honest." Jiang Wan felt her stomach growling again. She dared not say another word. If she didn't eat soon, and her stomach rumbled again, she might as well jump right off here. She reached out her hand. My fingertips were trembling slightly due to low blood sugar and excessive endurance. He picked up the heavy silver knife and fork. "Then I'll reluctantly give it a try." Jiang Wan gave a soft snort. The fork fell. They encountered no resistance whatsoever. The beef was incredibly tender, as if it would melt at the slightest touch. The fork tip pierced the semi-solidified scrambled egg. The golden egg liquid instantly flowed out, coating the beef cube and also soaking the black truffle underneath. Jiang Wan forked a small piece of beef, wrapped it with scrambled eggs and truffles. It was brought to my lips. A wave of heat hit my face. At that moment, her nostrils twitched slightly. "It smells so good. It smells so good it makes you dizzy." She slightly parted her rosy lips and put the food into her mouth. "Shut up." 2. In that very second, Jiang Wan's pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The reserved, doubtful, and even critical expression on her face vanished instantly, like a layer of ice being shattered. Instead, it was an unbelievable shock. Immediately afterwards, it is the ultimate enjoyment. Even a hint of mystery. What does it taste like? The moment your teeth touch the beef, the crispy skin cracks between your teeth, making a very subtle crack sound. Immediately afterwards, the abundant meat juices burst forth in my mouth like a flood. The signature marbled fat of M9 Wagyu beef has completely melted under high temperature. It was a pure, rich, milky meat gravy. No need for excessive seasoning, just a touch of sea salt and black pepper is enough to bring out the natural umami flavor of the beef to its fullest potential. And that scrambled egg. Tender. Too young. It's like a cloud, melting in your mouth. The egg mixture, infused with the aroma of premium butter, neutralizes any slight greasiness that the beef fat might bring. It makes the texture incredibly smooth and mellow. And that seemingly unremarkable black truffle. That is the finishing touch. That unique, earthy mushroom aroma powerfully penetrated the oil and egg scents, hitting right at the top of your head. It's like adding a vibrant touch to a richly colored oil painting. 3 flavors. Progressing step by step. On Jiang Wan's long parched taste buds, a dazzling firework exploded. Tasty. It's so delicious. This is not your average breakfast. This is practically contraband. Jiangwan felt as if every pore on her body opened up at that moment. The stomach, which had been spasming and protesting, let out a satisfied sigh the moment the hot food was swallowed. The warm currents slid down the esophagus. It dispelled the fatigue and chill brought on by hunger after a whole night. Even the brain, which had been feeling dizzy due to low blood sugar, instantly regained its alertness. Jiangwan subconsciously wanted to take another bite. But reason told her to go slowly and gracefully. But my hands just wouldn't obey me. The second fork. The third fork. Although she maintained the demeanor of a well-bred lady, she did not make any noise from the clinking of cutlery against plates. But the frequency has increased significantly. Even, a little anxious. Her originally pale face quickly regained its rosy hue due to the heat and delicious taste of the food. She was even more beautiful and charming than when she blushed with embarrassment earlier. Those beautiful eyes that always shone with a cool, clear light. At this moment, it looked as if it were covered with a layer of mist. It's shiny and sparkly. Staring intently at the food on the plate, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Suyi stood to the side. Looking at this scene. The system notifications sounded in my mind again. Bite. Target person Jiangwan has been detected eating. Enjoyment level greatly increased. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. Hearing the delightful bonus notification sound, Suya's smile deepened. That's right. There is nothing that a top-notch meal in the world can't solve. If so, that means they're not starving yet. Teacher Jiang. Suyi spoke up at the opportune moment, her voice lazy. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Don't choke. If she chokes on this, and something happens to Miss Jian while she's here, I can't afford to pay for it. Jiangwan paused slightly as she was chewing. She raised her eyelids and glared at Suyi with a hint of annoyance. With food in his mouth, his cheeks were slightly puffed out. It looks like a little hamster eating. She completely lost her usual haughty and arrogant queen-like demeanor. The contrast is incredibly endearing. She wanted to argue back and scold Suyi for being disrespectful. But the delicious taste in her mouth was so irresistible that she couldn't bear to stop talking. Then, she could only express her dissatisfaction with her eyes. Then he lowered his head and continued to work diligently. This moment. The so-called reserve, the so-called face. When faced with absolute deliciousness, nothing else matters. She has only one thought right now. Eat it all. They ate every last bit of parsley from the plate, even the smallest piece. This is the instinct of living beings. It is the highest respect for food. Time passed second by second. In the large living room, only the faintest chewing sounds remained. Suyi didn't say anything more to disturb her. I just watched quietly. Watching this woman, who is usually as aloof as ice, gradually lower her guard in front of the food he had prepared. This sense of accomplishment. It's even more addictive than receiving the 200,000 yuan. That is, less than 5 minutes. The plate was originally full. It's empty. It's really empty. Jiangwan even used the last piece of beef to wipe away the last bit of juice that had dripped from the scrambled eggs. Clean plate campaign. The execution was incredibly thorough. Jiangwan put down her knife and fork. She gracefully picked up the napkin beside her and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. She leaned back on the sofa. He let out a long breath. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her face showing a languid and satisfied look, typical of someone who had just eaten and drunk their fill. It's like a Persian cat that has just been fed a top-quality can of food. It's basking in the sun and licking its paws. Comfortable. It feels so good. This was the most satisfying and comforting breakfast she had eaten in recent years. Feigned politeness when there are no social obligations. She doesn't obsess over maintaining her figure. Pure taste pleasure. How about it? Suya's voice rang out at just the right moment, breaking the silence. He crossed his arms and looked down at Jiangwan, a hint of undisguised smugness in his eyes. Is this craftsmanship, worth 200,000, still worthy of Miss Zhang's approval? Jiangwan came to her senses. She looked up at the tall young man in front of her. His expression was somewhat complicated. After the hunger subsided, reason regained its footing. She suddenly realized how unreserved she had been just now. He actually wolfed down the entire plate of food in front of a student. He almost licked the plate clean. If this gets out, what will become of Jiang Wan's image? But that sense of satisfaction is real and tangible. That warm feeling in your stomach is undeniable. And looking at Su Ye's praise me expression. I don't know why. Jiang Wan suddenly found herself unable to maintain the facade she had been trying to keep. He who eats another's food is bound to do so. He who takes a bribe is beholden to it. What's more, it really tastes delicious. It was better than any Michelin 3-star restaurant she had ever been to. Perhaps it's because of the ingredients. Perhaps it's due to cooking skills. Or perhaps it's because of that exclusivity. This was made especially for her. Jiang Wan pursed her lips, the lingering aroma of black truffle seemingly still present on her tongue. She slowly stood up. At this moment, although she was wearing a bathrobe, her aura seemed to have returned somewhat because she had eaten her fill. Only, it's no longer that coldness that keeps people at arm's length. Rather, it possesses a languid charm. She walked up to Su Yi. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. She even had to tilt her head slightly to look directly into Su Ye's eyes. Su Yi. She softly called his name. The voice was no longer as dry as before, but had become smooth and soft. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. What? Not good? Trying to renege on your debt? If breakfast isn't tasty, then there's no such thing as a tasty breakfast. Jiang Wan didn't refute it. Instead, she admitted it very frankly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Yi. His eyes sparkled with a hint of appreciation that she herself didn't even realize, and a touch of impulse that had just been aroused by the food. That's a side effect of excessive dopamine secretion. The taste is very good. To my surprise, she said softly. Su Yi grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. That's good. Since Mr. Jiang is satisfied, then this 200,000. He hadn't finished speaking. Sudden. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Jiang Wan suddenly stood on tiptoe. She reached out a hand and gently placed it on Su Ye's shoulder. Leverage resources. Explore. That stunningly beautiful face rapidly magnified in Su Ye's pupils. Su Yi was stunned. I didn't react at all. The next second. Pop. A soft, warm touch with a subtle coffee aroma and a hint of sweetness. It was gently imprinted on his cheek. Instantly separate. It was so fast it felt like an illusion. But that electric-like tingling sensation traveled along the nerves in my cheeks and instantly spread throughout my entire body. Su Yi froze completely. Eyes wide open. My brain briefly went blank for a moment. Did you kiss? This woman kissed me? This is Jiang Wan. It's that aloof counselor known as the female demon. It's that Jiang family's eldest daughter who just threatened him with 200,000 yuan as hush money. She actually. Did she kiss him first? The entire living room was deathly silent. It was even quieter than when Jiang Wan's stomach was growling earlier. A pinkish gas called ambiguity permeated the air. The instant Jiang Wan finished kissing him, heel landed. He felt as if he had been electrocuted and took a step back abruptly. The cheeks, which had already returned to normal, were now rapidly congesting with blood at a rate 10 times faster than before. It was so red it looked like it was about to drip. What is she doing? Has she gone mad? She actually kissed a guy she'd only known for 2 days? Even though it's just on the cheek. Although it was just a fleeting glance. But this completely exceeded her code of conduct, and even her understanding. It must be because the beef was so delicious. That slippery guy must have made my brain slippery too. There must be some hallucinogenic ingredient in those damn black truffles. Jiang Wan's heart pounded like thunder. She felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. That feeling of shame and panic overwhelmed her instantly. But what's done is done. She is Jiang Wan. Even if you do something wrong, you should do it with confidence and self-righteousness. She took a deep breath and forced herself to steady her trembling legs. Try to make your eyes look less evasive. This is. She cleared her throat, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. This is a reward. In addition to the 200,000, the extra tip. After saying that, She didn't dare look Su Yi in the eye. He turned around abruptly. The silk robe drew a red arc in the air. I'll go change my clothes. He left those words behind. As if some ferocious beast was chasing her from behind, she hurried towards her bedroom in her slippers. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut. Su Yi was left standing alone in the empty living room, touching her still burning cheeks, completely bewildered. Then, the cold, mechanical voice in my mind rang out like heavenly music. Bite. Task complete, feed Jiangwan. Task evaluation, perfect. Cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Critical hit bonus triggered. Detected that target Jiangwan initiated a kiss, albeit on the cheek, causing extreme excitement. Affection level greatly increased, plus 20. Current affection level, 4100, slightly favorable. Su Yi listened to this series of notification sounds. Feel the vibration of the bank card receiving the funds through your fingertips. She savored the lingering warmth on her cheek. The corners of his mouth. A little bit. It cracked little by little. Finally, it turned into an extremely bright smile. This is not a tip. Su Yi muttered to himself, staring at the tightly closed door, a strange light flickering in his eyes. This is clearly a deposit. It seems that this aloof canary is not as difficult to raise as I imagined. Chapter 11, Moving in and living together. Click. The extremely faint clicking sound of the door lock was exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. Su Yi was leaning against the island counter, toying with a clean-stemmed glass in his hand, his fingertips gently tapping the glass. He didn't turn around immediately upon hearing the noise. Instead, placed the cup upside down on the drain rack. He slowly and deliberately dried the water stains on his hands. This composure made it seem as if he wasn't in Thompson Riviera, but rather in his cheap rental apartment where he hadn't yet vacated the place. They're gone. A cold voice came from behind. It was no longer the languid and shy tone it used to have. Instead, she reverted to the absolute rationality and aloofness that belonged to Jiang Wan, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and the most beautiful counselor at Shanghai University. That is, in this very second. Su Yi turned around. The gaze was directed in that direction. Even with the system, even though he had just had skin-to-skin contact and taste bud encounters with this top-tier mature woman. When I saw Jiang Wan at this moment, Su Yi's pupils contracted slightly, still uncontrollably. Stunning. If we don't count the vague memories of that night in the bar. This should be the first time Su Yi has truly seen Jiang Wan at her peak. Her previous nightgown showcased her languidness and charm. And now, she is the queen. Jiang Wan changed into a very well-tailored off-white business suit. This garment has no prominent logo, but the top-quality fabric has a warm, pearly luster under natural light. The cinched waist design perfectly accentuates her stunning waist-to-hip ratio. Beneath the wide trouser legs were a pair of pointed toe red-soled high heels in the same color scheme. This accentuated her already tall figure, making her exude an even more powerful aura, like a crane walking on clouds. Her previously somewhat messy long hair had been neatly coiled up at the back of her head. Her long, fair swan neck was exposed. Two minimalist diamond stud earrings dangled from her earlobes, reflecting a subtle and cool light as she moved. She wore light makeup. Her cheeks, which were originally flushed with shyness, were now covered by a layer of exquisite foundation, restoring her aloof and pale complexion. Red lips and fiery passion. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. She was carrying a Hermes Himalaya Birkin bag that seemed just right for the moment. Standing in the entryway. It's like a deity waiting to be worshipped. Beautiful. Beautiful in a sharp way. So beautiful it's almost blinding. This is the real Jiang Wan. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one of the four major families in Shanghai. Instead of that greedy little cat from before. Jiang Wan seemed quite satisfied with Su Yi's reaction at this moment. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes holding a hint of scrutiny, a hint of provocation, and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. She is waiting. Wait until the little boy who had just thrown her into a panic showed an expression of amazement, inferiority, or infatuation. Even if it's just for a second. She will be able to regain the initiative in this game. Have you seen enough? Jiang Wan's voice was clear and cold, carrying a condescending and imposing aura. She took a step. The high heels clicked crisply and rhythmically on the marble floor. Day. Every step felt like stepping on one's heart. She stopped 2 steps away from Su Yi. Arms crossed. Those beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a half smile curved at the corner of her mouth. Su Yi, classmate. As your mentor, and also as your employer, I need to test your aesthetic sense. Jiangwan turned slightly to the side, showing off her impeccable outfit. How do you like this outfit? This is an easy question. It's also a trick question. If Su Yi only says beautiful and so pretty like a sycophant, that would be too boring. But if he says it's not good looking, then he's blind. Su Yi looked at her. His gaze slid from her delicate collarbone, over her proud curves, and finally settled on her defiant eyes. He smiled. His smile had a roguish air about it, yet also a nonchalant air. He did not back down. Instead, it moved forward half a step. This half step. It directly violated Jiangwan's safe distance. The scent of young male hormones, mixed with the lingering aroma of black truffles from the kitchen, wafted towards me once more. Jiangwan instinctively wanted to back away. But the queen's dignity made her stop in her tracks, though she straightened her back a little more. Teacher Jiang, you chose a very good outfit. Su Yi spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a magnetic resonance. Whether it's the cut, the fabric, or the styling, it's all textbook-level dressing. This outfit, plus that bag, must cost at least 7 figures, right? Jiangwan snorted softly, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. You know your stuff. However, Su Yi suddenly changed the subject. But he lowered his head slightly. He leaned close to Jiangwan's ear. This is an extremely ambiguous pose. From the side, it looks like lovers whispering sweet nothings to each other. Su Yi's warm breath sprayed onto Jiangwan's sensitive earlobe. This caused her previously tense body to stiffen instantly. Teacher Jiang, since you want to test my aesthetic sense, then I will tell you the truth. Su Yi's voice was very low. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of something indescribable. This dress is expensive and beautiful. But in my eyes, they are just unnecessary burdens. Jiangwan's pupils dilated suddenly. She was about to turn around and reprimand him when Su Yi preemptively dropped the bombshell in a voice only the two of them could hear. Because I've seen you without clothes on. You that night. It's 10,000 times more beautiful than this outfit worth millions. Boom. Jiangwan felt as if something had exploded in her mind. Memories of that night. Those vague yet real sensations of touch, temperature, and those blush-inducing sounds. Instantly, it flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Her ears. It turned red rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Then it spread to the cheeks and neck. The once aloof and arrogant queen image was shattered by the seemingly sincere praise yet uttered with a roguish air. A corner collapsed instantly. You. Jiangwan suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yi. Shame and indignation. Angry. There was also a hint of panic at having his secret exposed. Su Yi. Have you no shame? She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. How dare you say such things? This is the living room. It happened in broad daylight. How could that bastard talk about that kind of thing so confidently, so erotically? Su Yi had already retreated to a safe distance. He shrugged innocently. Teacher Jiang, you're the one who asked me how beautiful I am. I'm just stating an objective fact. After all, the world's finest works of art often do not need any concealment. This is the highest praise for beauty. How could you call me shameless? You. Jiangwan was so angry that her chest heaved violently. The well-tailored suit jacket could barely contain the raging anger that was about to erupt. She pointed at Su Yi, her finger trembling slightly. He couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. On eloquence. Although she is a university counselor, she usually has a whole set of methods for disciplining students. But in this shameless field, she was clearly no match for Su Yi. Especially, the other party still holds leverage over her, and even just fed her. Call. Jiangwan took a deep breath. Close your eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the panic in them had been forcibly suppressed. She gave Su Yi a cold look. Glib-tongued. Since you're so quick-witted, I hope you can be just as quick-witted when it comes to doing things. She didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. Because she knew that if she continued to argue, she would definitely be the one who suffered. This Su-yi. He wasn't the timid, submissive freshman at all. He is just a. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Let's go. Jiang-won coldly uttered 2 words. He turned and left. Their pace quickened considerably, almost as if they were fleeing in panic. Where to? Su-yi followed behind, asking the question knowing the answer already. School. Jiang-won didn't turn her head. Today is the second day of freshman registration. I still have a lot of things to take care of. And don't forget our agreement. You are my shield. This show has only just begun. The elevator goes directly to the underground parking garage. The moment the elevator doors opened. Although Su-yi was mentally prepared, she was still momentarily stunned by the sight before her. This is the underground parking garage of Thompson Riviera. It is no exaggeration to say that. This is a miniature world-class luxury car exhibition. Ferrari LaFerrari, Porsche 918, McLaren P1. Those legendary cars that ordinary people would only see on calendars and screensavers are parked here like cabbages on supermarket shelves. The air was filled with the smell of burning money. Jiang-won walked ahead. At this point, she had completely composed herself. She regained her aloof and mature demeanor. She didn't head towards the flashy supercar section. Instead, they went straight to a relatively private VIP parking space. There. A giant beast stood silently. An elegant, noble, and suffocatingly oppressive behemoth. That was a Rolls-Royce. But it's not an ordinary Gust or a Phantom. The entire piece presents a deep midnight blue color, which, under the light, faintly shimmers with a starlight-like luster. The goddess of celebration on the hood of the car is neither silver nor gold. It is actually a clear, frosted crystal. This is a highly customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase. Extended wheelbase. Its very existence represents absolute status and power. In front of this car, the supercars around them, with their fangs bared, look like street thugs in floral shirts, somewhat frivolous and childish. Jiang-won stopped beside the car. She pulled a heavy key out of her bag. He didn't open the car door himself. Instead, he turned around. Those beautiful wrists trembled slightly. Call out. The car key traced an arc in the air and flew straight toward Su-yi. Su-yi raised her hand. Catch it steadily. My fingertips touched the warm, smooth leather wrapping of the key, and its cold, metallic texture. You can drive, right? Jiang-won looked at him, her tone indifferent, as if what she had thrown at him was not the key to a luxury car worth 20 million, but a lighter. Su-yi raised an eyebrow. I have a driver's license. But this level. He smiled, showing no sign of stage fright. I haven't tried it yet. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker, and the best car he ever drove was his boss's BMW 5 Series. But that doesn't mean he's self-afraid to drive. A man's desire for control over machinery and speed is ingrained in his very being. Not to mention, he now has over $1 million in his pocket and a super-rich system behind him. This confidence is enough to allow him to master anything. Give it a try if you haven't tried it before. Jiang-won did not hesitate because he was a novice. She walked to the passenger side and opened the car door. If you damage it, it's on me. But I only have one request. She turned her head, her cool eyes looking at Su-yi through the car window. Drive steadily. I ate too much this morning and don't want to throw up in the car. After saying that, she then gracefully sat down inside. Bang. The car door closed. Su-yi looked at the key in his hand, a playful smile curving his lips. This woman. That's really grand. He walked around the front of the car, opened the driver's side door, and got in. He was instantly enveloped in a sense of luxury, enveloped in top-quality calfskin and solid wood. It didn't have that pungent smell of a new car. There is only a light, sophisticated fragrance that blends cedar and leather. That's the smell of money. Su-yi adjusted the seat. Step on the brake. Press the start button. Buzz. The V12 twin-turbocharged engine let out a deep roar before quickly returning to silence. The vibration was extremely faint. If you don't pay close attention, you might even think the vehicle hasn't started yet. Su-yi gripped the steering wheel, which had an excellent feel. Shift gears. Release the brake. This 6-meter-long steel behemoth, like a submarine gliding in the deep sea, silently slid out of the parking space. it has to be said. Luxury cars are luxury cars because of this. That driving experience is truly unmatched by ordinary cars. The steering wheel is incredibly light, yet it points with precision. The suspension system filters out all bumps from the ground. Sitting in the car felt as comfortable as sitting on my own sofa at home. The car drove out of the underground parking garage. They merged into the morning rush hour traffic in Shanghai. The outside world was noisy and chaotic, with horns and engines blaring everywhere. But inside the Rolls-Royce. Yet it was so quiet, it felt like another dimension. Extreme sound insulation, keeping all noise out. All that remained was the deep, resonant melody of the cello slowly flowing from the car stereo. Jiang Wan did not handle the work as she had previously stated. She leaned back in the passenger seat. I tilted my head slightly to the window, watching the street scene recede into the distance. His eyes were somewhat vacant. The carriage was very quiet. It was eerily quiet. Suyi didn't say anything, just focused on driving. His hands were very steady. Every lane change, acceleration, and braking was handled with extreme smoothness. He doesn't look like a freshman who just got his driver's license not long ago. Jiang Wan secretly observed Suyi driving through the rearview mirror. He has strong facial features and a high nose bridge. At this moment, he put away his roguish smile and became focused. The fingers gripping the steering wheel were long and strong, with distinct knuckles. It turns out. It's kind of nice. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat again. She quickly looked away, and to cover her embarrassment, she broke the silence by making conversation. Good driving skills. Have you practiced? Suyi looked straight ahead and casually replied, exceptionally gifted. Jiang Wan choked for a moment. This person is really not humble at all. Where do you live? She changed the subject. Still in the school dormitory? Although she knew Suyi was a freshman, he had clearly said last night that he had rented a house. Without. Suyi turned the steering wheel and smoothly overtook a taxi that was moving at a snail's pace. I rented an apartment near the school. Jinmo Mansion. But I haven't had time to move anything yet. I just put a few clothes away last night. Jinmo Mansion. Jiang Wan nodded slightly. This is a good location, it's close to the school and has good security. For a student, being able to afford to rent a room in Jinmo Mansion is indeed considered super rich. But, compared to Thompson Riviera, it still falls short. And the taste of breakfast that morning came back to Jiang Wan's mind again. That scrambled egg. That Wagyu beef. That delicious taste made her soul tremble. If only I could eat this every morning from now on. No. Not just breakfast. There's also dinner and late-night snack. She might die if she doesn't eat. Once this thought arises, it grows wildly in the mind like weeds. Jiang Wan's fingers gently caressed the armrest of the leather seat. A fierce internal struggle was raging within me. Reason told her otherwise. Jiang Wan, wake up. He is your student. You two are just pretending to be a couple. It's too dangerous to let him move in. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room. What if that night happens again? But her emotions, or perhaps her stomach, were screaming wildly. Danger? What's so dangerous about it? You're already 27, are you really afraid of an 18-year-old kid? Besides, that's your boyfriend even if it's fake. Wouldn't living together be a better way to keep things under wraps? Most importantly, that's black truffle scrambled eggs. In just a few seconds, Jiang Wan's stomach completely won over her reason. She turned her head, looking at Suya's profile. His eyes flickered a few times before finally settling on a seemingly casual yet tense and resolute expression. Suyi. She called out. Suyi tilted her head slightly. Let's cancel the Jinmo Mansion offer. Jiang Wan's voice was very calm, as if she were simply saying that the air conditioning in the car was a little cold. Why? Suyi was taken aback. Inconvenient. Jiang Wan gave an extremely perfunctory reason. We have to pretend to be a couple, and we also have to deal with the spies from our family and school. If you live outside, I'll have to run around every time I want to find you, which is a waste of time. And since they are a couple in love. Living apart in different places makes it easy for the secret to be exposed. Suyi paused slightly on the steering wheel. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Wan with a half smile. His eyes held a hint of knowing mockery. So, what does teacher Jiang mean? Jiang Wan took a deep breath. Once she's made up her mind, she won't hesitate. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She always tries to get what she wants. Even if it's just a cook, oh no, a fake boyfriend. She looked directly into Suya's eyes, her red lips parted slightly, and uttered a sentence that was enough to drive all the male students in Shanghai's universities crazy. Move over here. Live with me. Chapter 12 includes 3 meals a day. Move over here. Live with me. These 6 words, in the Rolls-Royce cabin where you could hear a pin drop, were like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Suya's hands, gripping the steering wheel, did not tremble even slightly because of those words. The car continued to glide smoothly on the Yan'an elevated road. Only. The faint smile on his lips now seemed to spread like ink, gradually deepening and taking on an obvious hint of mockery. Through the rearview mirror, he precisely spotted the seemingly calm figure in the back seat. Teacher Jiang. Su Yi spoke. His tone carried a nonchalant laziness. Even though I know I'm handsome. Although I know that the experience that night might have made you crave more. But, are you really so comfortable letting a wolf that's just had its fill of meat into your sheepfold? Suya's fingers tapped lightly on the leather steering wheel, producing a dull sound. 1 time. 2 times. Combined with certain indescribable memories from that night. Highly suggestive. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room. Especially since you know that I don't have much of a sense of respect for you as a teacher and student. Suyi tilted her head slightly, glancing behind her out of the corner of her eye. His voice lowered a few decibels. It carries a kind of aggression unique to young men. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Or rather, is this exactly what you, Teacher Jiang, have been hoping for deep down? Provocation tactic. A blatant act of flirting. If it were Jiang Wan 10 minutes ago, she might have been mortified and furious, or even angrily told him to stop the car. But Jiang Wan now. After experiencing that baptism of black truffle scrambled eggs, and that brief moment of struggle between reason and appetite, her defense mechanisms have been upgraded. In the back seat, Jiang Wan gracefully crossed her legs. The tips of those red-soled high heels drew a haughty arc in the air. She lifted her eyelids. Through the rearview mirror, their eyes met head-on in mid-air. There was no dodging. There was no shyness. There is only one kind of confidence that belongs to those in positions of power, a confidence bordering on arrogance. Afraid? Jiang Wan chuckled softly. The laughter even carried a hint of contempt. Su Yi, you seem to have some misunderstanding about your own charm, or rather, about my taste. She reached out her fingers and gently smoothed the strands of hair at her temples, which were not disheveled. The movements were slow and methodical. Yet it exudes an indescribable charm. First, that night was an accident, it was the effect of alcohol, it doesn't mean you have any special abilities. Second, this is Shanghai, and I am Jiang Wan. Thomson Riviera's security system is connected to the Jiang family's private security team. As long as you dare to do anything out of line. Jiang Wan paused, her eyes suddenly turning sharp. Like a queen looking down upon her subjects. In less than 3 minutes, you will be thrown from the 30th floor and become a floating corpse in the Huangpu River. What do you think? You think I'm afraid? Harsh words. A typical threat from a rich heiress. But Su Yi could tell from her slightly tense finger joints that she was all bark and no bite. This woman. They're still so stubborn. Su Yi didn't expose her, but just shrugged. All right. Since the beautiful Jiang is so confident, it would seem ungrateful of me, a poor student, to refuse. Being able to live in Thomson Riviera and also live with the most beautiful woman in Shanghai. I'll take this gigolo. Su Yi agreed readily. So straightforward that even Jiang Wan, who had prepared a whole host of persuasive words, was taken aback. So, he agreed? She had originally thought that, given the arrogance the boy had just displayed, he would at least show some restraint, or refuse out of some sense of male pride. Unexpected. He accepted it so readily. They can even use the term living off a woman so confidently. Jiang Wan felt inexplicably relieved. But then, she felt somewhat annoyed. It felt like I had carefully prepared a punch, only to land on cotton. But Jiang Wan quickly composed herself. She must re-establish her dominant position in this game. Even if it's just on the surface. There is no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free Thompson Riviera. Jongwon sat up slightly, her tone returning to its usual businesslike indifference. Even though you moved in to help me with my act. But now that you've moved in, you have to follow my rules. Suyi raised an eyebrow. For example? For example, you are not allowed to enter my room without my permission. For example, you are not allowed to bring anyone back to stay overnight, especially girls. For example. Jongwon paused for a moment. Her throat bobbed involuntarily. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if he were concealing some true intention that was about to be exposed. Given that we're playing a couple. In order to increase the realism of life, and cultivate the necessary understanding. From now on, the family will have 3 meals a day. You're in charge. After saying that, Jongwon's heart beat a little faster. She is waiting. Waiting for Suye's reaction. That's her real purpose. What shield, what pretending to be a couple, what for convenience? They're all just excuses. What she wanted was a pair of hands that could turn the rotten into the magical, a pair of hands that could make delicious food that made her soul tremble. As long as I can eat that level of cuisine every day. Let alone letting Suyi move in. Even if she had to pay the rent herself, she wouldn't mind. In the driver's seat. Suyi was taken aback at first. Then, as if he understood something, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The laughter was low and echoed in the carriage. I see. Suyi looked at the woman, who was still pretending to be aloof, through the rearview mirror, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. After all that effort. She's not only a rich woman, but also a foodie. Moreover, he's a top-tier foodie who's willing to invite wolves into the house just for the sake of eating. Why are you laughing? Jongwon felt a little guilty at his laughter and couldn't help but frown. Is that funny? Without. Suyi suppressed her smile, but the corners of her mouth still curved upwards. I just think that Teacher Jiang has a pretty clever plan. I not only have to be a shield, but also a cook. She holds multiple positions. Jongwon snorted coldly, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll cover all the cost of the ingredients. In addition, the monthly keeping fee has increased from 50,000 to 80,000. A fee for the hard work of cooking. Even though she's a foodie. But she is also a capitalist. In her view, problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Suyi whistled. 80,000? Boss Jiang is very generous. Make a deal. Suyi agreed even more readily. Joke. It's just cooking a meal. For someone with a super rich system like him, these skills are nothing. And watching this usually aloof and icy woman show such a satisfied, even dazed expression as she cooks, I was amazed. This sense of conquest. It's much more enjoyable than that 80,000 yuan. I'll have the freshest ingredients delivered every morning. Jongwon added, her tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of urgency. Tonight. I'd like something light. Suyi nodded, okay, then I'll make boiled cabbage and clear broth and some wensi tofu tonight. Upon hearing the names of these 2 dishes, Jongwon's eyes lit up noticeably. Although she didn't know how well Suyi could cook dishes worthy of a state banquet. But even such a simple scrambled egg can be made so amazingly. Presumably. Glug. Jongwon swallowed again. She quickly turned her head to look out the window, afraid that Suyi would see her looking somewhat disappointing at that moment. The car sped along. Although Shanghai's traffic is congested, it seems to become much smoother in front of this Rolls-Royce with special license plates. That's the power of money. The surrounding vehicles, whether they are luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan or taxis that occasionally pass by, will subconsciously keep their distance. They were terrified of accidentally bumping into the steel behemoth worth millions. Half an hour later, the car entered the Songjian University town area. The once bustling business district with its towering buildings has gradually faded away. Instead, a youthful, academic style has taken its place. The plane trees on both sides of the road are lush and green. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the asphalt road. Today is the 2nd day of registration for new students at universities in Shanghai. There are still 3 days until the official start of school. But that doesn't stop the place from being bustling with people. At the school gate at this moment, It was already bustling with traffic. To welcome this year's freshmen, Shanghai University has opened multiple entrances. Even so, the school gate was still completely blocked. Various private cars lined up in a long queue. From ordinary Toyotas and Volkswagens to slightly better Mercedes-Benz and BMWs. Occasionally, you can see a few Porsches or Maseratis, which are wealthy second-generation kids from well-off families showing off their presence. Most of the car owners or parents honked their horns impatiently. The young students dragged their suitcases, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement for university life. However, amidst all this noise and commotion, a deep, resonant engine sound, like the cry of a whale from the deep sea, slowly approached. All eyes were on them. Almost subconsciously, I was drawn to that deep midnight blue. Holy crap! That's Rolls-Royce? Or a Phantom? This color seems to be a custom-made version? Wow, that's awesome. Which super-rich second-generation heir has arrived? A commotion broke out in the crowd. The already congested traffic slowed down when they saw this behemoth with a crystal goddess of celebration on its hood approaching. Miraculously, a passage was automatically created. This is not just because the car is expensive. It's also because of the aura that this car represents. With one hand on the steering wheel, Sui calmly maneuvered the 6-meter-long sedan through the crowd. Through the car window with one-way vision film applied. He could clearly see the envious, jealous, or shocked looks from the outside world. Once upon a time, he was one of these people. Looking at my peers driving luxury cars, I felt disdain, but mostly a bitter taste in my mouth. And now, he was sitting in the car. It has become a sight to behold in the eyes of others. This shift in perspective caused a subtle change in Suya's state of mind. Is this the power of a system? No. This is just the beginning. The car was not parked at the temporary parking spot outside the school like other private cars. Instead, it drove straight to the dedicated lane that is only accessible to faculty, staff, and special vehicles. The security guard at the entrance was directing traffic with a stern face. I saw this car approaching. I was taken aback at first. I immediately recognized the license plate. That's not an ordinary license plate. That's the Jiang family's car. The security guard's expression instantly changed from serious to respectful, and he even pressed the remote control for the barrier gate before the car had even gotten close. And he stood ramrod straight and gave a perfect salute. Suyi did not register the parking. He stepped on the gas and slid straight into the campus. That's privilege. At Shanghai University, the name Jiangwan is a privilege in itself. The car drove slowly along the main road of the campus. On both sides are antique-style teaching buildings and modern libraries. The return rate is still 100%. Suyi parked the car steadily downstairs in front of the administration building. Arrive. Suyi shifted into park and turned to look at the back seat. Jiangwan at this moment. She has fully embraced the role of teacher Jiang. She straightened her collar, and her expression returned to its signature cool and aloofness. The foodie persona I had at home, who was easily swayed by a single breakfast, seemed to have never existed. Jiangwan responded with a faint yes. She didn't rush to get off the bus. Instead, he glanced through the car window at the students outside who were curiously examining the vehicle. Then, she turned her head. His gaze fell on Suyi. The registration period for new students ends in the next few days. You have 3 days of free time. Get familiar with the campus environment, or go pack your luggage. I don't want you to move in with a bunch of messy junk. Suyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm a bit of a germaphobe." That would be best. As Jiangwan spoke, she reached out and pushed open the car door. In that very instant, the air below the administration building seemed to freeze for a second. First, a slender, fair leg landed, wearing red-soled high heels. Immediately afterwards, Jiangwan's tall and slender figure slowly stepped out of the car. Sunlight shone on her off-white business suit, making it gleam like pearls. Cold and aloof. Noble. Arrogant and overbearing. Hiss. Whether it was a passing boy or a teacher who came to handle business, everyone around couldn't help but gasp. It's Teacher Jiang. My God, is that Jiangwan? Our school's most beautiful counselor? She's so beautiful. Is this the legendary heiress of a Chable? How did she get out of the Rolls-Royce? Who was the man driving it? Whispers spread like a tide. All eyes were shifting back and forth between Jiang Wan and Su Yi in the driver's seat. It is full of gossip and exploration. Jiang Wan seemed to be used to such a scene of being the center of attention. She didn't even lift her eyelids. Just before closing the car door, bending slightly over, he spoke to Su Yi in the driver's seat in a tone that seemed calm, but which only the two of them could understand. Besides, don't forget the dinner. What if it doesn't taste good? A dangerous smile curved at the corners of Jiang Wan's lips. You're dead. After saying that, bang. The car door closed. Jiang Wan, carrying the Hermes Birkin bag, walked towards the entrance of the administration building without looking back. High heels clicked on the marble steps. Day. Every step she took exuded the aura of a queen's coronation. Su Yi was left alone in the driver's seat. Watching that receding figure, I shook my head helplessly. This woman. Isn't that last sentence the key point? Chapter 13, A Pounce. The Rolls-Royce's doors had just closed, shutting out the prying and envious glances from the outside world. Silence returned to the carriage. The tranquility provided by top-quality soundproofing materials gives one the illusion of being isolated from the world. Su Yi leaned back in the leather driver's seat, the cool and sophisticated woody scent of Jiang Wan still lingering in his nostrils. That's the smell of money. It was also the unique scent of that aloof and mature woman. Oh. Su Yi chuckled softly, his fingers tracing the double-R logo on the steering wheel. This is not about living off a woman. This is clearly a hard dish earned through skill. He raised his wrist and glanced at the valuable Vacheron Constantin watch, one of the small items he had obtained from the system's newbie gift pack last night. It's still early. There were still a few hours before I could prepare dinner for that young lady. Just then. Buzz. The phone on the center console suddenly lit up. A WeChat message popped up. The nickname consists of only one character. It was followed by a puffed-up emoji. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Zhang Nuo. He was a freshman in the Performing Arts Department of Shanghai University, and also someone he met in the freshman group, a nitpicker. The two's previous chat history can basically be summarized as bantering. Su Yi picked up her phone and swiped the screen. Nuo, Su Yi. Where are you? Nuo, I've been at school for half a day, where have you been gallivanting around? Nuo, didn't we agree that you'd treat me to milk tea when we got to school? You're not just avoiding me because you're worried about your wallet getting emptier, are you? Even through the screen, Su Yi could imagine the girl's fierce and aggressive appearance. He curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and typed a reply with one hand. Su Yi, just arrived, familiarizing myself with the layout of the administration building. Su Yi, forget about milk tea, I'm short on cash lately, I'm working as a driver for a capitalist. Send. Su Yi did not lie completely. He was indeed acting as a driver for the capitalist Jiang Wan. As for being short on cash, looking at the 7-figure balance in her bank card, Su Yi chose to ignore it without batting an eye. The other party replied almost instantly. Nuo, administration building? Promise. Nuo, I'm also near the administration building. Where are you? Send me your location. Nuo, I'm thirsty. Since you don't have money to treat me, I'll be merciful and treat you to a cup of Mishue ice cream. Just stay there and don't move. Su Yi looked at the message on the screen, but hadn't had a chance to reply yet. In the rearview mirror, a considerable commotion was seen on the tree-lined path beside the administration building. The crowd that had been gathered around looking at the Rolls-Royce seemed to have their attention drawn to something new. Holy crap, look over there. Is that a freshman in the Performing Arts Department? Her looks are absolutely stunning. That figure, that face, she's totally cut out for a career in entertainment. He looks familiar. Isn't he Jiang Nuo, who's really popular on this short video platform? The murmurs could be faintly heard through the car window. Su Yi subconsciously looked up. In the sunlight not far away, a girl dressed in striking attire was walking briskly towards them. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Wearing a stylish black off-shoulder short t-shirt and high-waisted denim shorts, her two long, straight, white legs were exposed to the air without reservation, almost dazzlingly white. She was wearing a pair of limited-edition Balenciaga chunky sneakers. Her chestnut brown, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore 2 delicate crystal hair clips. Youth. Hot and spicy. If Jiangwan is an ice lotus blooming atop a high mountain, her beauty is beyond compare. This young girl is like a thorny red rose, full of vibrant life and untamed wildness. It was Jiang Nuo. At this moment, Jiang Nuo was holding an unopened cup of milk tea in her hand, her bright eyes looking around as if searching for something. Her appearance instantly seemed to raise the temperature in the surrounding area by several degrees. Many boys stared intently at her, and some even took out their phones to take pictures secretly. But Jiang Nuo was clearly used to this kind of scene. She didn't care at all about the stares of those around her. Her delicate face showed a hint of anxiety and some kind of inexplicable expectation. This guy said he was in the administration building, where is he? Jiang Nuo muttered something. She took out her phone, ready to make a voice call to Su Yi. However, the moment she looked up, her gaze was drawn to the huge midnight blue sedan parked at the main entrance of the administration building. To be precise, I was attracted by the license plate. A JW888. Jiang Nuo, who had been searching around, suddenly stopped. That instant, her big eyes, which had been searching for Su Yi, suddenly widened in surprise. Her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. This car. This license plate. Isn't this my sister's car? Jiang Nuo was stunned. As the third young lady of the Jiang family, she naturally recognized this globally limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is Jiangwan's personal car. My precious child, whom I usually won't even let her touch. How did I end up here? Did my older sister come to school too? Jiang Nuo's heart skipped a beat. Although she is a proud little peacock in front of outsiders, she has been suppressed by her bloodline since childhood in front of her powerful older sister. If my sister were here. Jiang Nuo instinctively shrank her neck, wanting to turn around and slip away. But then I thought about it again. That's not right. Doesn't my sister hate noisy, crowded places the most? Moreover, today is the day for new students to register. As a counselor, my sister should be busy in the office. Why would she park her car in such a conspicuous place and attract so much attention? There's something fishy going on here. Strong curiosity overcame his fear of his older sister. Jiang Nuo narrowed her eyes, her gaze passing through the crowd and landing on the driver's seat. The car windows were covered with dark one-way vision film, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. But, based on my familiarity with this car, she could vaguely sense that someone was in the driver's seat. And, he's a man. Could it be that old-fashioned driver, Uncle Lou? Jiang Nuo pursed her lips. If it's Uncle Lou, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Perfect. Since my sister's car is here, I might as well ask Uncle Lou to take me to my dorm and drink the milk tea I was originally planning to give to that poor bastard Su Yi. Thinking about this, Jiang Nuo straightened his back, wearing those chunky sneakers, and strode aggressively toward the Rolls-Royce. The surrounding students were in an uproar when they saw the beautiful woman head straight for the luxury car. Holy crap! She's gone. What's going on? Is this car here to pick her up? So she's from a wealthy family. No wonder she has such a refined air. Oh no, my goddess only appeared for less than 3 minutes, and she's about to get into her luxury car and leave me. Under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of everyone, Jiang Nuo walked through the crowd as if no one else was there and went straight to the door of the driver's cab. She didn't hold back either. They neither knocked on the window nor asked any questions. She stretched out her slender fingers and grabbed the car door handle. Rolls-Royce's signature coach doors, plus the added benefit of power closing doors. Click. The heavy car door opened with a click. A chilling blast of air, mixed with the expensive leather fragrance of the car, instantly hit me. Uncle Lou, take me there. Jiang Nuo hadn't finished speaking. He froze on the spot. It's like a movie scene that's been paused. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the expression on her face instantly changed from an arrogant sense of entitlement to a look of utter astonishment as if she had seen a ghost. In the driver's seat, there was no driver, Uncle Lou, with gray hair and wearing a uniform. Instead, he was a young man wearing a simple white shirt, the cuffs casually rolled up to reveal his well-defined forearms, with one hand resting on the steering wheel. The boy had handsome features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. That face. She'd recognize him even if he were ashes. It was Su Yi, the one who constantly complained to her on WeChat about being broke, saying she was working as a bricklayer on a construction site, and who had just said she was short of money. Su Yi? John Nua's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, even cracking slightly. She stared intently at the boy in front of her who was looking at her lazily, her mind going blank for a moment. How is that possible? Su-yi? That poor student who even mooches off her milk tea? At this moment, she is actually sitting in the driver's seat of her sister's custom Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions? And look at his posture. There was no hint of awkwardness or unease. Instead, it felt like being in one's own living room, so comfortable it made one want to punch someone. Oh. Su-yi wasn't surprised to see the car door opened. He tilted his head slightly and looked Zhang Nua up and down, who was standing outside the car door, dumbfounded. My gaze lingered on those long legs for 0.1 seconds before casually looking away. Isn't that the campus bell of Jian University? How? Did you come all this way just to treat the driver to milk tea? Su-ye's voice carried a hint of mockery as he lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. That familiar, smug tone. This instantly brought Zhang Nua back to her senses. An unnamed fire suddenly shot up to the top of his head. How did you get here? Zhang Nua pointed at Su-ye's nose, her delicate face flushed red with excitement. Didn't you say you were working? Didn't you say you were short on money? You big liar. Su-yi shrugged, looking completely innocent. I meant I'm working as a driver for capitalists. Look. Su-yi shrugged and pointed to the luxurious interior around him. Isn't this what working looks like? Besides, this car really isn't mine. I'm just the driver, what's the problem? Logical closed loop. Flawless. But Zhang Nua wouldn't listen to these fallacies at all. What she cared about was not whether Su-yi was the driver or not. Instead, why would he drive this car? This is my sister's car. How could someone with severe misophobia, who wouldn't even let her own younger sister sit in the passenger seat, possibly let a freshman male student drive her car? And look at Su-ye's appearance. He didn't seem like the kind of timid driver at all. Instead, it exudes an air of mastery. A strong sense of crisis and anger at being deceived intertwined. Zhang Nua felt like a fool. I was just worried that this guy didn't have money for bubble tea, so I came all the way here to find him. And what was the result? They drive luxury cars worth tens of millions, enjoy the air conditioning and scenery here, and then treat her like a monkey. Get down here right now. Zhang Nua tossed the milk tea in her hand aside. They didn't care how many people were watching. She stepped forward and reached out to grab Su-ye's collar. This is my sister's car. What right do you have to sit here? What exactly is your relationship with that cold-blooded female demon? Explain yourself. Zhang Nua's movements were rapid and forceful. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is already quite tall. The driver's cab is not so easy to reach. In her haste, the thick-soled dad shoes she had specially worn to match her outfit didn't land properly on the side steps of the car. The metal pedals, though high-end, were also slippery. In addition, a few drops of liquid splashed onto the pedal when she threw the milk tea earlier. Then, an accident occurred. Ah! Zhang Nua felt her foot slip and instantly lose her balance. The hand that was originally going to grab Su-ye's collar waved haphazardly in the air, but missed its target. He lunged forward uncontrollably. A feeling of weightlessness washes over you. Zhang Nua closed her eyes in despair. It's over. This is going to be incredibly embarrassing in front of all the new students. This fall will not only embarrass her in front of that annoying Su-yi, but it will probably also make the campus headlines tomorrow. The most beautiful freshman in the performing arts department bows deeply to the driver of a luxury car in public. However, the cold, hard ground I had imagined did not appear. There was no excruciating pain from the impact. Instead, it was a strong, large hand that steadily supported her waist. Immediately afterwards, a warm and solid sensation came over me. There was no dizziness or spinning. Zhang Nua felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and then she fell into a broad embrace. In that embrace, it doesn't have that unpleasant body odor. Instead, it carries a faint, refreshing, and pleasant scent. That is, what was Su-ye's scent? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The air inside the carriage suddenly became somewhat viscous. Su-yi didn't expect this girl to be so reckless, attacking right away and ending up getting herself killed. He almost instinctively reached out and caught her. At this time, Zhang Nua nestled entirely in his arms. That little face, which had been so fierce just moments before, was now buried tightly in his chest. A few strands of chestnut-colored curly hair fell around Suye's neck, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. The unique fragrance of a young girl, mixed with the sweetness of milk tea, instantly filled the entire driver's cabin. And Suye's hand. Due to inertia, he caught her slender waist, which seemed so delicate it would break at any moment. The amazing elasticity and warmth transmitted through the thin t-shirt. This caused Suye's fingers to tighten slightly involuntarily. The person in his arms let out a muffled groan. It seemed like she had been hit on the nose. Her voice carried a hint of grievance and a nasal tone. Suyi lowered her head. Looking at this proud young lady who had just tried to drag him out of the car, but now nestled in his arms like a frightened quail. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile once again. I said. Suye's deep voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, rang out above Jiang Nua's head. Jiang, classmate. Even though I know I'm handsome. But you didn't need to go to such lengths and practically throw yourself into my arms, did you? If your sister finds out, wouldn't they break your legs? Chapter 14, she was forcibly kissed again. The air inside the carriage seemed to have solidified into a gel. Viscous. Tranquil. Only two breaths mingled and intertwined in this cramped space. Jiang Nua froze in Suye's arms. Her hands, which had been baring their claws, were now pressed against Suye's chest, and she could feel the boy's steady and powerful heartbeat beneath her palms. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was outrageously slow. It was nothing like the panicked reaction one would expect from someone who has been embraced by a beautiful woman. On the contrary, it was Jiang Nua himself. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire, the burning heat quickly spreading to her ears, and even her slender neck was tinged with a faint pink. Too close. She was so close that she could see each individual eyelash of Suyi clearly. She was so close that she could smell his pleasant, refreshing scent, like the clean smell of a white shirt after being dried in the sun. This scent was completely different from the rich second-generation kids she usually encountered who were covered in cologne and seemed to want to marinate themselves in it. Clean. Purely. It's like a deadly poison. Have you seen enough? The same infuriating voice came from above again. With a hint of laziness, a hint of playfulness, and a hint of disdain? Jiang Nua suddenly came to her senses. She reacted as if she had been electrocuted, frantically trying to sit up. But the more chaotic it is, the more mistakes will be made. The car was already cramped, and the driver's seat was designed to be very supportive. As she struggled, her knee accidentally hit the bottom of the steering wheel, and she lost her balance again. Ah! A short, startled cry. Instead of getting up, she sank downwards due to inertia. Collar. Because she was wearing a very stylish off-the-shoulder t-shirt with a large neckline today, which was meant to show off her delicate collarbones in this hot September. At this moment, because of the bent-over posture, that loose neckline, under the influence of gravity, inevitably drooped downwards. Everything was white. Without reservation. The bottomless ravine, against the backdrop of the black fabric, appeared dazzlingly white, breathtakingly white. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely in that 1 second. Although Suyi was not a lecherous man, he was an 18-year-old male with excellent eyesight and normal physiological functions. In that instant, his gaze, inevitably, followed his biological instincts. Scanned. Although it was only for a brief moment. Although he quickly looked away and gazed at the leaves outside the window. But that breathtaking arc is still etched in my mind like a high-definition photograph. TSK. Is this what it means to be the top student in the acting department? Really? Very informative. You. Jiang Nua was clearly aware of what had happened. She clutched her chest abruptly, sprang up like a startled rabbit, and slammed her back heavily against the car door. Bang! A muffled thud. But she seemed not to feel any pain. Those big, bright eyes instantly filled with tears of shame and indignation. At this moment, she no longer possessed the arrogant and domineering aura of a young lady she had just displayed. Like a kitten whose tail has been stepped on, its fur stands on end. Suyi! You scoundrel! Where are you looking? Jiang Nua's voice was trembling. That was her most precious privacy. She had never even let a boy hold her hand in her entire life, yet now she was seen naked by someone? And this is the guy she always thought was a poor wretch, but now he's become a driver, or even a con artist. Suyi leaned back in his chair, calmly watching her get agitated. He slowly and deliberately straightened his wrinkled shirt collar, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Jiang, let's be reasonable. First, you pounced on me yourself. Secondly, it's because you didn't dress properly. Third. Suyi pointed to his eyes, a roguish smile playing on his lips. I have a bit of astigmatism, so I didn't see anything just now. All I see is a white blur. Are those the airbags deploying? Puff. John Nua felt like she was about to vomit blood. Airbags? What the hell is an airbag? Is this mocking her? Or humiliating her? You're talking nonsense. John Nua stomped her feet in anger, the limited edition Balenciaga dad shoes making a loud thud on the expensive carpet. You clearly saw it. Your eyes were practically glued to the screen just now. Don't think I didn't notice, your eyeballs are about to pop out. Outside the train carriage. Through a dark one-way vision membrane. The students watching only saw the car shake slightly a few times, and could vaguely see two figures entangled inside. Although I can't hear anything. But that doesn't stop them from imagining a major drama of the year. Holy crap, this is way too intense. Could it be that? Is this how a rich heiress behaves in broad daylight? My heart is broken, my goddess. The outside world's discussions were shut out. But the feeling of being spied on made the atmosphere inside the carriage even more tense. John Nua stared intently at Suyi. His chest heaved violently. Those eyes, which should have been arrogant, now shone with a complex light. Shame and indignation? Of course. But more than anything, it's an inexplicable, competitive spirit. Yes, the desire to win. As the third young lady of the Zhang family, what couldn't she get from childhood to adulthood? Which boy wouldn't fawn over her like a lapdog? But this Suyi is the only one. From the moment I added her on WeChat in the freshman group, I've always been at odds with her. Now. He not only stole his sister's car but also drove it. He even took advantage of her. What's most infuriating is that after taking advantage of them, they still have this "I'm the one who got the short end of the stick" look on their faces. How can we tolerate this? This is absolutely intolerable. If she lets it go like this today, how will Jiang Nua ever face anyone at Shanghai University again? How will she ever face this bastard again? No. He must pay the price. We absolutely have to turn this around. Jiang Nua took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Her brain was working at lightning speed. Sudden. An extremely bold, even crazy, idea popped into her mind. A sly smile slowly curved the corners of her lips. Like a little fox that has just stolen some fish. Suyi. John Nua's voice suddenly changed. It was no longer the same frantic screaming as before. Instead, it became somewhat soft and chewy. It even carried a hint of chilling tenderness. Suyi raised an eyebrow. His intuition told him that there was a murderous aura. What kind of trouble is this girl up to now? What are you doing? Suyi looked at her warily. You failed at staging an accident, so you're planning to switch to extorting people? I have no money, and this car isn't mine. If you're trying to extort money, go find your capitalist sister. Jiang Nua ignored his sarcasm. She took a step forward. In that confined space, the distance between the two people was shortened once again. She crossed her arms, tilted her chin slightly, and stared intently at Suyi with her large eyes, as if trying to see into the depths of his soul. You really did see me naked just now, didn't you? Suyi frowned. I already said it's astigmatism. Don't play dumb. Jiang Nua interrupted him, her tone firm. There are only the two of us here, don't play games with me. As a man, if you dare to do something, you should dare to take responsibility for it. You saw it, that's it. That's true. Suyi remained silent for 2 seconds. Looking at the aggressive young woman in front of him, he sighed helplessly. Okay, I've taken a look. What? You want me to gouge out your eyes? Or perhaps. Suyi looked her up and down, a half smile playing on his lips. You want to look back? If that's the case, I can reluctantly cooperate. After all, I'm not a stingy person. As he spoke, Suyi actually put his hand on the buttons of his shirt, as if to unbutton them. Jiang Nua blushed and spat. Pa! Who cares about you? I've seen countless men, what kind of body haven't I seen? Keep your skinny frame to yourself. Suyi shrugged and lowered his hand. So what do you want? If you're asking for compensation for emotional distress, as I just said, I don't have the money. How about I write you an IOU? Zhang Nuo gave a cold laugh. Money? Do you think I'm short of money? A single hair on my head is worth more than your entire fortune. What I want is not money. Suyi leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with amusement. It's free? Then what do you want? Could it be? You still want to promise me this? Suyi had only said it casually, wanting to annoy this arrogant young lady. After all, according to normal logic, a rich heiress would definitely jump up and scold him as a toad trying to eat swan meat if she heard such words. However, the expected insults did not come. The air suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Nuo was not angry. On the contrary. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter, so bright it was unsettling. She slowly, step by step, approached Suyi. Until her knee was almost touching Suyi's thigh. Until her warm breath sprayed onto Suyi's chin. She looked up. That exquisitely beautiful face held a resolute determination, like burning one's boats, and a hint of deeply hidden smugness. You're right. Zhang Nuo's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderclap that exploded in the carriage. Suyi was stunned. Even with the support of a system, and even with the best mental fortitude, it doesn't matter. At this moment, I'm also having trouble keeping up with this young lady's train of thought. What? Zhang Nuo stretched out a slender finger and gently poked Suyi's chest. 1 time. 2 times. The gestures were ambiguous, yet carried an undeniable domineering air. I said. Since you've seen my innocent body, then you'll have to take responsibility. Take full responsibility. Suyi's lips twitched slightly. What kind of lines are these from an old-fashioned romance drama? The Qing dynasty has been gone for 100 years. Are we supposed to take responsibility just for looking at someone? Wouldn't all lifeguards at swimming pools be sentenced to death for bigamy? Jiang, it's the 21st century now. And what happened just now was due to force majeure. I was trying to save you, that's why I accidentally. I don't care. Zhang Nuo interrupted him unreasonably. My rules, Zhang Nuo's rules, are the rules. No one is allowed to see my body except my future husband. Since you've seen it, you'll have to pay the price. Suyi took a deep breath, trying to reason with this crazy girl. What price do you want? As long as it's not illegal or immoral, I can consider it. Zhang Nuo suddenly laughed. Her smile resembled a blooming poppy, beautiful yet dangerous. She suddenly leaned close to Suyi's ear. The warm breath, following the earlobe, entered the ear canal, carrying a tingling electric current that struck the heart directly. I want you. Be my boyfriend. Buzz. Suyi's mind went blank for a second. He doubted he had heard correctly. Boyfriend? Has this girl gone mad? Just over 10 minutes ago, she was about to drag him out of the car and call him a liar. Now you actually want him to be your boyfriend? And, most importantly, he's now signed a contract of servitude with his own sister. Although it was a fake boyfriend arrangement, it was all written in black and white in the contract. If Jiang Wan found out that he not only slept with her and took her money, but also became her younger sister's boyfriend, the scene was too beautiful for Suyi to even imagine. It'll probably be more than just breaking a leg by then. That's like being thrown straight into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Impossible. Suyi refused without even thinking. Decisive and efficient. Without any hesitation or fuss. I refuse. Why? Zhang Nuo stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She's always the one rejecting others. When did it become her turn to be rejected? And it was such an immediate and decisive rejection. This was a devastating blow to her self-esteem. Am I not pretty? Isn't your figure good? Isn't your family background good? The line of men who want to date me could stretch all the way to France. Giving you the chance to be my boyfriend is an incredible stroke of luck, and you dare to refuse? Suyi rubbed his temples, looking helpless. Miss Jiang, this isn't about whether you're pretty or not. This is a matter of principle. I have someone I like. Suyi made up a reason on the spot. Who? Zhang Nuo immediately pressed on, her eyes fierce as if interrogating a criminal. Which department are you in? What's your name? What do you look like? Are you as good looking as me? Suyi rolled her eyes. What's it to you? I won't agree anyway. How about you change your terms? I'd even treat you to Mishue ice cream for a year. Hearing this perfunctory answer, Zhang Nuo laughed in exasperation. Good. Very good. Su Yi. The more you refuse, the more I want you. This is no longer just a matter of responsibility. This is a battle for dignity. And, seeing Su Ye's unyielding attitude, Zhang Nuo's resolve only grew stronger. If he is his sister's driver, if I make him my boyfriend, wouldn't I be able to see that cold-faced female devil get his comeuppance every day? Imagine it. The older sister is usually so arrogant, but her driver turned out to be her younger sister's boyfriend. How exciting! How awesome is that? This is simply the best weapon against the sister's domineering nature. Thinking about this, a glint of madness flashed in Zhang Nuo's eyes. No change. That's the condition. Either you become my boyfriend, or... Zhang Nuo took a step back and suddenly grabbed her collar. It makes a gesture as if it's about to pull down. Su Ye's eyelids twitched. What are you doing? Zhang Nuo's lips curled into a wicked smile. Or I'll yell right now. I told you, you driver, were lusting after me and tried to rape me in the car. You know, there are so many people outside, if I just call out. What will happen to you? Su Ye's face darkened. This girl. That's ruthless. This is a blatant threat. If she really did that, even though there's a dashcam in the car that can prove her innocence, her reputation will definitely be ruined. Moreover, if things escalate and Zhang Wan gets involved, that cannot be hidden at all. In the end, you'll offend both sides, and before you've even had a few bites of this soft rice, a metaphor for a relationship with someone who provides financial support, your bowl will be smashed. Are you crazy? Su Yi looked at her coldly. Yes, I'm crazy. Zhang Nuo said nonchalantly, who told you to provoke me first? I don't care anyway. From now on, you are my boyfriend. Whether you agree or not. This is a notification, not a discussion. Overbearing. Capricious. Completely unreasonable. This is the way the third young lady of the Zhang family behaves. Looking at the stubborn girl in front of him, Su Yi felt a headache for the first time. The system gave him a luxury car and money. But they didn't give him the skill book for dealing with this kind of chaotic situation. Zhang Nuo, calm down. Su Yi tried to make a final stand. This kind of thing can't be forced. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Nuo wouldn't listen at all. Her mind was now filled with the thrill of winning over Su Yi. This desire to conquer made her blood boil. Looking at Su Yi's handsome face so close to his. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and slightly pursed thin lips. It has to be admitted. This guy is a bit poor, and he's a bit sharp-tongued. But her looks. It's really tough. He's even more appealing than those so-called top young male celebrities. Especially those eyes, so deep they were like a pool of water, making you want to drown in them at first glance. Since she's already said she's his girlfriend. So, is that? Can I exercise some of the rights of a girlfriend? Is this used to stamp and verify the document? By the way, how can we shut his mouth, which always says annoying things? Once the thought came to mind, it grew wildly in my heart like weeds. My heart started pounding. Bang, bang, bang. It was about to jump out of my throat. But she is Zhang Nuo. She was the most beautiful girl in the performing arts department, fearless of anything. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Su Yi. Zhang Nuo suddenly called his name again. The voice was soft, trembling slightly, but more than anything, it conveyed a desperate courage. Su Yi subconsciously looked up. In that very instant, Zhang Nuo made a move. She did not hesitate at all. He suddenly reached out and cupped Su Ye's cheeks in his hands. Those slightly cool fingertips touched Su Ye's warm skin. Before Su Yi could even react to what she was about to do, the girl in front of me was like a little leopard pouncing on its prey. He suddenly thrust forward. That exquisitely beautiful face, with a faint pink glow, magnified rapidly in Su Ye's pupils. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Their breaths mingled. Then, pop. A crisp sound. Soft. Moist. It has a sweet peach scent. Zhang Nuo's two rosy lips, so recklessly, even with a touch of arrogance. He kissed her right away. It pressed hard onto Suya's lips. Chapter 15. I can't let your sister know. They are as close as lips and teeth. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In that instant, it felt as if 100 pounds of high explosives had been stuffed into Suya's brain, causing it to explode with a deafening roar. It didn't have the sophisticated skills I had imagined. It could even be described as awkward or unskilled. Zhang Nua's movements were as reckless as a young animal that had just learned to hunt, clinging to him tightly only with a surge of courage and an inexplicable competitive spirit. But the tactile sensation was unmistakably real. Soft. With a slight tremor. That was the unique innocence and fragrance of a young girl, like a freshly peeled peach, its sweet juice exploding along the taste buds and rushing straight to the top of your head. Su Yi was completely dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected that this seemingly fierce but actually incredibly arrogant third young lady of the Zhang family would be so audacious. This is in broad daylight. This is on the roadside below the school's administration building. Although Rolls-Royce offers excellent privacy, despite having dark privacy glass. But the thrill of constantly flirting with the edge of being discovered is absolutely terrifying. 1 second. 2 seconds. Su Yi could even clearly feel the soft, warm body in his arms trembling at an extremely high frequency. Obviously. The Jiangda campus belle who boasted of having seen countless men was no less flustered than him at this moment. She was forcing herself to stay upright. Even though her cheeks were burning hot enough to fry an egg, and her eyelashes trembled like butterflies in the wind, she still stared intently, refusing to back down an inch. It was as if she would lose this battle for dignity if she closed her eyes first. Finally. As the air in his lungs ran out, Su Yi suddenly came to his senses. He gripped Zhang Nua's slender shoulders with both hands and, with a little force, pushed the crazy girl who was clinging to him like an octopus a little further away. Lips separate. 2 rapid breaths rose and fell in the quiet carriage. Zhang Nua slumped into the leather seat, her chest heaving violently. Her delicate face was already half red, and even her earlobes were as red as if they were dripping blood. But the light in her eyes was frighteningly bright. That is the glory of the victor. She raised the back of her hand and vigorously wiped her slightly swollen lips, then raised her chin, looking at Su Yi with a defiant expression, like a female general who had just won a battle. How about it? Her voice was still a little soft, carrying a trace of lingering emotion, but she insisted on putting on a cool demeanor. Once it's stamped, you're mine. It's too late to renege on your debt now. Su Yi leaned back in her chair and raised her hand to touch her lips. The unsettling sensation still seemed to linger on it. There's also a faint, peach lipstick scent. He looked at the self-righteous girl in front of him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, but a feeling of utter absurdity lingered in his heart. What the hell is this? Last night. The scene in that dimly lit, intimate barroom was just as familiar. Jiang Wan, the aloof and arrogant eldest daughter of the Jiang family, also entered his world without any warning. Although the processes are different. One is the infatuation and confusion caused by alcohol. One is a staged accident while the victim is sober. But the result? Are these two sisters perhaps lacking in men according to the 5 elements theory? Or is it that this super-rich system not only gives away money, but also comes with some hidden attribute of attracting many suitors? Why are these two sisters, one after another, like moths to a flame, so eager to snuggle into my arms? Su Yi couldn't help but glance at Zhang Nua. It has to be said. Although the sisters have completely different personalities, their genes are indeed very strong. Jiang Wan, the older sister, is like a ripe peach, aloof, mature, and full of a desire for control, making people want to submit or conquer her at first glance. And her younger sister, Zhang Nua. It is a wild rose that has just grown thorns. Bright, flamboyant, full of youthful energy and unreasonable domineering. The soft touch from just a moment ago still lingers on my fingertips. Especially that fleeting glimpse of snow-white skin beneath the collar. Cough. Su Yi promptly cut off the rambling thoughts that were starting to wander in her mind. Now is not the time to reminisce. Warning, a chaotic scene is about to unfold. If you refuse at this point. Given this girl's crazy tendencies, she might actually open the car door and yell rape. At that time, not only will he lose his job as a driver, but he will also likely become a pariah among all the universities in Shanghai. But if you agree. Thinking of Jiang Wan's icy face and the clearly written confidentiality agreement, I felt a pang of sadness. Su Yi felt a chill run down the back of her neck. This is playing with fire. This is like dancing on a tightrope. On one side is her sugar daddy who controls her economic lifeline and is also her fake girlfriend. On one side is the spoiled school beauty who holds the key to his reputation and is also his real girlfriend. This script is so melodramatic that readers will criticize it as ridiculous. Hello? Seeing that Suyi remained silent, his eyes shifting unpredictably, Zhang Nuo felt a little uncertain. That kiss she just gave had exhausted all her courage. If this guy still doesn't know what's good for him. She actually cried in front of him. Zhang Nuo stretched out her foot and kicked Suye's calf with the tip of her shoe. Are you mute? Weren't you very talkative just now? I've personally taken charge, what are you still hesitating for? Am I not good enough for you, my driver? Suyi let out a long breath. He raised his wrist and glanced at the valuable Vacheron Constantin watch. It's getting late. If this continues, Jiang Wan will start to get suspicious. Moreover, the flow of people near the administration building is getting bigger and bigger, and cars that have been parked here for so long, no, they've been parked here without moving, which will eventually attract the attention of security guards. Okay. Suyi finally spoke. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and compromise. You win. Upon hearing those two words, Zhang Nuo's eyes widened instantly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. That was an overwhelming joy from the bottom of my heart. It's like finally managing to snag my older sister's favorite limited edition doll when I was a kid. That was a simple, possessive pleasure. Real? You agreed? No taking it back. Zhang Nuo excitedly lunged forward, seemingly intending to celebrate with a second kiss. Stop. With lightning speed, Suyi pressed a finger against her forehead and forcefully pushed her back into the seat. Don't be too happy yet. Suyi dropped his nonchalant expression and his eyes became serious. Now that we're on the pirate ship, then we need to establish clear rules. Otherwise, we won't be able to live like this anymore. I agree to be your boyfriend, okay? But we need to agree on 3 rules. Zhang Nuo was in a great mood at the moment. She felt that she could agree to anything, not just 3 rules, but 300 rules. Let's get the person over with first. As for whether I'll listen to you in the future, that's my business. TCH, so much trouble. Zhang Nuo pouted, looking arrogant. Go ahead and speak, I'm listening. Suyi held up one finger. First, I'm a poor student, as you can see. I still have to work for capitalists to earn money. Therefore, our relationship cannot affect my work. Don't disturb me while I'm driving. Don't make trouble when I'm busy. Under this premise, I can fulfill the obligations of a boyfriend, such as. Suyi paused, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If you need, I can reluctantly practice your kissing skills with you. After all, the one just now was indeed a bit amateurish. You. Zhang Nuo's face turned red with anger, and she bared her teeth and claws, ready to pinch him. Who's bad at this? I was holding back my strength. All right, hold back your strength. Suyi waved his hand dismissively and raised his second finger. Second. Economic independence. Although you are a rich woman, I, Suyi, am not someone who lives off a woman. When it comes to dating, I may not be able to take you to those Michelin 3-star restaurants, nor can I necessarily give you those bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. If it's just drinking Mishue ice cream and eating street food, can you accept that? This is a trap. It was also a test. Although Suyi had the system and over 1 million yuan in his account, he didn't want to reveal too much to a girl he had only known for less than an hour. Don't flaunt your wealth. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. After listening, Zhang Nuo not only showed no disgust, but instead looked disdainful. TCH, who cares about your money? What good food haven't I eaten? What fine bag haven't I seen? As long as you're obedient, I'd be happy to go even if it's just to eat at Shaxian Snacks. As she spoke, she went a step further and patted Suyi on the shoulder, adopting the air of a big sister. Don't worry, if you follow me, you'll get plenty of benefits in the future. If your boss dares to bully you, just tell me, and I'll help you scold her. Suyi's lips twitched slightly. Insult her? If you knew that was your own sister, you wouldn't dare to do it even if you had the guts. Okay, you said it yourself. Suyi took a deep breath. Finally. The true intentions are revealed when the map is unrolled. The most important, and most crucial, point. This was the only way out he could come up with after repeatedly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Suyi raised her third finger. His gaze became more serious than ever before, even carrying a faint sense of oppression. He leaned forward, his deep eyes fixed on Zhang Nuo, and said, word by word. Third. And also the most important one. If you can't do that, then everything you just said is null and void. You can call the police and have me arrested right now, and I'll accept it. Startled by his sudden change to a serious demeanor, Zhang Nuo unconsciously suppressed her smile. What, you're making this so scary? Just tell me. Suyi stared into her eyes and slowly uttered a few words. Our relationship. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You can't let your family know. Especially. Suya's mind conjured up Jiang Wan's face, a mature and powerful woman dressed in a business suit. He swallowed hard, his voice low. Especially your older sister. Jiang Wan. The air was silent for a second. Suyi was a little nervous. This is a gamble. He was betting that the relationship between the sisters wasn't as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. He was betting on Zhang Nuo's rebellious nature. Really? Upon hearing the name Jiang Wan, Zhang Nuo's expression instantly turned somewhat strange. It wasn't the panic of being exposed. Instead, it was an expression of greater excitement? You're afraid of her too? Zhang Nuo looked as if she had discovered a new continent, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Nonsense. Suyi rolled her eyes in annoyance. She's my boss, she holds the power of life and death over me. If she finds out I've hooked up with her own sister, she'll skin me alive. Besides, office romances are a big no-no, let alone this kind of feud between wealthy families. I just want to make some money quietly and don't want to get involved in your family's disputes. Suya's words were half true and half false. But logically it is flawless. Zhang Nuo stared at Suyi for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. She laughed so hard her body trembled. They laughed so hard they were doubled over. Ha ha ha. So you're a coward after all. I thought you were so tough, but it turns out you're afraid of that old woman too. Old woman? Suya's lips twitched. A 27-year-old, stunningly beautiful woman being called an old woman. Only a younger sister would dare to say that. Just tell me if you agree or not, Suyi said impatiently. Yes. Of course I agree. Zhang Nuo finished laughing, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her expression became particularly interesting. She just wanted to find a boyfriend to spite her older sister who only knew how to discipline her. But if... hide this boyfriend. Having an affair. Under the same roof, right under my sister's nose, it seems pretty exciting. Chapter 16 Binding Zhang Nuo. Is it being done secretly underneath? This is so exciting. The gossipy glint in Zhang Nuo's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented excitement. It's like a well-behaved girl raised under strict family discipline, secretly climbing over the wall to skip class for the first time, and sneaking into an internet cafe late at night for the first time. That sense of immorality. That thrilling feeling of walking on the edge of a knife. She was more fascinated by it than by any designer handbag or any haute couture gown. You mean? Zhang Nuo blinked her large, bright eyes, her voice extremely low, like a spy making a rendezvous, tinged with barely concealed excitement. We're dating right under my sister's nose? And then pretend you don't know her? During the day you're a driver who treats me with utmost respect, but at night you are. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something inappropriate for children, and her cheeks flushed again, but the light in her eyes became even more dazzling. I like this script. Looking at her seemingly trouble-prone manner, Suyi felt a throbbing pain in his temples. This girl's thought process is definitely different from normal people. When others hear that they are having a secret relationship, they will mostly feel wronged and feel that they are not worthy of being in the light of day. This one is quite something. It was treated like a real-life infiltration game. As long as you can do that, I have no objection. Suyi rubbed her temples, trying to make herself look more like a boyfriend in control than a working person forced to sign an unequal treaty. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this farce was finally coming to a temporary end, a fragrant breeze wafted over. There was no warning whatsoever. There was no warning whatsoever. Zhang Nuo, who had been pushed back into the passenger seat, suddenly leaned out again like a nimble tabby cat. The seatbelt made a soft, strained sound. The distance between their faces was instantly reduced to the point where they could hear each other breathing. Suyi could even count the number of her curled eyelashes and see the somewhat bewildered reflection of himself in her pupils. What are you going to do now? Suyi subconsciously leaned back, her back pressed tightly against the back of the leather seat, with nowhere left to retreat. Don't move. Zhang Nua commanded domineeringly. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable air of arrogance. The next second. Soft. Warm. Two lips, carrying a faint peachy sweetness, quickly touched his cheek. Pop. The sound was crisp and clear. Before Suyi could react, that gentle touch quickly shifted its focus, leaving a mark on his other cheek as well. Pop. Two more bites. The movements were incredibly fast. It was less like a kiss and more like a chick pecking at rice. But that electric-like tingling sensation traveled along the nerves in his face and instantly spread throughout Suye's entire body. After doing all this, Zhang Nua, like a child who had done something wrong, quickly retreated to his seat, gripping the seatbelt with both hands and sitting upright. But her face, flushed red as if it were about to bleed, completely betrayed the panic in her heart. An eerie silence fell over the carriage. The only sound was a faint whistling sound coming from the air conditioner vents. Suyi raised her hand and stiffly touched her cheek. The surface still seemed to retain the warmth of the girl's lips, damp and warm. You. Suyi opened her mouth, her voice a little dry. This is the deposit. Zhang Nua spoke first, her voice so loud it seemed she was trying to embolden herself. She dared not look Suyi in the eye, but stared intently at a large tree outside the car window, as if flowers had sprouted on that tree. Although I'd been with countless men, and the line of suitors could stretch from Shanghai University to the Bund. She paused at this point, seemingly organizing her thoughts, or perhaps trying to conceal something. Several seconds passed. She turned her head, glanced quickly at Suyi, then quickly looked away, her voice becoming barely audible. But that just now. And then there's this one. It was my first kiss. She spoke the last two words very softly, but they were like two heavy bombs, crashing heavily into Suye's heart. First kiss? Just moments ago, the third young lady of the Jiang family was shouting that she would take responsibility, acting like a female hooligan with her teeth bared and claws out. That top campus belle who outshone everyone in the performing arts department, appearing both innocent and alluring. It was his first kiss? Suyi was stunned. He looked at Zhang Nua, who was huddled in the passenger seat, clearly ashamed but trying to put on an act of I don't care. The solid ice that had stood upright in my heart seemed to have cracked open. Zhang Nua, seemingly afraid he wouldn't believe her, suddenly turned her head, widened her eyes, and added fiercely. I'm warning you. I've given you my most precious things, so you can't go back on your word. If you dare to let me down, or think I'm frivolous, I'll bite you to death. As she spoke, she deliberately showed off her two cute little tiger teeth, making a fierce and menacing look. But in Suye's eyes, that appearance was not intimidating at all. Instead, it looked like a little kitten with its fur standing on end, so cute that it made people want to laugh. Suye's feelings were somewhat complicated. It's really complicated. On the one hand, as a normal, vigorous 18-year-old boy, being kissed by such a stunning school beauty, especially as her first kiss, would be incredibly exciting. That kind of male vanity was greatly satisfied at that moment. But on the other hand, that absurd sense of guilt, however, was like a venomous snake, slowly creeping up his spine. Suyi took a deep breath. He adjusted his posture, trying to make his expression look more sincere and to calm his restless heart a little. Now that the acting has begun, then you have to go all the way. If a newly appointed boyfriend acts too maturely, it might arouse suspicion. Then, Suyi pursed her lips, revealing a slightly shy yet gentle smile. Cough. He cleared his throat, his eyes darting around, seemingly a little embarrassed. Actually. Suyi lowered her head, looking at her hands on the steering wheel, her voice carrying a perfectly timed tremor of innocent emotion. Actually, me too. This was also my first kiss. As soon as those words were spoken, the hint of tension in Zhang Nua's eyes vanished instantly. Instead, it was filled with surprises and sweetness. Real? She exclaimed in surprise. I knew it. Look at that blank stare, he's obviously never been in a relationship. Ah, that's great. Then we're even. Zhang Nua smiled, her eyes crinkling like a fox that had successfully stolen some fish, the last bit of shame she felt from taking the initiative vanishing. There's even a sense of secret joy, like finding a treasure. He's handsome. Driving a luxury car even though it's the driver's car. He's still a naive young virgin. This is the legendary chosen one. Seeing Jiang Nua's silly grin, Suye's smile became somewhat stiff. Only he himself knows. At this very moment, what kind of torment and frustration is he going through? 2. It's a ghost. Suyi felt a dull ache in her conscience. If we don't count the absurd accident last night, if we don't count the night that turned him from a boy into a man overnight. That was indeed his first kiss. Pity. There are no what-ifs in this world. The scene from when Suyi woke up yesterday morning involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A luxurious, cluttered bed. A beautiful atmosphere filled the air. And that glaring crimson. As well as the woman who, at this very moment, controls assets worth tens of billions and possesses an aura so powerful that no one dares to look her in the eye. Jiang Wan. Jiang Nua's older sister. It was more than just a first kiss. Suyi looked at Jiang Nua, who was smiling radiantly, and sighed inwardly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Silly girl. You probably never would have imagined this. You lowered your pride and even risked your first kiss to get this boyfriend. Just last night. Your older sister, whom you fear and respect the most. I put him to sleep. He not only stole her first kiss, he also took her first blood. These two sisters. What kind of damn fate is this? What an outrageous fate. Suyi didn't even dare to imagine what a cataclysmic scene it would be if this matter were exposed one day. At that time. It's probably more than just a chaotic scene. It's most likely a crematorium. Even their ashes were scattered. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Suyi suddenly lost focus and his eyes became somewhat unfocused, Jiang Nua waved her hand in front of his face with some dissatisfaction. Are you mesmerized by my charm? Are you still savoring that kiss from earlier? Jiang Nua crossed his legs smugly, in an extremely good mood. Suyi came to her senses. He glanced at Jiang Nua's long, straight legs, then quickly concealed the strange look in his eyes. I wasn't thinking about anything. Suyi shook his head, restarted the car, and the engine emitted a low roar. I was just thinking, since we're already in that kind of relationship. Shall I take you back to your dorm? Still. Before he could finish speaking. Sudden. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the depths of Suye's mind. The voice was devoid of any emotion. But it made Suye's heart race even more than Jiang Nua's kiss earlier. Bite. Detection indicates that the host has established an intimate relationship with a visually appealing member of the opposite sex. The Godly Tycoon System expansion module is being activated. Suye's grip on the steering wheel tightened suddenly. The knuckles turned white instantly. At this time? System? Before he could even process what this meant, the cold, electronic voice rang out again, echoing clearly in his mind like a judge reading a verdict. Target scan complete. Name, Jiang Nua. Age, 18. Appearance rating, 96 excellent. Identity, third Miss of the Jiang family, Campus Belle of Shanghai University. Relationship status, lover's beginner. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound yourself to your second super-rich target Jiang Nua. Chapter 17 Time Management Master. The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze. The system notification sound still echoed in Suye's mind, like the opening drumbeat of an absurd comedy. Second target for binding a super-rich patron Jiang Nua. Suye's fingers gripping the steering wheel felt slightly numb. He hadn't even had time to process the sudden good news or bad news. Jiang Nua, who was beside her, had recovered from her earlier embarrassment. Like a cat that has just acquired a beloved toy, she excitedly twisted her body in the leather seat, crossed her long legs, and lightly tapped her toes in the air. Hey, Suyi. Jiang Nua turned her head to the side, her peach blossom eyes filled with tiny starlight, completely devoid of the aloofness she usually displayed as the third young lady of the Jiang family. Suye's Adam's apple bobbed as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. What's wrong? He tried his best to keep his voice steady, maintaining the persona of a pure-hearted male driver who has just started a relationship. Jiang Nua stretched, her perfect curves revealed under her tight t-shirt. I want to tell you something. Her tone was light and cheerful, even carrying a hint of anticipation for the future. The school's dormitory conditions are really bad. 4 people share a room, and there isn't even a separate walk-in closet. And the bedboard was too hard, it made my back hurt. Suyi nodded and casually echoed. That's true. You're a rich young lady, so it's normal that you're not used to living in a dormitory. So? Zhang Nua drawled out the last syllable, a sly smile playing on her lips. I've made up my mind. I'm planning to move out of my house and stop listening to my dad's nagging. I've already talked to my sister, and I'll move in with her in a couple of days. Squeak! The screeching sound of brakes instantly shattered the tranquility of the street. The Maybach screeched to a halt on the side of the road, the tires rubbing against the ground and emitting a burnt smell. The inertia caused the two bodies to lean forward suddenly, then bounce back heavily onto the back of their chairs. Are you crazy? Zhang Nuo was startled, clutching her chest and staring wide-eyed at Sui. Why are you so jumpy while driving? Are you trying to murder your girlfriend? Sui couldn't care less about her complaints at that moment. His face was pale, and his pupils contracted slightly, as if he had heard some kind of apocalyptic declaration. Move there. Living with your sister? Who is the older sister? Jiang Wan. That aloof and domineering older woman who had just made love to him last night and who made him sign a confidentiality agreement this morning, is still his nominal employer and fake girlfriend at this moment. Sui felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. What did you say? Sui turned her head, her voice somewhat dry, even with a barely perceptible tremor. You're moving to live with your sister? Yes. Zhang Nua nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, completely unaware of the devastating blow her words had dealt to Sui. I've been to my sister's apartment. It's a large penthouse in Thompson Riviera, several hundred square meters. It must be so lonely for her to live there all by herself. I'll go keep her company, and I can also get some free food and drinks. At this point, Zhang Nua seemed to remember something and pouted slightly. Although my sister is usually cold and aloof, like a strict nun, she is also very controlling towards me. But she's still my older sister, it's better than staying at home listening to the old man nagging. Sui felt her head buzzing. It's over. It's completely over. What is his current status? In front of Jiang Wan, he was a kept man, a shield, and a personal chef who needed to come over every day to cook 3 meals a day. In front of Zhang Nua, he was a poor college student working to make a living, a part-time driver, and a secret boyfriend with whom he had just established a relationship. These two lines were originally parallel. If he operates properly, he can completely avoid interfering with each other in this metropolis with a population of over 20 million. But now, is Zhang Nua moving in with Jiang Wan? Doesn't that mean the battleground has been moved directly to the same place? At that time, he was cooking for Jiang Wan in the kitchen, while Zhang Nua was watching TV in the living room. That evening, Jiang Wan asked him to fulfill his boyfriend duties or provide massage services, while Zhang Nua was in the next room. Even once the two meet. Zhang Nua, sis, this is my boyfriend, and also your driver. Jiang Wan, no, this is my boyfriend, and also your counselor. The scene is so beautiful. Sui didn't even dare to think about it. That's not a crematorium. That was the site of a nuclear explosion. What's wrong? Seeing that Suya's expression was off, Zhang Nua leaned closer with some suspicion and reached out to touch his forehead. Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? A soft little hand rested on her forehead, carrying a slight coolness. Sui snapped out of her daze and forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. No. It's nothing. It just feels so sudden. Your sister, she agreed? Sui still clung to the last shred of hope. Jiang Wan has a quiet personality, so she probably wouldn't like being disturbed, right? You agreed. Zhang Nua proudly raised her chin. I just sent her WeChat messages and begged her for a long time before she finally agreed. However, she also made a few conditions, such as not being allowed to bring random friends back, and not being allowed to make noise, etc. Oh well, never mind, let's just get the luggage inside first. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Sui felt like a prisoner sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve, waiting for the execution date to arrive. We have to find a way. We must find a way to stop all of this. Or we need to come up with a foolproof plan within the next 2 days. Just as Suya's brain was racing, trying to find a way to break the deadlock, Zhang Nua raised her wrist and looked at the exquisite lady's watch. Oh dear, it's already this late. She muttered something to herself, then turned to look at Sui, her eyes sparkling. Sui, what time is it now? 5:30. Sui glanced at the dashboard subconsciously. So that means my sister has half an hour left before she gets off work? Jiang Nua's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a great idea, and she excitedly slapped her thigh. Very good. Since we're going back to the city anyway, we might as well pick her up from get off work on the way. It saves her the trouble of driving herself, and... A sly glint flashed in Jiang Nua's eyes. I haven't seen that old woman in a long time. I'll take this opportunity to do a surprise inspection and see if she is having an affair behind her back. Boom! Suyi felt as if another bolt of lightning had struck him on the head. Picking Jiang Wan up from get off work? Now. Driving this car? Carrying Jiang Nua? Did they pick up the wrong script? This isn't lurking, it's practically dancing in a minefield. That. Suyi swallowed hard, attempting a final struggle. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I'm the driver, and you're the boss's sister. If your sister sees us in the car, even though we didn't do anything, with her personality, what if she suspects I seduced you and fires me? Suya's move of retreating to advance was perfectly timed. He brought up the reason of keeping his job in an attempt to dissuade Jiang Nua from her idea. After all, as agreed upon earlier, he needed this job to make a living, and Jiang Nua also agreed to keep their relationship secret. Really? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nua hesitated for a moment. That's true. She bit her lip, her brows furrowed slightly. My sister has a personality that leads to early menopause. If she knew that I was having an affair with her driver, she would definitely fly into a rage. Not only will you be in trouble then, but I'll also be arrested and grounded. Suyi was overjoyed. There's a chance. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Nua's brows relaxed again, and a nonchalant smile appeared on her face. Fine. As long as we don't act too intimately, it'll be fine, right? I'll sit in the back, you just drive. I told you that I happened to run into you at the school gate and wanted to hitch a ride to pick her up. Such a perfect reason, she certainly won't doubt it. Jiang Nua became increasingly convinced of his genius as he spoke, even going so far as to pat Suyi on the shoulder. Don't worry, Master Su. With me protecting you, my sister, that paper tiger, won't dare to do anything to you. Suyi looked at her confident expression and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Master Su? A paper tiger? If you knew how crazy your paper tiger's sister was last night, you wouldn't say that. Do I have to sit in the back? Wouldn't that mean Jiang Wan would have to sit in the back as well? 2 women. A pair of sisters. One is his real girlfriend, although she's fake, he still took her virginity. One is a secret girlfriend, although it's real, we just met. They were all in the same enclosed train carriage. Suya's palms were covered in cold sweat as he gripped the steering wheel. This is no longer the time to test driving skills. This is a test of his acting skills and his heart's endurance. Okay. Suyi gritted her teeth and reluctantly agreed. No way. If we strongly oppose it now, it will only arouse Jiang Nua's suspicion. Rather than that, why not take a gamble? I'm betting that Jiang Wan's acting skills are good enough, and that she'll pretend to be nonchalant in front of her sister. After all, Jiang Wan cared about this respectability more than anyone else, and didn't want her family to know that she had a relationship with her student. This was a tacit understanding that seemed incredibly strange at the moment. Then it's settled. Jiang Nua cheered, clearly very satisfied with the arrangement. She checked the time. There's still more than half an hour left. It will only take 20 minutes. We have about 10 minutes left. The carriage fell silent once again. This time, however, the quiet had a touch of enchanting pink. Jiang Nua's voice suddenly lowered, becoming soft and affectionate. She stopped looking out the window, turned around, and unbuckled her seatbelt. She resembled a supple, beautiful snake, lying on the center console and approaching Suyi. That exquisite and beautiful face was less than 10 centimeters away from Suyi. Suyi could even smell the faint, girlish scent emanating from her body, a blend of the sweet aroma of milk tea. Suyi. She called his name softly. Her eyes were hazy, carrying a hint of shyness from inexperience, yet also a lingering, savoring taste of forbidden fruit. What's wrong? Suyi subconsciously leaned back, her back pressed tightly against the seat. This pose. That's too dangerous. Especially after just experiencing a psychological roller coaster. Jiang Nua looked at his nervous expression and a smile flashed in her eyes. She extended a slender, green finger and gently drew circles on Suya's chest. 1 time. 2 times. Through the thin shirt, the tingling sensation spread throughout my body like an electric current. That one just now. Jiang Nua bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was barely audible. Too fast. I couldn't taste anything at all. Suyi was stunned for a moment. Can't taste anything? What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? So what? Suyi felt her throat was a little dry. Jiang Nua raised her head, her big, bright eyes staring intently at Suya's lips. It was as if it were the most delicious candy in the world. So, I'd like to practice some more. Before he could finish speaking, she didn't give Suyi a chance to refuse at all. It doesn't require Suya's consent. In this small, private space, in this underground moment that belongs to just the two of them. Jiang Nua took the initiative again. This time, it's no longer a fleeting, light peck. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and awkwardly yet passionately pressed against him. Their lips touched. Soft. Moist. It had a slight chill in it, then quickly warmed up. Suya's mind went blank for a moment. Reason told him that he should push her away and keep his distance, since he was about to pick up that terrifying official sister. But his body's instincts made him sit there stiffly, letting the girl's aura surround him. Jiang Nua's kissing skills are really bad. It was just randomly biting into things. The teeth even accidentally bumped into Suya's lips, causing a slight stinging sensation. But it is precisely this naivete that is evident. This kind of unreserved enthusiasm. This caused the defenses in Suya's heart to crack once again on this twilight street. This was the third young lady of the Jiang family's first kiss. It was also her last act of indulgence before she was about to step into the cage called older sister. Jiang Nua let out a soft hum that sounded both satisfied and coquettish. Her small hands had somehow climbed up Suya's neck, her fingers threading through his hair, gently pulling them closer together. Their breaths mingled. Temperatures are rising. The setting sun streamed through the car window, bathing the interior in an ambiguous golden red hue. Suya's hand, as if possessed, was raised. Suspended in mid-air. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, it gently landed on Jiang Nua's slender and supple waist. That instant, Jiang Nua's body trembled slightly, but she did not flinch. Instead, she leaned into his arms even more obediently. A long time. Until both of them were somewhat out of breath. Jiang Nua reluctantly let go of her mouth. She opened her eyes, which seemed to hold a pool of spring water, shimmering and sparkling. Her lips were rosy and slightly swollen. It has a hint of glistening water. Now. She was panting, her voice incredibly soft, yet tinged with a hint of smugness. This is officially confirmed. From now on, you belong to me. No one is allowed to touch you except me. Especially that old woman. Suyi looked at her assertive manner and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Silly girl. Some things. It's really not something you can control. If you knew that the old woman you mentioned had not only touched me. And. Suyi took a deep breath and forcibly banished those chaotic thoughts from her mind. He raised his hand and roughly wiped the lipstick stain off his lips. All right. Practice over. If you don't go to greet the emperor soon, your old woman sister is going to throw a tantrum. Jiang Wan was mentioned. The allure in Jiang Nua's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fear stemming from the suppression of their bloodline. She stuck out her tongue, quickly sat back in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't be late. If I make her wait downstairs, I'm going to get yelled at again. Suyi looked at Jiang Nua, who instantly transformed back into a well-behaved child, and shook his head helplessly. Restart the car. The Maybach let out a deep roar and merged into the evening rush hour traffic. Outside the car window, the neon lights of Shanghai began to illuminate. Suyi gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. His eyes, however, became unusually deep. The road ahead. It is also a road of no return leading to a battlefield of carnage. And him. He is the only male lead in this play. He must navigate between two women, two identities, and countless lies. Walking on a tightrope. A slight mishap. I am doomed to eternal damnation. Bite. Just then, the long-forgotten system notification sound rang out again, at an inopportune time. Host detected performing a high-difficulty maneuver, double crossing. Temporary quest triggered, perfect disguise. Mission requirements: successfully transport Jiang Wan and Zhang Nua home during the following journey, without letting either of them discover the true relationship between the host and the other. Mission reward: mastery of god-level acting skills, cash reward of 500,000 yuan. Failure penalty: you wouldn't want to know. Chapter 18: Perfect Acting. The afterglow of the setting sun flowed like spilled orange soda across the black hood of the Maybach. The wheels rolled over the asphalt road on campus, making a soft rustling sound. Suya's palms were sweaty as he gripped the steering wheel. It wasn't just because of the heat, but more because of the terrifying feeling of dancing on the edge of a cliff. The system's cold countdown seemed to be jumping on my retina. Perfect disguise. These 4 words weighed as heavy as 1,000 pounds at that moment. Hey, wipe off the lipstick from the corner of your mouth. Zhang Nua sat in the passenger seat, touching up her makeup in front of the mirror, and casually reminded him. Suya's heart skipped a beat, and she abruptly raised her hand to wipe her mouth forcefully. Sure enough, a very faint blush appeared on the fingertip. Those were the incriminating evidence left behind from that absurd and enthusiastic practice in the cramped carriage just now. If my sister sees this. Zhang Nua closed the powder compact and gave Suyi a teasing look through the rearview mirror. You're dead. I won't be able to save you then, and I might even have to burn paper money for you. Suyi rolled her eyes at her, pulled out a wet wipe, and vigorously wiped her mouth until her skin turned red. Stop making sarcastic remarks. When we get downstairs, you absolutely mustn't give yourself away. Especially your eyes, watch them. Suya's voice was very low, revealing a tense and prepared demeanor. Zhang Nua pursed her lips, shifted her long legs in the narrow space, and her skirt rose slightly. Don't worry, I was admitted to the acting department as the top student. In terms of acting skills, I'm no worse than you. Besides. She paused, a sly smile playing on her lips. I actually quite enjoy the thrill of having an affair behind my sister's back. Suyi felt a throbbing sensation in her temples. Madman. These 2 sisters are both incredibly difficult to deal with. One is aloof like an iceberg, the other is quirky and mischievous like a little devil. He was caught in the middle, like the filling in an Oreo cookie, and could be crushed to pieces at any moment. After the car turned a corner, the administrative office building of Shanghai University was right in front of us. This is the most serious and quietest place on campus. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the golden-red sunset, making the scene appear exceptionally solemn and dignified. It was also the territory of Jiang Wan, the woman known as Extinction Master. Arrive. Suyi took a deep breath and slowly stepped on the brake. The Maybach came to a smooth stop beside the entrance to the administration building, inconspicuous yet easily spotted. He turned off the engine, but did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, they lowered all the car windows first. The evening breeze swept into the carriage, carrying away the sweet, cloying fragrance unique to young girls and dispelling the lingering warmth of their ambiguous relationship. What's going on now? Zhang Nua grumbled somewhat discontentedly, reaching out to tidy her long hair that had been ruffled by the wind. Let the odor dissipate. Suya's words were concise and to the point. He had to ensure that every detail was perfect. Jiang Wan is a woman with a frighteningly meticulous mind. Any slightest clue could arouse her suspicion. Time passed by, second by second. 5:58. People gradually walked out of the administration building. Most of them were school teachers, but there were also some student leaders carrying documents. This imposing and expensive Maybach naturally attracted a lot of attention. That's a Maybach S680, right? It costs over 4 million. Does our school have these kinds of hidden millionaires? Judging from the license plate, it doesn't seem to be a school vehicle. Students passing by whispered among themselves, casting envious and curious glances. Suyi sat in the driver's seat, expressionless, trying to minimize his presence. But his handsome face still attracted the attention of some girls. That driver is so handsome. Yes, they look so young, like students from our school. Listening to the discussions outside the window, Suyi straightened her back, but her palms were sweating even more. He is waiting. He was waiting for the woman who held the power of life and death over him to appear. Zhang Nua seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere as well. She put away her playful smile, sat up straight, and resumed her usual haughty young lady demeanor. Bite. 6 o'clock sharp. The automatic sensor doors of the administration building slid open slowly. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Suye's pupils contracted slightly. They've arrived. Jiang Wan. Today she was wearing a well-tailored black business suit with a white silk shirt underneath, and a delicate bow at the collar. She wore a pair of 7-centimeter stilettos, and every step she took was steady and elegant. Her innate nobility and aloofness made her stand out from the crowd. The setting sun shone on her face, but it couldn't melt the frost between her brows and eyes. That was the aura she had cultivated from being in a high position for many years, which was also the reason why she was known as the Ice Queen at school. Suyi felt her breath catch in her throat. Is the woman who was so tender and submissive in bed last night, with tears in her eyes, really the same person as the powerful queen in front of me? Jiang Wan walked out the door and habitually glanced around. Then, her gaze settled on the black Maybach parked by the roadside. To be precise, the image was fixed on Suyi in the driver's seat, and John Nua in the passenger seat. His previously steady pace paused noticeably. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of surprise flashed across those beautiful phoenix eyes, which quickly transformed into a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. Thump! Suye's heart skipped a beat. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, he could still feel the oppressive feeling emanating from that gaze. Like an X-ray, we need to see him through from the inside out. Call. Suyi exhaled a breath of stale air, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. His movements were fluid and graceful, imbued with a professional respect. No matter how panicked you are inside, you must put on a good show on the surface. This is him now. He's the driver. They are the service provider who gets paid to do things. Suyi quickly walked around the front of the car to the back door, bowed slightly, and made a standard gesture of inviting someone. At the same time, John Nua also pushed open the passenger door and jumped out. Carrying the limited edition Chanel bag, with a bright smile on her face, she rushed towards Jiang Wan like a cheerful little bird. Sister! That shout was so sweet it could melt anyone's heart. But Jiang Wan is clearly an exception. She stood still, only slightly frowning as she looked at her younger sister running towards her, and then glanced at Suyi, who was standing respectfully by the car. The doubt in his eyes did not disappear. What are you doing here? Jiang Wan's voice was clear and cold, like jade striking each other, pleasant to hear but with a chill in it. She didn't smile at her sister's enthusiasm. Instead, her tone was questioning. According to common sense, at this moment, Suyi should be the only person in this car. Why was John Nua in the car? And he was sitting in the passenger seat? This location. It has a special meaning within a certain unspoken rule. Jiang Wan's gaze swept back and forth between the two, finally landing on Suyi. There was a hint of warning in his eyes. It's as if to say, is this what you call secrecy? Is this your professional ethics? Suyi felt a chill down her back and her throat went dry. He opened his mouth, about to explain. Oh dear, sis. Jiang Nua rushed to Jiang Wan, affectionately took her arm, and pressed her whole body against her. I just missed you. Knowing that you were about to get off work, I decided to come and pick you up. As soon as I stepped out of the dormitory building, I saw this car parked on the side of the road. At this point, Jiang Nua turned her head and glanced at Suyi with disdain. The contempt in her eyes was simply natural. This car looks familiar. I thought you had asked Uncle Lee from your family to pick us up. I just opened the car door and got in. Who knows? Jiang Nua sighed dramatically and pointed at Suyi, saying, it was actually this guy. You scared me. I thought we had gotten such a young driver some time ago. Jiang Nua spoke quickly and with vivid expressions, perfectly portraying the farcical situation of the young lady mistaking the car for the wrong person and getting into the wrong car. There was absolutely no trace of lying. Is this the strength of the top student in the acting department? Suyi secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. With acting skills like that, she deserves an Oscar. After hearing this explanation, Jiang Wan's brows relaxed slightly, but the doubt in her eyes did not completely disappear. She knows her younger sister too well. They are lawless and full of wicked ideas. You've mistaken me for someone else? Jiang Wan repeated it calmly, then turned her gaze back to Suyi. Suyi, is that so? The word Suyi was uttered neither too loudly nor too softly. But to Suyi, it was like a thunderclap. This is a final verification of him. If their testimonies don't match, it will be a disaster. Suyi took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her facial expression. He lowered his head slightly, revealing a humble expression that said, "I'm helpless, but I don't dare to kick the boss's sister out of the car." "Yes, Instructor Jiang. I was just about to send you a message saying that I've arrived." John Nua suddenly got on the bus. "She said she was your sister, and I didn't dare to stop her." Suya's voice was steady, carrying a hint of the nervousness of someone new to the workplace and a sense of awe towards their superiors. Even the way they addressed each other was the distant Director Jiang, instead of Miss Jiang or Wanner. He was trying his best to distance himself from the situation. In front of Jiang Wan, he had to be that poor student who had just signed the agreement and had to bow his head for the sake of scholarships and postgraduate admission. In front of Jiang Nua, he had to be the unlucky driver who was forcibly conscripted by the young lady. This switching between dual identities can easily lead to mental breakdown if not handled carefully. Jiang Wan felt inexplicably relieved when she saw Suya's timid and submissive demeanor. It seems so. This is really a coincidence. She wasn't worried that Suyi would say anything inappropriate. After all, the penalty for breaching that confidentiality agreement was enough to bankrupt him. She was worried about Jiang Nua. If this trouble-loving younger sister found out that she was keeping the driver of this car as a mistress, who was actually her student, the consequences would be unimaginable. "All right." Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze, her expression returning to its usual aloofness. "Since we've run into each other, let's go back together." She gently pulled her arm away from Jiang Nua's grasp and straightened her cuffs. "However, next time look carefully before getting on the bus. What if he's a bad guy?" Although it was a reprimand, the tone was noticeably gentler. Crisis averted. Suyi felt as if she had just been pulled out of the water. The back of her shirt was completely soaked. But he dared not relax in the slightest. "Yes, General Manager Jiang." "Oh no, Instructor Jiang." Suyi quickly nodded and bowed, reaching out to open the back door, placing one hand above the doorframe to prevent Jiang Wan from hitting her head. "Please get in the car." Their service attitude is even better than that of a professional five-star hotel doorman. Jiang Wan nodded slightly, took long strides, and gracefully sat down in the back seat. The subtle scent of a high-end perfume filled the entire back seat as she entered. That was Jiang Wan's scent. It was cold and sharp, yet possessed a deadly allure. Suyi closed the back door and was just about to walk back to the driver's seat. "Hey, wait a minute." Jiang Nua suddenly called out to him. She stood by the passenger door, one hand resting on the roof, smiling at Suyi. "Since you're a driver, you have to act like one. Go, buy me a bottle of water. I want to drink that kind of sparkling water, peach-flavored, and it has to be iced. I was a little thirsty in the car just now." Her last half-sentence was quite meaningful. The word thirsty in particular carried a subtle, ambiguous implication that only Suyi could understand. Suyi stumbled and almost lost her balance. That vixen. How dare they play with fire like this in front of Jiang Wan? "Don't you know what you did in the car that made you thirsty?" Suyi glanced subconsciously at the back window of the car. The black privacy glass blocked the view, making it impossible to see Jiang Wan's expression inside. But Suyi could sense a gaze coldly watching this scene. "Jiang Nua." Jiang Wan's slightly stern voice came from inside the car. "Don't be ridiculous. Suyi is your classmate, not your servant. Get in the car." This command exuded authority. Jiang Nua stuck out her tongue and made a face at Suyi. "Tch, boring. I know, Abbas Miju." She muttered something under her breath, then opened the passenger door and plopped inside. Bang! The car door closed. Suyi stood still and took a deep breath of the air, which smelled of evening rush hour exhaust fumes. The first hurdle has been overcome. But this is just the beginning. The journey that follows is truly hellish. A fake girlfriend sits in the back seat, controlling his finances. A secret girlfriend real sits in the passenger seat, controlling his body and soul. And him. I have to drive home while being sandwiched between these two major obstacles. This is not driving. This is clearly a hearse heading to the crematorium. Suyi gritted his teeth, opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. As the car door closed, that enclosed, dangerous space has reformed. Just this once. The smell of gunpowder in the air was 100 times stronger than before. Suyi fastened his seatbelt and looked into the rearview mirror, where he met Jiang Wan's cool and aloof eyes. Their eyes met. Jiang Wan's eyes held a scrutinizing look, as if she were confirming whether his performance had been satisfactory. Suyi quickly averted his gaze and started the car. Hold on tight. He whispered a reminder. The Maybach started slowly and merged into the rolling traffic. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. There was only a slight buzzing sound coming from the air conditioner vents. The silence was suffocating. Suya's knuckles were turning white as he gripped the steering wheel. He needed to say something. Break the awkward silence. Otherwise, this eerie silence will only make the atmosphere more ambiguous and suspicious. That. Suyi cleared his throat, trying to start a safe topic. Director Jiang, are we going straight back to that apartment? He wanted to say go home, but he swallowed the words back. Saying go home in front of Jiang Wan would seem too intimate. Saying go home in front of Jiang Nua seems too strange. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes to rest, and gave a faint reply. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things first. The refrigerator at home is empty. At home. The word came out of Jiang Wan's mouth with perfect naturalness. But to Suyi, it sounded like stepping on a landmine. Before he could react, Jiang Nua, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned her head and asked curiously. Sis, when did you learn to cook? Back in the day, you didn't even know how to boil water. Jiang Wan opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Suya's stiff back, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. I won't. But he will. Jiang Wan's slender fingers gently tapped the back of the driver's seat. Su's cooking skills are quite good. Let him show you his skills tonight. This statement was made very casually. But it was like a bomb, thrown directly into Suya's arms. Should Suyi cook? Should we feed it to the two sisters? This can be considered. Is it also part of the cooperation agreement? Suyi looked in the rearview mirror and saw Jiang Nua's peach blossom eyes light up instantly. Really? Jiang Nua looked at Suyi in surprise, as if he were looking at some rare animal. Hey, Master Su. I didn't realize you had this skill? Alright, then I'll have a good taste tonight. What if it doesn't taste good? Jiang Nua waved her pink fist. I'll deduct your wages. Suyi gave a wry smile. Wages? Every penny he has now was earned with his life. No problem. Suyi reluctantly agreed. As long as the two ladies don't mind. Just then, that damn system notification sounded in my mind again. Instead of calming down after passing this hurdle, they became even more cheerful. The host has successfully resolved the first wave of the trust crisis. Acting skills score +10. Current task progress, 20%. Warning, host, please be aware that you are about to enter a high-energy battleground. A new storm has arrived, how can we stand still? Chapter 19 Rewarding Suyi that night. The scenery outside the car window gradually changed from bustling streets to quiet, upscale community greenbelts. The Maybach slowly glided into the underground parking garage of Thompson Riviera, a top-tier Riverview apartment complex in Shanghai. This is a place where every inch of land is incredibly valuable, every breath of air seems to be filled with the smell of money. After the car came to a stop, the silence that had been building up all the way was finally broken. Arrive. Suyi unbuckled his seatbelt, his voice maintaining the restraint and respect befitting a driver. Jiang Wan, sitting in the back row, gently rubbed her temples, clearly exhausted from a day of administrative work. Jiang Nua, in the passenger seat, seemed to come back to life instantly, like a small motor that had just been fully charged. Ah, I'm finally home. Jiang Nua opened the car door, stretched out a big yawn, and her beautiful curves were fully revealed under her tight t-shirt. Then, she turned around, her peach blossom eyes looking at Suyi, who had just gotten out of the car, with a half-smile. He pointed to the trunk. That guy. Master Su, right? I have my luggage in the trunk, 3 suitcases. Could you please carry them up? Be careful, that's a limited edition Rimowa. If you scratch it, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you sell yourself. Suya's lips twitched slightly. This brat, is she addicted to acting? Just now she called me darling in the car, now she's calling me Master Su. But this is precisely what they agreed upon as absolute secrecy. In front of Jiang Wan, he was just a tool to get paid to do things. Yes, Mississippi. Suyi lowered her head and obediently went around to the back of the car. The trunk is open. 3 huge silver metal boxes lay there quietly. Each one is about half a person's height. Suyi tried mentioning the first one. It was as heavy as if it were filled with lead. This isn't just luggage, it's like they're emptying the entire dorm room. Jongwon also got out of the car at this time, stood at the elevator entrance, and glanced around with a cold gaze. Jong Nua, are you going to school or fleeing from disaster? Will you be able to fit all this stuff in your dorm room? Jong Nua ran over with small, quick steps, and hooked her arm around her sister's, acting coquettishly. Sis, there's nothing we can do about it. Some clothes have to be hung up, and my skincare products and that set of equipment take up a lot of space. Besides, we have a driver. After she finished speaking, she deliberately turned around and gave Suyi a provocative look. Suyi gritted her teeth, picked up one in each hand, and tucked a smaller one under her arm. The veins on his arms were bulging. Fortunately, my physical abilities were somewhat enhanced after the system was activated, otherwise I would have really embarrassed myself in this level. It's nothing, Instructor Jiang, it's what I should do. Suyi gritted her teeth and forced a professional fake smile. The three of them entered the elevator. The originally spacious private elevator suddenly became cramped after 3 huge boxes were crammed into it. Suyi huddled in the corner, holding onto the box. Jiang Wan and Jiang Nua stood in front. The mirrored elevator wall reflected the figures of the 3 people. 2 stunningly beautiful women were in front, and a laborer was behind. Suyi's gaze inevitably fell on what was in front of him. Jiang Wan wore a mature and elegant business suit, with a bodycon skirt that accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Jiang Nua wore a youthful and energetic pleated skirt, and her long, straight, cartoon-like legs were dazzlingly white. This should be the scene that countless men dream of. But Suyi only felt a chill down her spine. Because he saw that Jiang Nua had her hands behind her back and was secretly giving him the middle finger. Jiang Wan was staring thoughtfully at his face through the elevator's rearview mirror. Bite. We've reached the 28th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal the entrance hall. Suyi let out a breath, as if he had successfully escaped from prison, and quickly carried the box out. Just put the box in the entryway. As Jiang Wan changed her shoes, she casually gave the instructions. Suyi, go wash your hands. The ingredients are on the kitchen island. Tonight I'll make 3 dishes and a soup, something light. After speaking, she turned to look at Jiang Nua. Go take a shower and change your clothes, you smell sweaty. I'm going to change my clothes too, I'm tired after a long day. Jiang Nua stuck out her tongue, kicked off her limited edition sneakers, and stepped barefoot onto the carpet. Okay, you germaphobe. She paused slightly as she passed by Suyi. He spoke quickly, in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Do your best, Master Su. If you don't cook well, you can forget about going to bed tonight. Oh no, you can forget about leaving, get off work. After saying that, she winked at Suyi, her eyes full of slyness and teasing. Then, like a cheerful little deer, it dragged one of the suitcases into the guest room. The 2 doors closed one after the other. In the large living room, only Suyi remained. The oppressive feeling of being constantly scrutinized finally disappeared. Suyi let out a long sigh of relief and slumped down on the shoe-changing stool. This is unbearable. It's like walking a tightrope. Bite. Host has successfully entered the high-risk instance of 1 house, 2 women. Triggered God-level cooking assistance. Reward skill, Master Chef's blessing beginner. Note, even instant noodles can be cooked to taste like a Michelin 3-star meal. To win a woman's heart, first win her stomach. The system's voice was like heavenly music. Suyi was originally worried that her cooking skills were only at the level of being able to cook something well. If she really makes a terrible meal, Jiang Wan deducting her pay is a minor matter. Jiang Nua, that little devil, will definitely seize this opportunity to cause trouble. System Daddy, you've finally been reliable for once. Suyi felt his confidence soar as he experienced the countless recipes and cooking techniques that suddenly appeared in his mind. He stood up, took off his suit jacket, and neatly hung it on the hanger. Unbutton your cuffs and roll up your shirt sleeves to your elbows. His strong, well-defined forearm lines were visible. If you're going to put on an act, then go all the way. Now, he is an all-around butler with exceptional skills. Enter the kitchen. This isn't a kitchen, it's practically the back kitchen of a top-notch restaurant. A large double-door refrigerator, a complete set of German imported knives, and a central island counter so big you could sleep on it. Suyi opened the refrigerator and glanced at the food. Premium snowflake beef, fresh grouper, organic seasonal vegetables, and several live prawns. Is this the boring life of the rich? Even the ingredients that were temporarily added were of a level that ordinary people would only be willing to eat during the Lunar New Year. Call. Suyi took a deep breath and picked up a chef's knife. A sense of familiarity welled up within him, as if the knife were an extension of his arm. Take out the pot, boil water, and prepare the ingredients. Knock, 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 knock. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables filled the quiet apartment. Each cut produces a uniform thickness, just like machine cutting. Slice the ginger into shreds and chop the scallions into small pieces. Cut the beef into cubes and marinate with black pepper and sea salt. Cut the grouper open along the back to remove any fishy smell, then plate it. Suya's movements were fluid and graceful, without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, he was so focused that it was as if he were sculpting a work of art. The range hood hummed softly, carrying away the cooking fumes, but it couldn't take away the gradually spreading aroma. I don't know how much time passed. The guest room door quietly opened a crack. Jiang Nua changed into a loose pink loungewear set, her hair still wet and draped over her shoulders. She originally wanted to sneak out to eat some snacks. As soon as the door opened, I was captivated by an irresistible aroma. It smells so good. Jiang Nua sniffed, like a kitten smelling fish, and drifted involuntarily toward the kitchen. She tiptoed to the kitchen door and peeked out with her head. There stood the boy who usually looked quite ordinary at school. She was wearing a gray apron and standing in front of the stove, tossing the food in a wok. The firelight illuminated his focused profile, and sweat trickled down his temples. That instant, Jiang Nua was stunned. They say that the most handsome men are those who are serious. At this moment, Suyi shed the timid and submissive demeanor he displayed when facing Jiang Wan. He exudes a confident air of being in control of the whole situation. Sizzle. That was the sound of hot oil being poured over scallions and fish. A rich, savory aroma exploded instantly. Jiang Nua couldn't help but swallow. My stomach, quite uncooperatively, let out a gurgle. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet kitchen. Suyi paused in his actions and turned around to look. His eyes met Jiang Nua's greedy yet amazed gaze. Are you hungry? Suyi smiled slightly and casually picked up a piece of freshly fried crispy pork from the plate next to her. He blew on the hot air. Then it was naturally brought to Jiang Nua's lips. Taste it to see if it's salty. This movement is so natural. So naturally, both of them were taken aback for a moment. This is purely an interaction between a couple. Jiang Nua looked at the golden, crispy piece of meat at her lips, then glanced at Suya's smiling eyes. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. But she did not refuse. Instead, she opened her cherry-like mouth and took a bite of the meat. Incidentally, she even lightly licked the tip of Suya's chopsticks with the tip of her tongue. Boom! Suyi felt as if a firework had exploded in her mind. That vixen. It was absolutely intentional. Ugh! Jiang Nua's eyes widened suddenly. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with juicy goodness, the perfect balance of Sichuan peppercorn flavor dances on your tongue. It's so delicious I could cry. Suyi, you. Jiang Nua chewed the meat indistinctly, looking utterly incredulous. Did you graduate from New Oriental? This is so delicious. Suyi put away her chopsticks, secretly pleased, but outwardly remained calm. It's a family heirloom craft, just so. Go call your sister for dinner, it'll be ready soon. Jiang Nua licked her lips, still wanting more, and glanced at Suyi. Suddenly, he took a step closer. He was almost pressed against Suya's back. Her breath was sweet as orchids in his ear. Master Su, your cooking is so good. From now on, will you take care of all my meals? It's not just cooking. Suya's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the pot. Before he could reply, footsteps came from the living room. Jiang Nua, what are you doing in the kitchen? Jiang Wanqing's cold voice came through. Still damp and languid from a recent shower. Jiang Nua sprang back instantly, like a startled rabbit. The speed at which they changed their expressions was astonishing. She turned around, her back to Suyi, and looked at Jiang Wan, who was walking towards her with a disgusted expression. Sister, I'm here to supervise the construction. We're worried that this new driver might be dishonest and steal our ingredients. But the smell is passable, and it's barely edible. As Suyi watched Jiang Nua's retreating figure, 1,000 alpacas seemed to gallop through his mind. That's some acting skill. That's mental fortitude. She truly deserves to be a future best actress. Just a moment ago she was acting like a greedy cat about to devour him, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a mean-spirited young lady. Jiang Wan was wearing a black silk nightgown, her long hair casually tied back. Even without makeup, she is still breathtakingly beautiful. She walked to the dining table and looked at the two dishes that had already been served. Steamed grouper, with a color as white as jade. The black peppered beef cubes are glistening with oil. Even someone like her, who was used to eating delicacies, couldn't help but feel her mouth water. Alright, stop being so picky. Su Yi, bring the soup, let's eat. Jiang Wan pulled out a chair and sat down, her demeanor elegant. Su Yi carried out the last dish, Wensi tofu soup. It was carefully placed in the center of the dining table. Please enjoy your meal. After saying that, he took off his apron, stood aside, and prepared to retreat to a corner. After all, according to the terms of the confidentiality agreement, he was a driver, a servant. They are not qualified to eat at the same table as their host. Sit down. Sit down. Two voices rang out at the same time. Jiang Wan and Jiang Nua spoke in unison. The two exchanged a glance, and a spark seemed to fly between them. Jiang Wan frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that her sister would speak up. She explained calmly. You've worked hard making so many dishes. I don't like those feudal rules, let's eat together. We can't finish it anyway. Jiang Nua pursed her lips and fiddled with the chopsticks in her hand. That's right, so much food, it would be such a waste to throw it away. I'm kind-hearted, so I'll let you eat with me. Perfect timing, I'm too lazy to peel these shrimp, come sit over here and peel them for me. Su Yi looked at the two women. One plays the good cop, and the other plays the bad cop. But there was only one goal, to get him to sit down. Then, I shall respectfully comply. Su Yi didn't stand on ceremony and pulled out a chair that was positioned between the two of them and sat down. Sit upright and solemnly. He was like a prospective son-in-law meeting his future-in-laws for the first time. The dinner party began. There was no awkward silence as I had imagined. Because the food was absolutely delicious. Jiang Wan picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. His previously tense expression visibly relaxed. The fish is tender and smooth, cooked to perfection, with no fishy smell at all, only pure sweetness. She couldn't help but glance at Su Yi. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How many more surprises does this freshman know about? Not only is he handsome, he can drive an act, but he can even cook? Moreover, her cooking skills are even better than those of the Michelin-starred private restaurants she frequents. How did it go, Instructor Jiang? Su Yi asked cautiously. Jiang Wan swallowed the fish and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Although he had already given it a perfect score in his mind, he still maintained his composure when speaking out. Not bad. It's better than the school cafeteria. This is already the highest praise she could give. Jiang Nua, on the other hand, was not so subtle. She completely abandoned the image of a rich young lady. Its mouth was stuffed full of beef, and its cheeks were bulging, like a hamster. It's delicious. Su Yi, you're amazing. How is this beef made? It's so tender. And this soup is amazing. Jiang Nua ate while praising the food in a mumbled way. Those bright, sparkling eyes were like two searchlights, fixed intently on Su Yi. That was the look in their eyes when they discovered a treasure. It was also the look in the hunter's eyes when he saw his desired prey. While peeling shrimp for Jiang Nua, Su Yi dealt with the reactions of the two. As long as you like it, that's fine. He put the peeled shrimp neat into Jiang Nua's bowl. Jiang Nua swallowed the bowl whole without any hesitation, and even went so far as to hand over the empty bowl. I want more. Peel one more. Jiang Wan couldn't stand it anymore, so she frowned and tapped the table. Jiang Nua, don't you have hands? Su Yi is here to eat too, not specifically to serve you. He's your classmate, be polite. Jiang Nua stuck out her tongue and withdrew her hand. Okay, I got it, sis. I just thought he peeled them quickly. He verbally apologized. But things are not behaving properly under the table. Su Yi was picking up a piece of green vegetable to eat. Suddenly I felt a warm sensation on my calf. Those were Jiang Nua's feet. She wasn't wearing socks. Su Yi almost choked to death on a mouthful of greens. He coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong? Jiang Wan looked up and glanced at him with concern. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. As she spoke, she poured him a glass of water. Suyi took the water glass, her face flushed. It wasn't just because I choked. It was also because of the foot under the table that was becoming increasingly audacious. He turned his head slightly and looked at Jiang Nua. The girl was drinking her soup with an innocent expression. It was as if what happened under the table had nothing to do with her. Only the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her mischievous nature. That's insane. That's insane. In front of Jiang Wan, this girl is playing with fire and getting burned. Suyi was tense all over, neither daring to dodge for fear that making too much of a movement would arouse Jiang Wan's suspicion nor daring to enjoy it. It signaled to her to behave. Who knew this would happen? It seemed more like a response. Jiang Nua's eyes instantly brightened. Suyi took a deep breath and gulped down a large mouthful of ice water. This finally calmed the burning desire in my heart. This meal was more tiring than running 5 kilometers. Half an hour later. The wind swept away the clouds. The plates on the table were almost all empty. Even the large bowl of soup was completely drunk. Jiang Nua slumped in the chair without any regard for appearances, rubbing her round little belly with a satisfied look on her face. It looks like a Persian cat that has eaten and drunk its fill. Oh dear, I'm so full. Suyi, are you trying to make me fat to death? Although she was complaining, her tone was full of coquettish charm. Jiang Wan also put down her chopsticks. Although she ate very restrainedly, she still ate half a bowl more rice than usual. This long-awaited, home-cooked meal, full of warmth and comfort, seemed to melt a corner of her heart, which had been frozen for years. She watched Suyi clearing away the dishes. His eyes held a complex expression. This man didn't seem as unpleasant as she had imagined. Even. It gives you a sense of reassurance and peace of mind. Just leave it there, I'll have Auntie come and collect it in a bit. Jiang Wan spoke up. No need, it's easy, I'll wash it. Suyi deftly stacked the plates. All he wanted to do was get into the kitchen and get away from those two dangerous women. Especially Jiang Nua. The confrontation under the table just now had already left him utterly defeated. Watching Suyi carry the plate into the kitchen from behind. Those broad shoulders, that slender waist. Jiang Nua narrowed her eyes. Her pink tongue gently licked the last bit of sauce left at the corner of her mouth. This cheap boyfriend. Not only is he handsome, but he's also a great driver and a fantastic actor. She can actually cook so well. This is hardly a case of finding a treasure. This is like winning the lottery. Jiang Nua's mind began to stir. Originally, I just wanted to find a scapegoat and, incidentally, spike my blind date. Now it seems. This Suyi is someone worth getting to know better. The kind of in-depth exchange. Sis, I'll go cut some fruit. Jiang Nua suddenly stood up, a strange light flashing in her eyes. You go? Jiang Wan looked at her with some surprise. Can you cut fruit? Oh dear, I should learn to be more virtuous too. Jiang Nua waved her hand and walked briskly towards the kitchen. But in his heart he was making plans. What a capable boyfriend. Tonight. How can we properly reward him? Should I give him a hug in the kitchen? Still. Something more exciting? Thinking of this, Jiang Nua's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 20 Feeding him strawberries. The water flowed onto the bone china plate, making a clear, gurgling sound. The foam from the dish soap refracted a rainbow of colors under the light. Suyi kept her head down, mechanically wiping the tableware in her hands, but her ears were perked up like an alert hunting dog, constantly watching the movements in the living room behind her. This is not washing dishes. This is clearly a mine clearance operation. Sizzle. A faint scraping sound came from behind. That was the sound of a fruit knife being pulled from its sheath. Immediately following was a series of light footsteps, accompanied by that familiar, slightly sweet, girlish scent, which quickly approached. Suyi's back muscles tensed instantly. I know who it is without even turning around. That little vixen who almost killed him with her toes under the dinner table. Master Su, the dishes are washed very clean. Jiang Nua's voice rang in his ears, carrying a warm breath that seemed to penetrate his ear canal. She didn't go straight to the fruit cutting area. Instead, he deliberately went around to Suyi's back, leaned forward slightly, almost touching Suyi's back, and peered into the sink to look at the foam. Suyi could even feel the soft curves beneath her loungewear. And those two soft mounds, so soft they made his heart race, were pressed against his shoulder blades, seemingly close yet distant. This is playing with fire. If Jiang Wan were to walk in now and see this scene, he would be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Huangpu River. Second miss, I'm working. Suyi subtly moved half a step to the side, creating some distance between them. He vigorously wiped the edge of the plate with the rag in his hand, as if he wanted to wipe away all the patterns on it. His tone was respectful, but with a hint of distance. This is for outsiders to hear. TCH, boring. Zhang Nuo pursed her lips, seemingly quite dissatisfied with his gentlemanly demeanor. But she didn't press the matter further, and instead turned and walked towards the island platform next to her. There were freshly taken out netted melons and a few bright red, juicy strawberries on the table. Click. The sound of the knife cutting through the melon rind was crisp and pleasant. While casually cutting fruit, Zhang Nuo used the reflection from the oven's glass door to observe Suya's profile out of the corner of her eye. The more I look at it, the more pleasing it becomes. I noticed this while we were eating. The way this man focuses is really captivating. She's much better than those rich kids who only fawn over her all day. The key is that he is obedient, good at cooking, referring to cooking, and also has a kind of asceticism that makes her want to tear off his disguise. At the same time, in the living room, Jiang Wan was leaning back on the sofa, resting with her eyes closed. However, those usually cool and aloof eyebrows were now slightly furrowed. It's so hot. She murmured something under her breath and reached out to tug at the collar of her silk nightgown. I wonder if it's because the bowl of Wensi tofu soup was too hot. That grouper dish was just too nourishing. A strange feeling of heat was spreading from my stomach to my limbs and bones. This heat is not the kind of oppressive, sultry heat. It's a warm, tingling heat that makes you feel weak all over, and even a little tipsy. It's like drinking a very strong, aged wine. The aftereffects finally kick in. A faint pink blush rose on Jiang Wan's fair neck. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The central air conditioning in the room was set to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. But she felt as if she were on a hot summer afternoon. The heat seemed to emanate from her very bones, making her mouth and throat feel dry. She opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat unfocused as she swept towards the kitchen. The frosted glass door was half closed. You can see two figures moving around inside. One of them is Su Yi, who is washing dishes, with a tall and straight back. One is Jiang Nuo, who is cutting fruit, with a graceful figure. Surprisingly, the scene was harmonious. Call. Jiang Wan exhaled a long breath, trying to dispel the restlessness in her body. But this heat seemed to have taken root, settling in the lower abdomen, and even showing a tendency to intensify. The expensive silk robe she was wearing now clung to her body, feeling extremely sticky and uncomfortable. No. I need to take a shower. Rinse it with cold water. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have trouble sleeping tonight. Thinking this, Jiang Wan stood up, holding onto the sofa armrest. My body felt weak, and I staggered before I could regain my balance. Is this ingredient too nourishing? A hint of doubt flashed through Jiang Wan's mind. But it was quickly overwhelmed by the waves of heat. All she wanted to do now was wash away the sticky sweat. Jiang Nuo. Jiang Wan called out towards the kitchen. His voice was less cool and clear than usual, and more hoarse and languid. The two people in the kitchen froze simultaneously. Su Yi stopped what she was doing. Jiang Nuo paused in cutting the melon. What's wrong, sis? Jiang Nuo poked her head out, holding a fruit knife in her hand, with a little bit of melon juice left on the corner of her mouth from stealing a bite. I'm going to take a shower. As Jiang Wan walked towards the master bedroom, she gave instructions without turning her head. It's too hot. Maybe the air conditioner is broken, or maybe I ate too fast. You guys should eat the fruit and get some rest. Suyi, go back to your room after you're done packing. You need to take me to the company tomorrow morning. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. The words had barely left his mouth. With a bang, the master bedroom door was slammed shut. Immediately following was the sound of the door being locked. That was Jiang Wan's habit, and it was also her only source of security at home. As the heavy solid wood door closed, the invisible sense of oppression that had been filling the air dissipated almost entirely in an instant. Instead, an atmosphere of ambiguity and danger quietly crept into the large apartment. In the kitchen, the sound of running water from the faucet was still ringing out. But Suya's heartbeat was louder than the sound of flowing water. They're gone. The mountain named Jiang Wan has finally been temporarily moved. But this also means The little tiger beside me, named Zhang Nuo, has been completely freed from its shackles. Suyi turned off the tap. He shook the water droplets off his hands and picked up a dry towel to wipe them. He was just about to turn around and leave this place of trouble. Who let you leave? A sweet, coquettish voice, carrying a hint of command and a touch of coquetry, effectively blocked his escape route. Zhang Nuo had put down the fruit knife at some point. She was holding an exquisite crystal fruit platter, leaning against the island counter. Her long, slender legs were casually crossed. The pink loungewear had its neckline slightly open, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Those peach blossom eyes were now staring at Suyi with a half smile. Like a cat that has just stolen some fish, now eyeing its next prey. "Second miss, is there anything else you need?" Suyi took a deep breath, turned around, and tried to make her expression look serious and rigid. He maintained the proper conduct expected of a driver. "The fruit is cut up, please take it out to eat, I'm going back to my room." "What's the rush?" Zhang Nuo used a fork to pick up a piece of crystal clear, netted melon. He didn't put it in his mouth. Instead, it swayed in the air. The pale green flesh is dripping with abundant juice and exudes an enticing sweet aroma. "My sister went to take a shower." Zhang Nuo suddenly lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of inexplicable excitement. "Although the soundproofing in the master bedroom is good, it's not like you can't hear anything at all." "You say? If we make any noise here, won't she think a thief has broken in?" Suyi felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of nonsense is this girl thinking? "Second miss, please have some self-respect. I am Mr. Zhang's driver, and also, well, there are some rules that must be followed." Suyi forced a smile and reminded him. But in my mind I was ranting and raving. System. In this situation, are there any skills that allow one to be possessed by the spirit of Lu Xiaohui? Give me a dozen. Otherwise, something really bad will happen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nuo not only didn't get angry, but instead giggled. She laughed so hard her body trembled. "Rule? You have rules with my sister, but what rules do you have with me? Our 3 covenants do not say that you cannot eat fruit in the kitchen." As she spoke, she put down the fruit plate she was holding. Step by step, they approached Suyi. The smooth feet stepped on the floor without making a sound. But to Suyi, every step felt like it was stepping on his heart. "Master Su." Zhang Nuo walked up to Suyi, so close that they could hear each other's breaths. She even had to tilt her head slightly to see Suyi's eyes clearly. This height difference actually made her appear even more petite and charming. "I wasn't able to reward you at the dinner table earlier. Now. There are only the 2 of us here now. You cooked such a delicious meal and cleaned the kitchen so well. As the host, shouldn't I do something?" Suyi's Adam's apple bobbed. The air around my nose was filled with the sweet scent of honeydew melon emanating from the girl. Reason told him to push it away. But his body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Are these the high-quality women bound to the godly rich system? This destructive power is practically at the level of a nuclear bomb. "Second miss, you're too kind. This is all part of my job." Suyi was still making a last-ditch effort. Leaned back slightly, trying to create a safe distance. "TCH, hypocrite." Zhang Nuo rolled her eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Suyi's wrist, which he had just dried. Her hands were soft and smooth, yet very strong. He directly pulled Suyi's hand in front of him. "Open your mouth." Zhang Nuo gave the order. "Ah." Suyi was taken aback and subconsciously opened her mouth. In that very instant, Zhang Nuo did not feed the piece of melon. Instead, he did something that made Suyi's pupils dilate in shock. She picked up the neatly cut, netted melon. No fork was used. Instead, she pinched it directly with her slender fingers. Then, it was gently brought to Suyi's lips. "Ah." Zhang Nuo spoke in a coaxing voice, as if she were soothing a child. Those eyes gleamed with the smugness of a successful prank, and a hint of barely concealed allure. "My sister isn't here. Nobody cares about you. But it hurts my heart. The driver works so hard, and he can't even get a piece of fruit. If word gets out, people will think that our Jiang family mistreats its servants." Suyi looked at the melon flesh that was so close to her. And those 2 slender, jade-like fingers that were pinching the flesh of the melon. There was still a little bit of glistening juice on my fingertips. The juice slowly slid down between his fingers and dripped onto the marble countertop of the island. Tick-tock. That soft sound was like the sound of reason breaking down. Just then. Splash. From the direction of the master bedroom in the distance, a very faint sound of water could be heard. That's the sound of the shower being turned on. Jiang Wen started taking a shower. This sound is like a signal. This did not calm the two down at all. Instead, it acted like a shot of adrenaline, pushing this sense of immorality to its peak. Separated by a wall. The aloof and domineering female CEO was taking a shower without any precautions. And here, her own sister was holding her boyfriend's hand, playing this dangerous game. Eat? Zhang Nua's voice became somewhat hurried, with a hint of impatience and a strange longing. Do you expect me to chew it up and feed it to you? Su Ye's eyes darkened. Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the very end. Anyway, it was you who took the initiative. I was forced into it. I am innocent. He no longer hesitated. He took a bite of the melon flesh. The sweet juice bursts in your mouth instantly. Its sweetness even surpassed that of any food produced by the system. But what's even more deadly is, Su Yi didn't just bite into the melon. His lips, inevitably, or perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, he touched Zhang Nua's fingers. The warm, soft touch made them both tremble violently, as if they had been electrocuted. Zhang Nua's body stiffened visibly for a moment. Their previously arrogant demeanor suddenly turned slightly flustered. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Her face turned red all the way down to her ears. She had intended to flirt with the honest-looking driver. Unexpectedly, the electric shock sensation was incredibly intense. Su Yi swallowed the melon flesh in her mouth. His eyes became deep and unfathomable. He did not let go of his mouth. Instead, he gently sucked the juice that remained on Zhang Nua's fingertips. Boom! Zhang Nua felt like his skull was about to explode. A tingling sensation instantly spread from my fingertips throughout my body. My legs went weak and I almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, she managed to grab the edge of the central island platform in time. You! Zhang Nua stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her who had suddenly become extremely aggressive. Is this still the same timid and submissive Master Su? This is nothing short of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Su Yi released her hand. He licked his lips, still wanting more. A wicked smile curved at the corner of his lips. That was the confidence bestowed upon him by the system, and also his counterattack as a man after being provoked. It's very sweet. He looked into Zhang Nua's eyes, his voice low and hoarse. This melon is really good. Zhang Nua pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. When I put it on my chest, my heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. The warm, damp sensation still lingered on my fingertips. That feeling was like a brand, impossible to erase. You scoundrel! Zhang Nua stammered out a curse. But there wasn't a trace of blame in his tone. It was clearly a coquettish reluctance. She turned away, unable to look into Su Ye's eyes that seemed to want to devour her. With her back to him, she took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. But that scene kept replaying in my mind. His lips. His tongue tip. His eyes. That's insane. That's insane. Zhang Nua bit her lower lip, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I just wanted to have some fun. Now it seems. This is a bit too much of a joke. It's so big that she might have to risk everything. Want more? Behind him, Su Ye's voice rang out again. This time, the previous respect was gone. Instead, it carries a sense of equality, even a somewhat condescending playfulness. Zhang Nua suddenly turned around. She looked at the man leaning against the sink, watching her with a half-smile. My competitive spirit was instantly ignited. She is the third young lady of the Jiang family. She is the most beautiful girl in the performing arts department of Shanghai University. How could we lose to a driver? Of course. Zhang Nua puffed out her chest, her face still flushed, but she was determined not to lose in terms of momentum. She picked up another strawberry with her fork. The strawberries were bright red and juicy, with a perfect shape. That was just an appetizer. Master Su, you'd better catch this. What if it falls to the ground? She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping down Su Ye's chest. Finally, it stopped at some indescribable location. I'll make you lick the floor clean. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Goodness. This is pushing the boundaries of self-destruction. Since you want to do something exciting, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, second Mississippi. Suyi took a step forward. This brought the two of them closer once again. At this time, the sound of water in the master bedroom seemed to become clearer. Amidst the rushing sound of water, it was as if one could hear Jiang Wan humming a little tune. That was a state of complete relaxation. Little did they know. It's in the kitchen, just a few meters away. A flame called adultery is burning fiercely. Jiang Nua held up the strawberry in her hand. This time, she didn't hand it over directly. Instead, they stood on their tiptoes. He brought the strawberry to his mouth. I took a small bite. Leave half of it outside. It was still covered in her glistening saliva. Then, she raised her chin. Those peach blossom eyes looked at Suyi with a watery gaze. The meaning is self-evident. This is too mouth-to-mouth feeding? Suyi's breathing instantly became heavy. This is no longer just a hint. This is a blatant and explicit statement. This is like tearing the confidentiality agreement to shreds and trampling it underfoot. Looking at that half-ripe, bright red strawberry. And behind the strawberry, those luscious red lips. The strings of reason in Suyi's mind were snapping one by one. Who cares about the eldest daughter of the Zheng family? Who cares about him pretending to be her boyfriend? This is him now. I just want to taste this strawberry and see just how sweet it is. He lowered his head, getting closer little by little. Their breaths mingled together. The temperature was scalding hot, even hotter than the soup from before. Just as their lips were about to touch. Click. The direction of the master bedroom. Suddenly, a very faint sound of a door lock turning was heard. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Jiang Nua's pupils suddenly contracted. Suyi abruptly stopped moving. Both of them turned their horrified gazes toward the kitchen doorway. The sound of water has stopped? My sister, is she out? Chapter 21. Go take a shower first. Click. That instant, the air seemed to solidify into tangible cement. The actions of Suyi and Jiang Nua were sealed away at this moment. The strawberries were still hanging in mid-air. It was less than a centimeter away from Suyi's lips. Suyi could even feel the fine fuzz on the surface of the strawberry gently teasing his lips. Jiang Nua's alluring eyes instantly lost their previous charm and seduction. Instead, it was a panic state, like that of a startled deer, with pupils suddenly contracting to the size of pinpoints. My older sister is out. The thought exploded in both of their minds like a thunderclap. Suyi reacted extremely quickly. It was almost 1/1000th of a second after hearing the door lock click. His body reacted instinctively. Retreat. Bowing his head. Turn around. The set of movements was fluid and seamless, without any unnecessary frills. It was a complete release of potential driven by an explosive will to survive. He quickly picked up the rag and pressed it back onto the plate in the sink. Even to cover up the silence of that moment just now, he deliberately bumped the plate against the faucet spout. Splash. The sound of rushing water once again filled the small kitchen space. At the same time, Jiang Nua's reaction was also quick. After all, he was the top student in the performing arts department, so his ability to adapt to unexpected situations was terrifying. Just as Suyi retreated, she instinctively pulled her hand, which was holding the strawberries, back. Without any hesitation, she directly stuffed the half-eaten strawberry, which was covered in her saliva and was originally intended to be fed to Suyi, into her own mouth. Cheeks puffed out. Chew vigorously. Then, he turned around. The fruit knife in his hand fell again. Da! The knife blade struck the cutting board with a dull thud. It was at the very moment that the knife struck. The frosted glass door to the kitchen was pushed open from the outside. A fragrant breeze, carrying a moist and warm scent, entered the kitchen before anyone could see it. It was a blend of rose scents from expensive shower gels and an indescribable, unique fragrance characteristic of mature women. Suyi's heart pounded wildly. But he dared not turn back. He could only stare intently at the plate in his hand, as if trying to see every detail of the patterns on it. The hairs on his back stood up one by one. That's the instinctive reaction of being targeted by a top predator. The footsteps were very light. The sound of bare feet on the floor was almost inaudible. But every step felt like stepping on Suya's nerves. It's getting closer. We're closer now. You. Jiang Wan's voice rang out, with a hint of languor from just having showered, and a touch of hoarseness from the heat. It wasn't strict, but it exudes an aura of authority without anger. What are you doing? These 3 words were uttered. The temperature in the kitchen seemed to have dropped a few degrees. The ambiguous atmosphere that had been spreading just moments before was instantly dispelled by this icy aura. Su Ye's hand trembled. The plate in my hand almost slipped from my grasp. But he held firm. Take a deep breath, adjust your facial expression, and slowly turn around. At this moment, his eyes were clear, his expression respectful, and even a little awkward. He perfectly embodies the image of a dutiful and honest driver. Teacher Jiang. Su Yi lowered his head slightly, his gaze not daring to wander, but only fixed on the area below Jiang Wan's neck and above her collarbone. This is both a form of politeness and a way to protect oneself. However, even so, the images of Yu Guangzhong still made him feel parched. Jiang Wan was wrapped in a thick white bathrobe. But because they had just taken a shower, or because it was too hot, the neckline of the bathrobe was a little loose. Large areas of skin, flushed pink from the steaming hot water, were exposed. Her long, wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with water droplets still dripping from the ends. Water droplets slid down her collarbone and disappeared into the bottomless ravine. Her cheeks flushed. Her eyes looked somewhat unfocused, not as sharp as usual, but instead possessed a captivating charm. I'm washing the dishes. Su Ye's voice was steady and powerful, without a trace of weakness. The second young lady just said she was hungry and wanted some fruit. I was about to cut it when she said I didn't know how to plate it, so she did it herself. That's what tacit understanding is. Su Yi directly characterized what had just happened as cutting fruit. And without making a sound, they shifted the blame to Jiang Nua's pickiness. This explains why both of them were in the kitchen, and also why Jiang Nua was holding the knife. Perfect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's somewhat dreamy eyes slowly shifted to Jiang Nua beside her. Jiang Nua at this moment. They had already swallowed that evident strawberry. She was facing away from Jiang Wan, holding a fruit knife and pretending to gesture on the netted melon. Hearing Su Ye's words, she secretly gave this driver a thumbs up in her heart. That's a fast reaction time. It's a real shame they didn't apply to the acting department. Yes, sis. Jiang Nua turned around. She wore a sweet, harmless smile. He was holding a freshly cut piece of melon in his hand. Master Su is clumsy and can't even cut a melon neatly, so I had to do it myself. As he spoke, she presented the melon to Jiang Wan as if it were a treasure. Sis, why don't you try some? This melon is super sweet. Jiang Wan looked at her innocent and carefree younger sister. Then he glanced at Su Yi, who was standing honestly to the side. His brows furrowed slightly. Something just doesn't feel right. She vaguely heard something in the bathroom just now. It doesn't look like cutting fruit. It's more like suppressed breathing? Or was it a low, teasing laugh? But now, looking at this scene of harmony between master and servant, she thought she might be hallucinating. The burning sensation within her body made her mind somewhat sluggish, preventing her from engaging in complex thinking. I won't eat it. Jiang Wan waved her hand, her brows furrowing even more. She only felt thirsty. Extremely thirsty. It was fire rising from my throat. It's so hot. She murmured something to herself, then reached out and tugged at the collar of her bathrobe, trying to let in a wisp of cool air. But this slight coolness was like a drop in the ocean compared to the raging fire within her. Is the air conditioner broken? Jiang Wan looked at Su Yi, her tone tinged with annoyance. Su Yi quickly glanced at the control panel on the wall. President Jiang, it's set to 24 degrees, and it's operating normally. What happened? Jiang Wan leaned against the doorframe, feeling her legs go weak. That feeling was like walking on clouds, floating around. Could it be that the grouper was really too nutritious? Is it that wincy tofu soup again? I should have known better than to drink so much soup. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. My gaze swept over Jiang Nua's cool pink loungewear. Then look at my own heavy bathrobe. It's getting hotter. Go take a shower. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke up, pointing at Jiang Nuo. The tone left no room for argument. Ah? Jiang Nuo paused for a moment, still holding the melon in her hand. I just cut the fruit. Go now. Jiang Wan emphasized her words, and her domineering CEO aura returned somewhat. You smelled awful from all that sweat. Actually, Jiang Nuo had just taken a shower not long ago, and she smelled wonderful. There was no sweaty smell at all. But this was just an excuse for Jiang Wan. She is currently upset and feeling unwell. I just want to be alone, or get rid of this chattering younger sister. Oh. Jiang Nuo pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. But in this family, the eldest sister's words are law. Especially now that my older sister seems to be in a bad mood. She dared not risk this misfortune. More importantly, I almost messed up just now. While the thrilling excitement is addictive, the lingering fear is also real. Now there's a way out, perfect for making a quick getaway. Then I'll go wash up. Jiang Nuo put down the fruit knife in her hand. As he passed by Su Yi, she paused slightly in her steps. He had his back to Jiang Wan. Her peach blossom eyes blinked rapidly. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then, that little hand that was just now tempting Su Yi with strawberries. Under the cover of the side of the body. Extremely fast. He gently pinched the outside of Su Yi's thigh. Hiss. Su Yi almost cried out. That girl. What a cruel attack. That pinch landed right on the tenderest part of the flesh. You don't even need to look to know it's bruised. Is this revenge? Or is it flirting? Or perhaps, a code that only the two of them understand? Su Yi gritted her teeth and forcefully suppressed the slight gasp. His face remained respectful, with his eyes downcast and his mind at ease. Until Jiang Nuo's figure disappeared in the direction of the master bathroom. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a door closing came from the other side. Then came the sound of the shower head spraying water. In the kitchen, deathly silence fell once again. Just this once. There were only two people. Su Yi. He Jiang Wan. The sense of oppression was 10 times stronger than before. If facing Jiang Nuo just now was a thrilling experience, like walking on the edge of a cliff. Now, let's face Jiang Wan. It's a kind of suffocation caused by being inside a high-pressure chamber. This woman. But the real power over his life and death rests with his sugar daddy. He was the employer with whom he had signed a confidentiality agreement. He's also the kind of super rich person who can spend hundreds of thousands in a single transaction. Pour me a glass of water. Jiang Wan's voice broke the silence. Instead of going into the kitchen, she turned and walked to the sofa in the living room. His steps were somewhat unsteady. That figure, swaying gracefully, exuded an indescribable frail beauty. Okay, Teacher Jiang. Su Yi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Quickly take out a clean glass. I poured myself a glass of cool boiled water. The water was a little cool, which was just right to relieve the dryness. He carried his water glass, walked out of the kitchen, and came into the living room. Jiang Wan at this moment. He was already slumped on the sofa. She closed her eyes and rested her head against the back of the sofa. Her long, slender neck was fully on display. Her fair skin was flushed with a faint pink hue, like a ripe peach. With her breath, his chest heaved violently. The hem of the bathrobe was a little disheveled, revealing a section of her smooth, jade-like calf. Su Yi dared not look any longer. I walked to the coffee table and gently put down the water glass. Teacher Jiang, the water is here. Jiang Wan slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes seemed to be veiled with a layer of mist. She glanced at Su Yi. He didn't speak. He simply reached out and picked up the water glass. Tilt your head back. Glug glug. I drank most of the glass in one go. With each swallow, her throat moved gently. A few drops of water spilled from the corners of his mouth, slid down his chin, and dripped onto the collar of his bathrobe. A small patch of fabric was instantly soaked. It became translucent. Su Yi quickly lowered her head and stared at her toes. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. This could be fatal. Su Yi. Jiang Wan put down her water glass and let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that the cool water slightly suppressed the internal heat. Her voice regained some clarity. but it still exudes a lazy, magnetic charm. Exist. Su Yi immediately responded. What time is it? 9:30 p.m. 9:30. Jiang Wan muttered to herself. He seemed to be thinking about something. She rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The original plan was, after dinner, let Su Yi go back to school or his rented apartment. After all, this is her private property. It's not appropriate to let a man you've only known for 2 days stay overnight, even if he's a fake boyfriend with a signed agreement. But now. She glanced out the window. The night was deep. The neon lights of Shanghai flicker in the distance. She felt completely weak and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Although the heat was suppressed for a while, it seemed to be gathering strength for an even stronger counterattack. What if something happens tonight? What if that damn hush money incident leaves some lingering problems? Or maybe it's just a simple case of food poisoning and a fever. There is only one younger sister in the family who doesn't know anything. In case of any emergency, there isn't even anyone who can drive you to the hospital. Not to mention, since we're going to act. Since you're going to pretend to be my boyfriend. Then you have to act convincingly. What does it mean if two people live in different places? Countless thoughts were clashing in Jiang Wan's mind. Final. Reason succumbed to the body's instinctive needs. Or rather, it was defeated by that subconscious desire to find someone to rely on for security. Tonight. Jiang Wan leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and her voice was somewhat unsteady. Don't go. These 3 words were uttered. Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. What's the meaning? Don't leave? Is this a request for overnight stay? This is a large single-level apartment in Thompson Riviera. And with those 2 sisters? Isn't the plot moving a little too fast? System. What you're giving us isn't a script for a super rich person, it's a script for a chaotic love triangle. Su Yi forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and tentatively asked. What does Teacher Jiang mean? Sleep on the sofa. Jiang Wan seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and coldly added a sentence. This nipped Su Ye's romantic notions in the bud. There are only 4 bedrooms here. Besides the room where Nono and I are staying, there is a guest room that hasn't been cleaned yet. The guest room is full of clutter, and there's no time to clean it up tonight. So, you'll have to sleep on the sofa. Jiang Wan's tone was very calm, as if she were talking about something perfectly normal. But only she knows. It took a lot of determination for her to make this decision. Let a man. I sleep in my own living room. Even a sofa. This is one of the most outrageous things she has done in her 27 years. Okay, no problem. Su Yi immediately agreed. Joke. Living in Thompson Riviera, even if you have to sleep on the floor, is a win. Moreover, this also means that his relationship with Jiang Wan has taken another step closer. It would be of immense help in completing that perfect disguise mission. Besides, Jiang Wan paused for a moment, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. But in the end, she still said it. After you drop me off at school tomorrow morning, go back to your rented room. Bring your luggage over here. Chapter 22. I couldn't resist wanting to kiss him a couple of times. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. The dawn in Shanghai always carries a chilling, rather unkind quality. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the thin mist on the Huangpu River, like a sharp sword penetrating the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Thompson Riviera penthouse. The beam of light shone on the Italian imported genuine leather sofa. The light also shone on Su Ye's face. Su Yi opened her eyes. Unlike most people who are groggy and confused when they first wake up, his eyes instantly regained their clarity. That was an instinctive reaction after the body was enhanced by the godly rich system. He sat up and stretched on the sofa, which was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. His bones cracked like popping beans. Crack, crack. That night was neither as enchanting as I had imagined, nor did anything particularly delightful or unexpected happen. Jiang Wan, that woman, was as guarded as a hedgehog burying its head in the sand. Apart from coming out to drink water once in the middle of the night and staring at him for 3 minutes with eyes that scrutinized him like a criminal, she made no other move. Su Yi threw off the thin blanket covering her and stepped barefoot onto the floor. The cool sensation surged up his soles, completely waking him up. Since you've signed the agreement and received the money, you should have professional ethics. 3 meals a day are included. This was Jiang Wan's request. It is also his duty as the executor of the perfect disguise mission. Not to mention. Su Ye's gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward the door to the secondary bedroom next to the master bedroom. John Newell was sleeping there. The little devil who forcibly kissed him in the car yesterday forced him to sign an unequal relationship contract, and still doesn't know that she actually has an affair with her sister. This breakfast was not only to fulfill a promise to Jiang Wan. It was also to stabilize Jiang Nua, an unstable factor. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. Although this statement is old-fashioned, it is a profound truth for Su Yi, who possesses the skill of being possessed by a culinary god. He went into the kitchen. The space that felt cramped and confined yesterday because of the ambiguity now appears spacious and bright in the morning light. Open the double-door refrigerator. The ingredients are plentiful. Although she didn't have the top-quality grouper from yesterday, as the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, her refrigerator was naturally not shabby. Su Ye's gaze quickly scanned each partition. My brain is working at lightning speed. Almost instantly, a perfect breakfast menu took shape in his mind. Fresh shrimp and scallop congee. Crystal shrimp dumplings. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Simple, yet not simplistic. Especially for Jiang Wan, who had just been feeling hot last night, a bowl of warm, nourishing, and delicious porridge was an irresistible temptation. Splash. Su Yi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her smoothly shaped forearms. Washing rice. Instead of the expensive Thai fragrant rice, they used Wuchang rice from northeast China, mixed with a small amount of glutinous rice. The porridge cooked this way has a smooth and creamy base, a rich layer of rice oil, and melts in your mouth. Place the clay pot on the stove and bring it to a boil over high heat. Su Yi turned around and started preparing the seafood. That moment. His demeanor has changed. No longer a timid freshman, nor a cautious fake boyfriend. Rather, he is a monarch who controls an empire of taste buds. The kitchen knife in his hand seemed to come alive. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound of chopping vegetables, like rain pattering on banana leaves, is rhythmic yet extremely gentle, and will not wake anyone who is still sleeping. Remove the heads and shells from the fresh shrimp, remove the shrimp veins, gently pound them with the back of a knife, and mince them into shrimp paste, while still retaining a slight grainy texture. Soak the dried scallops in advance and shred them into thin strips. The ginger is cut into thin strips as fine as hair, so that it can float in water without sinking. Time passed by, second by second. A faint aroma of rice gradually filled the kitchen. The aroma isn't overpowering. It is gentle and tender. Like an invisible hand, it slipped through the crack in the door into the master bedroom and then into the second bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Jiang Wan lay on her side on the dark gray bed, her brows slightly furrowed. She dreamed all night. In her dreams, there is always a fire burning, making her thirsty and unable to relieve herself no matter how much water she drinks. Until this moment. A strange fragrance wafted into her nostrils. It was a flavor that blended the delicate aroma of rice with the fresh sweetness of seafood. Not greasy, not fishy. Instead, it was like a clear spring, instantly soothing the slight dryness in her stomach. Jiang Wan slowly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times. She sat up, staring blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling, before realizing a few seconds later that she was in her home in Thompson Riviera. It smells so good. She swallowed unconsciously. My stomach cooperated by letting out a loud groan in protest. Due to various unexpected situations, she barely ate any food last night. Jiang Wan threw off the covers and, without even putting on a coat, walked out of the bedroom barefoot, still wearing the silk nightgown. The living room was quiet. Only from the direction of the kitchen came a faint gurgling sound. Jiang Wan followed the scent. She stopped in her tracks at the kitchen doorway. Through the frosted glass door, she saw a figure from behind. Su Yi, wearing a blue apron that seemed out of place in the cool-tone kitchen, stood in front of the stove, holding a soup ladle and intently stirring the porridge in the clay pot. The morning light shone on his profile. It outlines his high, straight nose and focused eyes. Steam rises. The blurring of his features added a touch of warmth and humanity to his appearance. That instant, Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. This is a scene. Too homey. It feels just like a real home. In this empty, cold mansion filled only with exchanges of interests and family pressures, such warmth is a luxury. Good morning, Teacher Jiang. Su Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. While Jiang Wan was in a daze, he suddenly turned around and revealed a clean smile. Jiang Wan came to her senses. Her expression quickly faded, and she reverted to her aloof and sophisticated demeanor. Morning. She gave a faint reply, her gaze sweeping over the stove. What are you doing? Freshly boiled shrimp and scallop congee, and shrimp dumplings. Suyi turned off the heat, covered the pot, and let the residual heat continue to simmer. The second young lady should be waking up soon, she can't hide this scent. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! The door to the second bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Nua had messy, bird's nest-like hair and was wearing a pink bear pajama set. Her eyes were closed, and her nose kept twitching, like a kitten that had smelled dried fish. It smells so good. It smells so good. What smells so good? She stumbled into the living room, completely ignoring Jianwan standing to the side, and rushed straight to the kitchen doorway. When she opened her eyes, she saw Suyi wearing an apron. Those peach blossom eyes, which had been somewhat dreamy, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. That's the excitement of seeing prey. It's also the joy of seeing the person you love. Master Su. Master Su. Zhang Nua almost blurted out Su Yi or an even more affectionate name, but after seeing Jiang Wan's cold gaze beside her, she abruptly changed her words. You're amazing. Spreading poison first thing in the morning. Su Yi looked at the two sisters. She was as aloof as an iceberg snow lotus, and although she was wearing a nightgown, she still exuded an aura of authority that kept people at a distance. She's as lively as the girl next door, completely unconcerned about her image, her eyes filled with longing for food or the chef. The scene is quite pleasing to the eye. Now that you're awake, let's wash up and get ready for dinner. Suyi picked up a rag and wiped her hands, her tone calm, completely embracing her role as both butler and chef. The porridge needs to simmer for another 5 minutes, that's when it tastes best. Okay. Zhang Nua cheered and rushed to the bathroom, not forgetting to banter as she passed Jiang Wan. Sis, hurry up and change your clothes. Don't keep Chef Su waiting. This is the treatment of a 5-star chef. Jiang Wan glared at her sister, but did not refute her. She was indeed hungry. And this so-called fake boyfriend seemed to be much more dutiful in fulfilling his obligations than she had imagined. 10 minutes later. Dining room. 3 sets of exquisite tableware were set on the long, rectangular marble dining table. The moment the lid of the casserole in the very center was lifted. Boom! An intensely rich, almost tangible, aroma instantly filled the restaurant. White steam rises in plumes, carrying the bounty of the sea and the rich aroma of rice. The porridge in the pot had an enticing milky white color. Every grain of rice has fully blossomed and blended seamlessly with the soup, becoming one with it. Pink shrimp and golden scallop shreds are subtly visible, garnished with a sprinkle of bright green scallions. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Next to it was a basket of crystal shrimp dumplings, glistening with translucent flesh. The skin is as thin as paper, and you can vaguely see the plump pink shrimp meat inside. Every pleat is pinched just right, like a piece of exquisite work of art. Gulp. This time. It's not just Zhang Nua. Even Jiang Wan, who always pays attention to her demeanor, made a barely perceptible movement in her throat. Suyi did not speak. She simply got up quietly and served each of them a bowl of porridge. The movements were elegant and fluid. Try it. Suyi sat back in his seat and said with a smile. Jiang Wan picked up the white porcelain soup spoon. Gently scoop up a spoonful of porridge. I put it to my lips and blew on it. Then, gracefully put it into your mouth. The next second. Her movements froze. The pupils contracted violently in that instant. Fresh. The freshest of all. It has no artificial flavor from MSG or additives, it's purely the natural umami of the ingredients that has been brought to its fullest potential. The congee base is soft and smooth, as if it slides down the throat and into the stomach without needing to be chewed. Immediately afterwards, a warm current rose from my stomach and quickly spread to my limbs and bones. That feeling. It was like parched land receiving timely rain after a long drought. It's like the surface of a frozen lake being rippled by a spring breeze. The lingering discomfort and headache from last night vanished instantly in the face of this bowl of porridge, like ice and snow melting away. Tasty. It's so easy to get up. Jiang Wan's face, which usually maintained a cold and aloof expression, actually showed a slight crack at this moment. Her eyebrows relaxed slightly, and the corners of her mouth, which had been tightly pursed, curved into a smile of enjoyment. She wanted to say something to maintain her authority. For example, not bad or so-so. But faced with the lingering deliciousness on the tip of the tongue, all restraint seemed so pale and powerless. She didn't say anything. They simply sped up their movements. One spoonful after another. It just won't stop. Zhang Nuo, on the other hand, reacted much more directly. Whoosh! Zhang Nuo took a bite and let out a satisfied groan. Those peach blossom eyes were wide open, as if 2 stars were hidden inside. My God! Su Yi, oh no, Master Su. You're amazing. Zhang Nuo mumbled incoherently as she picked up another crystal shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. The moment your teeth bite through the dumpling skin, the bouncy shrimp bursts in your mouth, releasing a burst of sweet and savory juices. Mmm. Zhang Nuo stomped her feet excitedly, her toes under the table wiggling restlessly. If my sister hadn't been there, she probably would have rushed over and hugged Su Yi and kissed him a couple of times already. This is so delicious. Is this my boyfriend? Is this the man who can only be my secret lover? They made a killing. The way Zhang Nuo looked at Su Yi was no longer just liking him, it was worship, fanaticism, and a greedy desire to possess him. How did you roll out the dumpling wrappers? They're even more translucent than the ones I've had at Cantonese tea houses. How did you prepare the dried scallops in this porridge? There's not a trace of fishiness. Zhang Nuo transformed into a walking encyclopedia of questions, her mouth never stopping for a moment. Su Yi simply smiled faintly, occasionally offering a word or two in response. When the time is right, it will naturally be good. I added a little dried tangerine peel to remove the fishy smell. His attitude was humble and appropriate. This perfectly fits the persona of a highly paid, dedicated driver and nanny. But it's under the table. A place where no one can see it. Zhang Nuo's little foot, clad in a white cotton sock, quietly stretched out along Su Ye's trouser leg. Little by little, it rubs upwards. That was a secret code known only to the two of them. It was also a kind of provocation right under Zhang Wan's nose. Su Yi paused slightly in the hand holding the chopsticks. This girl. They're getting bolder and bolder. He subtly pulled his leg back, avoiding the mischievous little foot. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhang Wan with clear eyes. Teacher Jiang, is the taste to your liking? Zhang Wan had already finished a full bowl of porridge. A faint blush rose on her face, a rosy glow from the warmth of the hot porridge. She looked much softer overall. Upon hearing Su Ye's question, she put down her soup spoon, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. Seemingly to cover up her momentary lapse in composure, she deliberately cleared her throat. Well enough. It's cleaner than the ones outside. This is the highest praise she could give. Normally, even if the food was prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, she would probably only give a cold nod. But today, she was truly captivated. They were just too embarrassed to act too exaggeratedly because of face-saving in their status as employers. That's good. Su Yi nodded slightly. There's still some in the pot, I'll get more if it's not enough. No. Zhang Wan glanced at the half-empty casserole. Although she still wanted to eat, reason told her that as a performing arts teacher, body management was the top priority. No matter how delicious the porridge is, it's still full of carbohydrates. She stood up, and that innate aura returned to her. The taste is indeed good. It seems that the 80,000 yuan sugar daddy fee, salary was well spent. Zhang Wan almost let it slip, her eyes darting around somewhat unnaturally. Then, she glanced at Zhang Nuo, who was still wolfing down his food, and frowned. No, eat slowly, what kind of behavior is this? I know, sis. Zhang Nuo's mouth was full, and she responded indistinctly, but her hands did not slow down at all. Zhang Wan shook her head helplessly. She turned and went to the bedroom to change her clothes. I'm going to change my clothes. I'll leave for school in 10 minutes. Su Yi, you should pack your things too. Take Nuonuo to the teaching building first, then take me to my office. After that, go home and take your things. Zhang Wan paused, seemingly trying to think of a word to describe Su Yi's luggage. Bring your personal belongings over here. Since you've agreed to host them, you should act like it. After saying that, Zhang Wan disappeared through the bedroom door. In the restaurant, only Su Yi and Zhang Nuo remained. The atmosphere in the air changed instantly. The ambiguity that had been suppressed under the table suddenly surged up like a flood. Jean Nua swallowed the last bite of the shrimp dumpling. Raise your head. Those peach blossom eyes gleamed with a cunning yet fiery light. She glanced at Jiang Wan's tightly closed door. Then he leaned forward and got closer to Su Yi. The voice was extremely low, carrying an alluring sweetness. Hey, driver Su. My sister wants you to move in with us. Does this count as cohabitation? Su Yi looked at the girl so close to him and could even smell the faint scent of her shower gel, the same scent as Jiang Wan's, but with an added youthful vitality. This is work. Su Yi answered seriously, but his eyes couldn't help but avoid looking at Jiang Nua's slightly open collar. For that 500,000 yuan scholarship, and 80,000 yuan in salary. Cut. Jiang Nua curled her lip in disdain. Stop pretending to be serious. Chapter 23, Moving in and living together. Cut. Jiang Nua curled her lip in disdain. Stop pretending to be serious. She pulled her restless little foot back under the table and stuffed it back into her slippers, but her eyes still seemed to be hooked as she gave Su Yi a fierce glare. Eat quickly, then get back to work. Su Yi ignored the little witch's teasing and quickly cleaned up the dishes. Even with the godly rich system, even with over $1 million in his bank account, washing dishes remains his current duty. Who made it so clearly written in that agreement? It's 7:30 in the morning. A black Maybach S680 slowly drove out of the underground parking garage of Thomson Riviera. The car body is long and elegant, reflecting a cold sense of nobility in the morning light. Su Yi sat in the driver's seat, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. This car is one of Jiang Wan's vehicles. For a freshman who has just gotten his driver's license, driving such a luxury car should be a nerve-wracking experience. But his enhanced physical condition and inexplicable composure made him look like a seasoned driver with 10 years of experience. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Jiang Wan sat in the boss's seat behind the passenger seat. This is the most prestigious location and also the safest area. She had changed into a well-tailored beige business suit, her long hair was styled in an updo, revealing her slender neck, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Holding a tablet, I'm browsing today's schedule. The dual aura of being both the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and a college counselor was fully revealed at this moment. Jiang Nua, on the other hand, was like a boneless mollusk, slumped right behind Su Yi. She changed into a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, looking youthful and energetic. However, those eyes would occasionally meet Su Yi's gaze through the rearview mirror. Each collision carried a hidden current. Su Yi. Jiang Wan's cold voice suddenly broke the silence. He didn't look up, his gaze remained fixed on the tablet, his finger lightly swiping across the screen. Although today is the first official day of school after freshman register, I have already asked for leave for your class. Su Yi paused slightly on the steering wheel. He glanced at the woman who was working with her head down in the rearview mirror. Ask for leave? Why? Jiang Wan pushed up her glasses, her tone as calm as if she were discussing the weather. Now that we've signed the agreement, you should get my business done first. I don't want my boyfriend or my personal assistant to not even have a place to live. And... She paused, then finally looked up, her cool eyes sweeping over Su Yi indifferently through the rearview mirror. It's time to change out of that cheap outfit. Since he's my boyfriend, his image is very important. I don't want people to say that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has a cheap eye. That's a very unpleasant thing to say. It carried an air of superiority and arrogance. But Su Yi wasn't angry. Because he knew that this was Jiang Wan. A woman accustomed to solving problems with money and commands, a hedgehog who hides herself in a cold shell. Moreover, she did indeed help her solve a problem. After all, skipping classes and moving to a new place right after the start of the semester is a big no-no for ordinary freshmen, but for counselors, it's just a matter of a word. Understood, thank you, Teacher Jiang. Su Yi responded calmly. Call her Wanner. Jiang Wan frowned slightly and coldly corrected him. Be mindful of how you address people when you're out, especially in places where you might run into acquaintances. Okay, Wanner. Su Yi changed her tune very smoothly. Jiang Nua, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but pout when she heard this affectionate nickname. She made an exaggerated face behind her, silently mimicking Su Yi's lip movements. Wanner, Wanner. That was pure jealousy. Su Yi could only pretend not to see it, keep his eyes on the road ahead, and concentrate on driving. Shanghai University. As one of the top universities in the country, even in the early morning, the school gate is already teeming with people. Luxury cars are not uncommon here. But when the Maybach with consecutive license plates slowly pulled up at the school gate, it still attracted countless eyes. The car door opened. Su-yi got off the car first. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers. Although they weren't designer brands, his tall and upright figure made him look somewhat like a model. He walked around the front of the car and gentlemanly opened the back door. The first thing to emerge was a pair of long, beautiful legs clad in nude high heels. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Wan's aloof and stunningly beautiful figure appeared in everyone's sight. My God! That's Teacher Jiang. Jiang Wan, the goddess from the Performing Arts Department. It's so beautiful. The aura it exudes is absolutely stunning. A suppressed gasp of surprise instantly rose from the surrounding area. Immediately afterwards, the other car door opened. Jiang Nua hopped and skipped out. Youthful and beautiful, like the most dazzling ray of sunshine in summer. That's Jiang Nua? The top student in this year's acting department? The legendary third young lady of the Zheng family? Wow, these two sisters are absolutely stunning. The crowd stirred. Countless envious, jealous, and amazed gazes were cast upon him. Su-yi, who was the focus of attention, appeared unusually calm at this moment. He stood beside the car, bowing slightly. Wanner, shall I pick you up after class? Calling out that name in front of so many people made Su-yi feel a chill run down her spine. Really? The surroundings fell silent for a second. This was followed by even louder discussions. Holy crap? Who's that guy? What did he call Teacher Jiang? Wanner? Could this be the legendary mysterious boyfriend of Teacher Jiang? He's quite handsome, but this treatment is way too good. Jiang Wan seemed to have anticipated this scene. She didn't even glance at the people around her, only nodding slightly. Her delicate face remained expressionless, but her eyes held a gentler, more cooperative look. Remember to tidy up the house. The word at home further confirms the fact that the two are living together. The heartbroken looks from those around him were enough to turn Su-yi into a hedgehog. Okay. Su-yi nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at Jiang Nua on the other side. His eyes underwent a subtle change in an instant. There was less respect and more doting, though it was well hidden. Second miss, don't be late for class. This is a line spoken by the driver. Jiang Nua stood on the steps with a backpack on her back. She looked at Su-yi, a sly smile playing on her lips. That was a code that only the two of them understood. Understood, Driver Su. She deliberately emphasized the word driver, which sounded like she was being coquettish. Drive slowly and be careful. After saying that, she winked playfully. If you don't look closely, you won't notice that she secretly made a heart shape with her fingers on her side. Watching the two sisters walk into the campus one after the other, their figures disappearing into the crowd, Su-yi breathed a long sigh of relief. This play must have been exhausting to act in. On one side is the fake boyfriend of a cold and aloof older woman, and on the other side is the secret lover of a lively school beauty. They also have to maintain their public image under the public eye. This is even harder than taking the advanced mathematics exam. He got back into the car and closed the door. It isolates you from the noise of the outside world. Call. Su-yi leaned back in the leather seat and glanced at the empty passenger seat. Next, it's time to get down to business. Half an hour later. Old Town Area, Xingfu Jiayuan Residential Community. The name sounds festive, but the environment is anything but happy. The walls were peeling, electrical wires were haphazardly strung everywhere, and there was a damp, musty smell in the air. This is where Su-yi rented a place before she transmigrated. It was also the home where the original owner had lived for a long time. Luxury cars like Maybachs can't drive into narrow alleys, so Su-yi had to park in a paid parking lot 2 blocks away and then walk in. Push open the somewhat rusty security door. The single room, less than 20 square meters, was dark and cramped. A single bed, a simple wardrobe, and a rickety desk. That's all. Su-yi stood in the center of the room, looking around. A feeling of being in another world washed over me. At this time yesterday, he was still worrying about the rent of a few hundred yuan and thinking about where to find part-time work. And now, he drives luxury cars worth millions, lives in mansions worth hundreds of millions, and has over $1 million in cash in his account. She even became a guest of 2 of Shanghai's top goddesses. That's life. Su-yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. There wasn't much to linger over. He pulled an old suitcase out from under the bed. I started packing. There's really nothing to tidy up. He threw all those faded t-shirts and pilling jeans aside. Jiang Wan is right. If you're going to act, you need costumes. Bringing these things over would only expose the truth and embarrass Jiang Wan. At last. Put it in the box. There were only a few professional books, a 3-year-old laptop, and a family photo tucked inside one of the books. That was the original owner's only thought. Click. Close the suitcase. Suyi took one last look at the small room that had witnessed countless drops of sweat and tears from the original owner. He turned and left. Without any hesitation. When he walked out of the dark stairwell and stood in the sunlight again, he knew. From this day forward, Suya's life has turned a new page. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thompson Riviera. Suyi had already settled her luggage. It's basically just putting a few books on the bookshelf and the computer on the desk. Jiang Wan asked him to stay in the guest room next to the second bedroom. Although it was a guest room, it was more than 3 times larger than his previous rented room, and it also had a separate bathroom and dressing room. At this time, Suyi was standing in the kitchen. On the counter in front of me, there were ingredients that I had just bought from an imported supermarket. Australian M9 Wagyu beef, deep-sea grouper, wild mushrooms air-freighted from Yunnan, and fresh asparagus and lilies. These ingredients alone cost nearly 5,000 yuan. But the money was well spent. To stay in this family long-term, you need to win over not only their stomachs but also their hearts. Suyi muttered to herself. The Master Chef Possessions skill on the system panel has been activated again. His gaze instantly became focused and profound. He put extra care into preparing this dinner. It wasn't just for the mission, but also to consolidate their own position. Jiang Wan is busy with work and prefers a light but nutritious diet. Jiang Nuo is at the age where she is growing, although she has already developed very well, and she likes strong flavors but is afraid of gaining weight. This requires a balance. Suyi quickly formed a menu in his mind. Main course, slow-cooked M9 Wagyu beef with black truffle sauce. Fish delicacies, steamed grouper this time, we're going to do it perfectly. Soup, matsutake and bamboo fungus stewed chicken soup. Vegetarian dish, lotus pond moonlight stir-fried fresh lily bulbs, asparagus, and ginkgo nuts. If this meal is prepared well, it will be a decisive blow to both Jiang Wan and Jiang Nuo. Sizzle. Preheat a skillet and add rosemary and butter. Wagyu beef, slow cooked at a low temperature, is then pan-fried. Moment. A rich aroma of meat mixed with milk exploded in the spacious kitchen. Suya's movements were so precise, it was as if he were performing a surgical operation. Every second of timing, every angle of flipping, is just right. That's what makes system skills so terrifying. It's not just about knowing how to cook, it's about directly instilling in him the muscle memory of decades of experience from top chefs. An hour later. All the dishes are ready, all that's needed is a final reheat or a drizzle of sauce. Suyi glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. 5:10. It's time to pick them up. He took off his apron without even changing his clothes. I simply washed my face and straightened my collar. He carried a faint smell of cooking oil mixed with the aroma of high-quality ingredients. The smell isn't unpleasant. On the contrary, it gives people a sense of security and homeliness. 5:30. East Gate of Shanghai University. As the sun sets, its golden red afterglow spills onto the tree-lined paths of the campus. The Maybach was still parked in the same spot as in the morning. Suyi did not get out of the car. He lowered the car window halfway, rested one hand on the windowsill, and calmly watched the crowd surging out of the school gate. He is waiting. He was waiting for those 2 women who would completely change his fate. He didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, a path automatically parted in the crowd. 2 figures walked side by side. Even in Shanghai's universities, where beautiful girls abound, this duo of sisters still holds absolute dominance. Jiang Wan remained as aloof and capable as ever, holding a file folder in her hand and walking with elegant steps. Jiang Nuo, like a cheerful little bird, chirped around her, holding a cup of milk tea that she had bought from who knows where. I saw that familiar Maybach. A glint of light flashed in their eyes almost simultaneously. It's a sense of belonging, like someone is waiting for me to come home. The car door opened. The 2 got into the back seat. The moment the car door closed, a blast of cool air mixed with a faint car fragrance wafted over. Phew. I'm exhausted. Jiang Nuo leaned back without any regard for her image, casually tossing her schoolbag aside. That posture teacher today was a monster. My back is killing me. Jiang Wan was much more reserved. She gently rubbed her temples and closed her eyes wearily. Let's drive home. Just two simple words, go home. But it made Su Ye's heart skip a beat. He started the car, and the Maybach smoothly glided into traffic. Dinner is ready. As Su Yi drove, he observed the expressions of the two men through the rearview mirror. The matsutake chicken soup should be cooked just right, so we can drink it when we get home. Upon hearing the word dinner, Jiang Nuo, who was complaining about back pain, suddenly came back to life. She sat bolt upright, her eyes wide as saucers. It's done? Do you have meat? Do you have meat, Chef Su? Su Ye's lips curled up slightly. M9 Wagyu beef, all you can eat. Yeah. Jiang Nuo cheered and even jumped up and down in her seat. Su Yi, you're amazing. I love you to death. These words were spoken. The air in the carriage seemed to freeze for a second. Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes and stared coldly at her younger sister through the rearview mirror. Jiang Nuo. Watch your words. No respect for elders. Jiang Nuo stuck out her tongue and quickly tried to cover it up. Oh, sis, I'm just expressing my admiration for food. Besides, Chef Su's cooking is so delicious, what's wrong with saying I love him? I even want to marry a chef. These seemingly joking words actually concealed a mix of truth and falsehood in their probing. Jiang Wan frowned, seemingly wanting to scold him, but ultimately held back. Perhaps it's because I'm too tired. Perhaps it's because... She could faintly smell a scent. It floated over from the driver's seat. It's not cologne, and it doesn't smell like sweat. Instead, it's a faint smell of cooking oil residue left on clothes after high-temperature cooking. It doesn't have a pungent smell. Instead, it inexplicably relaxed her heart, which had been tense all day at work. This taste. Previously, it only existed in my memory, in that vague concept of home. Jiang Wan looked at Su Ye's back. The setting sun shone through the windshield, gilding his silhouette with a golden edge. This man. Not only did they arrive on time to pick them up, they even prepared hot meals in advance and were waiting for them. This feeling of being cared for and waited for. It's damn good. Thanks for your hard work. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke. Although the voice was still cold, it had lost some of its commanding harshness and gained a subtle gentleness. Su Ye's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel in a rhythmic motion. A confident smile curved his lips. Of course. After all, this is my job. Chapter 24, let's see how you perform. Thompson Riviera, penthouse duplex in Building A. The elevator doors slid open to both sides with a ding. The motion sensor lights in the lobby then turned on, casting a soft, warm glow on the valuable Persian handmade carpet. Arrive. Su Yi stepped out of the elevator first, skillfully entered the password, and opened the heavy armored entrance door. Although it was only his second time here, he acted as if he were half the host of the place. Jiang Wan followed behind, taking off the high heels that gave her a powerful aura but also made her quite tired, and changing into comfortable cotton slippers. She exhaled a soft breath, and the tension that had been constantly building outside finally eased the moment she stepped into her home. I'll go heat up the food, in 10 minutes. Su Yi didn't waste any more words. He was very clear about his current position. He is not only the personal driver for these two women, but also a part-time 5-star chef, and the only man in the family. He took off his suit jacket and casually hung it on the coat rack, then rolled up the cuffs of his white shirt, revealing his strong and muscular forearms. I want an iced cola. Jiang Nuo revealed his true colors as soon as he entered the door. She kicked off her shoes, stepped barefoot on the floor, and rushed to the sofa like a happy rabbit, throwing herself into a pile of cushions without any regard for her image. There's freshly squeezed orange juice in the fridge. Cola is too cold and will upset your stomach. Su Ye's voice came from the open kitchen. It was understated, yet carried an undeniable air of authority befitting a butler. Cut. Jiang Nuo muttered something, rolled over on the sofa, and made a face towards the kitchen. Housekeeper. Although she complained, she still obediently didn't open the refrigerator to get a Coke. It's a wonderful kind of tacit understanding. Jiang Wan sat on the single sofa, rubbing her sore calves, and looked through the living room's floor-to-ceiling window at the busy figure in the kitchen. In front of the water display platform, Su Ye's movements were fluid and graceful. Because he used the system's god of cookery skill, his handling of ingredients reached an almost artistic precision. Even with reheating, there are specific techniques involved. Wagyu beef cooked at a low temperature cannot be microwaved, it must be quickly seared in a frying pan to bring it back to room temperature in order to lock in the last bit of juice. The grouper needs to be drizzled with hot oil-infused soy sauce. The pot of matsutake and bamboo fungus chicken soup was bubbling away, the unique aroma of the mushrooms mingling with the rich flavor of the chicken soup, forcefully filling everyone's nostrils. It smells so good. Jean Nua, who was scrolling through her phone, twitched her nose twice. She sprang up from the sofa instantly, like a cat that had smelled dried fish. Have a meal. On a long, narrow Italian marble dining table. The 4 dishes and 1 soup were presented with the exquisite presentation of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. There were no complicated decorations, just solid, hearty dishes. Jiang Wan sat in the main seat. Jiang Nua sat on the left. Suyi took off her apron and naturally sat down opposite Jiang Nua, which was to Jiang Wan's right. This seat is very particular. This showed respect for the mistress of the house while maintaining an appropriate distance from the second young lady, which was in line with his current status. Try it. Suyi first served each of them a bowl of soup. The soup is clear and amber colored, with a few tender white bamboo fungus and thinly sliced matsutake mushrooms floating on top. Jiang Wan picked up the spoon and elegantly put it into her mouth. The moment of entering the entrance, her eyebrows twitched slightly. Fresh. Extremely fresh. There is no dryness from MSG or additives, it is a collision and fusion of the original flavors of the ingredients. The warm liquid slid down my throat into my stomach, and that warm feeling instantly spread to my limbs and bones, as if gently soothing away all the fatigue of the day. How about it? Suyi looked at her, his tone calm, but his eyes held a hint of expectation that only a chef could understand. Jiang Wan put down her spoon and gently dabbed her lips with a napkin. She raised her head, and for the first time, her clear, cool eyes revealed undisguised admiration. Very nice. It's even better than what I've had at Li family cuisine, but to receive such high praise from the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, there are probably very few chefs in Shanghai who can achieve this. Wow! This beef is amazing. Jiang Nua's loud, surprised exclamation came from the side. She picked up a piece of M9 Wagyu beef, not even caring that it was hot, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Wagyu beef, slow cooked at low temperatures and then seared at high temperatures, has a slightly charred exterior and a perfectly pink interior. Take a bite. The abundant juices burst in my mouth like a bomb. The aroma of the oils and the unique flavor of the black truffle sauce intertwine, creating a truly exquisite taste experience. Suyi, you wouldn't happen to be a graduate of New Oriental, would you? Jiang Nua, his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly. No way, New Oriental could never teach someone to this level. You're practically a culinary genius whose talent was wasted on driving. As she spoke, she winked mischievously at Suyi. Under the table. That little foot, clad in a white sock, quietly stretched out again. This time, she didn't directly provoke him like she did in the morning. Instead, she lightly brushed her toes against Suyi's trouser leg, almost imperceptibly. 1 time. 2 times. It's like a test, or perhaps a covert declaration of sovereignty. That damn little vixen. Suyi's grip on the chopsticks tightened slightly. He calmly withdrew his leg, shifted his position to avoid the mischievous little foot, and at the same time placed a piece of deboned fish meat on Jiang Wan's plate. Wanner, try this grouper. Steaming is the best way to test the heat. That wanner sounded perfectly natural. Jiang Wan didn't feel offended, instead, she obediently picked up the fish. The fish meat is as white as snow and melts in your mouth. She nodded slightly, seemingly in a good mood. Suyi, it seems that I paid a very good salary of 80,000 yuan a month. You could even say I came out ahead. She was generous with her praise. Especially when this man actually demonstrates value far exceeding expectations. It's my pleasure. Suyi smiled slightly, behaving humbly and politely. But he could feel that Jiang Nua's gaze was practically spitting fire. That look clearly said, "That's my man. You're just my boss. And also, Suyi, you big jerk, how dare you serve food to another woman? Even if she's my sister, that's unacceptable." A meal. It was taking place in an eerie yet harmonious atmosphere. Both women ate with great relish. Although Jiang Wan ate elegantly, her chopsticks fell much faster than usual. John Nua, without any restraint, even ate all the lilies in the lotus pond moonlight dish. Belch. After putting down her chopsticks, John Nua let out a burp without any regard for her image. She patted her slightly rounded belly and slumped back in her chair with a satisfied look on her face. Oh no, I'm going to gain 10 pounds. I'm definitely going to get yelled at by the teacher in my physical education class tomorrow. Suyi got up and cleared away the dishes. Just leave it there, the housekeeper will come to collect it later. Jianwan called out to him. She picked up the lemonade beside her, took a small sip, and seemed to be contemplating something. The air in the living room suddenly became a little quieter. Suyi stopped what she was doing and looked at Jianwan. He had a gut feeling. The real business is about to begin. Really? Jianwan put down her water glass and pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. The gaze behind the glasses regained its rational coolness. She took a document from her briefcase, placed it on the table, and gently pushed it in front of Suyi. This is the class schedule starting tomorrow. Suyi picked up the paper with some confusion. The page was densely packed with courses. But that's not the point. The key point is the large text in the header. Class 1, 2025, Department of Performing Arts, School of Arts, Shanghai University. Suya's pupils contracted slightly. If he remembers correctly. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Nua across from him. Zhang Nua was also completely bewildered. She leaned over for a glance, and then her eyes widened in surprise. Sis? Isn't this my classroom? You're incredibly resourceful. You actually managed to get Suyi into our class? Zhang Nua's voice was full of surprise. She was worried about how to secretly date Suyi at school. After all, one is the high and mighty third young lady of the Jiang family, and the other is the older sister's driver. The difference in their social status is too great, and they have too little overlap in their lives. But if they're in the same class, wouldn't that mean we could see each other every day? This is what they call being near the water tower, one gets the moon first. However, Jiang Wan's next words, however, poured cold water on the atmosphere and made Suye's heart jump into his throat. That's right. Jiang Wan placed her hands on the table, her tone as calm as if she were arranging a business merger. Suyi, your original major was business administration. But I used some connections to get you transferred to the acting department, so you're in the same class as Nono. Starting tomorrow, you will go to school together and come home together. Suyi remained silent for a moment. He didn't show much surprise, only frowned slightly. Why? Because I'm worried. Jiang Wan glanced at her still excited younger sister, a hint of doting in her eyes, but more so stern. Nono was overprotected by her family since she was a child, so she has a naive personality and acts impulsively. This time she was admitted to Magic University, and although she got first place based on her own ability, the school is a mixed bag, and there are too many people eyeing the Jiang family's reputation. I don't want her to be approached by people with ulterior motives, or to be deceived by some random guys. When she mentioned a bunch of random guys, Jiang Wan's gaze lingered on Suyi for a second. The sense of scrutiny was self-evident. Suyi felt a chill run down her spine. This is simply a case of the thief crying stop thief. No. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. Big sister, do you know that the messy guy you're wary of is sitting right in front of you right now, and he's having a secret relationship with your sister? So? Jiang Wan was unaware of the turmoil raging within Suye's heart. She continued. Besides playing the role of my boyfriend, you have another task now. At school, you will be Nono's classmate and keep an eye on her for me. Block those unwanted suitors and ensure her safety. Of course, this job comes with an extra allowance of 20,000 yuan per month. Monthly salary of 100,000. For a freshman, this is an astronomical figure. But Suyi felt the money was burning his hands. This is hardly a bodyguard. This is clearly putting him on the hot seat. On one side is his aloof and mature female counselor who signed a confidentiality agreement with him and is supposed to pretend to be his boyfriend. On one side is his arrogant and beautiful classmate, the school beauty, with whom he has secretly pledged his life to each other and is going to have a secret relationship. Moreover, these two people are sisters. Now we have to spend every day together in the same classroom. If one is not careful. That was a battlefield, a crematorium, a place where people were reduced to dust. That. Zhang Nua interrupted at this point. Her eyes darted around, and she tried hard to suppress the smile on her lips, feigning reluctance. Sis, aren't you exaggerating a bit? I'm an adult, why do I need a bodyguard to follow me? Besides, Suyi is your boyfriend, he's with me every day, aren't you jealous? This is a killer move. Full of probing. Jiang Wan was stunned for a moment. Then, she let out a soft laugh. That smile carried a hint of disdain, a touch of confidence, and a dash of the composure of someone in a position of power. Jealous? No, you're overthinking it. Although Suyi is outstanding, he is very clear about his own identity. And she turned her head, gave Suyi a deep look, and said in a meaningful tone, I believe in Suyi's professional ethics. Since the agreement has been signed, he will never cross the line. Is that right, Suyi? This final rhetorical question carries a powerful sense of pressure. It's as if it can see right through people's hearts. Suyi met Jiang Wan's gaze. He knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not dodge in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and that signature, gentle yet aloof smile appeared on his face. Certainly. Teacher Jiang, oh no, Wanner. Please rest assured. I will take good care of the second young lady. He did not emphasize the word take care of. But only Jiang Nuo, who was opposite him, understood. That was a promise. It's a kind of fun that only the two of them understand. Jiang Nuo stomped hard on Suyi's foot under the table. But her face was beaming with a smile like a flower. Then I'll have to trouble you, Su. Please take care of me in the future. All right. Jiang Wan seemed quite satisfied with the result. She stood up, and that languid yet domineering aura returned once more. That's settled then. Suyi, your room is in the guest room downstairs. Just tell Auntie if you need anything. Leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't be late. After saying that, she turned around, slipped on her slippers, and walked towards the master bedroom on the second floor. They were left with a stunningly beautiful silhouette. Until the door on the second floor clicked shut. The oppressive atmosphere in the living room dissipated instantly. Suyi hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. A delicate and pretty face suddenly appeared in front of him. I was so close I could see the fine downy hairs on her face. Jiang Nuo placed her hands on the table, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with a cunning yet dangerous light. Suyi. Starting tomorrow, we'll be classmates. She lowered her voice, as if she were revealing some earth-shattering secret. You say. Wouldn't it be exciting if we secretly held hands in the classroom? Suyi looked at the girl who was so close to him. I could smell the faint scent of shower gel on her. He sighed helplessly. He reached out, placed a finger on Jiang Nuo's smooth forehead, and gently pushed her away. Second miss. Please have some self-respect. I'm a top-tier bodyguard now, earning a monthly salary of 100,000. Our relationship. Suyi paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You absolutely mustn't let your sister know. Jiang Nuo wasn't angry even after being pushed away. She took the opportunity to grab Suyi's finger and gently bit it. It doesn't hurt. It feels tingly and numb. Snort. That depends on your performance. If you don't perform well, I'll tell my sister that you molested me. After saying that, like a cat that has successfully stolen some fish, she grabbed her phone from the table and skipped back to her room. Good night, Driver Sue. Bang. The door closed. In the large living room, only Suyi remained. And there was that faint, ambiguous feeling lingering in the air. Suyi leaned back in her chair. I rubbed my slightly swollen temples. The system panel slowly appeared before my eyes. The balance figures above are tempting. But this money. It's fucking hard to earn money. Chapter 25 I Need Compensation. The light curtain floated eerily. The azure particles, visible only to Suyi, rearranged and recombined in the air. It had a cool, futuristic sheen. Just as Jiang Wan turned to walk upstairs and Jiang Nuo closed the door, the system's notification sound, like a deep-sea sonar, exploded deep in Suyi's mind. Byte. A major change in host identity has been detected. Change item, students of Class 1, 2025 cohort, Department of Performing Arts, School of Arts, Shanghai University. Target detection in progress. Data streams are flooding the screen. On Suyi's retina, it seemed as if a blue rain of code was falling. Target locked, Jiang Nuo bound to target 2. Decision effective, host inbound target Jiang Nuo. Distance determination, extremely close. Contact frequency determination, high frequency. Recalculating the favorability model. Suyi narrowed his eyes slightly. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously stroking the still warm bone china soup bowl. This feeling is wonderful. It's like playing a fully immersive dating simulation game, but every choice he makes affects his life and fortune in the real world. Calculation complete. The fact that the host was a classmate provided a natural reason for contact with the target, Zhang Nuo, and also satisfied the target's subconscious fantasy of campus romance. Zhang Nuo's favorability has increased. Current affection level, 75, developing feelings of affection. Note, the target at this stage has developed a strong sense of dependence and possessiveness. The host should be mindful of boundaries to avoid triggering a chaotic situation. Su Ye's lips twitched slightly. System, you even know about the Shura field? That dinner party was like dancing in a minefield. Immediately afterwards, the voice that Su Yi had been most looking forward to finally rang out. Based on increased favorability and changes in status, phased rewards will be issued. Bank card received, 100,000 yuan. Buzz. The phone in my pocket vibrated at just the right moment. Su Yi took out her phone. The screen lit up in the dark living room, the blinding white light illuminating his slightly tired but still handsome face. China Construction Bank, your savings card account ending in 8888 received a transfer of 100,000 renminbi at 1945 on September 10, with a current balance of 1,160,856 renminbi and 40 cents. 100,000. It was simply because I changed classes. Simply because I became that little devil's classmate. Is this the power of the godly rich system? Suyi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his chest. Money is a good thing. It's also a drink to boost courage. With this money, he felt much more confident when facing the two young ladies of the Jiang family. Even if it really does crash someday, at least, he still has the means to run away. Call. Suyi put away her phone and turned off the system panel in front of her. The Azure interface vanished into countless points of light, revealing the true face of the extremely luxurious living room in Thompson Riviera. At this time, there was a noise coming from the stairwell. Suyi subconsciously sat up straight, his languid state vanishing instantly, replaced by a standard, impeccable subordinate posture. Zhang Wan stood at the corner of the stairs. She had taken off her smart suit jacket and was only wearing a white silk shirt. 2 buttons on the collar were undone. Her delicate collarbone was revealed, along with a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin. She was clearly much more relaxed at home than when she was outside. Her long hair, which had been meticulously coiled at the back of her head, was now casually untied and cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, losing some of its sharpness and gaining more of the gentleness and languor of a woman from Jiangnan. But those eyes. It remained quiet and cold. Like the snow that never melts on a high mountain. Su Yi. Zhang Wan's voice came from above, carrying a natural air of authority. I am here. Su Yi stood up and nodded slightly. There was no excessive flattery, nor any unnecessary chatter. Zhang Wan seemed quite satisfied with his attitude. She held onto the railing with one hand, her gaze sweeping over the empty plates on the table before finally settling on Su Yi's tall and straight figure. You've had a hard day. The food suits my taste perfectly. This is an affirmation from the employer. Su Yi smiled slightly. It's because you provided the ingredients that were good. I only did some minor processing. Neither humble nor arrogant. Zhang Wan nodded, not dwelling on the topic. She raised her wrist and glanced at the priceless Patek Philippe. I'm going to take a shower. After a long day, I'm covered in sweat. As she spoke, she tugged at her collar with a hint of disdain. That delicate, feminine gesture was fleeting. Soon, she regained her aloof demeanor. This table. Zhang Wan frowned. According to the Jiang family's rules, such matters are naturally handled by a specialized housekeeping team. But it's too late now. Moreover, she didn't like outsiders coming and going from the apartment at this time. This is her private property. Aside from his younger sister Zhang Nuo, Su Yi was the only person of the opposite sex to step into this place. I'll clean it up. Su Yi took the initiative to continue the conversation. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms, and deftly began stacking the bowls and plates. I am your personal assistant, and this is my duty. And what's wrong with washing a few dishes after receiving 100,000 yuan in classmate fees? I've washed this bowl, even the one with the gold rim, until it's smudged raw. Jiangwan watched Suya's skillful movements, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This man. It seems there's really nothing he can't do. His driving skills are top-notch. He can drive that Range Rover like he's waltzing. His culinary skills are superb. He can make even the most ordinary home-style dishes into dishes worthy of a state banquet. Now even doing housework is so effortless. If Jiangwan hadn't investigated his background and confirmed that he was just an ordinary college student, she would have even suspected that he was a top-notch butler trained by some elite butler academy. Good. Jiangwan did not refuse. In this family, she was used to giving orders and to others obeying her. Then you should get some rest after you're done tidying up. She pointed to several rooms at the end of the corridor on the first floor. There are 3 guest rooms downstairs. The room with a private bathroom is at the very back. You can choose one to stay in. At this point, Jiang Wan's tone became slightly more serious. Remember our agreement. Although I let you stay here, it's to make it easier to pick up and drop off Nuonyuo tomorrow morning, and also to deal with the spies in the family. But. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. The second floor is a restricted area. No one is allowed to come up here without my permission. Especially at night. This is a warning. It is also a red line that cannot be crossed. Sui stopped what she was doing, looked up and stared directly into Jiang Wan's eyes. His eyes were clear and open. There was no slyness or dodging. Rest assured. I have a strong sense of professional ethics. Unless the house is on fire, I will never set foot on the second floor. This answer was both humorous and appropriate. Jiang Wan's tense lips relaxed slightly. Okay. Then you go ahead and do your work. After saying that, she didn't linger and turned to walk upstairs. The footsteps were very light. Not long after, a dull thud came from the direction of the master bedroom on the second floor. Click. Immediately afterwards, it was the sound of a lock clicking shut. Sui stood by the dining table, listening to the crisp sound of the lock clicking shut, and shook his head helplessly. This woman. How strong is the sense of defensiveness? Do they really think of him as a perverted wolf who might suddenly unleash his beastly nature at any moment? Although, I remember that chaotic night, and that glaring crimson stain on the sheets. Sui touched his nose. All right. She certainly had reason to be wary. After all, it was I who crossed the line first that night. Even if it's a drunken escapade, even if it's an accident before the system has awakened. But as a man, what's done is done. That's why he was willing to sign that damn unequal treaty, and why he was willing to play the role of a shield boyfriend here. That's a responsibility. The living room returned to silence. The only sound was a faint breeze coming from the central air conditioning vents. Sui composed herself, picked up the stacked dishes, and walked into the open kitchen. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Sui did not use the dishwasher. Because of the system's god of cookery skill, he not only has cooking skills, but also an almost obsessive dedication to cleaning and maintaining kitchen utensils. To him, those expensive tableware pieces were like guns in a soldier's hand. You must wipe it yourself to keep it in its best condition. Warm water flowed over my fingertips. The rich foam of dish soap refracted a rainbow of colors under the light. Sui lowered his head, focusing intently on wiping a crystal wine glass. His movements were slow and meticulous. It was as if he was holding not a wine glass, but a rare treasure. At this moment, Suye's thoughts were somewhat wandering. He was reviewing the situation. Let's review everything that has happened since we enrolled. From an ordinary poor student to being bound to a super-rich system. From being silenced by his counselor to becoming the fake boyfriend of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Then, she was forcibly kissed by the third young lady of the Jiang family, thus beginning their secret relationship. It all happened so fast, it was so surreal. It was like a runaway roller coaster. And him. It was that passenger sitting in the first row, both excited and terrified. Now, the situation has become more complicated. Classmate. This means that his contact with Jiang Nua will be ubiquitous. In the classroom, in the cafeteria, in the library. At home. He also had to play the role of a loyal subordinate and a fake boyfriend right under Jiang Wan's nose. Double agent. This is probably the most dangerous job in the world. In particular, these two women are actually sisters. A cold and aloof older woman with an extremely strong desire for control. A proud and arrogant school beauty with an insatiable possessiveness. Suyi sighed, raised the clean wineglass, and shone it on the crystal chandelier above her head. Crystal clear. Spotless. Just like the persona he has to maintain now. There can be no flaws whatsoever. Otherwise, once exposed, what awaits him is probably more than just losing this high-paying job. With Jiang Wan's methods, she could really make it impossible for him to stay in this magical city. As for Jiang Nuo, that seemingly innocent girl is actually a little devil. If he found out he had lied to her and was having an affair with her sister. Suyi shivered. That scene was too beautiful for him to imagine. Just then, a strange feeling suddenly crept up Suyi's spine. That's the sixth sense that humans instinctively develop when they are being targeted by a predator. The airflow in the kitchen seemed to have slowed down. The air, which was originally filled with the fresh scent of dish soap and lemon, was suddenly mixed with a different smell. It's very light. It's sweet. It's like a ripe peach that's just come to fruition in early summer. It also resembles the base notes of a sophisticated young woman's fragrance. This is definitely not the scent of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan has a cool, woody scent, carrying a sense of aloofness that keeps people at a distance. And this taste, carrying warmth. It is aggressive. It carries a kind of heart-pounding ambiguity. Suyi's fingers paused slightly. The water was still flowing gurglingly. But all the muscles in his body tensed up at that moment. He didn't turn around. Because at this very moment, right in front of him, a blurry figure was reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window that faced the living room. It was a young girl. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown. It's very short. It just barely covered the top of her thighs. Two straight, slender legs, bare, stepping on the cold marble floor. She was like a cat lurking in the dark. Not a sound was made. They passed through the spacious living room without making a sound. Step. 2 steps. Her goal was very clear. It was Suyi washing dishes at the kitchen counter. In the reflection of the glass, the figure was getting closer and closer. Suyi was so close that he could even see the lace trim on her nightgown. He was so close, he could feel the airflow from her breath gently brushing against the back of his neck. That feeling. It feels tingly and numb. It felt like an electric current was passing through it. Suyi still did not turn around. He turned off the tap. The rushing water stopped abruptly. The entire kitchen, and even the entire first-floor hall, fell into a deathly silence. The only sound was the sound of their breathing mingling. As well as the increasingly rapid heartbeat. Suyi. A voice rang in his ears. It's very light. It's very sticky. She carried a hint of languor from just having taken a bath, and a touch of allure that only appeared in the dead of night. The sound was like a feather, gently tickling Suyi's eardrums. Jiang Nuo. She had somehow found herself standing behind Suyi. The distance between the two people. It probably wouldn't even fit a single piece of paper. Suyi could even feel the soft curves of her chest pressed against his back, almost touching him. Heat. Amazing popularity. Through the thin shirt, it reached Suyi's skin. Boom. The string in Suyi's mind snapped to its limit in an instant. That little devil. Is she really not afraid of death? Jiang Wan, who lives upstairs, might come down for a drink of water at any time. As long as that woman appears at the top of the stairs. Seeing this scene. Then it wouldn't be a battleground anymore. That was the site of a nuclear explosion. Second miss. Suyi did not turn around. He maintained the same posture as wiping the plates, but his voice had become somewhat low and hoarse. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? What if your sister sees this? Shoo. A soft little hand suddenly reached out from behind. They immediately covered Suyi's mouth. That hand carried a faint trace of moisture and that intoxicatingly sweet peach scent. Don't mention that old relic. Jiang Nuo's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but more so, it was filled with the excitement of a successful prank. She stood on tiptoe. Her chin rested gently on Suyi's broad shoulder. The warm breath sprayed directly onto Suyi's cheek. She went to take a shower. That bathtub is huge, it takes half an hour just to fill it with water. Plus her complicated skincare routine. Zhang Nuo chuckled. Hidden within that laughter was a cunning little fox. Within at least 40 minutes. She will absolutely not come down. As he spoke, she gently nuzzled her little head, which was resting on Suya's shoulder. It looks like a cat that's being affectionate with its owner. It also resembles a beautiful snake coiling around its prey. Su Yi. Just now during dinner. You kept putting food on that old woman's plate. They're all ignoring me. Zhang Nuo's tone became somewhat aggrieved and resentful. I'm angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. Suya's hands, which were gripping the plate, had knuckles that were turning white. He looked at the reflection of the girl who was pressed tightly against him in the glass window. Looking at her peach blossom eyes that shone brightly in the darkness. A tingling sensation ran down my scalp. This is playing with fire. This is like dancing the tango on the edge of an abyss. That. Suya's Adam's apple bobbed. He tried to control the situation with reason and tried to distance himself by using his identity as a bodyguard. What do you want? Zhang Nuo did not answer immediately. Her other hand. That little hand that was originally hanging down by her side. Slowly. It slowly climbed up to Suya's waist. Through the shirt fabric. My fingertips gently traced the outline of his abdominal muscles. One time. One time. It has a very provocative rhythm. At last. Her hand stopped on Suya's belt buckle. What do I want? Zhang Nuo leaned close to Suya's ear. Open your little mouth. She gently bit his earlobe. He murmured in a voice powerful enough to drive any man mad. I want you. Make it up to me. Chapter 26 Giving Zhang Nuo a massage. The air seemed to freeze. This second was stretched out infinitely. Suyi could even hear the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. Each tick felt like it was stepping on his heart. Madman. This is a complete little devil. Suya's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the deathly silent stairwell on the second floor. It was like the gaping maw of a giant beast, or a monstrous flood named Zhangwan could rush down at any moment and tear the seemingly beautiful but actually deadly scene to shreds. He really didn't expect that. The two Zhang sisters have such drastically different genetic codes etched into their genes. My elder sister, Zhang Wan, is a 10,000-year-old glacier standing on an ice field. Cold, aloof, and full of a sense of order and boundaries. Even after that unexpected incident, she was able to quickly regain her composure after sobering up and use contracts, money, and terms to bring everything back under her control. That is absolute rationality. And his younger sister Zhang Nuo. Suyi felt the girl's burning body temperature behind him, and the teasing touch of her fingertips as they roamed around his waist. She is a flame. A wildfire burning rampantly within this strictly regulated and wealthy family, even threatening to set itself on fire. Bold, reckless, and disregarding rules. In this high-pressure environment where she could die or even lose her life at any moment, she could still laugh and still ask him for that ambiguous compensation. This extreme contrast made Suyi feel dizzy. Wealthy families. Are these places really teeming with monsters? How? Scared? Zhang Nuo's voice rang out again. With a hint of disdain in his smile, he adopted the posture of a victor. Her fingers hooked onto the metal buckle of Suya's belt, making an extremely faint sound, but to Suyi it sounded like a thunderclap. Bite. This crisp sound completely shattered Suya's last hesitation. Afraid? I am indeed afraid. But he knew even better that in front of a spoiled young lady like Zhang Nuo, simply retreating and being afraid would only bore her and make her bully him even more. To tame this wildfire, you can't be afraid of getting burned. Suyi took a deep breath. His eyes instantly became as deep and unfathomable as a pool. He did not answer. Instead, they responded with actions. Smack. Suyi suddenly raised her hand and turned off the bright main light above her head. The entire kitchen area was instantly plunged into darkness. Only the floor lamp in the distance of the living room cast a few faint rays of light, stretching the two figures into long, distorted shadows that intertwined, making them indistinguishable from one another. Darkness is the best cover. It is also the best catalyst. Ah. Zhang Nuo was clearly not expected that Suyi would suddenly turn off the lights, and let out a short gasp. But the next second, her exclamation was swallowed back down her throat. Suyi turned around. Its movements were as fast as a leopard hunting its prey. He didn't push her away as Zhang Nuo had expected, nor did he beg for mercy like a cowardly servant. On the contrary, his right hand, still cool from washing the dishes, slipped through the thin layer of pink silk without warning. Direct. Overbearing. And it is accurate. In the dim light, Suya's large hand steadily covered Zhang Nuo's slender and supple waist. There were no barriers between them. That was the most authentic touch between the palm and the skin. Delicate as cream. It was as hot as a branding iron. Zhang Nuo's body trembled violently. It was a tingling sensation, like an electric current shooting through her spine, that instantly shattered her previously composed facade. Her eyes widened, her peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. This driver usually appears docile and only knows how to drive. This is her life assistant who is timid and submissive in front of her sister. How dare they treat her like this? Second miss. Suya's voice was low and suppressed. He is no longer a passive recipient, but a hunter who controls the situation. He leaned down slightly, forcing Zhang Nuo back half a step until her lower back pressed against the edge of the cold marble kitchen counter. There was no way to retreat. You're really brave. Suya's large hand slowly tightened on that delicate skin, with a punitive force. But have you forgotten that I'm a man? A normal, vigorous man. Suya's face drew closer to Zhang Nuo's. They were so close that their noses almost touched. He stared into those eyes in the darkness, eyes that were somewhat flustered yet even more excited. You're playing with fire here. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself to ashes? The air became scorching hot. The sweet, juicy peach aroma became even stronger as his body temperature rose, as if it were marinating Suya's entire being. Zhang Nuo's heart was beating fast. Thump, thump. It looked like it was about to burst out of its chest. But she didn't hide. On the contrary, the excitement in her eyes intensified. This is a dangerous game. The thrill of having an affair right under my sister's nose. That's exactly the kind of thrill she's been seeking. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Suya's neck, clinging to him like a boneless vine. Afraid? Zhang Nuo raised her chin, her red lips slightly parted, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids. The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary, Zhang Nuo's dictionary. Since you're a man, then prove it to me. Her legs were slightly raised. That was an extremely blatant hint. It is also a blatant provocation. Suyi felt that the string of reason in her mind was snapping under the strain. But he couldn't. Not at least not now. Reason told him that Zhang Wan upstairs might finish her shower at any moment. Once discovered, then it's not just a matter of a 100,000 yuan bonus. That can really kill people. Suyi forcibly suppressed the restlessness in her heart. Although she coveted the touch of the hand that was covering her waist, she did not cross the line further. He stopped what he was doing. His eyes regained a sliver of clarity. Prove? Suyi chuckled, his tone tinged with helplessness and mockery. Second miss. Your sister is taking a shower. According to her usual routine, she'll be out drying her hair in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Suyi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Nuo's exquisitely beautiful face. You think this amount of time? Enough for whom? This statement carries a strong sense of aggression. It's also a form of indirect praise. This not only denied the possibility of having a relationship now, but also subtly teased Zhang Nuo's pride. Really? Zhang Nuo was stunned for a moment. Immediately, her pretty face flushed red in the darkness. That was shame and anger. It was also the embarrassment of having one's intentions exposed. You. Stop trying to glorify yourself. Zhang Nuo bit her lip and glared fiercely at Suyi, but she didn't loosen her grip on his neck. Who said we were going to do that? I'm just. Her eyes darted around, as if searching for a reasonable way out. Sudden. Her gaze fell on Suya's long, strong hands. The way her hands deftly moved through the foam while she was washing the dishes was truly a sight to behold. I practiced physical education all afternoon today. Zhang Nuo snorted, her tone reverting to that of a spoiled young lady. My legs are killing me. Since you don't have time to do anything else, then give me a massage. Now. Immediately. Massage? Suyi was slightly taken aback. Isn't this style of change a bit too fast? One second it's a midnight horror R-rated story, the next it's a health and wellness channel? But then I thought about it again. This is indeed the best solution at present. This way, you can appease this troublesome little devil without causing too much noise to alert the person upstairs. And Suye's gaze followed the hem of Jiang Nua's pink silk nightgown to her two long, white legs that shone brightly in the dim light. This is a tough job. It seems, not too bad? Okay. Suyi nodded, agreeing readily. But he pointed around. Here? This is the kitchen. Although it's an open plan space with plenty of room, it's still primarily a cooking area. Nonsense. Jiang Nu rolled her eyes at him. She released her arms from Suye's neck, braced her hands on the edge of the kitchen counter behind her, and lightly leaped. Her movements were as light as a cat's. The next second, she was already sitting steadily on the large marble island counter, looking down from a high vantage point. Those long, straight, beautiful legs were displayed before Suyi without any reservation. The hem of her nightgown rode up slightly as she moved. A vast expanse of dazzling white was revealed. Right here. Jiang Nua swung her bare little feet, her toes round and cute, painted with red nail polish, looking particularly alluring in the darkness. Do I need to teach you? Master Su? That cry of Master Su was uttered with 1,000 turns and twists. It carried a hint of teasing, a hint of command, and a touch of ambiguity that only the two of them could understand. Suyi sighed helplessly. He felt like a clown dancing on the edge of a knife. On one hand, they had to guard against the female demon upstairs. On the other hand, he also had to serve this little devil in front of him. Is this the price of receiving a high salary from the system? Yes, Mississippi. Suyi took a clean towel from the shelf next to her and dried her hands. His movements were slow and meticulous. It's like some kind of ritual is being performed. Then he walked between Jiang Nua's legs. This pose. Extremely dangerous. That was an extremely foul. If he takes just one step forward, he can completely fill the gap between the two of them. Jiang Nua clearly hadn't expected him to stand so close. My breath hitched slightly. I subconsciously wanted to bring my legs together. But Suya's large hand had already pressed down on her knee. Don't move. Suya's voice was deep and hoarse, like the soft hum of a cello in the quiet kitchen. To relieve muscle soreness. Just relax. His palms were warm. It flows continuously through the skin around the knee. Jiang Nua felt as if the spot where she was being held down was on fire. Then be gentle. Her voice became softer and less forceful than before. Suyi did not speak. His hands slowly moved upwards along the lines of Jiang Nua's calves. The skill possessed by the god of cookery is primarily related to cooking. But just as Jiang Wan thought, a top chef has reached the pinnacle of control over the texture of ingredients and the use of hand strength. And at this moment, in Suye's hands, Jiang Nua's legs, which can be described as works of art, are the finest ingredients. Press your thumb on the edge of the soleus muscle. The force is moderate. Each push precisely targets the muscle nodes that have become tense from dancing. Acid. Swelling. Immediately following was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Jiang Nua couldn't help but let out a soft hum through her nose. But the moment the sound was uttered, she immediately covered her mouth. A pair of large eyes looked towards the stairwell in terror. This is insane. If my sister heard that sound, even if she had 100 mouths, she still couldn't explain it. Suye's hand movements didn't stop, in fact, they went even deeper. His fingertips, with their rough texture, grazed the silky smooth skin. 1 time. 2 times. From the ankle, to the calf, and then to the back of the knee. The feel was so realistic. It was so real that it made Suye's mind wander. But he dared not be distracted. He didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Nua's expression at that moment. All I could do was focus all my attention on the movements of my hands. This is a massage. This is a proper massage. This is a massage meant to save lives. Suyi silently recited form as emptiness in his heart, but the force of his hands became more and more professional. Is it sour here? Suyi asked in a low voice, pressing his thumb on an acupoint on the inside of her knee. Pain. Jiang Nua bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. It was a bittersweet experience. Bear with it. It's clogged here. Suye's voice remained calm, like that of a dutiful old Chinese medicine doctor. But only he himself knows. A fine layer of cold sweat had already formed on his back. As the massage progresses upwards, the hem of the nightgown was inevitably rolled up even higher. That mysterious realm. That pink restricted area. Just centimeters from his fingertips. Every action is a test of willpower to the limit. With each breath, I inhaled her cloyingly sweet body fragrance. The air in the kitchen is getting thinner and thinner. The only sounds were the suppressed breathing of the two people and the occasional rustling of fabric. Zhang Nua's hand had somehow already grasped the fabric on Suye's shoulder. My knuckles turned white from straining so hard. Her head tilted back slightly, her slender neck forming a graceful arc. Like a dying swan. Just then. Squeak! A very faint sound of a door opening came from the second floor. The sound wasn't loud. But in the deathly silence of this floor, it was as jarring as a nuclear explosion. Moment. The two people in the kitchen froze. It's like a movie scene that's been paused. Suye's hand stopped on Zhang Nua's inner thigh, and he dared not move. Zhang Nua pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, even holding her breath. Two pairs of eyes. They stared at each other in the dark. They both saw the terror that was almost overflowing in each other's eyes. That was the fear stemming from the suppression of bloodline. That was an instinctive reverence for the creature called older sister. Despair. 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 The sound of slippers stepping on the floor came from the second floor corridor. It's very light. It's very slow. Every step felt like stepping on the tops of their heads. That's Jiang Wan. She came out. Suyi felt as if her heart had stopped beating. This moment. All the romance and ambiguity vanished like smoke. All that remained was the most primal instinct for survival. He remained in that position. He placed his hands on Zhang Nua's legs, squeezing his body between her parted legs. This pose? If it is visible under light. Even if they did nothing. That's enough to warrant a death sentence. The footsteps stopped at the railing on the second floor. It seems to be looking down. Suye's back was instantly soaked with sweat. He's gambling. I'm betting Jiang Wan won't come down. They gambled that the darkness of this floor would conceal their figures. I bet that the strong woman just came out for some fresh air or to pick something up. Time. It becomes meaningless in this instant. Every second was torture. Finally. I don't know how much time has passed. The footsteps sounded again. It wasn't the sound of someone coming downstairs. Instead, it was the sound of someone turning around and going back to their room. Tap, tap, tap. Click. The sound of the door to the study on the second floor closing could be heard. Call. In the kitchen, two suppressed breaths rang out almost simultaneously. That was exhaustion after escaping death. Zhang Nua seemed to have all her strength drained away, and she collapsed limply, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Suye's legs went weak, and she almost lost her balance. That was so exciting. That was so exciting. This is not a massage. This is absolutely suicidal. Continue. In the darkness. Zhang Nua's voice rang out again. Even fainter, even hoarser. With a slight tremor, yet with a kind of unwavering persistence born of madness. Suyi looked at her in disbelief. Are you crazy? He lowered his voice and roared. We almost got caught. Zhang Nuo raised her head. In the dim light, Suyi saw that her eyes were glistening with a sickly, watery light. She stretched out her foot. The little foot that had just been massaged by Suyi, still warm from the massage. She gently stepped on Suye's chest. Stepped down little by little. I didn't say stop. You're not allowed to stop. Chapter 27 Physical and Mental Pleasure. That small, fair foot. The force was not great. Yet it carries with it an absolute desire for control. That's not just a foot. It was a Damocles sword hanging over his head. If she kicks even slightly or lets out a coquettish groan, the ice queen in the study upstairs will immediately notice. At that point, his fake boyfriend will instantly turn into a real scoundrel. Not only will that 100,000 yuan monthly salary go down the drain, but even leaving the Jiang family intact might be a problem. Second miss. You're playing with fire and getting burned. Suya's voice was very low, as if it were being squeezed out from between her teeth. Zhang Nuo smiled. She leaned forward slightly in the darkness, her peach blossom eyes curving into a beautiful arc, gleaming with a cunning light like a fox. I am fire, she said softly. Su Yi, I want you. Make me feel comfortable. This is blatantly inappropriate and offensive language. But in this moment, in this kitchen where utter destruction could occur at any moment, there is a chilling purity about it. What she needed was muscle relaxation. It is also a form of mental stimulation. Suyi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in her heart that she couldn't tell whether it was anger or lust. He's an ordinary person. He was also a poor man. Faced with absolute wealth and power, even with the godly rich system, his current foundation is too shallow. Tolerate. We must endure it. And Suye's gaze followed the long, beautiful legs upwards. It has to be admitted. This is a perfect body, the creator's most prized masterpiece. Giving a massage to such a beauty, as long as the fatal risks are disregarded, is an indescribable pleasure in itself. Good. Suyi released her ankle. This pose. Even more shameful. Even more dangerous. Zhang Nuo was clearly not expected Suyi to be so bold. Her body stiffened abruptly, and her hands instinctively gripped the edge of the kitchen counter beneath her. You. Don't make a sound. Suyi interrupted her, his eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the darkness. If we're going to do it, let's do it thoroughly. What if the second young lady can't help but scream? That's your own fault. Before he could finish speaking, Suye's hand had already landed on her iliotibial band on the outside of her thigh. This is the part of the body where dancers are most prone to tension and pain. He showed no mercy or pity whatsoever. With a forceful thumb strike, the pressure penetrates deep into the muscle, directly crushing the taut tendon. Ugh! Zhang Nuo suddenly tilted her head back, her long neck taut, like a dying swan. A cry of pain almost burst from his throat. But at the last moment, she bit her lower lip tightly. Pain. Excruciating pain. That tingling sensation traveled through her nerve endings and spread throughout her body instantly, making every pore on her body explode in an instant. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. Suyi did not stop. His large, powerful hands, burning hot, massaged downwards along the taut muscle lines. The master chef's skill brings more than just knife skills. It also demonstrates absolute precision in controlling the force applied. He could clearly feel the muscle fibers wrapped in the delicate skin under his palm loosening and softening little by little as he needed them. From the outer thigh to the inner thigh, the adductor muscles. That area is more sensitive. More vulnerable. The moment Suye's fingers touched the tender area, Zhang Nuo trembled as if she had been electrocuted. No. Not there. She begged for mercy with a sob in her voice, which was barely audible. No? Suyi sneered, his movements not only continuing but actually increasing in intensity. Weren't you quite imposing when you stepped on me just now, miss? Now you know fear? This is a form of revenge. It is also a silent game. Suye's large hands, like iron clamps, precisely grasped her weak spot. Each press sent Zhang Nuo teetering on the edge of pain and ecstasy. After the soreness subsided, it was an indescribable tingling and warm sensation. It's like a flood that has been accumulating for a long time, finally finding an outlet. Zhang Nuo's struggles grew weaker and weaker. The hand that had been gripping the edge of the kitchen counter had somehow slipped away and was now hanging limply at its side. Her breathing became rapid and disordered. It stood out exceptionally clearly in the silent darkness. 1 time. 2 times. Suyi was completely focused. At this moment, he actually entered a state of complete focus. They abandoned the desires between men and women. They set aside the differences in their identities. At this moment, what lies before him seems to be nothing more than a top-quality ingredient, requiring him to process and refine it with the most exquisite techniques. Sweat trickled down Suye's forehead. It dripped onto Zhang Nuo's smooth, jade-like calves. The scalding heat brought Zhang Nuo's dazed eyes to a moment's clarity. She looked at the man in front of her. In the darkness, his features were resolute, and his eyes were focused. Those hands, which she used to think were only good for holding a steering wheel and washing dishes, now seemed to possess some kind of magic. It not only relieved her sore muscles. I also opened some other things. This feeling is strange. She has met countless outstanding men, including rich second-generation heirs, playboys, and even popular male celebrities. The way those people looked at her was either blatant lust or hypocritical flattery. No one has ever been like Su Yi. On one hand, she was cautious because she was afraid of her older sister, but on the other hand, she dared to treat her so domineeringly in this kitchen where it could explode at any moment. This sense of contradiction. The thrill of walking on the edge of a knife. This made Zhang Nua's already restless heart beat even more violently. Finally. Zhang Nua let out a long breath. She completely softened and melted into a puddle of water. She slumped onto the cold marble countertop, her nightgown disheveled, her hair plastered to her sweaty cheeks. Those eyes, which always carried a sense of provocation and arrogance, were now veiled with a misty haze. Like peach blossoms dampened by rain. Tender and beautiful. It's almost dripping. Su Yi stopped what she was doing. He put Zhang Nua's leg down, took a half step back, feeling somewhat exhausted, and leaned against the refrigerator door opposite him, panting heavily. My hands are very sore. My back was soaked with cold sweat, and the night wind made it feel chilly. It's over. This absurd drama, ostensibly a massage but actually a psychological tug-of-war, has finally come to an end. An eerie silence filled the air. The only sound was the rhythmic breathing of the two of them. And the occasional, faint sound of wind coming from upstairs. Want more? Su Yi calmed his breathing and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. He was telling them to leave. If this little devil doesn't leave soon, he's really going to have a cardiac arrest. Zhang Nua remained silent. She slowly sat up straight, stretching lazily like a cat that had just woken up. The beautiful curves were clearly visible in the darkness. Then, she jumped off the kitchen counter. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was surprised by the long-lost feeling of lightness. Really, it's not sour anymore. It was even easier than before I started dancing. Is this kid's cooking really that good? Zhang Nua turned her head and, in the dim light, gave Su Yi a deep look. That look in his eyes was very complicated. There was surprise, amusement, and a barely perceptible hint of possessiveness. Su Yi. She called out softly. The voice was no longer as sharp and piercing as before. Instead, it had a soft and gentle quality that it had never been before. What? Su Yi looked at her warily, crossed his arms, and adopted a defensive posture. Zhang Nua did not answer. She walked barefoot, step by step, towards Su Yi. Su Yi instinctively wanted to back away. But there was a refrigerator right behind him, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Thump. Zhang Nua walked up to him, so close that he could even smell the faint scent of her shower gel mixed with the fragrance of her body after sweating. It's so sweet it makes you dizzy. She looked up. Those peach blossom eyes shone with an astonishing light in the darkness. You're really great. Zhang Nua reached out and gently hooked his index finger around Su Yi's collar, pulling his head down slightly. Su Yi's whole body stiffened. He had no idea what this crazy girl was up to this time. This technique. From now on, you can only press it for me. Zhang Nua's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable domineering air. Did you understand? Su Yi frowned. I was just about to say something in rebuttal. The next second, a soft touch landed on his lips without warning. Su Yi's pupils dilated instantly. It was a kiss. It penetrates without any lust, yet carries a sense of authoritative assertion, like a stamp. Dragonfly skimming the water. Instantly separate. It carries the sweet fragrance unique to young girls, and also has a hint of fiery heat. This is. Zhang Nua loosened his collar and took a step back. She blinked in the darkness, a smug, mischievous smile playing on her lips. Here's your tip. After saying that, she stopped looking at Su Yi's bewildered face. Turn around. Like a proud little peacock, dragging her slightly disheveled pink nightgown, humming an off-key tune, she walked lightly towards the stairwell. Tap, tap, tap. The light footsteps faded away down the stairs. Until a soft sound of a door closing came from the second floor. The little witch named Zhang Nua has finally returned to her lair. In the kitchen. Deathly silence returned once more. Su Yi remained leaning against the refrigerator, looking like a petrified sculpture. He raised his hand. She lightly touched her lips with her fingertips. There. It seemed as if the softness and warmth of that moment still lingered. Madman. Su Yi muttered to herself. His heart was beating fast. It wasn't because I was attracted to someone. It was because of lingering fear. If Jiangwan upstairs had coughed even slightly or opened her door to peek out at that moment, she would have been in a much better position. Then Suya's life will probably come to an end on this night. Is this what a wealthy family is like? The older sister is an iceberg that controls everything, while the younger sister is a raging fire that knows no bounds. And him. Caught between ice and fire. One wrong move and you're crushed to pieces. Suyi sighed deeply, turned around, and walked to the sink, turning on the tap. Splash. The cool water washed over his hands, trying to wash away the alluring yet dangerous sensation from before. He splashed his face with cold water. The biting cold finally calmed his feverish mind. Suyi, oh Suyi. You're walking a tightrope. He warned himself inwardly. This kind of ambiguous game is exciting once in a while, but too much of it is just asking for trouble. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. I must establish myself in this family as soon as possible. Otherwise, these two sisters will eventually ruin him. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his slightly cooled mind. The sound is crisp and pleasant. Like the most beautiful melody in the world. Bite. Host detected to have completed a temporary hidden mission, calm the anger. Target, Jiang Nuo. Task evaluation, perfect. Suyi paused slightly as she wiped her face. Right before my eyes. The pale blue virtual screen, visible only to him, slowly unfolded in the dimly lit kitchen. Lines of golden text appeared like flowing water. Your skillful though not professional technique successfully relieved Jiang Nuo's leg muscle fatigue. You demonstrated remarkable composure and control of the situation in an extremely dangerous environment. Jiangwan was upstairs. You were not only not overwhelmed by Jiang Nuo's unreasonable behavior, but you also conquered her body, referring to her muscles and spirit with your actions. Jiang Nuo's physical and mental well-being, 100/100. You even unexpectedly received a kiss from the second young lady of the Jiang family, although this might bring you even greater trouble. The system's evaluation still carried that sarcastic tone that made people grit their teeth. But Suyi didn't care about any of that. His gaze was fixed on the 2 lines of reward information at the bottom of the screen. There. 2 glittering golden treasure chest patterns are jumping around. Based on a perfect task evaluation, the reward has been issued. Reward 1, 200,000 renminbi in cash. Reward 2, Special Skill Book, Divine Level Traditional Chinese Medicine Massage Techniques, Master Level. 200,000. Suya's breathing quickened instantly. The fear, tension, and lingering apprehension I felt just moments before vanished instantly in the face of this string of zeros. Is this the power of a system? It was just one night of overtime, just one thrilling massage. The money earned was a huge sum that ordinary people might not be able to save even after 2 or 3 years of hard work. If it were in the past. This 200,000 yuan is enough to cover the orphanage's food expenses for a whole year, enough to make his old director, who was worried about tuition fees of a few thousand yuan, grin from ear to ear. And now. It was obtained so easily. It even comes with a skill that sounds pretty awesome. It was worth it. Suyi couldn't help but smile. Dancing on a knife's edge, experiencing both ice and fire. As long as the money is in place. Let alone a massage. Even if you asked him to break a boulder on his chest for those 2 sisters right now, he could break it in all sorts of amazing ways. Redeem reward. Suyi silently recited in his heart. The next second. My phone vibrated in my pocket. That was the SMS notification sound from the bank that the money had been deposited. At the same time, a vast and warm flow of information, like a sudden awakening, instantly flooded his brain. Boom! Suyi felt as if something had been forcefully stuffed into her head, making it feel swollen. Countless pieces of knowledge about acupoints, meridian pathways, massage techniques, and force control were as if they were already etched deep in his memory, and were now completely awakened. The 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Press, knead, push, grasp, tap, flick, roll, shake. All sorts of complex and obscure theories of traditional Chinese medicine became incredibly clear at this moment. His hands. Unconsciously, I made a few grasping motions in the air. That feeling has changed. If he was blindly feeling an elephant when he was massaging Jiang Nuo earlier, it was because of the tactile sensations brought about by his culinary mastery. Now, he is a true master. He even had the illusion that, if he wanted, he could make people experience ecstasy or excruciating pain with just his two hands. This is the Real. A divine massage. Suyi looked at his hands, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. This skill. It seems to be more useful than simply giving 200,000. In this wealthy family, in this environment filled with deceit and danger. Having an extra skill means having an extra trump card to save your life. After all. Whether it's the aloof, icy older sister or the fiery, unpredictable younger sister. They are, after all, human beings. It is a person. You will get tired, you will feel pain, and you will have physical weaknesses. And now, Suyi has the key to unlocking these weaknesses. Call. Suyi shook the water droplets off her hands and turned off the tap. The darkness in the kitchen no longer seemed so oppressive. The staircase, which resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast, no longer looked so terrifying. He turned around, looking out the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows at the dazzling night view of Shanghai. Thompson Riviera. This is the most prosperous and extravagant place in the entire city of Shanghai. At the foot of this city, countless people toil and struggle for a few coins, bowing and scraping for a corner to settle down and make a living. And he, Suyi, a freshman who originally had nothing. But here I am now. He possesses millions of dollars and godlike skills. Despite having two female demons with vastly different personalities above her, and despite feeling like she's walking on the edge of a cliff every day. But, is this the life he wants? Suyi didn't know. But he knew one thing. Since the system has chosen him, since fate has placed him on this stage, then he will never leave the stage. Whether it's Jiang Wan or Jiang Nuo. Whether it's a fake boyfriend or a real bodyguard. This scene. He has to do more than just act. He also had to act brilliantly and beautifully, so much so that everyone, including those two haughty young ladies, couldn't live without him. God-level massage. Suyi murmured softly, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Jiang Nuo, next time. You won't get away so easily. Chapter 28. Sitting next to Jiang Nuo. That night, Suyi slept very soundly. That was a deep coma after physical and mental exhaustion. In his dreams, there was always a pair of feet with red nail polish dangling in front of him, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, staring at him with a half smile. Suyi. I want you. This alluring yet deadly voice looped endlessly in my dreams, like a sweet curse. Until the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, cutting through the dim room like a sharp sword. Suyi suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, his eyes quickly went from confused to clear. He subconsciously raised his hands and examined them carefully. Long, slender fingers and well-defined bones. It looks no different from yesterday. But he knew things had changed. With a slight thought, a warm current instantly flowed through his arm and gathered at his fingertips. He seemed to be able to keenly perceive even the movement of tiny dust particles in the air through the touch of his skin. This is the divine-level TCM massage technique. This is masterful control. Suyi clenched his fist. An unprecedented sense of confidence welled up within me. With this skill, coupled with his irresistible culinary talent, he finally had some means to make a living in the treacherous Jiang family. I glanced at my phone. 6 o'clock in the morning. It's still early. But he is a salaried working person, and a high-level working person with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Performance must be up to standard. Suyi got out of bed, quickly washed up, pushed open the bedroom door, and tiptoed into the kitchen. Even though a night has passed, standing in front of this kitchen counter again, the alluring yet terrifying scenes from last night still uncontrollably flood my mind. Here. Yesterday I was sitting with a fairy. Suyi shook his head, forcibly dispelling those chaotic thoughts. System. Activate, Master Chef Possession. Buzz. The familiar feeling returned. What was originally an ordinary kitchen knife seemed to come alive in his hands. Since it's breakfast, it can't be too greasy, but it also needs to be refined enough to awaken the discerning palates of those two young ladies. Fish congee. Crystal shrimp dumplings. There were also 2 cups of freshly ground, specially blended soy milk. The menu is simple, but it tests the most exquisite skills. Tap 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 tap. The sound of the knife blade hitting the cutting board was dense and rhythmic, playing a movement called life in this quiet morning. Deb 1 and fillet the fish. Each slice of fish is as thin as a cicada's wing, with a faint pinkish sheen, and its thickness is controlled to the millimeter. Knead the dough and roll it out. The flour was as docile as a cloud in his hands. Half an hour later. A rich and fragrant aroma, seeping through the crack in the kitchen door, forcefully permeated every corner of the entire villa. That's the rich aroma of rice, mixed with the sweetness of deep-sea fish. It captivates the soul. Second floor, master bedroom. Jiang Wan was woken up by hunger. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and a well-known aloof counselor at Shanghai University, her biological clock is always frighteningly precise. I get up at 7 o'clock sharp. But today, that faint fragrance, like an invisible hand, forcefully pulled her out of her sleep. This is. Jiang Wan frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing across her face, which was breathtakingly beautiful even without makeup. A housekeeper's cooking has never tasted this good. Could it be Su Yi? Thinking of that name, Jiang Wan's expression became slightly complicated. That freshman, whom she had just randomly chosen as a shield, always seemed to bring her some unexpected surprises. Whether it was his dignified demeanor when facing her, or his miraculous culinary skills. Even. There seemed to be some commotion on the second floor last night? Jiang Wan shook her head, got up, and went into the bathroom. A simple wash and light makeup. She changed into a well-tailored black business suit with a white silk shirt underneath. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender, fair neck. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on his high, straight nose. Moment. The pampered young lady who occasionally showed signs of fatigue at home has disappeared, replaced by the ice queen who strikes fear into the hearts of countless students. Push open the door. They happened to run into Zhang Nua coming out of the next room. The two sisters exchanged a glance. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhang Nua was wearing a limited edition uniform from the art department of Shanghai University. Underneath the super short pleated skirt were a pair of incredibly long legs that were sure to make anyone's blood boil. Compared to her sister's ascetic style, she is like a blooming rose with thorns. Youth. Hot and spicy. Good morning, sister. Zhang Nua yawned, a lazy tear still glistening in the corner of her eye, her voice soft and gentle. Jiang Wan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over her younger sister's unusually flushed face. Did you sleep well last night? This was originally just a casual greeting. But to Zhang Nua, it sounded like a test. Her heart skipped a beat. The image of Suya's burning hot hands in the darkness last night, and the tingling sensation that made her soul leave her body, flashed through her mind instantly. Damn it. My face feels a little hot. It's fine. Zhang Nua blinked, and her peach blossom eyes instantly regained their usual cunning and innocence. Maybe it's because I smelled something delicious, and even my dreams smelled good. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Wan's response, she strode downstairs like a cat that had smelled blood. Wow. Sis, hurry up. Su Yi seems to have done something incredible. Watching her younger sister's cheerful figure, Jiang Wan pushed up her glasses. A fleeting, almost imperceptible, thoughtful look crossed his eyes behind the glasses. Dining room. On the long, narrow dining table, there were exquisite tableware. Su Yi took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen carrying the last basket of crystal shrimp dumplings. I happened to see the two sisters take their seats one after the other. One was as cold as ice. A seductive glance. The extreme visual impact made Su Yi tighten her grip on the plate slightly. This was a trap. It was also the hellish battlefield he faced every day. Good morning, Teacher Jiang, classmate. Su Yi tried her best to make her voice sound natural, switching to the form of address she would be using at school. Jiang Wan glanced at him and nodded slightly. Sit down and eat. His tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. So Yi pulled out a chair and sat in the last seat. That's the safe distance between a bodyguard and a shield. Wow. Zhang Nua let out an exaggerated exclamation, picked up her chopsticks, and picked up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling. This skin is so thin. Take a bite. The delicious broth bursts in your mouth, and the bouncy shrimp dance between your teeth. Zhang Nua's eyes narrowed instantly, and he looked like a cat whose fur had been stroked, letting out a satisfied sigh. Delicious. Su Yi, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. As she ate, she kept glancing at Su Yi. Under the table. A small foot wearing a white sock silently peeked out. Gently. She rubbed against Su Yi's calf. Suya's body stiffened abruptly, and she almost dropped the spoon in her hand. He looked up in horror. He met Jiang Nua's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but weren't. She's provoking us. She's playing with fire. Jiang Wan, sitting in the main seat, was elegantly drinking her porridge, seemingly unaware of the undercurrents unfolding beneath the table. The taste is indeed very good. Jiang Wan put down her spoon, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, and gave a fair assessment. Now that you're employed, you'll be in charge of making breakfast every day. No problem. Suyi nodded quickly, while subtly pulling her leg back. However, but that foot followed him like a shadow. She even went so far as to rub herself up his trouser leg. Suya's heart was pounding in her throat. Madman. This woman is absolutely insane. Sister. Just as Suyi was sweating profusely, Jiang Nua suddenly spoke, her voice sweet. Since Suyi is now your boyfriend and also my classmate. So, can he cook for us every day from now on? She emphasized the word boyfriend. The force of his footwork increased, as if it were a punishment, or perhaps a flirtation. Suyi took a deep breath. He reached under the table and grabbed the troublesome ankle. Squeeze it hard. Divine traditional Chinese medicine massage technique, activated. It was pressed precisely on the Taishi acupoint. Hiss. Jiang Nua's smile froze instantly, she gasped, and her whole body trembled. That tingling and numb sensation instantly drained her of the energy to cause trouble. What's wrong? Jiang Wan raised her head and looked at her younger sister with a puzzled expression. No. It's nothing. Jiang Nua gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Suyi, pulled her foot back, and forced a smile. It's just, the porridge was too hot, it burned my tongue. Suyi lowered her head to drink her porridge, a barely perceptible smile curving her lips. Mock up. If you can't control your sister, you can certainly control yourself. After breakfast, the three arrived at the underground parking garage. This place is practically a mini luxury car exhibition hall. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche. But in the most conspicuous spot, there was a black Bentley Mulsanne parked. Calm and composed, that's Jiang Wan's personal car. Can you drive? Jiang Wan stood beside the car, dangling her keys in her hand, and scrutinizing Suyi with her eyes. Although Suyi has a driver's license, the best car he had ever driven before was the Volkswagen Santana from the driving school. But his current identity is the host of the godly rich system. We cannot lose our momentum. Certainly. Suyi took the keys and opened the driver's side door. The moment I gripped the steering wheel, a masculine instinct was awakened. This texture. The feel of this genuine leather. Indeed, money is the best aphrodisiac for men. Jiang Wan naturally opened the back door and got in. That was the boss's seat. And Jiang Nua. She glanced at the passenger seat, then at the back seat, her eyes darting around. I'll go ahead and give directions to Sue. After saying that, she climbed into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, turned to the side, and looked at Suyi with a smile. The car door closed. A delicate, enclosed space was created inside the carriage. The first one is underground girlfriend, and the second one is contract girlfriend. Suyi felt that his palms were sweaty as he gripped the steering wheel. This is not driving. This is clearly a troop transport vehicle loaded with explosives. Boom. The V8 engine let out a deep roar. The Bentley Mulsanne smoothly drove out of the villa area and merged into the morning rush hour traffic in Shanghai. Along the way, the carriage was eerily quiet. Jiang Wan flipped through the documents in the back seat, occasionally making a rustling sound as the papers turned. Jiang Nua, on the other hand, was playing on her phone the whole time. Ding dong. Suya's phone, which was on the center console, suddenly lit up. It's a WeChat message. The note reads, "Second miss." Suyi glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. "Second miss, you enjoyed grabbing my foot just now, didn't you? You just wait until we get to school. Knife.jpg. Suyi swallowed. Pretend you didn't see it. Ding dong. Another one. Second miss, my sister seems to be in a bad mood today. You'd better be careful during the first class, or I won't say I didn't warn you. Suya's heart skipped a beat. I glanced at Jiang Wan in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The aloof woman continued reading the documents with a blank expression, only her brows were furrowed even more deeply. Looks like today's going to be a tough day. 40 minutes later. Shanghai University, North Gate. The Bentley slowly came to a stop in a secluded corner not far from the school gate. This was their prior agreement. In order to avoid causing unnecessary commotion, we cannot drive directly to the teaching building. At school, you must remember your place. Before getting out of the car, Jiangwan closed the file and gave Suyi a cold look through the rearview mirror. You are Suyi, a freshman in the performing arts department, and I am your counselor, Jiangwan. Apart from that, we have no relationship whatsoever. Unless. She paused, her eyes sharpening. There are occasions when acting is absolutely necessary. Clear. Suyi nodded. These are the 3 rules they agreed upon when they signed the contract. Jiangwan got out of the car, her high heels gleaming, and walked straight toward the teacher's passageway with an aura that kept strangers at bay. Watching her receding figure, the atmosphere inside the car instantly became ambiguous. Call. Jiang Nua unbuckled her seatbelt, let out a long sigh of relief, and turned her head, her peach blossom eyes full of amusement. Suyi. My sister is gone. Now, isn't it our turn to fulfill our promise? She stretched out her finger and gently ran it across the back of Suye's hand. Those were the hands Suyi used to press on her legs yesterday. Second miss. Suyi grabbed her hand, his eyes clear. Don't forget, we also have 3 rules. Your sister absolutely must not know about this relationship. And. Suyi pointed to the students coming and going outside the car window. We're going to be late. Jiang Nua pursed her lips, somewhat disappointed, and withdrew her hand. Boring. But. She opened the car door, turned around, and blew Suyi a kiss. In class, you'd better behave and listen to me. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone that you're my personal trainer. After saying that, carrying that limited edition Hermes handbag, she walked with light steps, blending into the vibrant campus. Suyi watched her retreating figure and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Private coach? This girl really dares to use any word. Park the car properly. Suyi took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and stepped into this top university in the country. Shanghai University. Art Academy building. This is the most beautiful place on the entire school. Along the way, there were stylishly dressed handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. Although Suyi was dressed simply, his face, which had become even more handsome after being tweaked by the system, coupled with his calm and composed demeanor, still attracted a lot of attention. Who's that guy? He's so handsome. I've never seen you before. Are you a freshman? That aura is absolutely amazing. Whispers reached my ears. Suyi looked straight ahead and headed straight for the 3rd floor. Acting Department, Class 1. This is the legendary star class. The students here are either from wealthy families or child stars. Each of them has an extraordinary background. And Jiang Nua. She is undoubtedly the big sister of this class. Suyi stood at the classroom door. Take a deep breath. Push the door open and enter. The noisy classroom fell silent for a few seconds the moment the door opened. Dozens of eyes turned to look at them. Scrutiny, curiosity, amazement, and disdain. Oh, so this is the transfer student who skipped class yesterday? A boy sitting in the back row, with his hair dyed a granny gray, whistled, his tone flippant. He looks quite respectable. I wonder which family's young master he is. Suyi ignored him. His gaze swept across the classroom. Then, in the very middle of the first row, I saw that familiar figure. Jiang Nua was resting her chin on her hand, looking at him with a mocking expression. The seat next to her. Empty. Her Hermes bag was on top, clearly taken by someone else. Suyi. Jiang Nua suddenly raised her hand, her voice clear and melodious, instantly echoing throughout the entire classroom. Over here. I've saved you a seat. Whoosh. The whole class erupted in chaos. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Nua? The notoriously arrogant and haughty 3rd young lady of the Jiang family actually took the initiative to save a seat for a boy? And look at that expression. It sounds a bit like she's being coquettish. The grandma gray guy who had just been whistling suddenly turned extremely ugly. Suyi felt countless jealous gazes piercing him like flying knives. His lips twitched. This girl. Intentional. It was absolutely intentional. This is putting him on the hot seat. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had no other choice. Suyi steeled herself, bracing herself against the murderous aura of all the boys in the class, and walked step by step to the first row. Thanks. He picked up the bag, handed it to Zhang Nuo, and then sat down. You're welcome. Zhang Nuo leaned closer, lowered her voice, and said in a tone that only the two of them could hear. Boyfriend. In this class, you are one of my people. If anyone dares to bully you, just say my name. What's with this strong sense of a big sister protecting her little brother? Suyi hadn't even had a chance to complain. Sudden. A series of rapid and crisp high-heeled footsteps came from the classroom doorway. Tap, tap, tap. It has a good rhythm. Each strike felt like stepping on someone's heart. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent. Even the most arrogant rich kids sat up straight obediently, not daring to utter a sound. The door opened. Jiang Wan walked in with the attendance list in her hand, her face expressionless. Black suit, white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire classroom. That was the absolute authority of the counselor. Her gaze swept coldly across the entire class, like an X-ray. At last. It was frozen in the first row. The image was fixed on Suyi and Zhang Nuo, who were sitting close together. Jiang Wan's eyes narrowed slightly. A chill ran through Suyi, instantly making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Before class. Jiang Wan walked up to the podium, threw the attendance list onto the table with a crisp thud. Let's take attendance first. The one who didn't come yesterday. Her voice was cold and clear, echoing in the deathly silent classroom. Suyi. Suyi felt a chill run down her spine, but she still had no choice but to stand up. Arrive. The two locked eyes. One is an aloof, icy counselor. One of them was her fake boyfriend who had just made her breakfast that morning. Jiang Wan pushed up her glasses, and a cold glint flashed behind the lenses. He dared to skip class on the very first day. Student Su. Your participation grade for this semester will be reduced by 20 points. Come to my office after class. I want to be with you. Let's have a good talk. Chapter 29, She was sexually harassed. Deduct 20 points? Suyi stood there, completely stunned. For a moment, he even doubted that there was something wrong with his hearing. The classroom was deathly silent. Dozens of eyes shone on him like spotlights, some with schadenfreude, some with sympathy, and most with a mocking, gossipy curiosity. Suyi's lips twitched slightly. Is that woman on the podium still the same Miss Jiang who sits elegantly at the dining table drinking porridge in the morning? Is he still the same employer who signed a contract of servitude with him last night, let him live in a mansion, and paid him a monthly salary of 100,000? Did you skip class yesterday? Who got him completely drunk yesterday and dragged him back to the villa for the night? Who woke him up early this morning to make breakfast and made him drive? This is simply entrapment. How? Jiang Wan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze behind the lenses as cold as a knife, devoid of any personal warmth. Does Sue have any objections to my handling of this matter? The sound wasn't loud. Yet it exudes an undeniable air of authority. Suyi took a deep breath. He saw a fleeting glint of cunning in the depths of Jiang Wan's eyes. That's the look in a hunter's eyes when he sees his prey fall into a trap. He's acting. She's acting too. Moreover, this teacher Jiang was clearly more immersed in the role than him and knew better how to utilize the rules. No. Suyi gritted her teeth and forced out those two words. The teacher was right to punish him. I humbly accept this. Since you're getting paid to do something, you have to have professional ethics. Even if you have a million curses running through your mind, you still have to wear a smile that says, "Teacher, you're right." Very good. Jiang Wan nodded slightly and opened her lesson plan. Sit down. Don't forget to come to my office after class. Suyi plopped back down in her chair. Before I could even get comfortable in the chair, a very soft sneer came from beside me. Zhang Nuo rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful peach blossom eyes crinkling into two crescent moons as she smiled, and said in a low voice. Wow, my sister really knows how to keep public and private matters separate. My little boyfriend, you've already lost points for participation on the first day of school. That could mean you'll fail the course. Gloat. Blatant schadenfreude. Suyi rolled her eyes at her, annoyed, and said in a low voice. Second miss, could you please stop making things worse? Who am I doing all this for? Jiang Nua blinked, and her little foot, clad in white stockings, dangled restlessly under the table again. For the money. A monthly salary of 100,000, what's wrong with suffering a little grievance? Besides. She leaned close to Su Ye's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. If you serve me well, I can help you cheat on the final exam. Su Ye's body stiffened. He quickly moved to the side. These two sisters are like two contrasting personalities, one is a cold, ruthless iceberg, and the other is a mischievous little devil. The days that followed. It's tough. Su Yi barely absorbed any of the lessons that morning. The courses in the performing arts department are generally quite active. Unleash your natural instincts, physical training, and basic dialogue skills. It has to be said that although these rich kids seem unreliable, they all seem like completely different people when it comes to their professional courses. Especially Jiang Nua. As soon as he stands on the stage, his innate sense of the camera and confidence instantly capture everyone's attention. She is a natural-born darling of the spotlight. And Su Yi. As a transfer student and a troublemaker who was criticized by the counselor, he naturally became a marginalized figure. But he was happy to have some free time. Anyway, he has a system. Once the mission is completed, what movie star skills won't be a piece of cake? Ring ring. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of Get Out of Class. Get out of class dismissed. Jiang Wan closed her lesson plan, didn't even glance at the audience, and walked straight out of the classroom in her high heels. That's silhouette. Resolute, aloof, leaving without a trace. Su Yi. Jiang Nua packed her bag while looking at him with a half smile. Go quickly, don't keep my sister waiting. Be careful, if you're late, you'll get points deducted again. Several boys around also cast strange glances at him. That kid's finished. He offended Abbas Niju as soon as he arrived. How is he supposed to get along in the acting department now? I heard that Professor Zhang's office is a den of dragons and tigers. No student who goes in ever comes out without crying. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Su Yi stood up expressionlessly. A dragon's den or a tiger's lair? That's because you don't know that my sugar daddy lives in the den of dragons and tigers. The top floor of the Art Academy. This is the administrative office area, and also the quietest place in the entire college. The corridor was covered with a thick carpet, which absorbed all the footsteps. The office at the very end. The sign on the door reads, Jiang Wan. There are no professional titles, only names. But at Shanghai University, those 3 words represent absolute privilege. Because this building was donated by the Jiang family. Su Yi stood at the door and straightened his collar. Take a deep breath. Knock knock knock. Enter. Zhang Wanqing's cold voice came from inside. Su Yi pushed open the door and entered, then closed it behind her. Click. The sound of the door lock clicking shut was exceptionally clear in the quiet space. This is not an ordinary office. Instead, it's an extremely luxurious private suite. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire Shanghai University campus. Genuine leather sofa, solid wood bookcase, and a faint scent of sandalwood permeating the air. That was Jiang Wan's scent. At this time, the aloof teacher Jiang was standing with her back to him in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She took off her black suit jacket, leaving her only in her white silk shirt. The shirt was tucked into the pencil skirt, outlining a stunning waist and hip curve. I heard the door close. Jiang Wan slowly turned around. She took off her gold-rimmed glasses and casually placed them on the desk next to her. Without the glasses to conceal it, her beautiful eyes lost some of their sharpness but gained a hint of weariness. Su Yi. She called out. She no longer called him Student Su, and her tone was no longer as cold as it was in class. Teacher Jiang. Su Yi stood at the door, maintaining a safe distance. Regarding the points deduction, I feel it's necessary for me to appeal. Yesterday was clearly. Lock the door. Jiang Wan interrupted him. Su Yi was stunned for a moment. What? I said. Jiang Wan walked to the rest area to the side, where a large massage bed stood, looking somewhat out of place yet strangely harmonious. Lock the door from the inside. Then, come here. Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the bed, then at Jiang Wan, who was unbuttoning her shirt cuffs. An absurd yet exciting thought popped into my head. He turned around and turned the door lock. Click. Double insurance. This action seemed to be a signal, completely isolating the world of teachers and students outside the door. When he turned around again, Jiangwan was already sitting on the massage bed. She took off those daunting high heels. A pair of exquisitely beautiful legs, encased in flesh-colored stockings, were displayed before Suyi without any reservation. Slender ankles and straight calves. Every line is like a work of art meticulously sculpted by God. Do you need me to teach you what else to do? Jiangwan leaned against the headboard, tilting her head back slightly, her slender neck forming an elegant arc. She closed her eyes, her voice carrying an undeniable languor. My legs are so sore. Suyi understood. This is not a teacher giving a lecture. This is the boss inspecting the goods. The trick I used last night to appease Jiang Nua has clearly been remembered by this young lady. The point deduction is fake. The real goal is to find a reason to get him to serve us. Teacher Jiang, is this a separate price? Suyi walked over and made a joke, trying to ease the tense and ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Jiangwan didn't open her eyes, but a slight smile curved her lips. It'll be included in your bonus. If you press it well, I can consider adding back the 20 points. Suyi smiled. That makes things easier. If a problem can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. Moreover, he is now a man who possesses God-level traditional Chinese massage skills. Suyi rolled up her sleeves and walked to the bedside. I'm sorry. His hand gently grasped Jiangwan's ankle. That instant, even through the stockings, Suyi could feel the amazing elasticity and warmth. Jiangwan's body trembled slightly. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. But they did not dodge. Buzz. A slight thought. A warm current instantly flowed into Suyi's fingertips. In his view, Jiangwan's calves seemed to have become semi-transparent. Meridians, acupoints, and the trajectory of qi and blood circulation. Clearly visible. The Zusanli acupoint is somewhat congested. Sanyinjiosp6 indicates poor blood and qi circulation. This is clearly caused by standing in high heels for long periods of time, coupled with excessive thinking. Suyi's gaze became focused. Press with your thumb, assist with your index finger, and massage with your palm. Force, penetration. Jiangwan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The sound was extremely soft, as if it were a hum from the nose, carrying a hint of suppressed pain, yet also a sense of extreme pleasure. In this quiet office, that sound was an irresistible temptation, like a nuclear bomb. Suyi's fingers did not stop. He moved upwards little by little, following the muscle lines of his calves. Each press precisely targets those sore spots. Then it shatters in an instant. Pain, followed by ultimate relaxation. It's like a flood that has been accumulating for a long time, finally finding an outlet. Jiangwan's breathing began to quicken. The silk shirt on her chest rose and fell violently with her breathing. Her toes curled up as her body instinctively resisted the tingling sensation. Be gentle, be gentle. Jiangwan bit her lower lip, and an unnatural flush rose on her face. That aloof mask was crumbling little by little under Suyi's fingertips. At this moment, she is no longer the decisive and efficient counselor. She was a woman who longed to be comforted. Suyi ignored him. The essence of divine massage techniques lies in the principle of no destruction, no construction. If those blockages aren't thoroughly cleared, it's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. His palm slid down his calf to the back of his knee. Weizhong Point. This is the hub for the flow of qi and blood in the lower back. Suyi suddenly exerted his strength. Ah! Jiangwan finally couldn't help but cry out. She suddenly sat up, gripping the sheets beneath her tightly with both hands. The knuckles are turning white. Sweat trickled down her temples, dampening a few strands of hair that clung to her fair cheeks, creating a disheveled yet beautiful effect. But the next second, an unprecedented feeling of ease instantly spread from my waist throughout my entire body. It felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That light, airy feeling made her completely limp. Suyi withdrew her hand. He let out a long sigh of relief. A fine layer of sweat also appeared on his forehead. This, God-level massage technique, is powerful, but it also consumes real physical strength. Especially when faced with a beauty of this caliber. You also need to suppress your inner restlessness. It's a double test of willpower. Teacher Jiang. Suyi shook her slightly sore wrist and looked at Jiangwan, who was slumped on the bed. How are you feeling? Jiangwan remained silent. She lay there quietly, her chest still heaving violently. Several seconds passed. She slowly opened her eyes. Those once cool and aloof eyes now seemed to hold a pool of spring water, shimmering and brimming with allure. She looked at Su Yi. His eyes held a complex expression. There was surprise, shyness, and a hint of desire. This feeling is terrifying. It's like some kind of switch inside your body has been turned on. Su Yi. Jiang Wan's voice was a little hoarse, but it had a captivating magnetic quality. She propped herself up and slowly sat up. The collar of the silk shirt was slightly loose, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Come over. She beckoned to Su Yi with her finger. Su Yi paused for a moment, then subconsciously took a step forward and stood by the bed. The two were very close. Su Yi was so close that he could smell the faint fragrance of her body mixed with sweat. Jiang Wan raised her head. Those beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Yi's lips. Sudden. She reached out and grabbed Su Yi's tie. Pull hard. Caught off guard, Su Yi lost her balance and fell forward. But he reacted very quickly, bracing himself on the edge of the bed beside Jiang Wan with both hands, thus avoiding falling directly on top of her. Even so. Their faces were now less than a centimeter apart. Their breaths mingled. Su Yi could even see the fine downy hairs on Jiang Wan's face. Teacher Jiang, you. Su Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. This is so exciting. This is an office. Jiang Wan looked at Su Yi, who was so close to her, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. In that smile, she possessed a queenly domineering air, yet also a touch of a young woman's coquettish charm. This is. Her red lips parted slightly, her breath as fragrant as orchids. A ward. Before he could finish speaking, she tilted her head slightly. Those two warm, soft red lips unexpectedly pressed onto Su Yi's lips. Boom. It felt as if a firework exploded in Su Yi's mind. Soft. Sweet. It has a faint minty aroma. This is far from a mere skimming of the surface. It was a real, aggressive kiss. Su Yi's eyes widened. He considered many possibilities. I never expected that this aloof and reserved teacher Jiang would be like this. Initiative? Just as Su Yi was preparing to turn the tables and savor this reward properly, Jiang Wan suddenly let go of her hand. He leaned back, creating some distance between them. That kiss. It came to an abrupt end. Like the calm before a storm, it came quickly and went quickly. Only a lingering warmth remained on her lips. All right. Jiang Wan straightened her slightly disheveled collar, the alluring look on her face instantly vanishing, replaced by her usual aloof demeanor. The speed at which he changed his expression was truly exceptional. It was as if the woman who had just asked for a kiss was just a hallucination for Su Yi. She pointed to the doorway, her voice flat. You can leave now. Close the door. Su Yi. That's it? So you're only responsible for killing, not for burying, right? That. Su Yi touched his lips, still somewhat unsatisfied. Teacher Jiang, about the participation points. Jiang Wan picked up her gold-rimmed glasses again and put them on. The gaze behind the lenses sharpened once more. It depends on your performance. If you are late again next time, don't even mention 20 points. I'll have you retake the course. After saying that, she picked up the documents on the table and didn't look at Su Yi again. Go out. Su Yi took a deep breath. Okay. You win. As long as the money is right, what does it matter if I get taken advantage of a little? Su Yi turned around and walked towards the door. Just as his hand gripped the doorknob, Jiang Wan's faint voice suddenly came from behind. In addition, that technique was quite good. Going home tonight. Continue. Su Yi paused for a moment. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. This wave. It's safe now. Click. The door opened and then closed. Silence returned to the office. Jiang Wan put down the documents in her hand. The file was upside down. She raised her hand, her slender fingertips gently tracing her lips. There. It seems that the warmth of that boy still lingers. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed again. She leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling, and murmured to herself. Jiang Wan, oh Jiang Wan. You really are. They've gone mad. Chapter 30 has the scent of an older sister. The corridor was empty. Only Suya's footsteps could be heard. He leaned against the heavy wooden door that had just been closed, and could even feel the slight chill emanating from the door panel. My heart was still pounding violently in my chest. That was the afterglow of an adrenaline rush. That was a really close call. That's Jiang Wan. She is a famously aloof goddess at Shanghai University and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who owns assets worth hundreds of millions. He actually offered a kiss? Although she called it a reward, Suyi touched her lips, and the soft, warm touch seemed to linger there, carrying a faint, sweet minty scent. This woman is simply a monster. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. It interrupted his reminiscence. Bite. The employer, Jiang Wan, was detected to be in an excellent physical comfort state. The miraculous effects of traditional Chinese massage techniques are remarkable. They unblock the meridians, promote smooth blood and qi circulation, and significantly enhance the individual's sense of well-being. Suyi raised an eyebrow. It seems that the massage technique targeting the Taishi and Weizhong acupoints is even more powerful than expected. Even after he left, the woman's body was still reliving the finger technique she had just performed. Immediately afterwards, the system notification sounded again. Bite. Jiang Wan's favorability towards the host has increased. Current affection level, 15 as she said, you're a good craftsman, and maybe, a good body pillow too? Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Buzz. My phone vibrated in my pocket at just the right moment. Suyi took out her phone, and the screen displayed a text message notification from the bank. Your card ending in 8888 received a deposit of 100,000 renminbi at 10:35 a.m. on September 10th. Your current balance is 1,260,856 renminbi and 40 cents. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Looking at that dazzling string of numbers, Suya's initially uneasy mood instantly calmed down. Instead, an barely suppressed smile appeared on his face. What kind of aloof and mature woman? What kind of devilish counselor? As long as the money is right, she'll treat me like dirt, even if she's rubbing me in the ground, it's still a kind of friendly interaction. 10,000 yuan for a kiss, plus a massage service. Suyi put away his phone, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and strode towards the stairwell. This gigolo is really delicious. Outside the performance department building and the physical training classroom. It was during the break between classes. There were many students gathered in twos and threes in the corridor, mostly freshmen from the performing arts department. They were all dressed smartly and beautifully. But when Suya's figure appeared at the stairwell, the noisy corridor seemed to have been paused. The previously noisy discussions instantly subsided, and then countless eyes were fixed on them. Those gazes contained so many complex emotions. There was sympathy, there was mockery, there was curiosity, and of course, there was a lot of schadenfreude. Look, Suyi is back. Holy crap, this guy actually came back upright? What do you know? Teacher Jiang never sheds blood when he kills. Look at his face, it's all red and rosy. He must have been so angry from being scolded that he almost had a stroke. Yeah, losing 20 points on the first day, I'd be devastated too. Several boys huddled together, whispering and pointing at each other. One of the boys, wearing an Armani t-shirt, was twirling car keys in his hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Doesn't he even know where he is? Someone like Teacher Jiang, is he someone he can afford to mess with? Suyi walked through the crowd expressionlessly. He ignored all the gossip. A bunch of kids who still rely on their families for living expenses have no idea what the secret to wealth is. What they perceive as hell was just the heaven that gave them 100,000 yuan. Push open the back door of the classroom. The classroom, which had been filled with some buzzing conversations, fell into an eerie silence once again upon his arrival. Suyi didn't look to the side and walked straight to the last row of seats by the window. There sat a little tyrant who gave him both a headache and one he had to deal with. Zhang Nuo. At this moment, Zhang Nuo was idly twirling the pen in her hand. Today she wore a light pink off-shoulder top and a white pleated skirt, her two long, straight legs crossed and gently swaying under the table. Sunlight shone on her delicate, doll-like profile, making the fine downy hairs clearly visible. It's breathtakingly beautiful. But Suyi knew very well. Beneath that angelic exterior lies a devilish heart that thrives on chaos. Seeing Suyi return, Zhang Nuo stopped writing. She turned her head slightly, her bright, almond-shaped eyes scanning him up and down like a sophisticated X-ray scanner. Oh. Isn't this our classmate Sue who just returned from her execution? Jiang Nua parted her red lips slightly, her voice sweet and soft, yet carrying a hint of teasing that only Sui could understand. Why did it take you so long? I thought my sister was going to dispose of your body and flush it down the drain. Sui pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. The movements were rather exaggerated, as if he was deliberately venting his dissatisfaction. Second miss, please stop making fun of me. Sui sighed, feigning exhaustion as if he had just survived a disaster. Is that an office? That's the king of hell's palace. You've never seen Teacher Zheng's skill in disciplining people. He quotes from classical texts, from the creation of the world by Panga to the fact that my left foot stepped into the door first. He's acting. And the acting was very realistic. After all, if you're getting paid for two jobs, you have to put on a good show for both. In front of Jiang Wan, he was an obedient little wolf. In front of Jiang Nua, he had to be a pitiful working man who was oppressed and only wanted to make money. Yeah? Jiang Nua blinked, then suddenly leaned a little towards Sui. A faint scent of jasmine, mixed with the girl's unique body fragrance, instantly entered Suya's nose. It smells wonderful. But Sui instinctively shrank back. The alarm went off. What mischief is this little vixen up to now? Jiang Nua didn't say anything, but instead, like a puppy, gently sniffed the air with her pert nose. Immediately, her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes looked somewhat strange. Sui. She lowered her voice, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly to slits, revealing a dangerous glint. You're lying. Suya's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained outwardly calm and forced himself to speak. What lie did I tell? Can't you see I'm covered in sweat? Jiang Nua extended a slender, pale finger and gently poked Suya's chest. If it were a reprimand, you should be sweating bullets. But on your body. She leaned closer, her lips almost touching Suya's earlobe, her warm breath tickling his neck. There's a smell. Suya's Adam's apple bobbed. WH. What does it taste like? Agarwood. Jiang Nua uttered two words, his eyes sharpening. That's the scent of that woman's special incense. It's very faint, but very unique. If you were just standing at your desk getting scolded, you wouldn't get this much of a smell. Unless. Jiang Nua paused, the smile on his lips growing even more playful. You stayed in that room for a long time. And, I'm very close to her. Suya's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. These two sisters, how come they're both so clever? Jiang Wan embodies domineering control, while Jiang Nua possesses keen insight. This is practically the prelude to a chaotic scene. Cough cough. Sui coughed twice, his mind racing. Ms. Jiang asked me to help her organize her bookshelf. You know, that bookcase is right behind her desk, quite close to that incense burner. This is called labor reform, do you understand? I was thinking of doing more work so I could try to get those 20 points back. This reason is half true and half false. It makes logical sense. Jiang Nua stared into his eyes for a full 3 seconds. It seems they are judging the veracity of this statement. Sui forced herself not to look away, putting on a sincere expression that said, I'm completely honest, you have to believe me. Finally, Jiang Nua withdrew her gaze and leaned back in her chair. Cut. Coward. She pursed her lips, looking disgusted. I'm asking you to be my boyfriend, not my cleaning lady. You're really embarrassing me. Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We managed to get through this hurdle. But he was clearly celebrating too soon. Under the table. A foot wearing white sneakers stepped on his instep without warning. Not heavy. But in such a public place, this intimate touch carries an indescribable sense of excitement. Sui froze, instinctively trying to pull her foot back. Don't move. Jiang Nua stared straight ahead at the blackboard, as if nothing had happened. But her voice clearly reached Suya's ears. Since you weren't eaten by that woman, then it's time to fulfill our agreement. Sui lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. Jiang Nua, this is a classroom. Can you tone it down a bit? If someone else sees this, or if it gets back to your sister, do I even want to live? Jiang Nua turned her head and smiled at him. That smile. Bright as spring sunshine, yet it also exudes a cunning, mischievous aura. What are you afraid of? Aren't we in a secret relationship? Since it's underground, it has to have some underground thrills. As she spoke, she increased the pressure of her foot slightly, and even gently grounded against Suye's instep. We'll see. You smelled of that woman on you just now, and I'm really annoyed. This is punishment. Su-yi. I can't live like this anymore. He silently did some calculations in his mind. Jiangwan's monthly salary is 100,000 yuan. Her main jobs are massage, driving, and occasionally acting, although now it seems that kissing should also be included. Jiang Nua receives no salary, but receives 200,000 yuan as hush money and a massage book as a deposit. Her main job was to be her fake boyfriend, and she also had to endure this inexplicable punishment. Is this the price of the godly rich system? This money. It's too hot to handle. So what do you want? Su-yi reluctantly conceded. As long as he doesn't confess his feelings in public right now, everything is negotiable. Jiang Nua withdrew her foot, took out a small mirror from her bag, and while touching up her lipstick, said casually, I'm hungry. That woman only knows how to make you make breakfast. She definitely doesn't care about your lunch, right? Perfect timing, I have no appetite for the slop in the cafeteria anyway. She snapped the mirror shut and turned to look at Su-yi. Come with me to eat Japanese food at noon. It's the Spirited Away restaurant right across from the school. I want the most expensive set meal. Su-yi instinctively covered his pocket. Although I just received 100,000 yuan, it was hard-earned money. No. Su-yi tried to struggle. I'm just a poor student. That restaurant costs at least 2,000 per person. You're my boyfriend. Jiang Nua interrupted him as a matter of course. It's only natural for a boyfriend to treat his girlfriend to dinner. And she leaned closer, lowered her voice, and whispered in a sound only the two of them could hear. This is our first date right under that woman's nose. If you don't agree, I'll send that woman a WeChat message right now and tell her. You touched my thigh during class just now. Su-ye's eyes widened. This is blatant slander. This is clearly something you did under the table. But looking at the phone waving in Jiang Nua's hand, the chat box labeled Iceberg Demonis had already been opened on the screen. Su-yi took a deep breath. Tolerate. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. For the system's mission, for that $1 million deposit, and to avoid being forced to retake the course by that female demon. This meal is on me. Okay. Su-yi gritted her teeth and forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Eat. You have to eat it. As long as Miss is happy, I'll get you anything, not just Japanese food, but even dragon meat. Jiang Nua nodded in satisfaction, her face instantly lighting up with a bright smile. Good girl. As expected of the man I've chosen. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, she added. Remember to shake off the smell. That sandalwood fragrance, it smells annoying. After saying that, she ignored Su-yi and took out her phone to start scrolling through short videos, looking serene and content. Su-yi slumped into the chair. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, I felt a wave of weariness. System, oh system. Is this supposed to be a super rich experience card? This is clearly a survival guide for wealthy sisters caught in the middle. Just then, the guy in the front row wearing Armani seemed to have been watching what was going on. Seeing Su-yi and Jiang Nua whispering together for a long time, and Jiang Nua smiling so sweetly at him, the boy's face immediately turned somewhat gloomy. He turned around and shouted at Su-yi in a condescending tone. Hey, you there, Su-yi, right? This is a physical performance class, and the teacher said we need to practice in groups. Since you were just educated by teacher Jiang, your foundation must be very weak, right? Don't drag our goddess Jiang down. I'm going to be paired with Jiang Nua, so you'd better be sensible and find a corner to practice your basic skills. The surrounding henchmen immediately chimed in. That's right, Brother Zhao is the top student in our class in our major courses, and he and Jiang Nua are a perfect couple. Su-yi, you should probably give up. Your legs are probably still shaking right now. These words were spoken. A low chuckle immediately rippled through the crowd. Su-yi glanced at the one called Brother Zhao. Zhao Qua. He's a rich second-generation kid from Shanghai, whose family is in the building materials business. He's been pursuing Jiang Nua, and the whole class knows it. In the past, Su-yi might have tolerated it. It's better to avoid trouble. But now? Suyi glanced at Jiang Nua beside her. The girl didn't even look up, she was still scrolling through her phone, clearly waiting to see what would happen. He even had a slight smile on his lips, as if he was enjoying watching the drama unfold. This is a test of his worth as a boyfriend. Suyi smiled. He slowly stood up. Standing at 1.83 meters tall, coupled with his well-proportioned physique honed through years of part-time work, he exudes an imposing presence even when wearing a simple t-shirt. Especially at this time. He was carrying a huge sum of 1.2 million yuan and possessed extraordinary skills. That confidence emanates from within. Zhao Kuo, right? Suyi put one hand in his pocket, speaking in a calm tone as if he were discussing today's weather. First of all, whether my foundation is good or bad is not for you to judge. Teacher Jiang has already given me in-depth guidance in his office. He emphasized the word in-depth. The ambiguous tone of his voice instantly silenced the surrounding laughter. Second. Suyi glanced down at Jiang Nua beside him, a playful smile playing on his lips. Whether you can be in a group with me or not is not up to you. We need to ask Jiang Nua for her opinion. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Nua. Jiang Nua finally put down her phone. She looked up, first glancing at Zhao Kuo, whose face was full of anticipation, and then at Suyi, who was calm and composed. His eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she reached out and gently took Suyi's arm in front of the whole class. That gesture was natural and intimate, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Excuse me, Zhao. Jiang Nua tilted her head, smiling innocently. I've already agreed to Suyi's request. In this lesson, I will teach him step by step. Boom. The classroom erupted in chaos. Zhao Kuo's face instantly turned a deep liver color, as if he had swallowed a fly. Hand in hand? Is the goddess going to personally teach this poor boy? Suyi felt the soft touch on his arm, but a bitter smile crept into his heart. This girl. This is like pushing yourself into a fire pit. That's good now. She offended not only her sister, but also all the boys in the class. This gigolo. It really does damage your teeth. Chapter 31. This is my boyfriend. The air seemed to freeze. That phrase, teach him step by step, was like an invisible slap, crisp and resounding across Zhao Kuo's face. Buzz. After a brief, deathly silence in the classroom, there was an overwhelming chorus of gasps. At this moment, everyone's attention became extremely focused. Envy. Stunned. Incredible. This is Jiang Nua, the most dazzling pearl of this year's performance department at Shanghai University, and also the most difficult rose to pluck. Since the start of the semester, countless self-important rich kids have failed miserably in front of her, unable to even add her on WeChat. Even with his family connections and relentless persistence, Zhao Kuo could only manage to exchange a few extra words with Zhao Kuo in ordinary times. But now, she actually took the initiative to link arms with an ordinary-looking boy in public? And she has such a sweet smile. So, well-behaved? You. Zhao Kuo's face turned from red to green, and then from green to white. He stared intently at the hand Jiang Nua was holding onto Suyi's, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He gripped the car keys so tightly they creaked, his knuckles turning bluish-white from the excessive force. It's illegal not to kill. Suyi is probably being torn to pieces by his gaze right now. Jiang Nua, are you kidding me? Zhao Kuo took a deep breath, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity, and forced a stiff smile. This kid doesn't even understand the basics of physical education. You want to teach him? Isn't that a waste of your time? Besides, I already told the teacher that our group. Zhao Kuo. Jiang Nua interrupted him. The smile on her face faded slightly, her head tilted slightly, and her eyes revealed a naive cruelty. Can't you understand human language? I said. I want to teach my boyfriend. She emphasized the last three words. It's like declaring sovereignty. It was as if they were deliberately stabbing Zhao Kuo in the heart. Zhao Kuo's expression froze completely. The whispers around them suddenly grew louder. Boyfriend? Is he really my boyfriend? Holy crap, it's confirmed. Just who is this Suyi? Is he really just someone with a pretty face? I think it's all about having thick skin. Listening to the surrounding discussions and feeling Zhao Kuo's almost fiery gaze. Suyi stood there, but her heart was not as calm as it appeared. There was even a sense of helplessness. This damned hellhole. He could feel the soft touch on his arm, though wonderful, it felt like a red-hot branding iron. Zhang Nuo isn't just showing off her love at all. This is clearly trying to provoke hatred in him. And it's the kind of thing that's dragged to the brink of death. Is this girl getting revenge for the time she spent alone with her sister in the office earlier? Su Yi lowered her head slightly. He met Zhang Nuo's cunning eyes. She was smiling. He smiled like a fox who had successfully stolen some fish. It's as if to say, how was it? Was the show I arranged for you exciting enough? Stimulate. That's so damn exciting. Since you're going to act. Since you want to see me make a fool of myself, to see me scrambling around in a flustered manner. Then I'll play along with you until I'm satisfied. Anyway, the money has already been received and the agreement has been signed. If we show weakness now, not only will we feel uneasy about receiving this 1.2 million, but we might also find ourselves with no chance of recovery in the hands of these two sisters. Su Ye's gaze changed in that instant. The helplessness of being forced to work vanished instantly. Instead, there was a calm, even slightly defiant, composure. He did not avoid Zhao Kuo's murderous gaze. Instead, it took half a step forward. This brought him and Zhang Nuo closer. Then, under the watchful eyes of dozens of pairs of eyes in the class, Zhang Nuo looked on with a slightly surprised expression. Su Yi raised his right hand, which had been in his pocket. Passed behind Zhang Nuo. Utterly natural, utterly domineering. He embraced her slender waist, which seemed to fit in one hand. Smack. My palm rested on that thin layer of fabric. The warmth of his body instantly traveled through my palm. Zhang Nuo's body visibly stiffened. Those peach blossom eyes, which had been watching the show with amusement, suddenly widened. She never imagined Su Yi would dare to do such a thing. In her script, Su Yi should be the pitiful little guy who was being teased and trembling with fear. But now, how dare this guy put his hand on her waist? Moreover, they used force. Su Yi's arms tightened slightly. He pulled Zhang Nuo closer to him. Their bodies instantly pressed together. That was zero-distance contact. Su Yi could even sense Zhang Nuo's momentary pause in breathing and a hint of panic in her heartbeat. You're Zhao, right? Su Yi looked at Zhao Kuo, a nonchalant smile curving his lips. That's the posture of a victor. Looking down from a high vantage point. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Wasn't my girlfriend's statement clear enough? Su Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every corner of the classroom. Although my foundation is weak. But I just enjoy listening to her teach me. This is called. Su Yi paused, then gently stroked Zhang Nuo's waist with his fingers, as if he were playing with a rare treasure. Fun. Do you understand? Boom. Something seemed to explode in Zhao Kuo's mind. Fun. What the hell is this about romance? Looking at Su Yi's hand on Zhang Nuo's waist and at the intimate posture of the two, Zhao Kuo felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You. He pointed at Su Yi, his lips trembling for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. That's outrageous. That's incredibly arrogant. The key is, Zhang Nuo didn't push him away. Zhang Nuo, the aloof school beauty who claims she won't even accept kissing scenes in movies and won't let boys touch her hand. At this moment, she was actually being held obediently in Su Yi's arms? Has the world gone mad? It wasn't just Zhao Kuo. Every boy in the classroom heard the sound of their own heartbreaking. The girls covered their mouths, their eyes filled with gossipy excitement. That's way too domineering. Is this the real-life version of the legendary "You Dare Touch My Woman"? Although Su Yi had neither money nor power. But at this moment, the back view of that man holding Zhang Nuo and calmly retorting to the rich second generation was damnably handsome. In his arms, Zhang Nuo finally came to her senses. She raised her head slightly, looking at Su Yi's well-defined jawline. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Anger? Embarrassed and annoyed? No. It's more of an excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. This gold digger. It seemed to be much more interesting than she had imagined. She did not struggle. Instead, she found a more comfortable position in Su Yi's arms, then turned to look at Zhao Kuo, her smile even brighter, yet also colder. Did you hear that? This is the kind of fun we're looking for. Zhao Kuo, stop getting in my way. The air in that corner is better for you. Zhaoqua's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Su Yi intently, as if he wanted to carve that name into his bones. Good. Very good. Su Yi, right. We'll see. After uttering this classic harsh remark, Zhaoqua turned around abruptly, kicked aside the chair next to him, and led his gang of followers to the other end of the classroom in a dejected manner. His back looked disheveled. It was filled with the wailing of a defeated dog. Does it feel good? Once Zhaoqua had walked away, the surrounding chatter subsided somewhat. A soft, airy voice suddenly came from inside her arms. Only Su Yi could hear it. Her voice is very sweet. It's like arsenic soaked in honey. Su Yi lowered her head. He met Zhang Nua's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but weren't. Her hand had somehow reached Su Yi's lower back, and her neatly trimmed nails gently pinched his waist through his t-shirt. Hiss. Su Yi's lips twitched slightly. That girl, she really went all out. That pinch would definitely have left a bruise. But his expression remained unchanged, still holding that doting smile, and he even tidied Zhang Nua's stray hairs behind her ear in front of the whole class. Second miss, what are you saying? Su Yi lowered his voice and replied in a whisper. Isn't this just playing along with your act? That guy surnamed Zhao is so difficult to deal with. If I don't use some drastic measures, will he give up? I sacrificed my own innocence for your peace of mind. Zhang Nua was so angry she laughed. Sacrifice one's innocence? You've taken full advantage of me by putting your arm around my waist, and you still dare to talk about sacrificing your innocence? Su Yi. I've noticed that you're not only shameless, but you're also getting bolder and bolder. Zhang Nua narrowed his eyes, his tone dangerous. Aren't you afraid I'll tell my sister? You're saying you molested me in public? Su Yi's hand remained firmly in her grasp. She even tightened it on purpose. Second miss. You just said I was your boyfriend in front of the whole class. If a boyfriend hugs his girlfriend, is that considered indecent assault? It's called affection. We'll see. Su Yi leaned close to her ear, his voice carrying a hint of shamelessness, as if he had nothing to lose. We signed a confidentiality agreement. If your sister finds out about this, do you think I'll be the only one who suffers? At worst, I'll be fired and lose my job. But you. Su Yi didn't finish her sentence. But he believed Zhang Nua could understand. Zhang Wan, with her extremely controlling personality, would be furious if she knew that her own sister was fighting with her for a man even if it was fake. That scene. It's definitely more exciting than Mars colliding with Earth. Zhang Nua stared at Su Yi for 2 seconds. Suddenly, she smiled. She laughed so hard her body trembled. The rise and fall of her chest made Su Yi's eyelids twitch. Good. Very good. Su Yi, you're really surprising me more and more. She reached out and gently patted the hand that Su Yi had wrapped around her waist. Since you enjoy acting so much, then this young lady will teach you properly today what it means to. A real performance. Snap, snap, snap. Just then, the physical education teacher's somewhat stern voice rang out from the front of the classroom. All right. Stop whispering to each other. This lesson mainly focuses on practicing flexibility and limb extension in pairs. Now that everyone has been divided into groups, let's begin. First set of exercises, back-to-back stretches. With the teacher's command, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became serious. The students dispersed and found their own seats. Let go. Zhang Nua slapped Su Yi's hand away, turned around, and faced away from him. But it only lasted for a moment. She turned her head again, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. What are you standing there for? Come here. Wasn't I going to teach you step by step? Su Yi took a deep breath. Looking at the enchanting young girl before him, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. For that 12,000 plus Japanese food even though I haven't eaten it yet. For that $1 million deposit. Let's give it our all. Su Yi stepped forward. Following the teacher's example, stand back to back with Zhang Nua. The dance studio has smooth wooden floors. The room was surrounded by a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, which clearly reflected everyone's movements. Hand. Zhang Nua's voice came from behind. Su Yi did as instructed and stretched out her arm behind her. The next second, 2 small, cool, and delicate hands gripped his wrists tightly. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous pulling force came. Rise! Zhang Nuo gave a soft shout. He leaned forward abruptly, using leverage to try and lift Suyi up and stretch him. This is a move that requires a high degree of coordination and flexibility. Suyi felt a faint jasmine fragrance instantly envelop him. That was Zhang Nuo's scent. Unlike Zhang Wan's cool and aloof agarwood scent, Zhang Nuo's fragrance is sweeter and more aggressive, like a ripe peach that tempts you to commit a crime. The two backs were pressed tightly together. Even through the thin clothing, Suyi could clearly feel the beautiful butterfly-shaped lines of Zhang Nuo's back. Hot. An astonishing heat emanated from the point of contact between the two. Relax. Zhang Nuo's voice was a little breathless. Clearly carrying a tall boy who was over 1.8 meters tall was not an easy task for her. Your muscles are too tense. Like a stone. She was disgusted. Suyi smiled bitterly. How could it not be tight? This posture. This tactile sensation. Any normal 18-year-old boy would have a reaction, okay? He could only desperately try to memorize his bank card balance in his mind. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 1.26 million. 1.26 million. Those are cold, hard numbers. That was a sedative to keep him conscious. Suyi. Suddenly, Zhang Nuo's voice became somewhat melancholic. Suyi gritted her teeth and tried her best to cooperate with her movements, minimizing her burden. I was in the office just now. That woman. Did I touch you like this before? Her voice was very soft. So quiet that only the two people pressed together could hear it. But the chill in that tone made the hairs on the back of Suyi's neck stand on end. Here we go again. Why are these two sisters so hung up on this? No. Suyi categorically denied it. Absolutely not. Teacher Jiang is like a flower on a high mountain, only to be admired from afar and not to be touched. Oh. Zhang Nuo gave a cold laugh. Obviously, they don't believe it. Suddenly, her movements changed. It was originally a normal stretch. But she suddenly released one hand, and with a backhand motion, accurately. The pressure was applied to a major acupoint on Suyi's spine. That is Mingmen acupoint. Although Zhang Nuo doesn't understand traditional Chinese medicine. But she seems to have a natural talent for making people feel bad. Those sharp nails dug hard into Suyi's most sensitive and vulnerable waist area. Suyi let out a muffled groan. His body trembled violently, and he almost knelt down on the spot. It was an extremely intense, agonizing pain. It felt like an electric current was shooting up my spine and straight to my brain. Still lying? Zhang Nuo's voice carried a hint of triumphant satisfaction. That woman loves to be in control of everything. If she considers you her boyfriend, how could she not touch you? Explain. Where did she touch you? This is hardly a class. This is clearly torture to extract a confession. The students around them were all practicing diligently. Occasionally, when someone glanced over, they would only see the two of them intimately performing difficult stretching exercises. Who would have thought? Beneath the seemingly harmonious scene, a brutal game of truth or dare is underway. Suyi was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. That little devil. Do you really think you're made of dough? Even a clay figure has a bit of temper. And don't forget, I'm now a man with god-level traditional Chinese medicine massage skills. Playing with acupoints? Playing with body structure? You're showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu. A strange impulse welled up inside me. Or it could be an instinctive reaction to a skill. Or perhaps it's for a counterattack. Suyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you want to play, then don't blame me for being impolite. Second miss. Your movements aren't quite standard. Suyi suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and slightly hoarse. Before Zhang Nuo could react, Suyi suddenly exerted force with his arm, turning the tables and taking control. This time, it was his turn to exert his strength. He did not roughly shake Zhang Nuo off. Instead, he followed her force and slightly turned his body, cleverly deflecting her hand that was pinching his waist. Immediately afterwards, his large hand slid down Zhang Nuo's arm like a swimming dragon. It pressed down with perfect precision on the inside of her shoulder blade. There. There is an acupoint called Tianzong for people who practice dance and physical training for a long time. This acupoint is both a pain point and a pleasure point. Even more so, weakness. Since it's a hands-on teaching method. Then I should also pay some tuition to the second young lady to show off my learning results, shouldn't I? Before he could finish speaking, Suya's thumb, seemingly gentle, actually carries a peculiar rhythm. Press lightly on that spot, then twist slightly. God-level massage. Launch. Ah. A soft, seductive moan, even trembling slightly. It instantly spilled from Jiang Nua's red lips. That voice. It's so crispy. It's too soft. It's like a kitten whose tail has been stepped on, or a sigh that's lost control in extreme pleasure. In this quiet classroom. Although the sound was not loud. But it has extremely penetrating power. Brush. Several boys who were nearby froze instantly. They looked over with a mixture of fear and envy in their eyes. Even Zhao Kuo, who was in the distance, suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Nua's body went limp instantly. If Suyi hadn't been supporting her from behind, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. The tingling and numb sensation at that moment was 10 times stronger than an electric shock. Half of my body felt weak. Her face instantly turned bright red. Like a ripe apple, the red color extended all the way to the roots of her ears. Shame. Extreme shame. She never expected this. I can't believe I made that kind of sound. And it was all because that bastard pressed that button. You. Jiang Nua turned her head. Those once sharp eyes were now filled with a layer of mist, shimmering and alluring. Where is there even a trace of the little devil? She was clearly a little girl who had been bullied. What did you do? She bit her lip, her voice trembling. She was both ashamed and angry. Suyi withdrew her hand. He looked at her with an innocent expression. It was as if the person who had the hand of God just now wasn't him at all. I didn't do anything. I just feel that the second young lady's shoulders are a bit stiff. I remembered that I was in the office just now and I looked at a book on massage, so I tried to give you a massage. How about it? Suyi blinked, a kind smile playing on her lips. Is it comfortable? Jiang Nua stared intently at him. His chest heaved violently. Is it comfortable? That's absolutely deadly. It felt like my soul had been hooked away by that finger. It felt like a warm current was coursing through my body. This guy. It was absolutely intentional. Pretending to be weak to fool others. This is a blatant case of pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. Su Yi. Jiang Nua gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between them. But before she could even explode, Suyi suddenly took a step closer. Their noses almost touched. Looking into her panicked eyes, Suyi spoke softly in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Second miss. You taught me this. This is called fun. Chapter 32 was quite enjoyable. That soft, seductive moan was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough to make Suya's heart skip a beat. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand back. After all, knowing when to stop is the way to survive. If he really angers this troublemaker and decides to fight him to the death in the dance studio, then his newly acquired super-rich system will probably have to find a new host before he even gets used to it. However, just as his fingers were about to leave Jiang Nua's back skin. Don't stop. 2 words. Extremely light, extremely fast. With a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, and a commanding yet spoiled tone. It came from behind. Suyi was stunned for a moment. He turned his head slightly and glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Nua did not turn around. She remained with her back to him, her long, flowing black hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, obscuring her profile. But Suyi could sense it. Her body was no longer tense and resistant as before. Instead, like a cat that has tasted the sweetness, it is tentatively leaning more of its weight on his back. What did you say? Suyi asked in a low voice, somewhat uncertainly. Shouldn't this girl be furious and stomp on his foot? Are you deaf? Jiang Nua's voice came again, this time with a hint of humiliation and resentment, but without any real anger. I said, continue. Press that spot again. Suya's lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness. Are they treating him like a free technician? Or is it the kind of private, exclusive version that's available whenever you need it? Second miss. Suyi lowered his voice, his tone tinged with a hint of helpless teasing. This is a class, not a massage parlor. Moreover, my fees are very high. Stop talking nonsense. John Nua used the back-to-back stretching motion to suddenly slam her body backward. That collision carried a hint of revenge, but more so a silent urging. Suddenly, she twisted her wrists, which were being held by Suyi. Their 10 fingers tightly gripped Suyi's hand. My fingertips are slightly cool, while my palms are warm. Their fingers are intertwined. This is an extremely ambiguous and possessive pose. Just press it when I tell you to. My shoulders are killing me from practicing dance these past few days. If the massage isn't comfortable. John Nua paused, his voice revealing a unique cunning and threat. I told Xiaoqua that you took the opportunity to touch my butt just now. Hiss. Suyi gasped. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. If this gets out, Xiaoqua and his gang of rich kids will tear him apart. Even with a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Wan would probably just throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Okay. You're ruthless. Suyi resigned herself to her fate. Since we can't resist, we can only enjoy. Oh no, we can only operate. Whether you press it once or twice, it's still the same as pressing it once. As long as we can get through this lesson and keep this big shot happy, even just making her shut up would be good. With that thought in mind, Suyi no longer hesitated. The divine level TCM massage skill has been activated once again. His thumb landed back in the gap between Zhang Nua's shoulder blades. That area is where the Tianzong and Bingfeng acupoints meet, and it's also the place where people who spend long hours sitting at a desk or practicing dance are most prone to stagnation. That move just now was called dislocating tendons and bones. Oh no, it's parting the clouds to see the sun. Suyi made up a name, but his fingers were incredibly precise. The force emanated from his fingertips. Not too light, not too heavy, just right at that critical point between pain and pleasure. John Nua's body visibly trembled. It was a physiological shiver. The trapezius muscles, which had become as stiff as iron due to long-term dance practice, began to soften and loosen little by little under Suyi's seemingly magical fingertips. That feeling. That's amazing. It's like a long-suppressed bitterness being violently crushed by an invisible hand, then flowing through the blood to every part of the body, turning into a warm, comforting current. John Nua's tightly pursed red lips involuntarily parted slightly. Those peach blossom eyes, which always carried a hint of calculation and playfulness, were now somewhat lost in thought. A captivating blush rose to the corners of her eyes. Comfortable. It really feels so comfortable. It's 100 times more comfortable than those royal masseuses you hire at home. Is this guy's finger poisonous? Why does her bones feel a little softer with each press? A little lower. Zhang Nua's voice was as soft as water, completely forgetting that she had just been threatening the other party. That is the body's most instinctive desire. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Are you pushing your luck? Okay. I'll satisfy you. His fingers slid down the bladder meridian along both sides of his spine. The movements were fluid and seamless, perfectly complementing the stretching exercises required in the posture class. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a couple whose teamwork is absolutely perfect. The boy was tall and upright, and his movements were gentle yet powerful. The girl is petite and delicate, and trusts and relies on the other person wholeheartedly. The two stood back to back, their bodies pressed tightly together in sync with the rise and fall of their breaths, their movements synchronized with an astonishingly high degree. Holy crap! A group of boys next to them, who were struggling to carry their partner, stared in disbelief. This is acceptable? This is so silky smooth. Look at Zhang Nua's expression. Another girl muttered under her breath, her tone full of envy. She looks like she's really enjoying herself. Is Suyi giving her a massage? I really want my boyfriend to give me a massage too. Come on, with your boyfriend's strength, he could send you to the hospital. Whispers and whispers filled the air. But most of them have changed from initial jealousy and shock to envy. After all, in this world where looks matter. When Suyi stopped being timid and started displaying a calm and composed control, the scene of him standing with Zhang Nua was damnably harmonious. Especially Suyi's current state. He had his eyes slightly closed. He seemed to be completely focused on feeling the direction of Zhang Nua's back muscles. That focused expression gave his otherwise merely handsome features an extra touch of captivating charm. This is the focus that God-level cooking skills give him, combined with the confidence brought by God-level massage. A man who is serious is the most handsome. And this handsomeness, at this moment, transformed into the ultimate service to Zhang Nuo. As Sui pressed the Jishur acupoint on his waist, Zhang Nuo finally couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh from deep in his throat. Her head tilted back. She leaned against Suye's shoulder. Her long, swan-like neck was on full display, and sweat slid down her collarbone, creating a breathtaking beauty. She had no strength left. Or rather, she didn't want to exert any effort. She had been rehearsing day and night for the past few days to prepare for her solo dance at the welcome party, and her lumbar muscle strain had already flared up. Even when she wanted to tease Suyi, she was actually enduring the pain. But now, the aches and pains that had been tormenting her miraculously disappeared by more than half. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of ease. This gigolo. This liar. They actually have some skills? A strange emotion suddenly welled up in Zhang Nuo's heart. From childhood to adulthood, she has been surrounded by countless men. Some sent flowers, some sent cars, and some even wanted to give her their hearts. But never a single person. To be able to make her drop all her defenses and pretenses with just a pair of hands, like Suyi did. Although this method, I feel a little ashamed. Hello. Zhang Nuo leaned on his shoulder, staring at the ceiling with unfocused eyes, and said in a voice barely audible. Suyi. Suye's hands didn't stop. He continued to help her clear her meridians. Your skills. Was it specifically trained to please women? Suye's fingers paused for a moment, then he chuckled softly. If the second young lady says so, then it must be so. After all, a poor student like me needs to have some skill to make a living in a big city like Shanghai, right? He was making fun of himself. This is also a reminder to Zhang Nuo that we shouldn't forget our financial relationship. But Zhang Nuo did not retaliate with mockery as usual. She simply hummed softly, a playful smile curving her lips. Just trying to make a living? So, how do you plan to eat this bowl of rice? That statement is too ambiguous. Suyi felt the phantom pain in her lower back starting again. These two sisters are both incredibly difficult to please. My older sister is a cold and aloof queen, ready to shower you with money at any moment. My younger sister is a quirky and mischievous enchantress, always ready to charm you with her words. Miss is joking. Suyi answered in a very serious tone. I'm just a worker, I'm just asking for a meal, I won't be picky. Oh. Zhang Nuo smiled. She suddenly realized that this fake brother-in-law who cooked for her every morning and was now giving her massages wasn't so bad after all. Even. Is it somewhat pleasing to the eye? Just then. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden burst of applause broke the strange yet harmonious atmosphere between the two. The physical education teacher stood at the front of the classroom, looking intently at them. His face was full of admiration. Good. Very good. The teacher's voice echoed in the empty classroom, filled with undisguised surprise. Everyone stop. Look over here. Everyone stopped moving. Dozens of eyes turned to Suyi and Zhang Nuo in the center of the classroom. Suye's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Did I go too far just now? He instinctively wanted to let go. But Zhang Nuo grabbed his wrist with her other hand, preventing him from moving. She remained in the same position, leaning on his shoulder. Lazy. Random. Yet they shared a natural and unspoken understanding. This set of movements was originally designed to train the core strength of two people and their awareness of each other's center of gravity. The posture teacher walked up to the two of them, pointed at them, and said, Many students were just pulling and tugging forcefully, which is wrong. Physical training classes cultivate not only the form, but also the mind. Especially in this kind of two-person teamwork, without absolute trust in your partner, it's impossible for your body to relax to this extent. Looking at Zhang Nuo's completely relaxed posture, and then at Suye's perfectly positioned support, the teacher sighed. Look at Zhang Nuo, she has her whole back to Suyi. How much trust does this require? And Suyi, every time he exerted his strength, was in accordance with Zhang Nuo's breathing rhythm. How meticulous an observation is required. This is the resonance I've been looking for. This is the perfect performance. You too. The teacher's eyes gleamed, as if he had discovered two rough gems. It's not just your movements that are precise, but more importantly, the chemistry between you. That kind of aura that seems to be perfectly integrated. That's so rare. The entire class fell silent. Zhaoque stood in the corner, his face beyond ugly. That was the expression of someone who had been constipated for a month and then had their mouth stuffed with flies. Trust? Resonance? A seamless whole? Screw trust. This kid is clearly taking advantage of the situation. And Zhang Nua actually cooperated so much? Zhaoque felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. The mineral water bottle in his hand was severely deformed from his grip, and water had spilled all over the ground. The other students' gazes towards the two changed after hearing the teacher's high praise. If we say that it was just gossip before, now, it carries a hint of getting hooked. After all, the eyes of the masses are discerning. The tension conveyed through the intertwining of bodies cannot be acted out. Suyi, Zhang Nua. The teacher was clearly still not finished. You two are in a very good state. From now on, you'll be a fixed pair for your partner physical education classes this semester, so you can set a good example for the other students. Yay! I don't know who started it, but someone shouted something. Immediately afterwards, the sparse applause turned into thunderous cheers. Suyi was somewhat bewildered. A fixed set? Are we supposed to be role models? This is putting him on the hot seat. From now on, every physical education class will involve facing Zhaoque's murderous gaze and serving this capricious little devil. This monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is really a hot potato. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Nua. I want to see how this second young lady will react. After all, she hates trouble the most. However, to his surprise, Zhang Nua did not refuse. She slowly straightened up and tidied her somewhat messy long hair. A radiant smile graced that exquisitely beautiful face. She turned her head and looked at Suyi. His eyes held a hint of provocation, yet also a subtle ambiguity that only the two of them could understand. The teacher is right. Zhang Nua's voice was clear and melodious, resonating throughout the entire venue. Since he's my boyfriend, then of course I'll entrust my back to him. As he spoke, she reached out and, in front of the whole class, straightened Suyi's collar. Their intimate gestures were so natural and spontaneous. Student Su, please take good care of me in your future classes too. She emphasized the last two words, take care of. It had a faint, almost imperceptible nasal tone. Suyi's bones melted at the sound. That's such a great actor. If Suyi hadn't known the inside story, he himself would have believed it. Just as Suyi was lamenting that it was a waste of talent for this woman not to win an Oscar. Suddenly, deep in my mind, that familiar, cold, mechanical voice rang out. Bite. The host has been detected to have completed a perfect interaction using god-level skills in a specific scenario. Bound character, Zhang Nua, third miss of the Zhang family in Shanghai, S-rank target. Current emotional state, extreme joy, appreciation, surprise. System assessment, the host not only successfully maintained the boyfriend persona, but also completely won him over in the professional field massage physical coordination, gaining his heartfelt approval. Congratulations, host. Receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Current skill proficiency increased, divine traditional Chinese medicine massage proficiency plus 5%. The funds have been transferred to the host account in real time. The source is legal, so please use it with confidence. Buzz. My phone vibrated in my pocket. That's the notification sound from the bank when the money arrives via SMS. Although the sound was very soft, it sounded like heavenly music to Suyi. 100,000. Another 100,000. This money is. Although it was thrilling, although it required selling one's body, and although it required enduring the torment of a chaotic battlefield. But I must say, it smells so good. Suyi's previously stiff expression instantly became lively. The helplessness in his eyes vanished instantly. He looked at Zhang Nua, who was smiling broadly in front of him. Suddenly I realized, this isn't some little devil at all. This is clearly a radiant, money-giving maiden. Since you've already paid. That is God. Those are our providers. Suyi took a deep breath and put on the most standard, professional, and even slightly indulgent smile. He reached out and gently grasped Zhang Nua's small hand, which was still resting on his collar. Since Miss thinks so highly of me, then I can't let you down. Suya's voice was gentle and warm, and his eyes were full of affection. Rest assured. Whether it's this class or every class from now on. Whenever you need it. My hand. He paused briefly, then gently scratched her palm with his fingertips. At your service any time. Boom. Zhang Nuo felt as if her palm had been brushed by a feather. A tingling sensation instantly spread from my arm throughout my body. That bastard. Give them a little sunshine and they'll shine. She originally intended to flirt with Su Yi, but unexpectedly, she ended up being flirted with by him instead. Especially when looking into Suya's deep eyes. She felt a moment of panic. Snort. Zhang Nuo abruptly pulled her hand back and turned away to hide her slightly flushed cheeks. He stubbornly insisted. Who wants your hands to serve them? Dream on. Chapter 33 Reward Su Yi. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of get out of class. For other students, this might just be a normal break between classes. But for Su Yi, it was tantamount to being released from prison. The air in the dance studio was still hot and dry, and the smell of hormones and sweat made him feel a little suffocated. Zhang Nuo's final declaration of sovereignty move, in particular, drew out the hatred level to the maximum. If he didn't slip away quickly, Zhao Kuo's murderous gaze would probably turn him into a sieve. Miss, the teacher said get out of class is over. Su Yi carefully straightened Zhang Nuo, who was still fixing her hair in front of the mirror, and then quickly took a step back to create a safe distance. All right, you may leave. Zhang Nuo glanced at him through the mirror, a smug smile playing on her lips, like a little fox who had just won a battle. You did a good job today, I'll remember that. Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. Su Yi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Without the slightest hesitation, before Zhao Kuo and his henchmen could approach menacingly, he slipped out of the crowd like a slippery eel. Stepping out of the art building, the air outside felt exceptionally fresh. The campus of Shanghai University is very large, with lush greenery and luxury cars everywhere. But at this moment, Su Yi had no mind to appreciate the scenery. He glanced at his phone. 4:30 p.m. According to Counselor Jiang Wan's schedule, she has a high-level meeting with the department this afternoon, which will end around 5 p.m. As a qualified gold digger who received a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan plus kept woman fees, Su Yi had a strong sense of professional ethics. When picking up or dropping off the boss, you must arrive early. We still need to go to the underground parking garage of the administration building over there. Su Yi toyed with the Porsche car key in his hand. Its heavy metallic texture constantly reminded him of his current status. This is more than just a car key. This is the ticket to financial freedom. Of course, it's also a one-way ticket to the hellish battlefield. The underground parking garage of the administration building. The light here was much dimmer than outside, and there was a faint smell of rubber and gasoline in the air. The surroundings were quiet, with only the low hum of the exhaust fan. Those who can stop here are basically high-level leaders of the school, or board members like the Jiang family who have absolute say in the school. Su Yi walked familiarly toward her designated parking space. A white Porsche Panamera sat there quietly. The streamlined body gleamed with a cold luster under the dim lights, just like its owner, Jiang Wan. Noble, aloof, and unapproachable. Su Yi pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The headlights flashed, and the rearview mirrors automatically unfolded. That's a welcoming ceremony unique to luxury cars. Su Yi opened the driver's side door and got in. The car interior was spotless, filled with a very faint scent of fur. This is Jiang Wan's favorite flavor. It has a cool, sophisticated feel, and after smelling it for a while, it can even give you the illusion of being suppressed by some invisible aura. Call. Su Yi leaned back in the leather seat and let out a long sigh of relief. He adjusted the angle of the seat and stretched his legs out. Only in this small space where he was all alone could he let his guard down a little. This day was more tiring than fighting a war. In the morning, I have to deal with Jiang Nuo's morning grumpiness and prepare breakfast. In the morning, I had to deal with Jiang Wan's special services in her office. In the afternoon, I also have to act alongside Jiang Nuo in the physical education class, and incidentally, I'll be a free technician. These two sisters are simply sent by heaven to torment, no, to test him. System. Su Yi called out in his mind. The semi-transparent blue panel appeared instantly. Host, Su Yi. Age, 18. Currently bound to Jiang Wan S rank, Jiang Nuo S rank. Current skills, Divine Culinary Skills Proficient, Divine Traditional Chinese Medicine Massage Proficient. Account balance, 1,160,856.40 yuan. Looking at that long string of numbers, Suya's originally tired nerves were instantly injected with a shot of adrenaline. 1,600,000. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to save this much money even if he delivered food his whole life. And now, it's only been a few days. It's okay if it's tiring. Suyi reached out and patted the steering wheel, muttering to himself. These days, money is hard to earn, and life is tough. Moreover, since they're eating soft rice, they need to have some chewiness. He started the car. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, followed by the air conditioning blowing out cool air. He was waiting for Jiang Wan to come downstairs. As a qualified fake boyfriend and driver, you must ensure that the temperature inside the car is a perfect 24 degrees Celsius when the boss gets in. However, just as Suyi closed his eyes and was reviewing the god-level massage technique in his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the passenger side window. Suyi was startled. He suddenly opened his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. Did Jiang Wan come down early? That's not right. Jiang Wan always just pulls the door open and gets into the car. She would never be so polite as to knock on the window. Moreover, Jiang Wan usually sits in the back row, which is the boss's seat. Suyi turned her head to look. Through dark glass with a one-way vision film applied. He saw a face. A face so exquisitely beautiful, yet bearing a mocking smile that sent chills down his spine. Jiang Nuo. Holy crap. What brings this lady here? Shouldn't she be changing clothes in the dressing room and then going to have afternoon tea with that group of fake girlfriends? How did they end up in the underground parking garage of the administration building? Suya's mind went into overdrive with a level 10 alarm. Although he had a 3-point agreement with Jiang Wan and Jiang Nuo. But these two agreements are completely independent. They are even mutually exclusive. Jiang Wan was unaware of his lover's agreement with Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo was unaware of his one-night stand with Jiang Wan and the confidentiality agreement. If you crash in a place like this. Suyi felt that she might not see the sunrise tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the window became more urgent. Outside the car window, Jiang Nuo tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, as if to say, "You can try not opening the door." Suyi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. What is meant to be will be, what is meant to be will be. He pressed the button to lower the car window. As the glass slowly fell down, Jiang Nuo's pretty face was revealed to him without reservation. She had already changed out of her tight-fitting workout clothes. She was wearing a loose white shirt with the hem casually tied in a knot, revealing her slender, fair waist. Below is a light blue pleated miniskirt. Those straight, long legs were dazzlingly white in the dim garage light. Youth. Beautiful. Yet it also carries an unfathomable and sinister aura. Second miss? Suyi put on a professional smile, his eyes subtly revealing a hint of surprise. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be having dinner with your classmates? How? Jiang Nuo gripped the car window frame with both hands, leaned half her body inside, and looked at him with a smile. You're disappointed to see me? Or, who are you waiting for? That tone. There was clearly a hidden meaning in his words. Suya's heart skipped a beat, but she remained outwardly calm. No way. I'm waiting for Miss to get off work so I can take her home. This is also part of my job, as you know. He emphasized the word work. They tried to use that fake couple agreement as a shield. Oh. Jiang Nuo drawled out the last syllable, her gaze sweeping around the car before finally settling on Suya's face. She did not respond. Instead, he did something that Suyi didn't expect. Click. The passenger door was opened. Jiang Nuo strode in and sat down directly. Why? Suyi was stunned. Second miss, this. What is this? Jiang Nuo closed the car door and fastened his seatbelt in one swift motion. I want to go home too. Since it's on my way, can't I just hitch a ride? That won't do. When Jiang Wan got out of the car, she saw her younger sister sitting in the passenger seat. What was going on? How can that aloof superior-subordinate relationship be maintained? But Suyi dared not say it. He could only manage 2 dry laughs. Sure, of course. It is my honor that Miss Air graces me with her presence. The space inside the carriage is inherently quite private. With one more person present, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Jiang Nua's unique sweet scent, like some kind of fruit candy, mixed with the girl's unique body fragrance, quickly invaded the territory that originally belonged to the fur fragrance. Two distinctly different scents intertwined and lingered in the air. Just like these two sisters with very different personalities. Suyi felt like the cream filling in a sandwich cookie. It could be overcrowded at any time. His palms were sweaty as he gripped the steering wheel. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, glancing occasionally toward the elevator entrance. I just hope Jianwan doesn't come out at this time. Su Yi. Suddenly, Jiang Nua, who was beside him, spoke up. Her voice was very soft. No longer the boisterous and spoiled girl, but instead carrying an unprecedented sense of melancholy and inquiry. Su Yi subconsciously turned her head. In that very instant, Jiang Nua suddenly unbuckled the seatbelt she had just fastened. Her body suddenly leaned towards Su Yi. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to its limit. Su Yi was so close that he could even see his own panicked face reflected in her pupils. They were so close that their breaths mingled together. Su Yi was about to shrink back. A slightly cool little hand suddenly reached out. He slightly bent his index finger and hooked it under his chin. That action. Frivolous. Overbearing. It was like a queen scrutinizing her male favorite. It's like a hunter inspecting his prey. Su Yi was forced to raise her head and look directly into those peach blossom eyes that were so close to hers. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Second miss. His voice was a little hoarse. Jiang Nua remained silent. She just stared at him, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Then, she slowly moved closer. The tip of his nose almost touched Suya's neck. She was sniffing. Like a wary little animal, it was trying to discern a certain scent. Suya's whole body stiffened, and he didn't dare to breathe. At that moment, he felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown under a microscope. Any tiny lie can be exposed at this distance. A few seconds later, Jiang Nua raised her head again. The tips of their noses were less than a centimeter apart. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming a meaningful curve. Su Yi. On your body. Why does it smell like my older sister? Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Suya's mind. The thing I feared most still happened. A woman's intuition is frighteningly accurate. Although Jiang Wan's fur scent was faint, it was practically an identifier etched into her DNA for her younger sister, with whom she had grown up. If it were just ordinary contact, the smell would definitely not be this strong. Only prolonged, close range, or even negative distance contact. That's why they acquire this indelible aura. Especially this morning in the office. In order to earn those 20 points, and also to quell Jiang Wan's anger, he massaged Jiang Wan's calves and the backs of her knees for a full half hour on the sofa in his office. The two were very close at that time. There was even a passionate kiss at the end. That kiss. There must have been traces left. Suya's heart rate instantly soared to 180. Cold sweat streamed down my back. If you don't answer well, this is a life or death question. This is an absolutely deadly question. That. Suya's brain was working at lightning speed. His CPU was about to overheat. He forced himself to remain calm. In times like these, you absolutely must not panic. The more flustered you are, the easier it is to give yourself away. He looked at Jiang Nua, who was so close to him, and could even feel the heat of her breath on his face. Second miss has a really keen nose. Suyi gave a wry smile, his face showing an expression that said, "This is too much for me." You could smell that? Jiang Nua didn't loosen her grip on his chin. Instead, she applied a little more pressure, her nails gently digging into his flesh. It caused a slight stinging sensation. Stop talking nonsense. Confess honestly. What did you and your sister do behind my back? Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable, demanding tone. Suyi swallowed. He knew that although this girl seemed crazy at times, she was actually very shrewd. Ordinary lies can't fool her at all. Then it can only be half true and half false. What else can we do? Suyi sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. My dear lady, don't you even know what I do for a living? I am your counselor's assistant, and also the driver of this car. This morning, because of my lateness, Teacher Jiang called me into her office and gave me a severe scolding. To beg for mercy, I had no choice but to use my best skills and massage her shoulders and cervical spine. At this point, Suyi deliberately put on a pained expression. You have no idea, Teacher Zhang's shoulders are as hard as stone. I pressed her for half an hour, and my hand was almost worn out before I finally calmed her down. This is not. Suyi pointed to the shirt he was wearing. After spending so much time in that small office, how could you not pick up the smell? This explanation. Logical closed loop. Flawless. It explained the source of the smell massage contact, clarified the ambiguous relationship it was a way of appeasing someone after being scolded, and also played the victim. Zhang Nuo stared into his eyes. They seemed to be judging whether his words were true or false. Suyi looked back at her calmly. If you look away at this moment, it means you have a guilty conscience. A moment later. Zhang Nuo finally loosened her grip on his chin. The dangerous aura in his eyes dissipated slightly. Real? She tilted her head, seemingly somewhat disbelieving. Just a shoulder massage? Otherwise what? Suyi shrugged, looking completely innocent. Would I dare to make improper advances towards Teacher Zhang in the office? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Besides, Teacher Zhang's aura, TSK, if I dared to lay a hand on her, she could chop it off right away. When it comes to Jiang Wan's ruthlessness, Zhang Nuo seems to share the same sentiment. She burst out laughing. That's true. My sister is such a rigid old-fashioned person, all she does is work, she has no sense of romance at all. If you dare touch her, you'll probably get chopped up and fed to the dogs. Call. A huge weight was finally lifted from Suya's heart. They got away with it. However, before he could even catch his breath, Zhang Nuo's next move made him jump to his throat again. She withdrew her hand from his chin. But he didn't sit back down. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and put his hand on Suya's shoulder. That was the spot Suyi had massaged for her during the morning's physical education class. Since you're being so honest. Zhang Nuo's voice suddenly became somewhat sweet, with a hint of seduction. Then I'll reward you. Award? Suyi was taken aback. What kind of good reward could this little witch possibly offer? It's good enough if they don't kill him. What reward? Suyi instinctively wanted to back away, but there was the car door behind her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Zhang Nuo looked at his frightened deer-like appearance, and the smile in her eyes deepened. She slowly leaned close to Suya's ear. Her red lips parted slightly. The warm breath brushed against his earlobe, raising goosebumps. Didn't you say in your posture class that your fees were very expensive? Then now. Her voice was low and slightly hoarse, like a feather gently brushing against Suya's heart. I don't need to pay the bill. Use something else to replace it. How about it? Suyi felt his blood rushing to his head. This woman. Is she a reincarnated fairy? This is in the garage. People could pass by at any time, and Jiang Wan could appear at any moment. Second miss, this isn't quite right. Suya's voice was trembling. What's wrong with it? Zhang Nuo chuckled softly. Her fingers slid down Suya's collar, gently tracing circles along his collarbone. You said it yourself, that you'd be at my service any time. How? Want to back out now? It's not that I'm backing out, it's just that. Suyi was so anxious that he was covered in sweat. Shoo. Zhang Nuo suddenly extended his index finger and pressed it against his lips. The fingertips carried a faint coolness, yet Suyi felt her lips burning. Don't speak. Zhang Nuo's eyes became somewhat unfocused, yet also held a hint of cunning. While my sister hasn't come down yet. We must hurry. Chapter 34 Practicing Kissing. The air seemed to freeze. The stark white light from the underground parking garage streamed through the windshield, but couldn't penetrate the intimate space inside the car. Suyi felt her throat go dry, like a fish out of water, desperately trying to breathe, but she was tightly enveloped by that sweet, girlish scent. Hurry up, hurry up? Suyi blinked, her eyes as clear as a freshman who hadn't been weaned yet. He pressed his body tightly against the back of the chair, his hands protectively crossed over his chest, adopting a defensive posture as if a respectable man was about to face certain doom. Second miss, you've taken this joke too far. In a few minutes, 10 minutes at most, your sister will be walking out of that damn elevator. What can we do now? And. Suyi paused, then pointed to the time on the dashboard with an air of righteous indignation. As a professional driver, I need to adjust my mindset now, check the vehicle's condition, and make sure that the start will be smooth later. If you're feeling bored, how about I play you a nursery rhyme? I heard that the lone warrior is quite popular among elementary school students recently. Pretending to be stupid. This is the only tactic Suyi can think of right now. If I don't take the bait, you can't keep up the act. However, he clearly underestimated Jiang Nua's level of skill as a mischievous devil. Hearing Suya's nonsense, Jiang Nua was not angry at all. Instead, it was as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Her eyes sparkled, her alluring peach blossom eyes filled with a playful glint. Nursery rhymes? Jiang Nua chuckled softly, her voice gentle and sweet, yet carrying a seductive charm that could melt one's bones. Suyi, are you really stupid or just pretending? When I said make the most of the time, I didn't mean for you to sing me nursery rhymes. Before he could finish speaking, her hand, which had been resting on Suya's shoulder, suddenly slid down. The fingertips brushed against the fabric of the shirt, producing an extremely subtle rubbing sound. Finally, it stopped at the second button of Suya's shirt. With a gentle flick. Snap. The button is undone. Suyi felt a cool sensation on her collarbone, followed by a burning hot sensation. Second miss. You mustn't. Suyi was shocked. If his icy female boss saw him dressed so disheveled, it would be a minor issue. If he were penalized, he might even be penalized by the super rich system for improper service and have his balance deducted. That's his lifeline. What's wrong with that? Jiang Nua completely ignored his protests and, like a water snake, smoothly stepped over the narrow barrier of the center console. The Porsche Panamera's center console is designed to be very large, but this still couldn't stop Jiang Nua's determination to make a move. The hem of the pleated skirt fluttered gently with her movements, revealing a fleeting glimpse of her absolute territory area of skin. Suyi instinctively wanted to close her eyes. Do not look at what is improper. If you look at this too much, you'll get a sty. Although, she is really fair-skinned. Look at me. Jiang Nua's voice suddenly became somewhat forceful. She braced her hands on either side of the driver's seat back, forming a perfect wall slam position, completely trapping Suyi between the seat and herself. That moment. Suyi had nowhere to avoid it. All I could see was that exquisitely flawless face. And those eyes that seemed to suck your soul in. Suyi, have you forgotten our agreement? Jiang Nua leaned forward slightly, her hair falling onto Suyi's cheek, tickling him. You are my boyfriend. Even though it's fake, since you took my money, why should you earn that perfect attendance bonus? Then shouldn't we be more dedicated to our work? Suyi swallowed hard, attempting a final struggle. Being dedicated to one's work depends on the situation. Besides, even if they are a real couple, there's no need to do it in a place like a garage. Shoo! Jiang Nua interrupted him again. This time, she didn't use her fingers. She kissed him right away. There was no warning whatsoever. There was no probing whatsoever. It was like a premeditated surprise attack, precise and deadly. Boom! Suya's mind went completely blank for a moment. All reason, all excuses, all the Suyi feigns innocence rule vanished at this moment. The instant their lips touched, Suyi felt as if she had touched two soft pieces of jelly. It has a faint peach flavor. Sweet. Greasy. Yet it also carries a unique girlish naivete and wildness. Jiang Nua's kissing skills weren't very good. It could even be said that it was somewhat awkward. She simply pressed against him, then, like some insatiable little beast, nibbled and chewed haphazardly. Occasionally, Suya's teeth would bump against her lips, causing a slight stinging sensation. But the pain did not deter people. Instead, it acted as a powerful catalyst, instantly igniting the already sweltering air inside the carriage. Suyi instinctively tried to back away, but the back of her head slammed heavily against the headrest. This woman. Are you serious? Don't move. Jiang Nua mumbled something indistinctly. She seemed dissatisfied with Suya's lack of cooperation, and her hand, which was resting on the back of the chair, slid down and wrapped around Suya's neck. With a little force. This brought the two of them even closer together. So close that there are almost no gaps. This was not a kiss full of love. It's more like a ceremony to declare sovereignty. Or rather, it was a checkup with a punitive element. She was using this method to cover up the lingering scent of her sister Jian Wan on Suya's body. He was so domineering that it was beyond reason. Yet it's something you can't refuse. Suye's hands hung stiffly in midair, unsure whether to let go or not. Put it down? That would be taking advantage of someone in distress. Push her away? That's suicide. Offending the eldest daughter of the Jiang family means death, and offending the second daughter also means death. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not enjoy the present moment? Damn it! Is this the price one has to pay for living off a woman's money? The price. It smells pretty good. Just as the internal struggle in Suye's mind was about to end with surrender, Jiang Nua suddenly released her slightly swollen lips. But she did not leave. They remained in that extremely ambiguous position, their noses touching, their peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, carrying a hint of bewilderment, a hint of smugness, and a hint of lingering shyness. Huff, huff. Their breaths mingled, rapid and heavy. Jiang Nua stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked the corner of her mouth. That action. It almost stole Suye's soul. How about it? Jiang Nua raised an eyebrow, her voice unusually hoarse. My skills are all right, aren't they? Suye took a deep breath, trying to calm his wildly beating heart, and said with a wry smile. Second miss, you're forcing yourself on me. If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Cut. Jiang Nua rolled her eyes and gave a disdainful snort. Don't be so ungrateful after getting the benefit. So many people are lining up to get a kiss from me but never get the chance. You're such a lucky guy. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and her expression suddenly became serious. I've got it. This is called practice. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. If we were to kiss in front of Xiaoqua and his people, you couldn't just stand there like a wooden post, could you? So. She reached out her finger and touched Suye's still burning lips. You must practice every day from now on. Until I am satisfied. Every day? Suye almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this even allowed to live? This isn't being a fake boyfriend, this is practically being a sparring partner. Moreover, he was the kind of high-risk sparring partner who could accidentally start a fight at any moment. Second miss. Suye was about to protest. Bite. A crisp electronic notification sound suddenly rang out in the quiet garage. Like the midnight horror movie. Suye's hair stood on end instantly. He suddenly turned his head to look at the elevator entrance not far away. The red number that was originally displaying 5 has now changed to 1. Immediately afterwards, the arrow is jumping downwards. It became B1. It's here. That woman is here. The icy, ruthless woman who holds the power of life and death over him, pays him a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and strictly forbids him from dating Jiang Wan has arrived. Holy crap! Suye couldn't help but swear. At this moment, all notions of romance and ambiguity were cast to the winds. All that's left is the will to survive. Top-notch survival instinct. Quickly. Sit down. As if electrocuted, Suye grabbed Jiang Nua's slender waist with both hands, disregarding the feel of her, and with a little force, moved her back to the passenger seat like a ragdoll. Ouch, be gentle. Jiang Nua complained with dissatisfaction, but she also knew the seriousness of the matter. She quickly straightened her disheveled collar, then pulled a small mirror from her bag and swiftly checked her makeup. My lipstick is a little smudged. She pursed her lips and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Seatbelts. Fasten your seatbelts. Suye growled in a low voice as he hurriedly buttoned up his shirt, then sat up straight, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and stared straight ahead. He had an upright demeanor that said, I am a professional driver, and I have no ulterior motives. Less than 3 seconds after the two had returned to their normal sitting posture. Bite. The elevator doors slowly opened. A rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out. Day. Each step felt like stepping on Suye's heart. That familiar figure came into view. Jiang Wan wore a well-tailored black business suit that perfectly accentuated her tall figure. Her long hair was pulled back, revealing her slender neck. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and held several folders in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Ice Queen. It truly lives up to its name. Suye looked at the figure through the rearview mirror and felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The lingering passion of that moment was instantly frozen into ice. If Jiang Wan knew that just seconds before, in this very carriage, Her own sister had forced her fake boyfriend onto the driver's seat and kissed him forcefully. Suyi felt that she might really be chopped up and thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Click. The back door was opened. Jiangwan bent down and sat down. As the car doors closed, the sweet, cloying peach scent inside the carriage was instantly diluted by the cool, fur fragrance. Drive. Jiangwan's voice was cold and tinged with weariness. She didn't even look up, but placed the folder on her lap and rubbed her temples. Suyi felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Yes, Teacher Jiang. He responded with a soft yes, his voice trembling slightly. Just as he was about to start the car, Jiangwan suddenly stopped rubbing her temples. She looked up. Those sharp, razor-sharp eyes pierced straight into Suyi through the rearview mirror. Immediately afterwards, his gaze shifted slightly and landed on Zhang Nuo, who was sitting in the passenger seat and pretending to look out the window at the scenery. No? Jiangwan frowned slightly, her tone tinged with surprise. What are you doing in the car? Shouldn't you be having dinner with your classmates right now? The air inside the car froze again. Suya's palms were sweaty as he gripped the steering wheel. My heart was in my throat. It's over. This is the first question that could cost you your life. Zhang Nuo turned her head. At this moment, the sly and seductive look on her face had completely vanished. Instead, she appeared as a well-behaved, sensible, and harmless girl next door. That's how fast he changes his expression. No wonder he's number one in the acting department. The Oscars over one. Sis. Zhang Nuo called out sweetly, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. Those dinner parties are so boring. It's just a bunch of people praising each other. It's so dull. Since you're going home anyway, I figured I might as well hitch a ride here. What? You don't welcome your own sister? That one sister was uttered with such poignant emotion. Suyi got goosebumps from listening to this. Jiangwan's originally cold gaze softened slightly when she saw her younger sister's obedient appearance. In this world, if there is anyone who can melt this iceberg, it is probably only this younger sister. Nonsense. Although it was a reprimand, the tone was noticeably less sharp than before. Don't come here suddenly like that next time. This is the administration building. What would people think if they saw us? Okay, I'll do it again next time. Zhang Nuo stuck out her tongue and made a face. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned her head and winked at Suyi. Right, Assistant Su? I just told Assistant Su not to wait for me, but he insisted on waiting for you. He's such a responsible and dedicated employee. Suyi. This old lady. Is this setting a trap for me or helping me out? Being called out at this moment, Suyi had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply. That's right. Maintaining Professor Zhong's schedule is my top priority. It's my job responsibility. As he spoke, he started the car, trying to mask the slight unease in his voice with the sound of the engine. The car slowly drove out of the underground parking garage. It was supposed to be a silent journey without a word exchanged. But Jiangwan didn't seem to intend to let Suyi off so easily. She leaned back in the back seat, her gaze still fixed on Suyi's face in the rearview mirror. Suyi. She suddenly spoke. Yes. Please give your instructions, Teacher Jiang. Suyi was startled and almost pressed the accelerator too hard. Jiangwan narrowed her eyes slightly, and her nostrils twitched slightly. It seemed to be trying to discern some unusual smell in the air. Although the air conditioning in the car was on full blast, and Zhang Nuo's perfume was very strong. But as an extremely sensitive woman, especially one who was fastidious in certain aspects, she still sensed something was amiss. Inside this car. Why does it have a faint smell of hormones? And why is Suya's face so red? Her lips also seemed a bit redder than usual. Why is your face so red? Jiangwan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Suyi felt a chill run down her spine. This is truly a chaotic scene. A hellish battleground. Chapter 35. Would you like to try it? In the rearview mirror, those icy, knife-like eyes were still fixed on Suya's face. The air inside the carriage seemed to have been sucked out, leaving only a suffocatingly low pressure. Suya's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel, and his palms were covered in slippery, cold sweat. If he were dealing with a regular counselor or simply a boss, he might be able to laugh it off. But sitting in the back was Jiangwan. She was that icy, domineering businesswoman in Shanghai's business world, and feared throughout the school. What's worse, at this very moment, the culprit that made him blush and his heart race, Jiang Nua, was sitting in the passenger seat, watching him with a look of amusement, her eyes reflecting the light through the makeup mirror, a half smile on her face. This isn't driving. This is clearly driving a hearse heading to hell. Say. Jiang Wan's voice rang out again, even colder than before. She doesn't like waiting, especially not waiting for an explanation. Suye's brain was working frantically in that instant. It felt like its CPU was about to overheat. Tell the truth? Reporting to teacher Jiang, just now, your younger sister pinned me down in a chair and sexually assaulted me in an extremely domineering manner, causing my adrenaline to surge, which is why I'm blushing. As soon as those words are uttered, Suyi is certain that by this time next year, the grass on his grave will be 2 meters high. You can't tell the truth. But we can't remain silent. Suyi took a deep breath and, through the rearview mirror, braced himself to meet Jiang Wan's scrutinizing gaze. At that moment, he remembered the confidentiality agreement, the monthly salary of 100,000, and even more so, his current identity, Jiang Wan's boyfriend. Since he's my boyfriend, I should solve problems the way a boyfriend would. Let's take a gamble. Suye's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly forced a smile that was both roguish and helpless. Teacher Jiang, do you really want to know? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, but remained silent, which itself was a form of urging. It's nothing really. Suyi loosened his collar slightly, his tone becoming somewhat flippant, but his eyes tried his best to appear affectionate. Mainly because of the smell in the car. Smell? Jiang Wan frowned slightly and subconsciously sniffed the air. Aside from a faint leather scent, there was also the sweet, cloying perfume scent that Jiang Nua wore. Yes, it tastes just like yours. Suyi stared intently at Jiang Wan through the rearview mirror, his voice low and deliberately hoarse. As soon as you got in the car, the smell of fir trees filled my nose. As you know, I'm not a very good person when it comes to self-control. Especially when I'm with you. As he spoke, Suyi deliberately feigned a slightly aroused state, and with one hand unbuttoned a button that he had mistakenly fastened in his haste. This smells so good, it's making me feel a little hot. When your heart beats faster and your blood flows faster, your face naturally turns red. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, this is called excessive internal heat, which urgently needs to be balanced between yin and yang. The words fell. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Jiang Nua, who was in the passenger seat, suddenly trembled as she applied her lipstick, leaving a shocking red mark on the corner of her mouth. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Suyi through the mirror. This guy. Are you out of your mind? How dare he flirt with that unapproachable older sister right in front of her? And the reason is so vulgar? Jiang Nua felt a tightness in her chest, as if her toy had been snatched away, and felt a sharp, aching pain. She gritted her teeth, staring intently at Suye's profile, wishing she could tear a piece of flesh from him. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Wan, sitting in the back seat, did not fly into a rage as expected, nor did she end the conversation with the classic "get out of here." She looked at Suyi quietly. A subtle hint of amusement flickered in those phoenix eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Of course she knew Suyi was talking nonsense. But this ridiculous reason fits the persona of a fake boyfriend. In fact, it was even a little more agreeable to her than those timid and submissive explanations. After all, what woman doesn't like to be praised for her charm? Even an iceberg has a melting corner. Jiang Wan slowly took off her glasses, took out a piece of velvet cloth from her bag, and slowly wiped the lenses. His movements were elegant and nonchalant. Are you feeling hot and bothered? She repeated those 3 words softly, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Suyi was feeling extremely uneasy, but could only force herself to nod. Yes, she's very irritable. Even with the air conditioner on the lowest setting, it still doesn't calm her down. Jiang Wan put her glasses back on. The gaze behind the glasses instantly became sharp and alluring. It was an extremely contradictory quality, a deadly allure within its asceticism. She leaned forward slightly, getting closer to the back of the driver's seat. The cool, crisp scent of fir trees instantly intensified, like invisible vines wrapping around Suye's neck. Since you're experiencing internal heat. Jiang Wan parted her red lips slightly, her voice deep and magnetic, possessing a quality that could melt one's bones. Would you like to try some? Boom! Suyi felt as if a firework had exploded in her mind. He slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The Porsche Panamera came to a steady stop at the red light, but the immense inertia still caused the three people inside to lean forward. Suye's hands were trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. What kind of outrageous and inappropriate words are these? Is this the level of a female boss with a monthly salary of 100,000? Counterattack. This is a blatant counterattack. He originally just wanted to use some flirtatious words to get by, but he didn't expect to be completely stunned by Jiang Wan's direct approach. Would you like to try some? How is he supposed to respond to that? To say you want to? That would be courting death, and a betrayal of Jiang Nuo, the real girlfriend beside you even though it's fake. Saying you don't want to? That would be an insult to Jiang Wan's charm, and even more so, a sign of unprofessionalism. Suyi felt her throat go dry. The so-called heatiness she had just experienced was now actually spreading like wildfire. Cough cough. Just as Suyi was at a loss, a violent coughing sound came from the passenger seat. Jiang Nuo vigorously wiped the lipstick stain from the corner of her mouth, her delicate face turning red with anger. She turned her head, gave Suyi a resentful glare, and then said to the person in the back seat in a coquettish tone, "Sis. What are you saying? I'm still here. I'm a minor. Oh no, I'm a freshman who just turned 18. Can you please be a little more considerate? There are the future generations of our nation in this car." Jiang Nuo's voice carried a distinct sour tone. It could even be described as a storm of jealousy. On what grounds? She was the one who kissed Suyi first. She was the one asserting her dominance. As a result, her sister's words completely captivated Suyi Hun. Jiang Wan leaned back in her chair, looking at her sister's exasperated expression, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. You know you're a freshman? Jiang Wan's tone returned to its usual coldness. Then listen and watch less, and focus more on studying. Also, stop hanging out with your shady friends and come home earlier. Jiang Nuo was speechless, and could only turn her head angrily to the window and sulk. But from an angle that Suyi couldn't see. Jiang Nuo's fingers gripped the edge of the leather seat so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Suyi. You just wait. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Half an hour later. A black Porsche Panamera slowly drove into Thompson Riviera, a top-tier luxury residential area located on the banks of the Huangpu River. This is the real affluent area of Shanghai. Every inch of land is precious, overlooking the river view. The car was parked in a private garage. Suyi got out of the car first and, very obsequiously, ran to the back seat to open the car door for Jiang Wan. Teacher Jiang, be careful not to bump your head. At this moment, he had completely switched into the role of top assistant, as if the romantic moment in the car had never happened. Jiang Wan stepped out of the car with her long legs, her high heels making a crisp sound on the marble floor. She looked very tired. At school, she was a strict counselor. At the company, she was a decisive and efficient CEO. Only by returning here could she slightly remove her armor. Jiang Nuo jumped out of the car angrily, not even glancing at Suyi, and headed straight for the elevator. The three of them walked upstairs in silence. Fingerprint unlock. The door opened. A faint warmth wafted over, dispelling the chill of the late autumn night. This is a large duplex apartment with a minimalist yet luxurious decorating style that exudes wealth yet maintains a sense of taste. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of Shanghai unfolds. The lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower are reflected on the river, creating a shimmering effect. Call. Jiang Wan took off her high heels and put on a pair of soft cotton slippers. She casually tossed her expensive Hermes Birkin bag onto the cabinet in the entryway, and while unbuttoning her suit jacket, she gave Suyi an order. Suyi. Exist. Suyi was squatting on the ground, dutifully arranging Jiang Wan's shoes neatly. Jiang Wan stretched her stiff neck, her voice languid. I'm going to take a shower. I'm tired after a long day and I don't have the appetite to go out for food. Since you're now my personal assistant and part-time boyfriend. She paused, glanced back at Suyi, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation, but mostly with a command. Go make something to eat. It shouldn't be too greasy, it should be nutritious, and it should also be delicious. After saying that, without waiting for Suyi's reply, she walked straight towards the master bedroom on the second floor. Not long after, the sound of rushing water came from the second floor. That was the sound of water spraying from the showerhead, washing over the ground. Hearing this voice, certain indescribable images involuntarily surfaced in Suyi's mind. A cool and aloof older woman. Bathroom. Water flow. This is simply. Hey! What are you thinking about? You're practically drooling. A resentful voice exploded in Suye's ears. Suye was startled and quickly came to her senses. Zhang Nua had changed into a set of home clothes at some point. A pink silk slip dress with a loose knitted cardigan over it. The nightgown was a bit short, barely covering the top of her thighs. Two fair and slender legs swayed back and forth, making one dizzy. She stood barefoot on the floor with her arms crossed, staring at Suye with hostility. No. I wasn't thinking about anything. Suye guiltily looked away, not daring to look at those alluring long legs. I'll go cook for Teacher Jiang. Snort. Zhang Nua snorted coldly and approached Suye step by step. They cornered him in front of the kitchen counter, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. Cooking for Teacher Jiang? Zhang Nua tiptoed close to Suye's ear and said through gritted teeth in a voice only the two of them could hear. Suye, have you forgotten? Whose boyfriend are you? Just now in the car, you said your sister smelled nice? And that she had a sore throat? What? Do I smell bad? Suye felt like her head was about to explode. This is hardly the blessing of having multiple wives. This is clearly a double torment in a hellish situation. Second miss, this is for work purposes. Suye explained with a bitter face. I'm paid by Teacher Jiang, so I have to do a good job. Besides, I'm doing this so as not to give myself away. If your sister finds out about our relationship, we're both doomed. Upon hearing the words our relationship, Zhang Nua's expression softened slightly. This idiot still has some conscience. He knew that he and she were on the same side. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for now. Zhang Nua proudly raised her chin, turned around, took a bottle of Evian mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed it, and took a sip. I'm hungry too. Since you're going to cook, why don't you cook one for me too? Remember, I don't eat scallions, garlic, or cilantro. Less oil, less salt, and it has to taste good. If it's not done well. She turned around and made a throat-slitting gesture at Suye. I'll tell my sister that you touched my leg in the car. Suye. This is a rumor. This is blatant fabrication. You were the one who stretched your leg out. But he dared not speak out against his anger. Who can blame her when she's the sister of a sugar daddy, and also a little sugar daddy? Yes, second Mississippi. Suye sighed, resignedly turned, and walked into the kitchen. Hand washing. Put on an apron. That moment. Suye, the timid freshman, disappeared. Instead, there is the young master chef with god-level culinary skills, oh no, the divine chef Suye. The system notification sounded crisply in my mind. Ding. Host is detected cooking. God-level culinary skills have been automatically activated. Current status, possessed by the god of cookery. Suye's gaze instantly became focused and sharp. He opened the large double-door refrigerator worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, his eyes sweeping over the dazzling array of ingredients. Australian M9 Wagyu beef. Deep-sea starfish. Matsutake mushrooms air-freighted from Yunnan. There were also a few organic tomatoes covered in dew and a bunch of bright green bok choy. A rich person's refrigerator is practically a mini Michelin-starred kitchen. After a moment's thought, Suye finalized the menu. Jiang Wan was tired after a long day and had no appetite, so she needed something light and nourishing for her stomach. Zhang Nua is a picky eater and prefers refined food. Let's make a dish of premium matsutake mushroom and shredded chicken congee, paired with stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a side of pan-fried Wagyu beef cubes. It's both impressive and comforting. He pulled a sharp chef's knife from the knife rack. With a flick of the wrist, the blade flashed like snow. Tap 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 tap. The sound of chopping vegetables is like dense raindrops, with a strong rhythm and a pleasant sound. Under his knife, that top-grade Wagyu beef was cut into evenly sized, clearly textured dice-shaped pieces in an instant, as if it were tofu. The size error of each piece is no more than 1 millimeter. That's the terrifying thing about god-level culinary skills. It's not just about the taste, but also about the ultimate control over the ingredients. Next comes processing the matsutake mushrooms. Suye didn't wash it with water, but instead gently scraped off the surface dirt with a ceramic knife, preserving the matsutake's original aroma. Slice. As thin as a cicada's wing. At this moment, Suye seemed like an artist standing under a spotlight. His every movement was fluid and graceful, full of a strange beauty. Jiang Nua, who was standing at the kitchen doorway intending to supervise the work, was somewhat stunned by what she saw. She never imagined that something as mundane as cooking could be so beautiful. Suyi was wearing a slightly tight apron, which revealed her broad shoulders and narrow waist. Especially his focused profile when chopping vegetables, with his lowered eyebrows and long eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyelids. That kind of serious man's unique charm made Jiang Nua's heart skip a beat. This guy. It seems that besides being a bit poor and a bit cowardly, he's actually quite handsome? Sizzle. The moment the Wagyu beef cubes hit the hot iron plate, the fat sizzled as it touched the hot plate. A rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire kitchen and even drifted into the living room. That's the soul-stirring aroma born from the collision of top-quality ingredients and divine cooking techniques. Gurgle. Jiang Nua swallowed hard, her stomach growling in protest. It smells so good. This tastes even better than what she's had at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Suyi tossed the ladle in his hands, the firelight illuminating his face, making him appear exceptionally vivid. He skillfully sprinkled a pinch of sea salt and black pepper, his movements as graceful as if he were casting a spell. It smells so good. Jiang Nua couldn't resist moving closer, sniffing like a greedy kitten. Suyi, when did you learn to cook? With this skill, you could be a head chef at a 5-star hotel, right? Suyi didn't turn her head, focusing intently on the heat in the pot. Children from poor families learn to be independent early. Someone like the second miss, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, naturally cannot understand this kind of skill that is developed for survival. He made up a story off the top of his head, but in his heart he was thanking the super-rich system. If it weren't for the system, his current skill level would be at most just cooking instant noodles and adding a sausage. TCH, here comes the sob story again. Jiang Nua pursed her lips, but her gaze never left the plate of freshly cooked Wagyu beef cubes. While Suyi turned around to serve the porridge, she quickly reached out, trying to steal a piece. Smack! A hand gently slapped her claw away. Suyi, holding the plate, looked at her with a half-smile. Second miss, sneaking food is not a good habit. And it's very hot right out of the pot, it might burn your mouth, what will you do then? At this point, Suyi suddenly stopped talking. How will we kiss in the future? If this were said aloud, it would probably cause another bloodbath. Jiang Nua clearly understood what he had left unsaid. Her face flushed red, then she glared at him, both embarrassed and angry. Can't I taste it to see if it's salty enough? Who cares what I say? Just as the two were bickering in the kitchen, a soft sound of footsteps came from the stairwell. Suyi and Jiang Nua both froze. They looked like two cats caught cheating. The two quickly created distance between them. Suyi immediately turned around to chop scallions for her own portion. Jiang Nua, with her hands behind her back, pretended to be admiring the tile patterns in the kitchen. It smells so good. Jiang Wan's voice came from behind, with the dampness and languor of someone who has just taken a shower. Suyi turned around. My breath hitched for a moment. Jiang Wan was wearing a pure white bathrobe, her long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. The neckline of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin and a refined collarbone. Her cheeks, flushed from the hot water, had a natural rosy blush, shedding their usual coldness and gaining a touch of allure. Especially her pair of watery eyes, which were now looking at the dishes on the table with a hint of surprise. This is Jiang Wan without makeup. It's breathtakingly beautiful. If she is usually an unapproachable queen, so now she is a fairy who has fallen to earth. Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang. Suyi felt that the heatiness excuse she had just made up was about to come true. My nose feels a little hot. He quickly recited the heart-cleansing mantra several times, forcing himself to look away. Dinner is ready. Matsutake mushroom and shredded chicken congee, pan-fried Wagyu beef cubes, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Would you like to try some? Jiang Wan walked to the dining table and sat down. She didn't rush to pick up her chopsticks, but instead took a deep sniff first. The delicate aroma of matsutake mushrooms, the savory flavor of chicken, and the rich taste of beef blend together perfectly. Just by smelling the aroma, her previously dormant appetite miraculously awakened. She picked up the spoon, scooped up a small spoonful of porridge, and put it in her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened slightly. A look of disbelief flashed in his pupils. It melts in your mouth. The rice was cooked to perfection, making it both soft and chewy. The shredded chicken is tender and smooth, with absolutely no dryness. The most amazing thing is the flavor of the matsutake mushrooms, as if the entire autumn forest is condensed into this spoonful of porridge. Fresh. Extremely fresh. A warm current slid down my esophagus into my stomach, instantly dispelling all fatigue and cold. Jiangwan couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. This extremely faint groan sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet restaurant. Suya's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the rag in her hand. That sound. That's so unfair. Even Jiang Nuo, who was standing next to him, was stunned. She had never seen her sister make that expression while eating. My sister eats as if she's completing a task. She's elegant, but devoid of emotion. But now, my sister is actually enjoying herself? Her gaze slowly moved downwards. Finally, it rested on Suya's long, strong, and well-defined hands. Since your cooking is so delicious, what if these hands were used for something else? For example, massage? Or... Jiang Wan's cheeks seemed even redder than before. Chapter 36. Another massage. The delicate hands holding the spoon paused slightly. Jiang Wan remained silent. The restaurant was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the warm light from the crystal chandelier reflecting off the rim of the fine bone china bowls, giving them a gentle luster. The porridge enters the mouth. It didn't have the complex flavor impact I expected. Yes, it has a kind of mellow, back-to-basics quality. It's a smooth, creamy broth that's been carefully simmered for a long time, perfectly blending rice oil and broth. The sweetness of the shredded chicken is fully brought out, while the unique aroma of matsutake mushrooms, carrying the scent of earth and forest, is like the finishing touch, exploding on the tip of the tongue. Warm. An indescribable warm current slid down her esophagus into her stomach, like a pair of gentle hands soothing the spasms and discomfort in her stomach caused by long-term irregular eating habits. Jiang Wan's back, which had been tense due to exhaustion, visibly relaxed. Her phoenix eyes, which always held a sharp edge, were now slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of languor similar to a cat basking in the sun. Well enough? Suyi stood to the side, still holding the expensive chef's knife in her hand, skillfully arranging the remaining Wagyu beef cubes on a plate. Although he asked the question casually, only he knew that his palms were sweaty. This is not just about being evaluated by the boss. It is also a life or death situation involving two women. Jiang Wan responded softly, her voice still cool, but the slight upward inflection at the end betrayed her true feelings. Even a Michelin 3-star chef may not have this skill. The rating is very high. It was so tall that Jiang Nuo, who was standing next to him, couldn't sit still. Jiang Nuo was originally holding a fork, staring coldly at the plate of tempting pan-fried Wagyu beef cubes in front of her. In her view, this was just a sugar-coated bullet used by that scumbag to please her sister. This must be criticized. We have to find fault with it. Even if it's just to defend the dignity of her secret girlfriend, she can't let Suyi get too cocky. TCH, it's just that it looks better. Jiang Nuo snorted, her delicate face filled with resentment. She used her fork to fiercely stab a piece of Wagyu beef, as if it were Suya's flesh, and forcefully put it into her mouth. I'd like to see just how much. The words came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Nuo's chewing motion suddenly stopped. That crispy outside and tender inside texture explodes the moment your teeth bite down. The rich oils fill the mouth, yet it doesn't feel greasy at all, because the granular texture of black pepper and sea salt perfectly balances everything. The creamy aroma of the beef, mixed with a subtle smoky fragrance, hits you right in the head. It's so delicious it makes you want to cry. Jiang Nuo's big eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the remaining half-piece of beef in her hand, and then at Suyi, who was untying her apron. This guy. Is it the god of food descended to earth? How could a piece of beef be made so delicious? What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Suyi seemed to have anticipated her reaction, a playful smile curving his lips as he deliberately asked. If Miss doesn't like it, I'll take it away and throw it away, and cook you some instant noodles again. He made a gesture as if to reach for the plate. You dare! Jiang Nuo, like a little tiger guarding its food, instantly clutched the plate to her chest, her peach blossom eyes glaring fiercely at Suyi. Who said it doesn't taste good? I did this to save food. Although it's just so, barely edible, I've always advocated for the clean plate campaign. Is that not allowed? As she spoke, she quickly forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster eating, so cute that you wanted to pinch her cheeks. Suyi suppressed a smile, her gaze shifting between the two sisters. an elegant and composed person, chewing slowly and deliberately. One of them may be stubborn, but he eats quite quickly. At this moment, the warmth and liveliness of the mansion seemed to truly dispel the loneliness of being at the top. So he pulled out a chair and sat down at the end of the long table. He also served himself a bowl of porridge. Despite being bound to the godly rich system and possessing extraordinary skills, he still felt a thrilling sense of walking on thin ice as he sat opposite these two top-tier sisters from Shanghai. Especially under the table. Jiang Nua's little foot, clad in a cotton slipper, was rubbing against his calf almost imperceptibly. 1 time. 2 times. It carries a subtle provocation and a domineering assertion of sovereignty. Suye's hand trembled, and she almost spilled the porridge. He looked up and met Jiang Nua's defiant eyes. This girl? That's incredibly bold. If Jiang Wan simply lowered her head slightly, she would see a scene that could ignite a major family feud. Su Yi. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke, putting down the spoon in her hand. Suya's calf muscles tensed instantly, and she suddenly shrank back, avoiding Jiang Nua's harassment, and sat up straight. Yes, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Wan was unaware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the table. She took the napkin, elegantly wiped her mouth, and scrutinized Su Yi through her glasses. Although your cooking is good, I hope you remember your job. You are a freshman, so your studies should be your priority. In addition. She paused, a complex light flashing in her eyes. I don't want a fourth person to know about our agreement. Especially those rumors and gossip in school, you need to learn how to deal with them. This is Jiang Wan. Even after enjoying a delicious meal, even at home, she maintained that rational sense of control over the overall situation. Su Yi nodded, his expression sincere. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang, I'm very tight-lipped. And he glanced at Jiang Nua, who was engrossed in her food and pretending not to hear anything, and said meaningfully, I will never let anyone know that I have any special relationship with the Jiang family. This sentence has a double meaning. Jiang Wan was listening to the confidentiality agreement of her fake boyfriend. But what Jiang Nua heard was a promise of a secret relationship. Jiang Nua slowed down her eating slightly, and a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction appeared on the corner of her mouth. You're smart to know your place. The foot under the table finally took pity and retracted. This meal was quite eventful. Half an hour later. The plates on the table were so shiny they were almost reflective. Especially that plate of pan-fried Wagyu beef cubes, not a single clove of garlic was left. It all ended up in Jiang Nua's stomach. Although Jiang Wan ate less, she drank an extra bowl of porridge than usual. Call. Jiang Nua slumped in the chair without any regard for appearances, patted her slightly round belly, and let out a burp. Then, as if realizing something, she immediately covered her mouth and glanced at her sister somewhat guiltily. Seeing that Jiang Wan didn't intend to scold her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you full? Jiang Wan glanced at her younger sister indifferently. I'm full. Jiang Nua nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After you've eaten, go take a shower and get some rest. Jiang Wan stood up, her authority as an older sister naturally radiating from her. You have an early morning commute tomorrow, don't make me pull the covers off you. Okay, stop nagging. Jiang Nua muttered something under her breath and reluctantly stood up. She was wearing that pink slip dress, and she swayed as she walked towards the stairwell. As he passed by Su Yi, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. While Jiang Wan turned around to go to the living room to pour water, they took advantage of the moment. Jiang Nua quickly leaned close to Su Yi, her small mouth still carrying the aroma of food, and swiftly whispered a sentence in his ear. You've passed the test for this meal. But remember to check your phone after your sister falls asleep. If you dare not reply to my messages, you're dead. After saying that, she held up 2 fingers, pointed to her own eyes, then to Su Yi, making a I am watching you gesture. Then, humming a song, she went upstairs with light steps. Su Yi gave a wry smile. This doesn't look like a freshman at all. This is clearly a little tyrant. He shook his head and resignedly began to clean up the mess on the table. As a life assistant with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, washing dishes is naturally included in the scope of her work. The sound of rushing water echoed in the kitchen. Su Yi skillfully rinsed the plates clean and put them in the dishwasher. His godlike culinary skills not only make his food delicious, but also make every movement in the kitchen exceptionally efficient. When he finished tidying up and dried his hands, he walked out of the kitchen. The main lights in the living room are already off. Only a few dim floor lamps were left on, creating a quiet yet ambiguous atmosphere. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Wan was standing there with her back to him. She held a glass of warm water in her hand, her gaze fixed on the Huangpu River flowing eastward outside the window, and the dazzling city lights on the opposite bank. The white bathrobe outlined her graceful back view. She has a slender waist and rounded hips. Her long, wet hair was half dry, casually draped over her back, exuding a delicate charm that was never seen on ordinary days. Su Yi tiptoed over. "Teacher Jiang, the kitchen is ready. Is there anything else you need?" He stood 2 steps away from Jiang Wan, maintaining a distance that was neither too distant nor too inappropriate. Jiang Wan did not turn around. She gently swirled the glass in her hand, watching the water ripple, her voice slightly unsteady. "Su Yi, do you think this kind of life is good?" Su Yi was taken aback. This kind of life? Living in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, driving a luxury car worth millions, overlooking the most stunning night view of Shanghai? Fine. Su Yi spoke the truth. This is the finish line that many people can never reach, even after several lifetimes of struggle. Yes. Jiang Wan sighed softly and turned around. The light shone on her stunning face, but it couldn't penetrate the weariness in her eyes. "But sometimes I feel very tired. I'm really tired." She raised her hand and rubbed her temples in pain, a deep sorrow etched on her brow. The Jiang family has such a huge operation, the work at the school, and countless social engagements and calculations. Sometimes, I even feel like this outfit is made of iron, making it hard for me to breathe. Jiang Wan seemed unusually vulnerable tonight. Perhaps it was that bowl of warm porridge. Perhaps it was Su Ye's half-joking remark in the car. Or perhaps it's the complete silence of the night. It caused a crack to appear in that hard ice shell. Su Yi looked at her. At this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty queen, but more like a woman who needed someone to rely on. "Teacher Jiang, if you are tired, please get some rest." Su Yi softened her voice a little. Jiang Wan put down her water glass, walked to the Italian imported genuine leather sofa, and slowly sat down. As she moved, the hem of her bathrobe slid up slightly, revealing a section of her calves that were as white as mutton fat jade. She leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and let out a long breath. It seemed she didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. "I don't want to move. My whole body aches," she murmured, her voice slightly nasal, sounding soft and even a little coquettish. Su Ye's Adam's apple bobbed. Who can withstand this? Just as he was hesitating whether he should say goodbye and return to his room, Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. Under the dim light, her eyes shimmered with moisture, staring intently at Su Yi. "Su Yi, I remember it was written in your file. Besides cooking, it seems you can also cook other things?" Su Ye's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. That legendary god-level massage. When he first connected to the system, he did exaggerate the skill on his resume in order to earn the monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Moreover, during the previous probationary periods, he did indeed massage Jiang Wan's shoulders a few times. But all of that happened in the office. Or on the bus. They were all dressed neatly and performed the massages properly. But now, the location is a private luxury mansion. It was late at night, and all was quiet. The object of his affections is a stunningly beautiful mature woman who has just taken a shower and is wearing a bathrobe. The nature of this has completely changed. Yes. I know a little. Su Yi felt his mouth was dry and subconsciously rubbed his hands together. A family-inherited technique, specializing in treating various cervical spondylosis and lumbar muscle strain. Jiang Wan looked at his awkward expression, and a playful smile reappeared on her lips. She turned slightly to the side and tossed her long hair aside. Her long, fair, and graceful neck, as beautiful as a swan's, was revealed. And that small patch of snow-white skin on her back. Under the light, it gleams with a captivating luster. She raised her hand and gently patted the sofa next to her. The movements are gentle. But it carried an order that could not be refused. Since it's a family recipe, let's not waste it. Jiang Wan's voice became somewhat languid, like some kind of alluring spell. Come over. Give me another massage. These past few days, I've been working on that merger and acquisition deal, and my shoulders are as stiff as a rock. As she spoke, she closed her eyes slightly, parted her red lips, and uttered a sentence that made Su Ye's blood boil. If you press it well, this month's bonus will be doubled. Boom. Suyi felt as if the string in her mind had snapped completely. Double the prize money? That's 200,000. But this is not just a matter of money. Looking at the languid and alluring body in front of me, and smelling the scent in the air that was a mixture of the fresh fragrance of shower gel and her unique body fragrance, Suye's breathing instantly became heavy. He is a normal man. He was a spirited freshman. If he could remain unmoved by temptations of this magnitude, he might as well become a monk on the spot. But upstairs, there's Jiang Nua, a jealous guy, waiting for his message on his phone. This is like walking a tightrope. This is like dancing in a minefield. But looking at Jiang Wan's unguarded, even expectant, back view, Suyi gritted her teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, this is what our big spender wants. This is work. Yes, this is purely serious and sacred physical therapy work. Suyi took a deep breath, trying to suppress the agitation in her heart, and took a step towards the sofa. Every step taken, his heart beat a fraction faster. Until he walked up behind Jiang Wan and looked at her snow-white skin so close to his eyes. He slowly extended his hand. Even before my fingertips touched that warm skin, I could already feel the amazing heat. Then, Teacher Jiang, shall I begin? Suye's voice was a little hoarse. Jiang Wan didn't speak, but only let out a very soft sound from her nose. Chapter 37. My sister's lips are so soft. The instant fingertips touch. Warm. Slippery. It has the feel of top-grade mutton fat jade, yet it possesses an amazing elasticity and vitality. Suye's hand landed steadily on Jiang Wan's slender, fragrant shoulder. They didn't rush to exert their strength. The essence of divine massage skills lies in listening to the energy. Through his fingertips, Suyi could clearly sense the tautness of the two trapezius muscles beneath that layer of delicate, snow-white skin. Like two fully drawn bowstrings. That was a chronic illness resulting from long hours of desk work and intense mental stress. It's very hard. Suyi spoke in a low voice, his tone remarkably deep in the quiet living room. Teacher Jiang, if you go to the hospital for an X-ray of your shoulder, the doctor will probably have to admit you for traction. Jiang Wan did not open her eyes. She simply hummed softly, a lazy tremor emanating from her nose. Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it. Short. Overbearing. Even in this unguarded state, she still habitually gave orders. Suyi took a deep breath. Eliminate distracting thoughts. At this moment, he is no longer the freshman caught up in the relationship between two wealthy sisters, but a physiotherapy master with the power to turn the rotten into the miraculous. Press your thumb on the Jianjing acupoint. Sink. Rotate. Exert force. An uncontrollable groan escaped from Jiang Wan's red lips. That was pain. But even more so is the pleasure of the release of soreness and swelling after the pain has reached its extreme. Suye's technique was very steady. It didn't feel like a massage, it felt more like playing a complex and intricate piece of music. His 10 fingers, like dancers with independent consciousness, leaped, pressed, and massaged Jiang Wan's cervical spine, shoulders, and back. The intensity was just right. Too much pressure and it hurts, too little and it itches. Only with this kind of precise control down to the micrometer level can the deep-seated fatigue be extracted bit by bit. Here. Jiang Wan's brows furrowed slightly, and her voice trembled slightly. This is the most sour. Suye's fingers were resting near her Dazui acupoint. There is a noticeable nodule there. Bear with it. Suyi gently reminded him. Then, his wrist suddenly jerked. The thumb, like a drill bit, with a skillful force, instantly cut into that stubborn knot. Click. A very faint, crisp sound. It sounded like a taut chain snapping. Jiang Wan trembled violently. Her body, which had been leaning against the back of the sofa, suddenly straightened, and her slender neck arched back, forming a beautiful curve. Like a dying swan releasing its last bit of life force. Ah! This time. She couldn't resist. That short, charming gasp echoed through the empty mansion, carrying a magic power that could make any man's bones melt. That was so exciting. Suyi felt her eardrums vibrating. He kept his eyes down, suppressing the surging emotions within him, and continued with his actions. After the nodule was rubbed open. Immediately following this was a warm current that quickly spread throughout the body along the due meridian. Jiang Wan's tense body visibly softened. It's like having your bones removed. She slumped back onto the sofa, her breathing becoming rapid and deep. Her once cold and aloof face now showed two unnatural flushes. A fine layer of fragrant sweat appeared on his forehead. A few strands of damp hair clung to her cheeks, adding to her disheveled beauty. Call. Call. The living room was quiet. Only Jiang Wan's slightly heavy breathing and the occasional cracking of Suye's knuckles could be heard. And the sound of the ceaseless flow of the river outside the window. Time seemed to thicken at that moment. Suye's hand slid down her shoulder. Avoiding the spine, massaged downwards along the erector spiny muscles on both sides. The bathrobe's fabric was very smooth. But Suye's hand was not through the fabric. For convenience, Jiang Wan had already pulled open the collar of her bathrobe, revealing most of her smooth back. Under the dim yellow light, that skin shimmered with a pearly luster, breathtakingly beautiful. Suye's palms roamed over her skin. Each massage generates a subtle electric current. Jiang Wan felt like a small boat adrift in raging waves. That tangy, refreshing feeling. That kind of clarity. It even gave her the illusion that her soul had left her body. Is this really a massage? Why is it 100 times more comfortable than the spa treatments she had at top Swiss sanatoriums that cost thousands of dollars each time? Even. It also needs to be addictive. Su Yi. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse, as if she had a mouthful of sand in it. Your skills. If one day I don't want to study anymore, I can open a club and become the richest man in Shanghai. This is a compliment. This is the highest praise from the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, one of the 4 great families in Shanghai, who has an exceptionally high standard. Suye's hands continued moving, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Teacher Jiang is joking. If I were to actually open a private club, I'm afraid I'd be the first one you'd drag back to write a self-criticism for. That's natural. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming a stunning curve. My boyfriend. Even if it's fake. It can't be a technician who only knows how to serve people. You can only serve me. This sentence. Extremely domineering. Yet it also exudes a possessiveness that is unsettling. Suye's heart skipped a beat. The pressure applied was a little too much. Aha! Jiang Wan snorted again, but instead of blaming her, she seemed to enjoy the slightly punitive intensity. Down. She murmured softly. Su Yi was taken aback. Down? Further down is the waist. That is, the restricted area where the bathrobe belt is tied. That's an absolute erogenous zone. It is also the dividing line between reason and impulse. Teacher Jiang, this. Su Yi hesitated for a moment. Although Jiang Wan had massaged her back in the office before, she was wearing a business suit and was completely covered up at that time. But now, this thin bathrobe doesn't cover anything at all. How? Jiang Wan slightly tilted her head, her phoenix eyes half open and half closed, their allure overflowing as they moved. Do I have to beg you? You don't want the 200,000 yuan prize money anymore? Money again. This woman knows exactly how to exploit Suye's weaknesses. As a freshman who was bound to the godly rich system but whose cash flow is still not very abundant, this amount of money is indeed very tempting to him. More importantly, for a man to back down at this time is simply shameful. I'm sorry. Su Yi murmured. Move both hands down. He bypassed the defenses of her shoulder blades and pressed directly against her slender waist. Where to start? Soft. Amazingly soft. If the shoulders are a taut bowstring, then the waist is the softest silk. But deep within that softness, one can still feel the stiffness accumulated from prolonged sitting. Su Yi pressed his thumb on his lower back. Rotate. Grinding. A tingling sensation exploded instantly. Jiang Wan's body arched suddenly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her 10 fingers gripped the leather sofa beneath her tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force, leaving several scratches on the expensive leather surface. Ah! That sound. It was no longer a suppressed groan. Instead, it was a completely unrestrained groan, tinged with a sob. That voice contained so many emotions. Release. Rely. There was also a subtle hint of desire. Su Yi felt like she was about to explode. This dual impact of sight and sound was a true test of his willpower. Especially as he moved, Jiang Wan's bathrobe became looser and looser. The collar, which had already been pulled open, now slipped down to her elbows. Vast expanses of snow white unfolded before his eyes without reservation. Even through the gaps on the side, you can vaguely see the undulating silhouette that makes your blood boil. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. Suyi silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra in his mind, forcing himself to focus his attention on acupoints and meridians. This is Jiangwan. She's the extinction master who strikes fear into the hearts of countless boys at school. She's that ruthless and decisive businesswoman. She is also Jiang Nua's older sister, who is currently hiding upstairs and could rush down at any moment. What if things go wrong? The consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Suyi was engaged in a battle with the heavens, Jiangwan suddenly turned over. The action was abrupt. Without any warning, Suya's hand was still in midair, not even having time to retract it. The next second, he met a pair of eyes. Those phoenix eyes, usually hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, were as cold and sharp as knives. Now, she had taken off her glasses and tossed them carelessly onto the coffee table. Without the obstruction of the lenses. The tears in those eyes were so intense they seemed about to overflow. Blurred. Profound. Yet it also carries a burning heat that strikes straight to the soul. The two were only a short distance apart. Suyi could even feel her warm breath, carrying a faint minty scent, spraying onto his face. Teacher Jiang. Suyi subconsciously took half a step back. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Jiangwan remained silent. She just looked at him quietly. Looking at this big boy who was 9 years younger than her. Looking at that young, handsome, and energetic face, which was now flushed and at a loss for what to do. Suyi tonight. It gave her so many surprises. That bowl of warm porridge touched my heart. Those large hands seemed to possess magic. And that youthful naivete, the effort to maintain restraint and respect even when faced with beauty. In today's materialistic world, that's so rare. It's like a clean lotus flower blooming in a pond full of silt. It's irresistible. I want to pick them. They wanted to possess it. Finished? Jiangwan finally spoke. The voice was very soft, but with a faint, almost imperceptible hoarseness. She slowly sat up. Her bathrobe slipped down with her movements, revealing most of her rounded, fragrant shoulder and delicate collarbone. A few drops of water still lingered in the deep hollow of her collarbone. It shimmered with an alluring light under the lamp. Suyi didn't dare to look any longer and hurriedly shifted her gaze to the vase on the coffee table. I'm done pressing. It mainly cleared up the meridians in your shoulders, neck, and lower back. You should be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Jiangwan nodded. She raised her hand and lazily brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her movements are full of charm. It's really comfortable. I feel like I've lost 10 pounds. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Suyi, a playful smile playing on her lips. Suyi. Do you know? I am a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. Suyi was stunned, somewhat taken aback. What Teacher Jiang means is. I said that. Jiangwan leaned forward, slowly approaching Suyi. That alluring fragrance instantly enveloped Suyi. If you press it correctly, your bonus will double. This is a material reward. She extended a slender finger and gently lifted Suyi's chin. My fingertips felt slightly cool. But it felt like Suyi had been burned by fire. Suyi was forced to raise her head and meet those captivating eyes. My heart was pounding. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sense of oppression made it almost impossible for him to breathe. But I think. Jiangwan's voice grew lower and more seductive, like a murmur emanating from deep within her throat. That's not enough. Your performance tonight exceeded my expectations. So, I'm going to give you something else, a special reward. A special reward? Suyi hadn't had time to think about the meaning of those words. Jiangwan suddenly moved. She suddenly hooked Suyi's chin with her hand. Suyi's body leaned forward uncontrollably. At the same time, Jiangwan's stunningly beautiful face rapidly magnified in his pupils. It's getting closer. We're closer now. Their noses almost touched. Their breaths mingled. The next second. Warm and soft. Moist. A slightly cool touch unexpectedly landed on Suye's lips. Boom! Suye's mind went completely blank for a moment. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded in his mind. The whole world fell silent. When only their lips were touching, there was that electric, tingling sensation. Jiang Wan kissed him. Proactively. Overbearing. She kissed him. The kiss wasn't deep. It was just a simple matter of touching lips together. It carried a solemnity akin to stamping a seal, and a sense of condescending bestowal. But the meaning behind it is enough to stir the heart of anyone. This is a mature woman's most direct acceptance of her younger, more assertive boyfriend. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as Suyi subconsciously wanted to respond and regain the initiative. Jiang Wan, however, seemed to have anticipated his reaction. In an instant, they've evacuated. Lips separate. An ambiguous distance had been created between the two. Jiang Wan looked at Suye's stunned expression and a triumphant smile flashed in her eyes. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked her slightly rosy lips. It was as if they were reliving the taste from just now. This action. He's absolutely monstrous. Suyi felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and he almost couldn't resist pouncing on her. This is the interest paid in advance. Jiang Wan's voice regained some of its usual coolness, but the slightly rising intonation at the end still betrayed her good mood. As long as you behave. Play the role of the boyfriend well. After. She paused deliberately, her eyes becoming somewhat meaningful. There may be more rewards like this in the future. After saying that, she didn't give Suyi any more chances to speak. He stood up abruptly, adjusted his bathrobe, and fastened his belt. She regained her aloof queen-like demeanor. All right, it's late. The 200,000 yuan bonus will be deposited into your account by the finance department tomorrow. Get some rest. She turned around, her bare feet stepping on the carpet, and walked step by step toward the bedroom. All that remained for Suyi was a graceful yet resolute silhouette. Suyi stood still. She felt completely drained of energy and slumped onto the sofa. He raised his hand and touched his lips. There. It seemed as if Jiang Wan's warmth and scent still lingered. The sensation was terrifyingly real. What's this? Suyi shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself. Workplace unspoken rules? Still. The happiness of a rich woman? Whatever it is. He knew that he had completely fallen into the Jiang family's grand scheme tonight. First, there was her younger sister Jiang Nua's secret relationship. Then there's Jiang Wan's contract boyfriend plus a wet kiss reward. These two sisters are really going to mess with him to death. Call. Suyi let out a long breath, trying to calm his restless heart. That's too dangerous. This is hardly a super rich system. This is clearly a Shura field system. Just then. Buzz. A sudden vibration came from his trouser pocket. Suyi shuddered. As if electrocuted, he quickly pulled out his phone. The screen lights up. It stood out starkly in the dark living room. It's a WeChat message. Sender's note, little ancestor, Jiang Nua. Suye's fingers trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked up towards the second floor. It was pitch black and deathly silent there. But he could almost feel that in the darkness, a pair of eyes were staring intently at him. I watched his every move just now. Stare at that kiss. Suyi swallowed hard and trembled as she opened the message. It's just a short line of text. But it sent a chill down Suye's spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Jiang Nua, what? Sister's lips. Jiang Nua, isn't it very soft? Jiang Nua, smiling face, kitchen knife.